Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. According to the timeline of the story, the first film is Captain America, which was released in 2011. For those who haven't seen any Marvel movies, now's the time to dive in with me. The story takes place during World War II. In a special military training scene, a strict officer does something unexpected. He pulls the pin from a grenade and throws it into a group of hard-working recruits. The recruits react quickly, fleeing and dropping to the ground. However, one of the thinnest recruits did not hesitate to rush forward and press his body against the grenade. He intends to sacrifice himself to save the lives of his fellow soldiers, but surprisingly, the expected explosion never comes. Under the approving gaze of his female supervisor, the recruit realized that this was just a test by his instructor. This recruit's name is Steve. In the Special Forces, he isn't strong, often ranking near the bottom in every test. He even finishes dead last in a 20-kilometer weighted run. But during this special test, Steve shows extraordinary courage and intelligence. That day, the officer issued a challenge. Whoever can retrieve the flag from the top of the flagpole gets to ride home in Peggy's car. Strong soldiers were eager to try, but the flagpole was cleverly lubricated by the instructor, and no one had succeeded in the last 17 years. Steve, however, had a different kind of smarts. Confidently, he approached the flagpole, pulled out the pin at its base, and let the pole fall over, easily grabbing the flag. His cleverness earned Peggy's admiration and the envy of the others. Despite showing remarkable tactical intelligence in the military, Steve is still seen as an underdog, often bullied by his teammates. They think Steve is just a guy who got in through connections. Steve's health isn't great either. He's been rejected from the draft 5 times and suffers from several chronic illnesses. His interviewers also rated him poorly. Disheartened by yet another rejection from the army, Steve's attention is caught by a recruitment ad in a movie theater, but a man in front of him complains that the ad is too long and starts mocking it.
Hey, you wanna shut up?
No matter the size, we'll face any...
Steve ends up getting dragged into an alley and beaten up by the man. Though Steve can't match the size and strength of this thug, he never backs down, delivering that iconic line,
Been like this all day.
If it weren't for his friend Bucky showing up in time, things could have ended badly for Steve. Seeing his best friend being drafted, Steve felt both happy for him and sad for himself. Bucky could see how down Steve was feeling, so he invited 2 girls to join them at a tech expo hosted by Howard that evening. Despite Steve's best efforts to charm them, neither girl paid him any attention, leaving Steve feeling even more dejected. Once again, Steve's eyes were drawn to the nearby recruitment ad, and he made up his mind to falsify his information for the 6th time to enlist. However, this time, Steve's fate was about to take a turn. Dr. Erskine, under orders from the government, was tasked with forming a secret unit, and he was on the lookout for soldiers with special potential. The intelligence and selflessness Steve had shown caught Dr. Erskine's eye. He saw the possibility of a super soldier in Steve. So, Erskine made an exception and allowed Steve to pass the enlistment screening. Steve first underwent specialized physical training and was later accompanied by Peggy to an unassuming antique shop. After exchanging a series of coded phrases, they entered a secret chamber inside the shop. What appeared to be an ordinary place was, in fact, concealing a top-secret military laboratory. Steve was selected as the test subject, a decision confirmed under the watchful eyes of military officials. Without hesitation, Steve stripped off his clothes and lay down on a row of advanced experimental equipment. The assistant expertly secured him in place, took out a vial of blue serum, and injected it into Steve's arm.
That was penicillin.
Serum infusion, beginning in 5.
Dr. Erskine began the countdown. The technician nervously pulled the trigger. As the countdown finished, all the super serum was swiftly injected into Steve's body. At that moment,
Now, Mr. Stark.
Howard decisively shut down the experiment equipment and activated the saturation exposure to the Vita rays. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, Steve let out a howl. Everyone in the lab held their breath in tension.
70, 60. Demon! Demon! Don't! I can do this!
Colonel Peggy firmly ordered the experiment to be stopped, but Steve's voice came from inside the machine, and after hearing it, Howard decided to increase the power of the Vita rays. As the brightness inside the device intensified, the control panels began to overload and short-circuit under the immense strain. When the light finally dimmed, the chamber of the experiment device slowly opened. The moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The once scrawny young man, Steve, had now transformed into a broad-shouldered, muscular powerhouse. While the room was still basking in the success, a spy hidden in the shadows detonated the viewing platform above. The spy stole the remaining super serum, shot and killed Dr. Erskine, and made a swift escape. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Steve rushed forward to check on Dr. Erskine's injuries, only to find him barely clinging to life. With his last ounce of strength, Erskine pointed to Steve's chest, as if reminding him of the promise he had made.
Whatever happens tomorrow, you must promise me one thing. That you will stay who you are.
Not a perfect soldier, but a good man.
Moments later, Dr. Erskine passed away. Filled with rage, Steve bolted out of the antique shop, just in time to see Colonel Peggy attempting to stop Hines in the street. Seeing that Peggy was about to be run down by Hines, Steve didn't hesitate and dashed forward to rescue his superior officer. Steve sprinted through the city, effortlessly vaulting over 10-foot fences and leaping across moving vehicles. Eventually catching up to Hines's vintage car, Hines, an experienced driver, tried to shake Steve off by swerving violently, but Steve clung on with his powerful arms, refusing to let go. Hines then opened fire on the car's roof, but Steve nimbly dodged the bullets. However, Hines, distracted by shooting, didn't notice the truck ahead, and he crashed head-on into it. Steve was thrown off as well, but he landed firmly on his feet. Hines stepped out and immediately shot at Steve, but Steve quickly used the car door as a shield, blocking the bullets. With no other options, Hines grabbed a nearby civilian and used them as a hostage, threatening Steve not to come any closer, but Steve stayed in pursuit. Desperate, Hines dragged the hostage toward the docks. At the docks, seeing that Steve was still relentless, Hines threw the child hostage into the water, hoping to buy himself more time.
Go get him! I can swim!
But as Steve turned back, he saw Hines had already climbed into a pre-prepared submarine and was swiftly submerging underwater to escape. Without hesitation, Steve dove into the water, and using his swimming skills, he actually caught up with the propeller-driven submarine. With a powerful punch, Steve smashed the submarine's window, forced his way into the cockpit, and dragged Hines out of the water. Steve had hoped to learn the identity of the mastermind from Hines, but Hines chose to commit suicide by taking poison instead.
Cut off one head. 2 more shall take its place.
At this point, Steve did not know that this is the slogan of Hydra organization. Hydra was a secret division of the German Nazis, led by Schmidt, dedicated to creating weapons of mass destruction for Hitler. In a church in Norway, they retrieved Odin's artifact, the Tesseract, from the body of a prophet. Schmidt worked with the mad scientist Zola, attempting to harness the Tesseract's energy for weapon research. During one experiment, Schmidt, impatient for results, pushed the energy to its maximum, causing the reactor to explode and release an unmatched power. However, the military officials scoffed at Schmidt's research, believing his laboratory was a waste of funds. Faced with these oblivious representatives, Schmidt decided to conduct a live demonstration of his new weapon. The military officials, still unaware of the danger, threatened to report him. By this point, Hydra had gained the power to change the course of the war. With one shot from the new weapon, 3 soldiers were instantly vaporized. This power shook Schmidt to his core. It wasn't just a display of a weapon's might, it fed Schmidt's inner desires. To slow the Allies' own weapon research, Schmidt sent Hines to assassinate Dr. Erskine, but this move fully exposed him to the Allied forces. The military quickly responded, deciding to send an elite squad on a mission. Steve also volunteered to join the mission, but Colonel Phillips rejected him.
You're an experiment, you're going to Alamogordo.
However, Senator Brandt saw value in Steve and decided to promote him with a pay raise.
You want to serve your country on the most important battlefield of the war. That's all I want. Then congratulations. You just got promoted.
But instead of joining the front lines, their plan dressed Steve in a flashy costume, far removed from the chaos of war, to play the role of Captain America. Steve, surrounded by beautiful women, recited patriotic lines on stage, promoting war bonds, from Washington to Miami, from lavish theaters to battlefront stages. Day after day, Steve's performances turned him into a circus clown. To the soldiers, Steve was just a clown spouting empty slogans.
Hey, Captain! Say yes!
To the higher-ups, He was nothing more than a money-making machine. Even Steve began to question if he was just a dancing monkey. Luckily, Peggy appeared just in time to help Steve ease the frustration in his heart.
And these are your only two options, a lab rat or a dancing monkey. You were meant for more than this, you know. What?
You know, for the longest time I dreamed about coming overseas and being on the front lines, serving my country. Finally got everything I wanted.
But then Steve learned heartbreaking news: a squadron that had launched a raid on a Hydra base had been completely wiped out, including his best friend Bucky. The military had already decided to abandon them, as their location was too deep behind enemy lines.
Are you planning a rescue mission?
Yeah, it's called winning the war.
But if you know where they are, why not at
They're
least
30 miles behind the lines, through some of the most heavily fortified territory in Europe. We'd lose more men than we'd save. But I don't expect you to understand that because you're a chorus girl.
To save his friend, Steve decided to venture behind enemy lines alone. With Peggy's help, Steve secretly boarded Howard's private plane and flew toward the POW camp. However, the German anti-aircraft system quickly detected them. The plane couldn't continue through the heavy fire, so Steve had no choice but to parachute in. Steve carefully crawled into a supply truck, easily taking out 2 escorting soldiers and slipping into the base, carrying a massive shield marked with the American flag. Steve boldly marched through the weapons depot and made his way to the prison holding the POWs. Steve easily takes down the guards and opens all the cages in front of the surprised soldiers. But when Steve searched for Bucky, he realized Bucky wasn't among the crowd. It turned out Schmidt had Bucky locked away separately for experimentation. After long bouts of psychological torment, Bucky's body seemed drained of life, his eyes hollow and vacant. Steve quickly freed Bucky. Meanwhile, the soldiers outside the camp broke through the defenses and launched a counterattack. Not only did they seize the Germans' high-tech weapons, but they also used them to destroy the base. From the control room, Schmidt watched it all unfold. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Tesseract and activated the base's self-destruct sequence, determined not to let the equipment fall into Allied hands. As the countdown reached 0, the ammunition depot erupted into a fiery inferno. While searching for an escape route, Steve and Bucky crossed paths with Schmidt, who was attempting to flee. Enemies met face to face, and Steve, filled with rage, threw a powerful punch that split Schmidt's face at the corner of his eye. Schmidt stopped pretending and tore off his human mask, revealing his true identity. Schmidt was Erskine's original test subject. He carried the results of the super serum experiments, which gave him great strength but also fueled the darkness within, making him hideously disfigured. Because Schmidt knew better than anyone the power of the super serum, he was determined to eliminate Dr. Erskine. Now, holding the Tesseract, Schmidt no longer considered someone like Steve a mere mortal, a threat. Schmidt decided to focus on more important matters and chose to flee the scene. Steve, on the other hand, successfully rescued the remaining POWs and returned to the American base with them and the spoils of battle. At the camp, soldiers and generals lined up to welcome Steve.
I'd like to surrender myself for disciplinary action.
That won't be necessary.
The voices that once mocked him had now turned into admiration for his achievements in battle. Steve's fearless sacrifice and unwavering courage earned him the respect of all. In that moment, his name was no longer just a legend. He became a true hero and a symbol of hope. At the grand victory celebration after the war, the soldiers all expressed their admiration for Steve, including Colonel Peggy, who revealed her affection for him. Dressed in a stunning red gown, Peggy's elegant figure had Steve completely captivated.
I might, even when this is all over, go dancing. 0800, Captain.
They promised to be each other's dance partners after the war. Due to his outstanding achievements, Steve was granted the honor of entering the operations command room. There, Steve told the group that the base they destroyed was only one branch of Hydra. To preserve world peace, they had to completely eliminate all Hydra bases. Before heading out on the mission, Howard had a special gift prepared for Steve. It was none other than the iconic shield that would later become famous. This shield became Steve's most reliable tool in combat, helping him and his special team achieve victory after victory on the battlefield. Their combat experience continued to grow, and their skills became more refined. Whether facing hidden foes or powerful enemies, they handled them with ease, as one Hydra base after another fell. The final headquarters became their ultimate target. However, before they could destroy it, The military needed to understand the source of Hydra's technology. The key to this mystery seemed to lie with Dr. Zola. Schmidt's right-hand man. Intercepted radio messages revealed that Dr. Zola was traveling by train to Berlin, so Steve and Bucky decided to infiltrate the train to investigate. However, their mission was detected by Dr. Zola. With Hydra's advanced technology, the firepower of the artillery was overwhelming. Though Steve was able to block the attacks with his powerful shield, Bucky found himself in trouble. Faced with two enemies, Bucky struggled, but Steve arrived just in time to help. Suddenly, another artilleryman appeared. While Steve fought valiantly, Bucky was knocked out of the train car. Steve quickly dispatched the artilleryman and rushed to save Bucky, but the handrail on the car was already coming loose. Just as Steve was about to grab Bucky, the handrail broke, and Bucky plummeted into the valley below. Watching his friend fall, Steve was filled with grief and guilt. But in that moment, Steve realized that rather than being consumed by sorrow, he needed to bravely carry on the mission and fulfill the wishes of those who had fallen. From the captured Dr. Zola, they learned Hydra's secret. All of their technology stemmed from the Tesseract in Schmidt's possession, and they had stockpiled numerous doomsday bombs in their final headquarters. Faced with this urgent situation, Colonel Phillips immediately ordered a swift operation to take down Hydra's last base. Though the mission was incredibly dangerous, Captain America didn't hesitate to head behind enemy lines alone. Captain America jumped on his motorcycle and charged straight toward Hydra's base, with a dozen heavily armed enemies hot on his trail, trying to stop him, but they were quickly taken out one by one as Captain America used his clever tactics to defeat them. When a tank appeared in his path, Captain America skillfully deflected the cannon fire with his shield and successfully destroyed the tank with a missile. He pushed forward, storming into the base, deftly dodging the remaining enemies' attacks. However, in the square, Captain America is in a predicament like no other, with two flamethrower soldiers surrounding him in the center of the square with no way to escape. At that moment, a group of armed soldiers suddenly appeared and surrounded Captain America and escorted him to Red Skull. Both being products of Dr. Erskine's experiments, Red Skull arrogantly taunted and attacked Steve, unable to understand why Dr. Erskine had chosen someone like him. But all of this was part of Captain America's plan. While Red Skull was getting carried away, Steve's reinforcements appeared from all sides, quickly taking down the enemies on the scene. Sensing the tide turning against him, Red Skull quickly fled. Meanwhile, outside the base, Peggy led her forces to launch an attack. Seeing his defeat, Red Skull hurriedly boarded a plane and activated the Tesseract to power the energy core and the engines. He had already loaded the doomsday weapons onto the plane. Captain America fought his way through the chaos of the battlefield, racing toward the roaring bomber. But no matter how fast Captain America's legs could run, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the plane. Just as Captain America was feeling hopeless, Phillips and Peggy arrived in a speeding vehicle. Phillips slammed the gas pedal, but the distance between them and the plane continued to grow. At the critical moment, Phillips decisively activated the nitrous boost, and the powerful thrust caused the vehicle to surge forward. Captain America stood up, ready to board the plane. By then, the car had reached directly below the aircraft. Captain America leaped up and grabbed onto the landing gear, climbing his way inside. In front of him were several bombers, each marked with the name of a city. Just as Captain America was trying to make sense of it, the soldiers began boarding the cockpits. He tried to intervene, but another soldier tackled him to the ground, causing his shield to fall to the side. The pilot jumped out of the cockpit and took Captain America off the ground with him. In the mid-air struggle, Captain America skillfully regained control. He opened the door and threw the pilot out, then quickly got into the plane and steered it back into the bomber. Captain America retrieved his shield and silently entered the control room. However, the large room was completely empty. Out of nowhere, Red Skull launched a surprise attack, but Captain America reacted quickly, blocking it with his shield. What followed was an intense battle, as the two exchanged punches and kicks. Both had been injected with the super serum, so their strength was evenly matched. In the heat of the fight, Captain America accidentally pushed Red Skull against the control lever, causing the plane to suddenly nosedive. The two continued their fight in the weightlessness of the plummeting plane. As the aircraft neared its impending crash, Red Skull kicked Captain America aside and activated the autopilot. He pulled out an energy gun, ready to shoot Captain America, but Red Skull's aim was terrible, and not only did he miss Captain America, but he was also struck by the shield, damaging the energy controller behind him. The Tesseract then tumbled out of its containment. Seeing this, Red Skull realized his plan had failed. He attempted to escape with the Tesseract. However, the out-of-control Tesseract suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, burning Red Skull's arm and teleporting him into an unknown part of the universe. As the energy dissipated, the Tesseract melted through the deck and plunged into the ocean below. The battle ended with the disappearance of Red Skull and the loss of the Tesseract. At this moment, Steve faced an even more urgent challenge. The plane was on a direct course for New York City. The bombs aboard had the power to level the entire city. Countless times, Peggy urgently commanded Steve to change course and find a safe place to land. However, with the Tesseract's energy depleted, the plane could no longer steer or make an emergency landing. To protect the millions of citizens in New York, Steve decided to steer the plane toward an uninhabited area. He placed Peggy's photo within reach to calm his nerves. With a firm grip on the controls, Steve guided the plane into a sharp descent toward the glaciers below. As the radio signal cut out, Peggy realized what Steve's fate would be. On the vast, icy expanse, the plane finally plunged into the ocean and disappeared beneath the waves. With the Allies' total victory, World War II finally came to an end. Peggy held Steve's discharge file, silently thinking about the dance they had promised each other. But the moment they had waited for never came. Time passed like the wind, and when Steve awoke again, he found himself in a world completely unfamiliar to him. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, informed Steve that he had been asleep for over 70 years. So, is Peggy still alive? Can the promise of his dance with Peggy still be fulfilled? The movie ends here. Marvel fans, head over to my page for more exciting content. There's plenty more to explore. Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This movie is the second one in chronological order according to the timeline, released in 2019, and it features Marvel's most powerful superhero, Captain Marvel, a superhero capable of taking down Thanos in an instant, a superheroine who lives by the motto, "My destiny is in my own hands." Her superpower, the ability to absorb any form of energy and make it her own. From Thanos' look of shock when he faced her in Avengers Endgame, you can tell just how powerful this woman truly is. So who exactly is Captain Marvel? And how did she get her powers? Let's find out. Captain Marvel's real name is Carol Danvers, and she's a native of Earth. In the original comics, Carol was born into a humble family in Boston. Her father favored her brothers, paying for them to go to college, while Carol had to drop out and work. Determined to follow her dreams, Carol went against her father's wishes and joined the military, only to be captured while serving in Afghanistan. You have to understand, enemy spies are treated inhumanely in every country. Even after enduring torture, Carol refused to betray her country. When terrorists attacked the local government, she seized the chance to escape. After returning to the U.S., Carol's bravery earned her a promotion and a pay raise. It was then that she met a scientist named Walter Lawson. However, Walter Lawson had already died by this point. The person posing as Lawson was actually a Kree named Mar-Vell. In the comics, Carol and Mar-Vell fall in love, but in the movie, Mar-Vell's character was changed to a female version, Dr. Wendy Lawson. Dr. Wendy Lawson retained the Kree identity. She had been sent to Earth by the Supreme Intelligence, the Kree's highest authority, as a spy to steal the Lightspeed engine, and that Lightspeed engine is none other than the Tesseract. In Captain America, the first Avenger, we saw Captain America's final showdown with Red Skull on a plane. Red Skull attempted to harness the power of the Tesseract to destroy Captain America. However, the Tesseract suddenly activated its energy, transporting Red Skull to an unknown planet, and then falling into the ocean. Later, while recovering Captain America, the US government also found the Tesseract, and they handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., formed a special research group to study the Tesseract, hoping to develop weapons beyond their time. Just like Red Skull had planned, one of these projects was the development of a light-speed ship, named Project Pegasus, and Wendy Lawson was the lead scientist on the project. Though Wendy Lawson was originally a Kree spy sent to Earth, she fell in love with the planet and its people, ultimately choosing to betray her own race. During a test flight of a jet equipped with the Lightspeed engine, Wendy and her student, Carol, were ambushed by Kree forces. Causing their jet to crash. Wendy was gravely injured, and Carol was shocked to see blue blood flowing from her.
Gotta destroy it before they get here.
Lawson?
My name is not Lawson. My real name is Marvell, and I come from a planet called Hala. Just remember the coordinates, okay? You gotta save them without me.
Save who? How?
Now, I gotta blow this engine before they find it.
What are you doing?
Before Carol could make sense of what was happening, Kree squad leader Yanrog appeared, killing Wendy and attempting to steal the Lightspeed engine. Trusting her mentor completely, Carol made the split-second decision to destroy the engine. When the engine exploded, all its energy was absorbed into Carol's body. This event completely changed Carol forever. Yanrog took the unconscious Carol back to the Kree homeworld, Hala, where her memory was erased, and she was given the name Ver. She was trained to become a skilled Kree warrior, but Ver still occasionally dreamt of fragments of memories. These glimpses of her past life left her feeling both confused and unfamiliar with her own identity. Each time she woke up from these dreams, she would challenge her mentor, Yanrog, to a sparring match to vent her overwhelming energy. At this point, Ver was easily swayed by her emotions, so Yanrog patiently tried to teach her how to control them, but his lessons didn't seem to help.
Control it. Lose control again and you'll have to commune with a supreme intelligence.
There's nothing more dangerous to a warrior than a...
Humor is a distraction. Anger only serves the enemy.
In the end, the Supreme Intelligence, the leader of the Kree, had to step in to teach Ver personally. The Supreme Intelligence was the ultimate authority on Hala, essentially an artificial intelligence that had evolved with Kree civilization. The form each Kree saw when encountering the Supreme Intelligence depended on their subconscious mind, and Ver's subconscious is Dr. Wendy Lawson. The Supreme Intelligence began by teaching Ver that controlling her emotions would make her more powerful. Then, it gave Ver her mission. The Supreme Intelligence explained that the Skrull's aggressive expansion was threatening the survival of the Kree. A Kree spy, who had been sent to infiltrate the Skrulls, had been captured and needed to be rescued. Ver was tasked with this mission: eliminate the Skrulls at the front lines and save the Kree spy. Commander Yanrog quickly assembled a team of Kree warriors. They boarded a ship and jumped through space, arriving at the border planet of the Skrulls. In heavy disguise, they used a submersible craft to slip through an underwater passage into Skrull territory, but as soon as they neared their target, they were ambushed by a group of Skrulls posing as refugees. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. In the midst of the chaos, Ver managed to rescue the captive Kree spy. To her shock, the spy she had just saved was actually a Skrull in disguise. In the chaos, Ver was stunned by an electric shock from the Skrulls and captured by them. Seeing the increasing number of Skrulls, Yanrog decisively ordered a retreat. Meanwhile, Ver was tied up by the Skrulls, who began to extract memories from her mind. As they explored her memories, they discovered that the most significant person in her life was a woman named Wendy Lawson, whose chest bore the Project Pegasus insignia. This seemed to be exactly what the Skrulls had been searching for. However, when they tried to delve deeper into the coordinates for Project Pegasus, Ver's mind began to flicker. Suddenly, Ver woke up and used her powers to break free from her restraints. After taking down several Skrulls, she demanded to know why they were looking through her memories. The Skrulls told Ver that they had been searching for something called the Energy Core, which was the Lightspeed engine developed by Wendy Lawson, the person who kept appearing in her memories. Ver was left even more confused. At that moment, more Skrulls arrived, with her hands bound by energy cuffs. Ver couldn't use her powers to attack. Faced with enemies in front and behind, Ver had no choice but to engage the Skrulls in hand-to-hand combat. Despite the danger, Ver didn't give up hope. With remarkable courage and skill, she fought her enemies, and in what seemed like an instant, the seemingly strong Skrulls were swept away like leaves in the wind, easily dispatched by Ver. However, she was caught off guard when a group of even stronger guards suddenly appeared. Armed with electrified batons, they struck Ver with shocking force, knocking her to the ground. As she staggered back, energy surged through her body. At last, Ver broke free of her restraints, shattering the cuffs, and defeated the remaining Skrulls. But in the process, Her attack inadvertently caused a breach in the ship, and a powerful vacuum pulled Ver out into space. Thinking quickly, Ver put on her space helmet and, using the tremendous energy within her, flew back into the ship. Amid the chaos, Ver found a small escape pod and attempted to flee, but just as she launched the pod, Talos, the Skrull leader, struck with a well-timed attack. The pod spiraled out of control, crashing into a supermarket on Planet C-53. Planet C-53, of course, is Earth. The Skrulls weren't far behind, disguising themselves as humans and blending in. At this time, Earth was still in the 1980s, and the technology was relatively primitive. In search of help, Ver modified a payphone to contact Yanrog, who was far off in space. After giving him her location, the transmission suddenly cut off. Not long after, Nick Fury, who had yet to become the director of SHIELD, arrived at the scene with his subordinate, Coulson. After receiving a report, Ver casually revealed that she was from another planet, which left Fury and Coulson completely stunned. Just as Fury was about to take her in for questioning, the Skrulls launched a surprise attack. Ver fearlessly retaliated with photon blasts. Chasing the Skrulls down, the Skrulls fled into a subway train, but Ver didn't hesitate to jump onto the train, smashing through the window. By then, the Skrulls had already morphed into the appearances of ordinary passengers. After a brief search, Ver gaze locked onto an elderly woman. Without hesitation, she threw a punch at her. The Skrull, in disguise, kicked back in response. The two began to brawl in full view of the stunned passengers, drawing quite the crowd of onlookers. Seeing Ver attacking the elderly woman, the bystanders quickly intervened to stop her, giving the Skrull disguised as the old lady a chance to escape. Once Ver broke free from the crowd, the Skrull had already shifted forms and climbed onto the roof of the train. Ver quickly followed, and the two engaged in another intense battle. A powerful kick from the Skrull nearly sent Ver flying, but with lightning speed, she grabbed onto the edge of the train and continued her pursuit. Ver aimed at the Skrull, firing a deadly photon blast, but the Skrull cleverly dodged by jumping back into the train car. By now, the train had reached its stop. Ver had lost her target. However, the Skrull, in its elderly disguise, had dropped a communication device, which Ver picked up and decrypted. Discovering that they planned to meet at a nearby bar, Ver quickly located the bar using an internet cafe and raced there ahead of them. Meanwhile, Fury and his partner were speeding down the road in pursuit when Fury's phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Coulson, who was still back at the supermarket. Fury quickly realized that the Coulson sitting beside him was actually a Skrull in disguise. A fierce fight broke out in the car. The Skrull grabbed Fury by the throat, choking him. In a desperate move, Fury yanked the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve into oncoming traffic, and he managed to crash the Skrull into another vehicle, killing him. Seeing the Skrull's grotesque appearance, Fury covered the body with his jacket to avoid alarming the public. After investigating their whereabouts, Fury made his way to the bar as well. To confirm their identities, Fury began telling embarrassing childhood stories, knowing that Skrulls could only replicate recent memories, so they wouldn't know anything from years ago.
Name a detail so bizarre a Skrull could never fabricate it.
A toast is cut diagonally, I can't eat it. You didn't need that, did you?
No, I didn't, but I enjoyed it.
Okay, your turn. Prove you're not a Skrull.
Ver, however, wasn't interested in proving anything. She simply blasted an energy beam forward.
And how is that supposed to prove to me you're not a Skrull?
That's a photon blast.
And?
A Skrull can't do that.
They decided to team up to investigate Project Pegasus, the one the Skrulls had mentioned. They arrived at the secret Project Pegasus research facility, which had been abandoned since Wendy Lawson's death. A cute orange tabby cat wandered down the hallway, adding a bit of life to the otherwise eerie quiet. Eventually, they reached the archives room. After some searching, they found the design plans for the Lightspeed engine, as well as a notebook written in Cree. The notebook revealed a shocking secret. Wendy Lawson was a Cree, and 6 years ago, she had died in a crash during a test flight alongside a pilot. The Lightspeed engine they were developing had been destroyed in the crash, but what shocked Ver even more was a photograph she discovered. The pilot who had died in that crash was her. Meanwhile, Fury discreetly reported Ver's location to his superiors. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was preparing to personally lead a team to talk with the alien visitor. However, when the director addressed him as Nicholas, Fury immediately realized this was a Skrull in disguise. Fury had previously told Ver that anyone who knew him only ever called him by his last name Fury. It was a consensus among those close to him. Sensing danger, Fury stepped out of the elevator early. He attempted to warn Ver and urged her to escape, but he was quickly captured by the crafty Skrull. A fierce fight broke out, but as a human, Fury was no match for the Skrull. Just when things were looking dire, Ver appeared like a superhero, swiftly overpowering the enemy and rescuing Fury from danger. They ran into Coulson at the stairwell, and without hesitation, Coulson let them go. In the underground hangar, they discovered a plane. As if guided by fate, they decided to use it to escape. Surprisingly, the orange tabby cat had silently snuck onto the plane. It showed an unusual affection for Ver, determined to uncover the truth about her past. Ver sought out her old friend Maria, as mentioned in the files. The moment Maria saw Ver, she was utterly shocked. As if questioning whether she was dreaming, Maria recounted the story of how they met and their days together as pilots. At that moment, Talos, the leader of the Skrulls, appeared. He didn't bring any new conflict but instead offered a recording. It was a black box recording from the day Carol and Wendy's plane had crashed. After listening to it, Carol was stunned to learn that the Skrulls' homeworld had been taken over by the Kree, and that the Kree had been trying to wipe out the Skrull race. This revelation turned Carol's entire understanding upside down. She had always believed she was part of the Kree, and that her people were the victims of Skrull aggression, but in reality, it was the opposite. Now, everything was clear. The Kree wanted the Lightspeed engine to dominate the universe, while the Skrulls sought it to find a new home. Safe from Kree detection, faced with this painful truth, Carol decided to help the Skrulls. It was an enormous task, but Carol was ready. She would fight alongside the Skrulls to help them find a new home. In Carol's memory, the Lightspeed engine she destroyed was actually just a portion of the Tesseract's energy. The Tesseract itself had been hidden by Dr. Wendy Lawson near the flight path of the plane they crashed in all those years ago.
I just need your help decoding the coordinates to Marvel's lab.
Those weren't coordinates. They're state vectors.
What? Orbital positioning and velocity.
You didn't find her lab on Earth because it's not on Earth.
That was the location on the date of the crash 6 years ago. If we track its course, we'll find it in orbit right now.
It's just basic physics.
In orbit. Was that so difficult to figure out? I mean, you're my science guy, right?
To leave her past self behind, Carol changed her green Kree uniform to a new red and blue suit. Without wasting time, they took off in the plane, heading straight towards space near Earth's orbit. Carol activated the cloaking device on her arm, and a massive, invisible spaceship gradually revealed itself before everyone's eyes like a dream. Once aboard the ship, they immediately found the Tesseract. At the same time, Talos found his family and the remaining Skrulls. It turned out that, with Wendy Lawson's help, these Skrulls had escaped the Kree's pursuit and were hiding here.
We didn't know what to do. Marvel warned us not to send a signal for any reason. The Kree would find us.
You did the right thing.
However, their peace was shattered by a sudden intrusion. Jan-Rog and his Kree soldiers stormed the ship. Carol was about to fight back, but she suddenly felt her powers being suppressed by an invisible force. Jan-Rog had secretly placed a power-suppressing chip on her neck. Meanwhile, Fury and a few others were also captured.
Species lurking. Threat high.
It's a cat, not Hannibal Lecter.
Species human male. Threat low to none.
Load the Flurkin onto the Helion. Eject the others into space.
Jan-Rog connected Carol to the Supreme Intelligence once again, trying to brainwash her, but Carol was not one to yield easily. The unwavering strength in her heart, refusing to submit, began to surge.
My name is Carol. Fighting with one arm tied behind my back. But what happens when I'm finally set free?
At last, through constant struggle, Carol broke free from the Supreme Intelligence's hold. As she stood up again, she effortlessly ripped off the suppression chip, and the photon energy inside her erupted like a volcano. At that moment, Captain Marvel was truly born. Her body radiated light, and with a single motion, she knocked the Kree soldiers to the ground and reclaimed the Tesseract. This left Fury, who had never seen anything like it, completely stunned. Carol wanted Fury to safeguard the Tesseract, but knowing its immense power, he was hesitant to touch it. At that moment, the Flurkin, Goose, opened its mouth and swallowed the Tesseract. Carol was visibly stunned by this unexpected event. She quickly recovered and decided to take action. Carol and Maria helped the Skrulls evacuate, while Carol took the empty box and made her way toward the bridge to confront Yanrog. The Kree attempted to surround her from both sides, planning to capture her in one strike, but Carol punched the bridge, shattering it in an instant. Bronchar was left dumbfounded by the collapsing bridge. He tried to fight back, but a single punch from Carol knocked him out cold. One by one, the rest of the Kree soldiers tried to take her down, but none could match Carol's power. At that moment, Bronchar sneaked up behind Carol, catching her off guard. He knocked her to the ground and pinned her under a heavy metal beam, but within moments, Carol unleashed her immense power, shattering the beam that had bound her. Yanrog awoke from the wreckage and seized the opportunity to attack Carol while she was unguarded. She barely managed to block his strikes. In the end, Yanrog couldn't defeat Carol. He only managed to knock the box from her hands. Rog looks at the empty box and realizes he's been tricked. Meanwhile, Fury and the others, while attempting to escape, were pursued by Kree soldiers. In a moment of crisis, Goose transformed once again, opening its massive mouth and instantly devouring all the Kree pursuers. They quickly boarded the ship with the Skrulls and narrowly escaped, heading back toward Earth. But Yanrog, unwilling to accept defeat, prepared to chase them down in his fighter jet. Carol sensed his plan and tried to intercept him, but she was unexpectedly thrown into space. Just as Carol was about to fall back to Earth, a powerful energy surged from within her. Her eyes began to glow, and she shot into the sky with incredible speed, destroying Rog's ship in a single, swift strike. At that moment, Carol had gained the ability to fly faster than the speed of light. Rog's ship couldn't withstand the immense force and ultimately crashed to the ground. However, at that moment, the Kree warlord Ronan arrived with his massive fleet to assist. Without hesitation, he fired several missiles at Earth, powerful enough to destroy the planet. Faced with this dire threat, Carol didn't hesitate. She flew directly into the swarm of missiles, stopping them with her bare hands, and then hurled them back toward Ronan's fleet. Ronan was visibly shocked by her feat.
C-53 doesn't have a defense system advanced enough to destroy our warheads. Take her down.
He sent out wave after wave of fighter ships to attack Carol, but not only did their attacks fail to harm her, she easily destroyed them one by one. Finally, with one swift, powerful flight maneuver, Carol single-handedly obliterated an entire battleship. She then flew up to Ronan's warship and unleashed a massive energy blast as a warning. Seeing this display of power, Ronan had no choice but to retreat. After her incredible victory, Carol returned to Earth. Having witnessed everything, Yanrog realized he could never defeat Carol. In desperation, he taunted her, challenging her to a one-on-one fight without powers. But in a heroic show of strength, Carol simply grabbed Rog, stuffed him back into his ship, and sent him flying back to the distant Kree homeworld. Meanwhile, Fury was playing with Goose. What seemed like a harmless interaction quickly took a turn when Goose swiped at Fury, instantly scratching one of his eyes. Fury didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a minor cat scratch. But Talos knew the true danger of a Flurkin and realized that Fury's eye was permanently damaged. And that's how Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, lost his eye. At the end of the movie, Carol handed Fury the pager she had modified when she first arrived on Earth. She warned him to only use it in the event of a real emergency and never to send unnecessary messages. Carol then set off on a journey through space with the Skrulls to help them find a new home. Back at SHIELD, having witnessed the incredible power of aliens, Fury decided to form a special team to prepare for future extraterrestrial threats. He recalled that Carol's call sign on her fighter jet had been Avenger, and so he named this new team the Avengers. Time passed, and when Thanos gathered the 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, Fury began to fade away. In that crucial moment, Fury used the pager to contact Captain Marvel, who was far away in space. And so, in Avengers: Endgame, Captain Marvel returned, using her extraordinary powers to overpower Thanos and standing as a godlike protector of peace in the universe. The movie ends here, but the next chapter promises even more excitement. Marvel fans can check out my profile for more content. More thrilling adventures await. Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. According to the story timeline, this is the third film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe series Iron Man 1 released in 2008. A superhero who can be said to have saved Marvel. A superhero who, in the hearts of Marvel fans, is arguably ranked number 1. The story takes place in 2009. At this point, it's been about 14 years since the events of Captain Marvel and about 5 years until Captain America wakes up. Back then, Iron Man's father, Howard, along with Dr. Erskine, injected Steve with the super soldier serum, creating the strongest super soldier of World War II Captain America star. Howard also made the ultimate weapon for Captain America, his shield. After the war, Howard participated in multiple national research projects, including studying the Tesseract. Howard used the Tesseract to create the arc reactor, which provided a continuous energy source for his company, Stark Industries. Howard also participated in the Manhattan Project. That's right, alongside Oppenheimer and others, developing the atomic bomb. Many other products, from spaceships to tanks, were also produced by Howard or Stark Industries. This led Stark Industries to become a commercial empire in the US and globally. Unfortunately, in 1991, Howard and his wife died in a car accident. At that time, Iron Man, also known as Tony, was just 21 years old, and he was forced to take over the family business. Tony inherited his father's genius intelligence. At just 4 years old, he designed a circuit board. At 17, he graduated from MIT and, in the same year, created the robot dummy. As an adult, he invented countless industrial products for the military, winning numerous awards. Tony had more money than he could ever spend and an endless string of romantic encounters. You could say that these traits were completely different from previous superheroes. Yet he became the man countless others dreamed of being. So, how did this genius, seemingly content to indulge in a world of luxury and extravagance, end up becoming a superhero who saved the world? Let's find out. At a US military base in Afghanistan, Tony was conducting a product demonstration. With a simple wave of his hand, a missile shot into the sky like lightning, splitting into multiple warheads that precisely hit their targets. These powerful weapons were his creations, but what Tony didn't know was that he had almost died because of these weapons. After a successful demonstration, Tony was ambushed on his way back. A missile struck his convoy, leaving no survivors among his security team. As he watched his personal bodyguard torn apart by gunfire, Tony quickly jumped out of the car, leaning against a rock. He pulled out his phone to call for help, but what happened next left him stunned. A missile landed right at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a product from his own company. There was no escape. He could only watch in horror as the blast wave sent him flying. For someone constantly exposed to the threat of missiles, this moment was a matter of life and death. Luckily, the special Kevlar armor he wore absorbed part of the impact, allowing him to narrowly survive. Through his blurred consciousness, Tony saw someone working on his torso, the searing pain forcing an uncontrollable scream. Soon after, someone covered his mouth, and he lost consciousness. When Tony woke up again, he found himself in a dimly lit cave, with a stranger standing nearby. Fighting through the pain, Tony yanked out a tube that was inserted into his lungs. Days of being bedridden had left his limbs stiff, making any movement difficult. He reached for a cup of water but accidentally knocked it over. He tried to stand up, only to feel something pulling at him. Turning around, he saw a car battery connected to a device implanted in his chest. Frantically, Tony ripped off the bandages, revealing a round piece of metal embedded deep in his chest. It was then that he realized the man before him was the doctor who had operated on him, the one he had seen in his hazy dream. Tony demanded to know what had been done to his body and what the electromagnet in his chest was. However, the stranger told Tony that without this device, he would have already died. It turned out that the explosion had filled Tony's body with shrapnel. Dr. Ensign had managed to remove most of the fragments through surgery, but due to the primitive conditions in the cave, the smaller shards couldn't be extracted. If the fragments reached Tony's heart, he wouldn't survive. The electromagnet in his chest was an incredibly strong magnet designed to keep the shrapnel in place, preventing it from reaching a fatal position. Though Tony's life had been saved, he was now permanently tethered to a car battery. To make matters worse, the The militants who had captured him not only threatened Tony to build weapons for them, but also showed him a stockpile of weapons bearing the Stark Industries logo. This left Tony deeply confused. He couldn't understand how his company's weapons had ended up in their hands.
You have everything you need to build the Jericho missile. He wants you to make the list of materials.
وبعد كده بالسلامة يا قلبي تروح على بيتك.
He says for you to start working immediately, and when you're done, he will set you free.
When the militants made their demands, Tony refused outright, only to suffer brutal torture as a result. Realizing he had no choice but to bide his time, Tony reluctantly agreed. The leader of the group then ordered him to build, using the available resources, the same missile he had recently demonstrated to the US military. At this moment, Tony had a bold plan in mind. He decided to use the available weapons and resources to escape, and the first step was to free himself from his physical restraints. Tony realized the car battery had become a burden, so he decided to dismantle a missile by hand, extracting its most valuable parts.
That's palladium, 0.15 grams. You need at least 1.6, so why don't you go break down the other 11?
After melting down all the metal plates, he poured the liquid into a mold, creating a pure palladium ring. Next, he mounted a permanent magnet and carefully soldered the coils in place. Finally, he created the miniature reactor that would later become the core of Iron Man's heart.
But what could it generate?
If my math is right, I don't know as is, 3 gigajoules per second.
That could run your heart for 50 lifetimes.
With his survival secured, Tony began plotting his escape. He noticed the biggest obstacle was the surveillance camera above. As a group of guards watched them 24/7, to avoid their gaze, Tony cleverly pieced together blueprints to design what would become the famous Mark-I suit. This was their hope for freedom. During breaks, Tony asked Ensign about his past and learned that Ensign was also a scientist captured by the militants. Ensign had been waiting for a chance to go home, so he was determined to help Tony complete the Mark-I. The two of them worked day and night in the cave. While outside, the militants remained completely unaware, thinking Tony was hard at work on their weapons. As the parts for the Mark-I gradually came together, the rebels in the surveillance room noticed that what Tony was building was very different from the expected missile. They mistakenly thought Tony was making an upgraded weapon for them. However, when 10 Rings leader Raza saw Tony testing the leg unit of the Mark-I on camera, he decided to investigate personally. Bringing his men into the cave, Raza's group conducted a thorough search of the cave but found nothing suspicious. Frustrated, Raza turned to Ensign and threatened him, saying that if he didn't reveal what they had been building, he would force a red-hot iron ball into his mouth. Despite the threats, Ensign remained unusually calm, as if he had already prepared himself for this moment. Fortunately, Tony appeared just in time and struck a deal with Raza, promising to deliver the missile to him the next day, but on the condition that Ensign must continue to work as his assistant. Though Raza was suspicious, he ultimately decided to leave. At this moment, Raza had no idea that what he would receive the next day was far from the missile he was expecting. As time passed, the final piece of the Mark-I, the steel helmet, was finally completed. Tony donned a specially made leather jacket, protective gloves, and a scarf, then cautiously climbed inside the armor. With Ensign's help, Tony began the final preparations. All of this took place in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. When Tony disappeared from view, Raza felt a surge of unease once again and hastily ordered his men to check on the situation. By this time, the bomb Tony had placed by the entrance had already been activated, killing 2 rebel guards. This unexpected turn of events disrupted Tony's plan. The Mark-I system hadn't fully loaded yet, and a large group of militants was already gathering at the cave entrance. To protect Tony, Ensign decided to face them alone. He grabbed a rifle from the ground and charged out. Ensign faced the incoming militants without fear. However, he never intended to hurt anyone with the weapon in his hand, but his kindness was not recognized by the rebels. Fortunately, Ensign bought Tony valuable time. As the progress bar slowly reached the end, the Mark-I finally powered up. With a single punch, Tony sent an enemy flying, and he pressed forward, fearlessly taking out several more under a hail of bullets. At this moment, he seemed like the ultimate human weapon. Although Tony was focused on the fight, his mind was still most concerned about Ensign's safety. Meanwhile, Raza was lying in wait nearby, ready to strike at the right moment. When Tony finally appeared, Raza fired a grenade, but his poor aim failed to hit Tony. In response, Tony fired back with a grenade of his own, swiftly defeating the enemy leader. However, Ensign lay gravely wounded nearby. Seeing his close friend in such a critical state, Tony begged him to hold on, but Ensign refused, as losing his family had made him see this situation as a form of release. After silently saying goodbye to Ensign, Tony had no time to dwell in his grief, as there were more pressing matters at hand. He stepped out of the cave. Facing a barrage of gunfire and explosions, Tony pulled out his flamethrower, vowing to burn those who had caused so much destruction to ashes. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have suffered such torment. If it weren't for them, Ensign and his family wouldn't have died. Without mercy, Tony set the entire arsenal ablaze, destroying every weapon until nothing was left. Then, he activated the escape system and blasted out from the fiery wreckage. However, since the miniature arc reactor couldn't support the massive Mark I in flight, the suit eventually plummeted straight into the desert, scattering its parts across the sand. Luckily, the core protection system remained intact, and Tony survived. Not long after, military helicopters spotted Tony in the desert. His close friend, Colonel Rhodey, personally came to retrieve him and safely brought Tony back to the US. The first thing Tony did upon returning home was to hold a nationwide press conference. After witnessing the horrifying use of his weapons firsthand, Tony made a shocking decision. A weapons company would no longer sell arms but would instead turn to charity work, a decision that sparked heated debate across the country. Stark Industries' stock price plummeted. But for Tony, this experience had given him a heart set on saving the world. Back at the company, Tony decided to give himself a stronger heart. This new reactor could generate the equivalent of a year's worth of power for a nuclear power plant every second, equating to 10 billion joules of energy per second. However, the upgrade process was fraught with danger. A single mistake could incinerate Tony with the enormous energy. Fortunately, his resourceful secretary, Pepper, assisted him. Together, they successfully completed the upgrade. When it came to disposing of the old reactor, Pepper asked Tony for his opinion, but Tony left the decision to her. At that moment, Tony was focused on a much more important task. The introduction of the new reactor not only provided more powerful energy support but also pushed Tony to start working on an upgraded version of the Mark I. With the help of the AI, Jarvis, Tony re-evaluated the Mark I design, removing the bulky and redundant components. Tony knew that the propulsion system from last time had its shortcomings, so he dedicated significant time and effort to improving it. After tireless work, the experimental model was finally complete. The first flight test was about to begin. For this test flight, the robot DUME was in charge of emergency fire control, while you was responsible for recording the entire process. Under manual control, Tony adjusted the thrust to 10, an action that clearly surprised him. However, it also proved that Tony's theory was sound. With just a few adjustments to the balance and output power, he could achieve perfect control of the flight. The key to balance was adding power to the hands to adjust posture. This theory was solid. The next step was to design experiments to verify it. After 11 days and 37 test runs, Tony finally mastered the art of flight, though he still needed to improve his directional control. Even though one of his $1 million sports cars was heavily damaged during testing, Tony didn't care too much, because the success of the Mark II meant he had reached his goal. With his mask on and Jarvis assisting, the Mark II began its automatic assembly. The entire suit adjusted itself to Tony's body, making precise calibrations until it perfectly aligned with his movement needs. An excited Tony activated the propulsion system, and the Mark II shot out of the base at incredible speed, soaring into the sky. Its superior mobility, combined with Jarvis's AI, made Tony feel like a warrior among the heavens. Tony flew over the city, beginning an extreme test, sprinting at full speed and making a 90-degree vertical climb. However, when he reached 8 kilometers high, the low temperature caused the surface of the Mark II to freeze, eventually leading to the engines and system shutting down, sending him into a free fall. Fortunately, Tony managed to manually activate the de-icing system, allowing the Mark II to narrowly escape disaster at the last moment. After this lesson, Tony's first task upon returning home was to upgrade the Mark II once again. He quickly realized that the Mark II's body was too heavy, which became an urgent issue to address. So, he decided to replace the original metal surface with lighter aerospace-grade titanium alloy. This change not only solved the Mark II's freezing issue at high altitudes but also significantly reduced its body weight, further enhancing its operational endurance. A triple win. After solving those technical issues, Tony finally noticed the birthday gift Pepper had left for him. It turned out that Pepper had kept the old reactor that Tony had replaced and gifted it to him as a birthday present. Next to the core was a heartfelt inscription from Pepper. This gesture filled Tony with a warm feeling. Just then, a news report on the television caught Tony's attention. His company was hosting a charity gala, yet he hadn't received an invitation. This surprised Tony. It seemed his recent low-profile behavior had caused him to miss out on some things. So, Tony decided to change the color scheme of the Mark III to a bold red. As a symbol of his reappearance, he left the assembly work to his AI assistant, Jarvis. A few weeks later, Tony decided to re-enter the public eye, but this time, he wasn't there to flirt. He walked straight up to Pepper and asked her for a dance. Faced with her boss's invitation, Pepper couldn't refuse, but she was also hesitant. In such a public setting, it was awkward for her. Tony had a reputation as a playboy, and she worried that people might gossip, suggesting she had risen through the ranks by using him. Pepper told Tony she needed some fresh air and explained her concerns. Tony assured her that he simply wanted to invite her to dance, nothing more. But the truth was, Pepper had always had feelings for Tony. In the ambiguous atmosphere, they almost couldn't help but kiss, but Tony made an excuse and left. Soon after, Christine approached Tony and told him that his weapons were being used by terrorists to massacre innocent civilians. This left Tony both confused and furious, and he went to Obadiah to get answers. Obadiah admitted that he had requested the board to suspend Tony, as Tony's actions were affecting the company's profits. This was the first time Tony had been betrayed by someone close to him. With the company no longer on his side, the responsibility of protecting his friends and home now rested on his shoulders alone. At that moment, the Mark III was fully assembled. Watching the brutality of the rebels on TV, Tony's heart burned with rage. He swore to make them pay for their crimes. And so, the Mark III was activated, and the most iconic Iron Man moment began. Tony flew from the US to the Middle East, arriving at Inson's hometown. The town had become a living hell. The men had been killed, and the women and children had been taken. In their endless despair, the refugees could only pray to the heavens, but the only response they received was the brutal fists and kicks of the rebels. A young boy watched as his father was about to be executed, and his heart raged with despair. But just at the critical moment, Iron Man and his Mark III suit suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly taking out the rebel soldiers with a thunderous force. He dispatched 3 enemies with a powerful repulsor blast from his palm. However, the rebels used women and children as human shields, forcing Tony to lower his hands. He decided to handle the situation with more strategy. The Mark III was no longer the crude Mark I. It was now equipped with advanced weapons systems, enough to make these villains pay for their crimes. The rebel leader, hiding in the shadows and preparing to send a distress message, was suddenly grabbed by Iron Man and violently thrown into the town square, right in front of the helpless refugees. Iron Man's eyes then locked onto the rebel armory. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a missile hit him, sending him crashing into the town. As he struggled to climb out of the crater, another missile came roaring toward him. Fortunately, Iron Man reacted quickly, dodging the attack and retaliating by firing a piercing round that obliterated the enemy tank. Reascending into the sky, Iron Man unleashed another repulsor blast, destroying the armory and wiping out the remaining rebels in one swift strike. The battle was finally over, and the town returned to peace. Tony thought everything had been resolved, but he didn't anticipate the sudden appearance of 2 F-22 Raptors, ghost-like in the sky. It turned out that the armory Iron Man had just blown up belonged to the US military. Even though the Mark III was capable of supersonic flight, it couldn't outrun the advanced Sidewinder missiles locked onto him. Iron Man, realizing the danger, quickly activated his emergency measures. The flares from his legs sent him tumbling through the air, but relying on his experience and quick reflexes, he successfully adjusted his position and took cover beneath the fighter jet. The skilled pilot immediately performed a barrel roll, trying to shake Iron Man off the plane. However, the flung Iron Man collided with the trailing jet. The pilot was forced to eject, but his parachute got unexpectedly tangled. Panic spread through the control room as everyone watched, fearing the worst. However, just when they believed there was no hope left for the pilot, Iron Man miraculously appeared once again. Using his incredible strength, he freed the jammed parachute. Only when the parachute was successfully deployed did Iron Man leave with peace of mind. The next day, the military disguised the incident as a drill accident, successfully hiding it from the media and the public. However, Tony's partner, Obadiah, grew suspicious of the whole affair. Obadiah began investigating and discovered that the Mark I armor Tony had left behind in the desert had been found and repaired by the rebels. Realizing the power of the suit, the rebel leader Raza proposed a partnership with Obadiah, hoping he would replicate hundreds of these armors to conquer all of Asia. But Obadiah didn't take these rebel bandits seriously. He casually pulled out Tony's paralyzing device and immobilized Raza, then ordered his guards to kill all the rebels. Upon returning to the company, Obadiah immediately pushed the project forward, aiming to make it the company's next-generation flagship weapon. However, the chief scientist, William, informed Obadiah that they couldn't shrink the large reactor down to the size of a fist. This left Obadiah deeply frustrated. Meanwhile, Tony was unaware of any of this. His sole focus now was to destroy all weapons being manufactured through illegal channels. Since he had been removed from the company, Tony had no choice but to ask Pepper to steal the weapons list from his office. Worried that Tony might end up in danger, Pepper firmly refused his request. Tony felt confused and helpless. He didn't understand why. After he had finally awakened to his purpose and wanted to contribute to world peace, Pepper couldn't support him. Moved by Tony's conviction, and perhaps swayed by the pleading look in his eyes, Pepper finally agreed to help him. Pepper then snuck into Tony's office. She had planned to quietly take the weapons list, but she unexpectedly discovered a secret project, an armored suit codenamed Ironmonger. She also stumbled upon a video revealing the truth about Tony's kidnapping. It turned out that Obadiah was behind everything, the kidnapping and all that had happened to Tony. Just as she was about to copy the crucial files, Obadiah suddenly entered the office. Luckily, Pepper was able to cover the transmission device with a magazine and escaped with her life. As she left the office, Obadiah realized that Pepper had come to steal information. He wanted to stop her, but S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson was already meeting Pepper downstairs, forcing Obadiah to hold back. Realizing that his secret was out, Obadiah decided to take drastic action. He ambushed Tony, using the paralyzing device to incapacitate him, and forcibly removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Without the reactor, Tony wouldn't survive for more than 15 minutes. Obadiah even threatened to kill Pepper, and then Obadiah left Tony to face the fear of death alone. In his life-or-death moment, Tony remembered the old reactor he had once told Pepper to throw away, which was still in the basement lab. That small gift was now Tony's only hope for survival. Using every ounce of his strength, Tony tried to reach the old reactor but couldn't quite grasp it. Just as despair began to close in, the robot DUME delivered the old reactor to him. Then Rhodey arrived in time to give Tony the big news. Pepper and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were already on their way to apprehend Obadiah. Tony realized that the armor he had built was immensely powerful. If Pepper and the agents confronted Obadiah, they were walking into certain death. He had to act immediately. At this moment, Obadiah had gained access to the power of the mini-arc reactor and was eager to experience the strength of the Ironmonger suit. What he didn't know was that Pepper and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were already on their way to confront him. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Pepper was nearly knocked out by a powerful blow, but fortunately, a sturdy concrete wall shielded her from the worst of it. She fled outside, only to find the Ironmonger bursting through the ground, its weapon aimed directly at her. She had nowhere to run and could only watch in terror as the threat loomed over her. Just as disaster seemed imminent, Iron Man arrived like a savior, his impact knocking both the Ironmonger and Pepper onto the street. A massive showdown was about to begin. Ironmonger lifted a car, ready to smash it down on Iron Man. To protect the passengers inside, Tony quickly redirected his energy and fired a blast from his chest, pushing Ironmonger back. He then caught the falling car in one swift motion, but fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. A female driver, in a panic, accidentally hit the gas instead of the brakes, dragging Iron Man along with her, sparks flying everywhere. After struggling, Iron Man finally regained his footing, only to be knocked down by another heavy blow from Ironmonger. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The energy in Iron Man's old reactor was running dangerously low. While Ironmonger's attack showed no sign of stopping, Ironmonger grabbed Iron Man and hurled him into a bus, then fired a laser-guided missile. However, the superior balance of the Mark III allowed Tony to dodge mid-air and continue engaging Ironmonger. To Tony's surprise, his opponent had also equipped a propulsion system. Now, Iron Man wasn't the only one who could fly. As the creator of the armor, Tony knew his adversary's weaknesses. He decided to use the last of his remaining energy to pilot the Mark III straight into the sky. Ironmonger followed closely behind. With its superior power, Ironmonger managed to grab Iron Man by the ankle, ready to finish him off. But just as Obadiah was about to deliver the final blow, his entire system suddenly lost power and shut down. With a light tap from Iron Man, Ironmonger began to plummet in free fall. However, Iron Man's situation was far from ideal. The excessive energy consumption made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his balance. Fortunately, Jarvis activated the backup power just in time, allowing the Mark III to make a rough but safe landing. Ironmonger suddenly lunged at him from behind. Tony quickly dodged the strike. When Iron Man tried to raise his arm to counterattack, he realized his repulsor had already been depleted. At this point, Iron Man was at a serious disadvantage, and he could only fight back with one hand. What seemed like a simple hit caused the once strong Mark III to begin showing signs of damage, cracks forming on its surface. Tony quickly deployed his flares, and the intense burst of light temporarily blinded Obadiah, also disrupting Ironmonger's precision targeting system. This gave Iron Man a chance to escape. Tony contacted Pepper and instructed her to activate all the switches for the arc reactor. Tony's plan was to overload the company's large reactor to destroy Ironmonger. To buy Pepper more time, Tony decided to confront the enemy head-on and draw Obadiah's attention. However, the energy-drained Mark III was no match for Ironmonger. After several brutal clashes, Iron Man was knocked to the ground, his helmet reduced to useless scrap. Feeling triumphant, Obadiah taunts Tony with arrogant remarks, but Obadiah forgot the classic mistake villains often make: talking too much. He raised his arm to finish Tony off, but with his targeting system damaged, none of his shots hit their mark. Meanwhile, Pepper was ready. All she needed was for Tony to get clear before she could trigger the reactor, but Tony no longer had the strength to escape.
Oh, still, you little prick.
You told me not to!
Just do it!
You die!
The violent explosion throws Tony into the air, but it also saves his life. Obadiah wasn't so lucky. The massive surge of electricity coursed through his body, shooting him into the sky. When the energy dissipated, Obadiah lost consciousness and plummeted into the reactor, turning to dust. Tony lay motionless nearby, the only sign of life coming from the faint glow of the arc reactor in his chest. After a night of rest, Tony slowly began to recover. The military prepared a press conference for Tony, complete with a carefully crafted speech to once again pass off the previous night's events as a military exercise. However, as Tony stood before the reporters, he remembered the promise he had made to shut down his company's weapons development. He decided not to hide the truth any longer, and so he delivered the now iconic line,
Truth is, I am Iron Man.
At the end of the film, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury arrived at Tony's home, officially inviting him to join the Avengers initiative. This decision not only opened a new chapter for Tony but also signaled the rise and expansion of the Avengers. Stay tuned for the next episode. Marvel fans, head over to my page for more exciting content. There's plenty more to explore. Today, let's dive once again into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. According to the storyline timeline, this is the fourth film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is Iron Man 2. Released in 2010, the events of Iron Man 2 take place in the same year as the Incredible Hulk and the first Thor, but a bit earlier than theirs. Rumor has it that Iron Man is on the brink of death this time around. What's going on? Let's find out. It turns out that the arc reactor in Tony's chest, which keeps the fragments of shrapnel from entering his heart, runs primarily on palladium. This causes a high level of palladium in Tony's bloodstream. When the concentration of palladium in his blood reaches 100%, Tony will die. Faced with the reality of his impending death, even the once cheerful Tony can't help but feel a bit melancholic. In one of his final moments, Tony sits atop a giant donut, enjoying the sweetness that fate has seemingly offered him. Though his heart remains untouched by it, Tony realizes his life is burning out like a candle in the wind, and he decides to complete all his plans before he reaches the end. Life must leave no regrets. In the nighttime city sky, Iron Man leaps out of a plane, clad in his Mark IV armor. Streaking through the bustling night like a meteor, he lands directly in the center of a stage. In that instant, all eyes are on him, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Tony, in his most flamboyant display ever, demonstrated the transformation process of the Mark IV armor and declared that as long as Iron Man exists, the world will never lose hope for peace. To achieve this goal, Tony even announces that he will host a year-long technology expo in search of his successor, while the crowd celebrates his courage and brilliance. No one notices that in the corner of the stage, Tony stares down at the device in his hand, a troubled look on his face. As his AI assistant Jarvis had warned, frequent use of the armor is rapidly worsening his condition, but Tony must still don the Mark IV suit, as the military has already set its sights on him. Ever since Tony revealed his identity on television, the military has been trying to take his technology in the name of serving the people. They've even brought in Tony's competitors to try and tarnish the image of his armor during a hearing, but Tony knows their true intentions. If he hands over the suit, it will end up in the hands of terrorists. Therefore, in the courtroom, Tony's words were so strong that he even hacked into the projection system to show everyone the progress of other countries' mecha development.
Yeah, I'd say most countries 5-10 years away. Hammer Industries 20.
I'd like to point out that that test pilot survived.
I think we're done is the point that he's making. I don't think there's any reason.
The point is, you're welcome, I guess. Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor. I have successfully privatized world peace.
Tony's sharp and powerful words left the senators utterly humiliated. After dealing with the military's issues, Tony returned to his lab and quickly downed a large glass of chlorophyll to slow the spread of the toxin, but the test results were not promising overnight. Tony's poisoning had worsened by 5%, and the toxin was beginning to ravage his body. This only strengthened Tony's resolve to move forward with his plan to create a better future for the ones he loves. His solution was to hand over Stark Industries to Pepper, officially appointing her as the new CEO. Pepper, however, didn't think much of it. She saw the appointment as a sign of Tony's trust and confidence in her. In the afternoon, Pepper invited Natalie, who was a secretary, to handle the transfer of the company. When Tony faced the alluring Natalie, he once again felt a surge of emotion, prompting him to secretly look into her background. This action made Pepper a little jealous. However, Tony's condition continued to deteriorate, leading him to contemplate more reckless actions. He decided to participate in a high-profile car race. With intense enthusiasm, Tony replaced the driver who had been prepared for the race, though he felt a little nervous when he first hit the track. The moment the car roared to life, all his emotions were drowned out by the engine's thunder, and all he could see was his competition. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a crisis was quietly unfolding off the track. A worker suddenly entered the track and ran toward the speeding cars. He ripped open his shirt, revealing an arc reactor just like Tony's, and flung out electric whips powered by the reactor, igniting his shirt and exposing a mechanical exoskeleton underneath. Whiplash's target was Tony, and with a single lash of his whip, he sliced the valuable race car in half. Tony's car flipped wildly through the air. Fortunately, the car's advanced safety features saved Tony's life. Seeing Tony in danger, Pepper and Happy rushed to the racetrack with the Mark V suit. However, Tony's situation was worse than they had imagined. Whiplash approached Tony's wrecked car and, with one swing, split the cockpit in two. Luckily, Tony had already escaped to the back. He fought back, but his attacks had no effect on Whiplash, and he was quickly beaten into a sorry state. As Whiplash closed in, the air on the racetrack became thick with the scent of death. Thinking on his feet, Tony leaped away at the exact moment Whiplash swung his whip. The whip rebounded onto a fuel tank, triggering a massive explosion. Tony had a brief moment to catch his breath, leaning against an iron fence, but there was no escape. Thankfully, Pepper and Happy arrived just in time, slamming into Whiplash with their car at full speed. They thought the crisis was over, but to their surprise, Whiplash showed incredible resilience, withstanding multiple hits from the Rolls-Royce. Whiplash sliced the Rolls-Royce in half. Pepper quickly threw the briefcase, and the Mark V suit activated. However, Tony's actions were interrupted by Whiplash's whip, severely damaging the armor on his left arm, leaving Tony to rely solely on his right hand for attacks. But the two repulsor blasts Tony fired were effortlessly deflected by Whiplash, and instead, Tony found himself entangled by the electrified whips. Tony crashed hard onto the ground, being ruthlessly tossed around like a toy by Whiplash. The Mark V armor was critically damaged, with sparks flying in all directions. Facing such a dire situation, Tony swiftly changed tactics. He decided to abandon long-range attacks and allowed the whips to wrap around his arm and body, taking the risk of destroying his suit. Tony closed in on Whiplash, landing 2 heavy hooks followed by a shoulder throw. Finally subduing him, Tony quickly tore the arc reactor from Whiplash's chest, bringing the crisis to a temporary end. However, Tony was filled with confusion toward this crazed enemy in front of him. He couldn't understand why this man had attacked him in a public setting. Moreover, this reactor was the culmination of his father's life's work. His father had once declared that no one could replicate it within 20 years. So how had Whiplash obtained this technology? With these questions in mind, Tony went to the interrogation room to visit Whiplash. It turned out that Whiplash had a tragic background. His real name was Ivan Vanko, and his father Anton had once been one of the founders of Stark Industries. Anton had been one of the key figures behind the reactor's development, but in the end, he was exiled for a crime he didn't commit. After returning to Russia, the father and son were banished to Siberia by the Russian government, and their lives fell into dire straits. Up until Anton's dying breath, Ivan and his father were convinced that everything had been part of Howard's scheme to take full control of Stark Industries. Ivan's assassination attempt was aimed at exposing the true face of Tony and his family, and to destroy the heroic image of Iron Man in the public's mind.
Family of thieves and butchers. And now, like all guilty men.
Before leaving, Tony gave Ivan a suggestion. If he doubled the improvement on the core coil and added a plasma thruster, he might actually achieve his goal. Tony had thought this sarcastic remark would leave Ivan to spend the rest of his life in regret. Little did he know, he had planted a massive ticking time bomb. Soon after, Ivan was sent to prison. However, in prison, Ivan noticed that the guard delivering his meal had a deeper meaning behind his gaze. He immediately sensed that something was off. Underneath a water cup, he found a hidden note. And when he picked up the steamed bun, he found a C4 bomb inside. All of this made him realize that someone was trying to help him escape. Not long after, the guard brought Ivan a cellmate. From their appearance to their prison number, they were nearly identical. It was obvious that this was a decoy arranged for him. Ivan swiftly and efficiently disposed of the man, then placed the explosives on the wall and took the guard's key. Just like that, he walked out of the prison openly. Under the strict protection of 2 guards, Ivan was gently escorted into a pickup truck and taken to meet a mysterious figure. The mysterious figure turned out to be none other than Justin, the competitor Tony had humiliated during the Senate hearing. It turned out that Justin had been searching for armor technology to surpass Tony's. When he saw the footage of Ivan's assassination attempt on Tony, Justin also noticed the reactor in Tony's chest. He proposed a partnership with Ivan to create an armor that could outmatch Iron Man. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Ivan agreed. Ivan then easily hacked into the control systems of Justin's company's armor. Looking at Justin's firewall code, Ivan couldn't help but sneer. Ivan climbed a ladder and yanked off the head of the armor. After examining it closely, a revenge plan had already formed in his mind. He decided to use his armor technology as the foundation for his revenge. Meanwhile, Justin was already fantasizing about releasing a suit that would surpass Iron Man, envisioning himself becoming a top-tier billionaire.
I want to make Iron Man look like an antique. I want to know what I'm talking about.
I can do that, no problem.
But Tony had no idea about any of this. He was buried in his lab, immersed in a sea of data on Ivan. He finally realized that everything Ivan had said in prison was true. Upon learning the truth, Tony's emotions were a tumultuous mix, surging like stormy waves. At that moment, Rhodey brought Tony heartbreaking news. Because of the incident at the racetrack, the military had found an excuse to forcibly confiscate Tony's Iron Man armor. Just as Ivan had said, people no longer trusted the safety of Iron Man. The double blow, combined with the palladium poisoning, left Tony too weak to even stand. The toxin had already spread to Tony's neck, and his time was running out. He had to carry out his final plan. Rather than let the military seize his armor after his death, Tony would rather entrust it to his trusted friend. However, Rhodey's stubborn nature meant he would never accept such a gift easily. Tony had to wait for an opportunity, one where Rhodey would put on the armor voluntarily. That opportunity presented itself at Tony's birthday party. Knowing his end was near, Tony decided to abandon his usual low-key style and throw an extravagant birthday bash at his house. His wild and exaggerated behavior made Rhodey furious. Rhodey, who had been fighting with the military on Tony's behalf, was even more enraged when he saw Tony's reckless actions.
You know, the question I get asked most often is, Tony, how do you go to the bathroom in the suit? Just like that.
However, Tony's performance wasn't over yet. Fueled by alcohol, he randomly fired his repulsor beam into the crowd. He was treating the very suit that had protected so many as a plaything, completely disregarding the danger it posed. At that moment, he no longer appeared to be a hero, but merely a drunken man clad in armor. Rhodey couldn't stand it any longer. He thought to himself, asterisk, if you don't want to protect the country, then let me do it, asterisk.
Get out.
The two fought from the ballroom to the training grounds, from hand-to-hand combat to using all kinds of equipment, from aerial maneuvers to repulsor blast showdowns. This was Tony's final plan. He wanted to teach Rhodey how to operate the Mark II suit.
Shot. Put it down! Put it down! You take a shot? Take it!
After a violent explosion, Tony was too exhausted to get up. Rhodey gave him a disappointed look before strutting off in the Mark II suit. But Rhodey seems to have forgotten that he can't control the Mark II without Tony's permission. Watching Rhodey walk away, Tony's goal had been accomplished, but this final battle also accelerated the spread of the palladium in Tony's body. Tony knew his time was running out, and he chose to accept his fate. Calmly awaiting the end, Tony sat atop a giant donut, savoring his favorite food. As for S.H.I.E.L.D's recruitment offer, Tony showed little interest, as though he was on the verge of death. However, Fury handed Tony a box, saying it was from Howard and that what was inside could save his life. Tony is bewildered by this sudden fatherly love. In Tony's memory, his father had always been a cold and calculating man, never offering praise or affection, yet the contents of this box made Tony reassess his father. He opened it to find Howard's old belongings, including a blueprint for the arc reactor, an old newspaper, and 2 stacks of videotapes. The tapes captured Howard's vision for a future city. At first, Tony didn't think much of these items, but when his name was mentioned on the tape, he began to reflect on his relationship with his father.
I built this for you. And someday you'll realize that it represents a whole lot more than just people's inventions. It represents my life's work. This is the key to the future. I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you'll figure this out. And when you do, you will change the world. What is and always will be my greatest creation is you.
In his final moments, Tony found peace with his father. He let go of his resentment and reawakened the familial bond in his heart. Tony decides to save his last moments for the woman he loves most, so he drives to Pepper's office. However, because of Tony's previous reckless behavior, Pepper decided to give him the cold shoulder as punishment, and she left under the pretense of going on a business trip. Feeling dejected, Tony planned to go home and wait for fate to take its course, but he happened to spot a model of the future city. The model was something Howard had created for Tony. It reminded Tony of something unknown, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He decided to take the model home to study it further. With Jarvis's help, Tony scanned the model and projected it into the air. By clearing away distractions like roads and trees and focusing on the central structure as the framework, with the surrounding buildings as protons and neutrons, Tony realized it was a perfect spherical structure. This structure reminded Tony of a new element, one that might replace the palladium he needed, which means he doesn't have to die. At that moment, the love of a father, transcending half a century, finally struck Tony's heart. However, Jarvis reminded him that this new element couldn't be synthesized artificially, but Tony refused to give up. His father hadn't been able to complete it because he was limited by the technology of his time. Now, Tony would finish what his father could not. Tony picked up a sledgehammer and a power drill, tearing up the floor to lay down circuitry. He completed a job that would normally require an entire construction crew, all by himself. Coulson was originally tasked by S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep an eye on Tony, but he had to leave to attend to an emergency in Mexico. so he came to say goodbye when Tony saw that Coulson had found Captain America's shield.
You know what this is? Bring this to me. Exactly what I need to make this work. Lift the coil. Drop it. Drop it. Perfectly level.
He finally completed the last piece of his project. In his backyard, Tony built a high-energy particle accelerator. Carefully, he placed the prism inside the machine and activated it at maximum power. After adjusting the angle and direction of the prism with precision, a stream of blue high-energy particles shot out like an arrow. The powerful energy surged through every corner of Tony's home, whether it was the unbreakable steel-reinforced concrete walls or sturdy rail tracks. They were all effortlessly sliced through by this force. By the time the dust settled, half of Tony's house had collapsed. But the high-energy particle stream had hit the target dead on. As the brilliant blue light flickered, a new element was born. Eagerly, Tony extracted the new element and inserted it into the new core. It would take one more day of rigorous testing before it could fully replace the old core, but time was running out. With Ivan's assistance, Justin had completed the deployment of an armored drone army for land, sea, and air, and upgraded the Mark II suit into War Machine. At this moment, Justin was riding high, arrogantly declaring at the Stark Industries Expo that Tony's technology would soon be tossed into the trash heap of history. However, fate had its own plans. Ivan installed a program in all the war machines, and with a single command, he could instantly turn the entire expo into a wasteland. He had also taken Tony's advice and upgraded his electric whips. With everything ready, Ivan sent Tony a message, announcing his revenge and threatening to destroy the 40-year legacy of the Stark family within 40 minutes. Hearing this, Tony knew that if Ivan succeeded, it would be a desecration of his father's dream, something far more unbearable than death. Without hesitation, Tony ignored whether the new core had finished its tests and immediately inserted it into his chest. The blue glow in Tony's chest began to intensify, and the traces of palladium poisoning gradually faded under the power of this new element. The successful activation of the new core gave Tony a surge of confidence. He quickly suited up in the Mark VI and raced to the expo. After explaining the crisis to his friend Rhodey, all the war machines at the expo locked onto Iron Man as their target. All of this was part of Ivan's scheme from the shadows. To protect the civilians on the scene, Tony had no choice but to take to the sky, with War Machine and the Air Force's armored units following closely behind. Using the superior maneuverability of the Mark VI, Tony skillfully dodged the enemy's attacks. Not only did he come out unscathed, but he also pulled off a sharp turn in the battlefield, taking out the enemy without firing a single shot. With the war machines in the air neutralized, the land and sea war machines, controlled by Ivan, stormed out of the expo, launching indiscriminate attacks across the grounds. The sound of explosions filled the air, plunging the entire scene into chaos. One drone locked onto a young boy dressed as Iron Man. Fearlessly, the boy raised his toy weapon, ready to fight back. In that critical moment, Tony arrived just in time. His heroic figure planted the seed of courage in the young boy's heart, but War Machine was still hot on his heels. Tony couldn't fully retaliate, as he was concerned about Rhodey's safety. At this rate, the expo was going to turn into a living hell. At the key moment, Natalie sprang into action. She quickly teamed up with Happy, rushing toward Ivan's hideout. In the car, Natalie swiftly donned her combat gear. With her unique agility and outstanding martial arts skills, she defeated the guards head-on. Thanks to Happy's assistance, they easily dealt with all the security personnel. However, when they entered the control room, they found that the cunning Ivan had already fled. Despite this, Natalie successfully rebooted War Machine's system. At that moment, Tony temporarily broke free from Ivan's control, but his troubles were far from over. The remaining countless war machines surrounded him and Rhodey. The battle resumed as Mark VI and War Machine fought side by side, trusting each other and watching each other's backs amidst the relentless drone assault. However, the sheer number of drones seemed endless. Tony decided it was time to use his ultimate move. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Though the move was incredibly impressive, Tony could only use it once, and the danger was far from over. Ivan descended from the sky, returning for revenge in a specially upgraded suit. Ivan had taken Tony's earlier advice and enhanced his weapons. His electric whips crackled menacingly. Rhodey was ready too. But their attacks had no effect on Ivan's armor. Instead, Ivan's electric whips struck first, slicing off War Machine's Gatling gun and knocking Iron Man to the ground. Ivan withstood War Machine's barrage of fire, using his whips to ensnare Tony and Rhodey's necks, steadily draining the power from their suits. If this continued, both Tony and Rhodey were going to die. In this moment of despair, Tony suddenly communicated an idea to Rhodey, who immediately understood. As the dust settled, Ivan was barely clinging to life. However, in his final moments, he delivered a parting gift to Tony. Suddenly, alarms on all the drones started flashing. He had triggered their self-destruct systems. However, the low-level explosions posed no real threat to Tony. Ivan's true target was Pepper, far on the other side of the expo. His goal was to make Tony live the rest of his life in endless regret. Tony immediately realized this and swiftly activated the Mark 6 suit, pushing it to full power as he flew straight toward the other end of the expo. Just before the drones could self-destruct, he managed to grab Pepper and soar into the sky. In the brilliant flashes of light, Tony had saved Pepper, and in doing so, saved their love. However, having just survived a near-death experience, Pepper was overwhelmed. She was just a regular woman, longing for simple happiness and a peaceful life with Tony by her side. Seeing that Pepper couldn't calm down, Tony chose to comfort her with a kiss. That kiss solidified their relationship, moving it from ambiguous to clear. Later, Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Tony, inviting him to serve as an advisor to the Avengers. Tony took the opportunity to make a request of his own. He wanted the government to publicly recognize his heroism. In the end, the senator who had been at odds with Tony multiple times was forced to present the award, serving as the backdrop for Tony and Rhodey's moment of glory. It was the ultimate blow to the senator's pride. And with that, the movie drew to a close. According to the final scene, the story of Thor is about to unfold. But before that, let's first enjoy the tale of the Incredible Hulk. Stay tuned for more exciting content next time. We'll see you soon. Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. According to the timeline of events, this is the 5th movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, released in 2008 as The Incredible Hulk. The story of The Incredible Hulk takes place after the first 2 Iron Man films, which is the same year as Iron Man 2. Set in 2010, The Incredible Hulk's real name is Bruce Banner. Bruce is a brilliant nuclear physicist, but during an experiment, he was exposed to a massive amount of gamma radiation, causing a radical transformation in his body. Whenever his emotions become heightened, or his heart rate accelerates, he turns into the Incredible Hulk. During another experiment, Bruce lost control and accidentally hurt his colleagues and the woman he loved. He felt deeply guilty about it. What made it worse for Bruce was that his girlfriend's father, General Thunderbolt Ross, a military officer, wanted to dissect him and study the unique elements in his body to create biological weapons. To avoid the military's pursuit, Bruce went into hiding in a slum in Brazil, where he took on a new identity and worked in a soda bottling plant. He kept a low profile by doing manual labor and repairing machines to make ends meet. The factory owner admired his talent and repeatedly offered him promotions and raises, but Bruce always politely declined. Bruce knew that once his true identity was revealed, the consequences would be disastrous. To keep his emotions under control, Bruce spent a lot of time and money each day paying someone to slap him a few times so he could quickly adjust his breathing. However, no matter what he did, his heart rate would always skyrocket to 146 beats per minute. His daily companions were a television and his pet dog. On one hand, he had to constantly evade the military. On the other, he struggled to control the monster inside him. But his peaceful life was suddenly shattered by an unexpected event. One day, while operating the machines, Bruce cut his finger, and a single drop of blood fell onto the conveyor belt below. He was horrified. He immediately had a co-worker stop the machine and began a thorough inspection. Bruce wiped up the blood and sealed his wound with super glue. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, his blood had already made contact with a nearby bottle. That bottle was soon sent down the automatic assembly line and eventually shipped to a family in the United States. When the military received a report of this unusual incident, they quickly traced it back to Bruce. Ross wasted no time in leading a team of mercenaries to Rio de Janeiro to capture him. On this particular day, just after getting off work, Bruce received a mysterious package. When he got home, he opened his backpack and pulled out a temporary signal receiver to communicate with a mysterious figure who called himself Mr. Blue. Inside the package was a rare Tianshan snow lotus. Bruce carefully snipped off all the petals, ground them down, and extracted the sap. Placing it into a homemade centrifuge to isolate the essence, Bruce hoped that this essence could cure the mutation inside him. However, the results of the experiment were not what he had hoped for. As Bruce observed his blood under the microscope, he saw that the once green blood cells began to return to normal, only to rapidly deteriorate again. Disappointed, he relayed this bad news to Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue suggested they meet in person to better assist him, but Bruce, mindful of his status as a fugitive, politely declined Mr. Blue's offer and opted to send him a sample of his blood for further study. After receiving the sample, Mr. Blue quickly developed a serum to suppress the gamma radiation, but in order to fully cure Bruce, he needed more data, including the degree of cellular infection and the gamma concentration. Unfortunately, all of this data was left in the lab back in the United States. Just as Bruce's glimmer of hope was reignited, it was quickly dashed again. Meanwhile, the military had tracked Bruce's location and surrounded his home. Leading the operation was Blonsky, a Russian elite soldier who relished the challenge of facing stronger opponents. And this time, his target was beyond anything he'd imagined. After confirming Bruce's presence inside the apartment through a hidden camera, Blonsky set up miniature explosives, blew down the door, and fired tranquilizers at the bed. But when Blonsky pulled back the covers, he found the bed empty. It turned out Bruce had already escaped down to a neighbor's apartment through the kitchen window. With the neighbor's help, Bruce temporarily evaded capture, but the danger was far from over. Blending into the crowd, Bruce was soon spotted by the sharp-eyed Blonsky. Using his knowledge of the terrain, Bruce darted through the narrow alleys, trying to outrun the pursuing special forces. However, the extended sprint caused his heart rate to skyrocket, approaching the dangerous threshold. If he transformed into the Hulk in the middle of a residential area, the consequences would be catastrophic. Bruce fought with all his strength to suppress his emotions, but just then, he accidentally bumped into a gang of street thugs. These thugs had always had a bone to pick with Bruce, and now they seized the opportunity to attack, chasing him all the way to the factory. Watching the numbers on his watch about to max out, Bruce knew he was at his limit. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but the thugs' relentless attacks made it impossible for Bruce to keep his cool. At that moment, he heard the urgent beeping from his watch. The next second, an invisible force suddenly erupted, pulling the gang leader into the darkness and flinging him out at lightning speed, killing him instantly. The other two thugs didn't fare much better. As the enraged Hulk easily overpowered them, the special forces were left stunned by what they had just witnessed. Through their night vision goggles, all the soldiers could see was a blurry figure, completely unable to inflict any harm on it. The tranquilizer darts were like mere tickles on Hulk's impenetrable skin, barely even piercing the surface. The flashbang explosions only served to enrage Hulk further, prompting him to hurl a massive forklift, weighing 2.5 tons, directly at them. It was at this moment that Blonsky realized something was seriously wrong with this mission. Despite the heroic sacrifice of his entire team, they still couldn't inflict any real damage on Hulk. But in that life-or-death moment, Blonsky caught a glimpse of Hulk's true form and miraculously avoided a fatal blow. He could only watch as Hulk crashed through the walls and vanished into the darkness of the night. Although they hadn't succeeded in their mission, it wasn't a total failure. They had recovered Bruce's lost computer. Yet, Blonsky was consumed with frustration and confusion over the operation's failure, placing the blame squarely on Ross for withholding crucial information. In Blonsky's mind, if Ross hadn't intentionally concealed the truth, his comrades might not have died in vain. Blonsky had initially thought that Bruce's powers were the result of an ally helping him, but Ross's explanation left him utterly stunned. This revelation only deepened Blonsky's curiosity. What kind of power could make a human so incredibly strong? After returning to the base, Blonsky's determination was reignited. He wasted no time in submitting a formal request to Ross, vowing to personally take down this terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Hulk, now utterly exhausted, had curled up in some remote corner of the jungle. Slowly, the raging Hulk began to revert to his human form. Bruce Banner, all that remained to cover Bruce was a tattered piece of cloth, leaving him in a pitiful state. Fortunately, a kind passerby came to Bruce's aid, allowing him to escape the wilderness and make it back to the edge of the city. In this unfamiliar city, Bruce was utterly alone, unable to speak the language, and reduced to begging for survival on the streets. Yet the world had not completely abandoned him. A small boy's simple act of kindness not only helped ease Bruce's hardship but also reminded him of the warmth of human compassion. But even with this, Bruce's heart remained restless. He frequently woke up from nightmares, haunted by the shadows of gunfire and violence. Desperate to find a cure for himself, Bruce had no choice but to risk returning to the US to retrieve the data Mr. Blue needed. Luckily, there was still one person he could trust back there. Bruce slipped onto a university campus, preparing to reunite with his girlfriend, Betty. Since the incident where Bruce accidentally hurt Betty and fled, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd seen her face. And then, without warning, Betty appeared in his line of sight. After 2 years apart, she was still as graceful and beautiful as ever. Just as Bruce was about to step forward and greet her, he was stunned to see that Betty now had a new partner. In that moment, Bruce felt as if his heart had been torn apart. He understood that he no longer had the right to disrupt Betty's life. Perhaps quietly walking away was the only kindness he had left to offer her. With a broken heart, Bruce made his way to his old friend Stanley's pizzeria, the only place he could still call a refuge. Stanley's unconditional trust and support brought Bruce a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Taking advantage of a pizza delivery, Bruce once again sneaked onto the campus. He bribed a poorly paid security guard with a box of pizza to slip unnoticed into his old lab. Filled with hope, Bruce began searching for the data on his experiments, but the military had already destroyed everything related to him. This devastating news left Bruce in utter despair. With no other choice, Bruce prepared to flee once more. As he packed his things and got ready to say goodbye to Stanley, he was unexpectedly spotted by Betty. Betty couldn't believe her eyes and immediately chased after him, but Bruce couldn't bring himself to face her. Crushed, Bruce walked alone through the pouring rain. Passing cars swerved to avoid him, as if he were a plague. But in this moment of despair, one car quietly stopped behind him. It was Betty, his former love. The emotions they had suppressed for so long finally found an outlet in that moment. After learning that Bruce was searching for the old experiment data, Betty revealed that she had kept a backup. She took Bruce back to her home and handed him a small, elegant box containing the data. This data was like a lifeline for Bruce, offering him a glimmer of hope for a cure. Betty begged Bruce to go to the military for help. After all, General Ross was her father, but Bruce knew all too well about Ross's ambitions. Ross only wanted to dissect him and weaponize the Hulk's cells, something Bruce could never accept. So Bruce convinced Betty to go with him to find Mr. Blue, who he believed could save him. However, what Bruce didn't know was that the military had already set a trap, waiting for him. Since the last failed capture attempt, Blonsky's interest in the Hulk had grown even stronger. Ross, sensing Blonsky's hunger for power, decided to reveal the full details of Bruce's experimental secrets to him.
Banner's work was very early phase. It wasn't even weapons application.
He thought he was working on radiation resistance. I would never have told him what the project really was.
But he was so sure of what he was on to that he tested it on himself. And something went very wrong, or it went very right. As far as I'm concerned, that man's whole body is property of the U.S. Army.
Under Ross's guidance, Blonsky arrived at a sealed warehouse and retrieved a vial of blue serum. This serum was a replica of the one used during World War II to create Captain America. Yes, Ross planned to restart the super soldier program from the war. Although Ross warned Blonsky that injecting the serum came with great risks, gaining unknown powers was not guaranteed, and failure could be fatal, Blonsky was unfazed. His mind was consumed with a burning desire for power. With the help of 2 doctors, Blonsky underwent the serum injection. Meanwhile, Bruce was on his way to New York with the experimental data, hoping to seek help from Mr. Blue. What he didn't know was that the military was already on his tail. When he realized something was wrong, Bruce immediately took off running, but 2 legs could never outrun 4 wheels. With no way out, Bruce fled onto the campus, searching for a place to hide. However, the soldiers quickly caught up, cornering Bruce on a footbridge. Seeing the situation, Ross ordered both sides of the bridge to be sealed off and had tear gas canisters thrown inside, trying to smoke Bruce out. Betty, desperate to save Bruce, rushed forward, only to be tackled to the ground by soldiers behind her. This scene completely enraged Bruce, who instantly transformed into the Hulk. Hulk leaps down from the bridge, vowing to teach the army a lesson for bullying the honest people. The sheer strength of Hulk made bullets and artillery seem utterly useless. He easily knocked over the armored car, picked it up and slammed it into the soldiers aside. The army, facing Hulk's terrifying power, crumbled in disarray. In that moment, the might of modern industry seemed pathetically fragile. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Ross immediately dispatched Blonsky, who had just received the serum enhancement. Armed with a grenade launcher, Blonsky charged at Hulk alone. With his enhanced agility, he darted and weaved around Hulk, trying to find a weakness, but Blonsky underestimated Hulk's near-impenetrable defenses.
God, he's doing it.
Move him toward the cannons!
After several exchanges, Blonsky was forced to retreat, drawing Hulk into the sonic weapon zone that had been preset. This sonic weapon was actually borrowed from Iron Man by Ross. The powerful sound waves instantly sent Blonsky flying and temporarily subdued Hulk's movements. Hulk clutched his head in agony, clearly affected by the intense sound waves. But this was only temporary. After a moment, Hulk managed to stand back up. Using a shield to block some of the sonic blasts, Hulk then hurled a shield, slicing an armored vehicle in half, and with a massive leap, destroyed another one. Seeing this, Blonsky refused to back down and charged at Hulk again, ready for a showdown.
Is that all you got?
But Hulk wasn't interested in a war of words. He kicked Blonsky with such force that he sent him flying into a tree. Realizing the ground forces were helpless, Ross immediately called for air support, even if it meant destroying the campus. He was determined to end Hulk here. What Ross didn't anticipate was that his daughter, Betty, had quietly approached Hulk, hoping to awaken the humanity buried deep within him, but then support helicopter gunships roar in, raining down fire on Hulk and Betty. Hulk, reacting instinctively, threw his shield with precision, taking out the helicopter in one blow, engulfing the surroundings in flames. Hulk, with his immense strength, shielded his girlfriend from the heart of the explosion. He let out a deep, menacing roar at Ross, serving as a final warning, and then Hulk slowly vanished into the billowing smoke. Carefully cradling Betty in his arms, Hulk led her into a secluded cave, seeking a brief moment of peace. When Betty awoke from her unconsciousness, she was startled by the sight of the massive Hulk before her. Looking at the Hulk standing outside the cave and letting the rain wash away, Betty's heart gradually realized that Bruce had not completely lost himself. Gathering her courage, Betty slowly stepped out of the cave. She gently took Hulk's seemingly fearsome but truly gentle hand, leading him back into the cave to escape the rain. Inside, faced with her monstrous-looking former lover, Betty did everything she could to calm the storm brewing inside him. In that quiet understanding, they both drifted into sleep without even realizing it. When the morning light filled the cave again, Bruce had returned to his normal form. Gently, Betty dressed him, shielding him from the early morning chill. With the last of her cash, Betty arranged for Bruce to stay in a modest but warm motel. After a night of chaos and terror, Bruce was utterly exhausted, and even the spray from the shower felt like a barrage of bullets to him. He could only curl up in the bathtub, trying to soothe the turmoil inside. Thankfully, Betty remained by his side, never leaving him. Determined to help Bruce escape this endless hunt, Betty made the difficult decision to sell her late mother's gold necklace in order to buy Bruce the essential supplies he needed. She even helped him tidy up his hair. These intimate physical contact makes their hearts close together, as if they want to make up for the regrets of the past 2 years in this moment. However, just when they were immersed in the happy atmosphere, the sudden sound of a ticking sound on Bruce's wrist was like a bolt from the blue, which broke the tranquility in an instant.
I can't get too excited.
In contrast, Blonsky's fate was particularly tragic. Although Hulk's kick hadn't killed him, it left Blonsky with shattered nerves throughout his body, leaving him helpless on a hospital bed. However, the serum had granted Blonsky extraordinary regenerative abilities, and in just 2.5 days, his body miraculously healed, becoming even stronger than before. The rush of power thrilled Blonsky, and he was eager for another chance to face off against Hulk. Meanwhile, the military ramped up their efforts. They monitored Betty's phone and credit card records, and even traced Mr. Blue's email account. Ross realizes that Bruce will contact Mr. Blue again if he wants to cure himself. As expected, the military intercepted an email Bruce sent and quickly locked in on Mr. Blue's location. A carefully planned trap was being set, waiting for Bruce to walk right into it. Accompanied by Betty, Bruce resolutely headed toward Mr. Blue's university. Mr. Blue was, in fact, Dr. Samuel Stearns, a cellular biologist. As a biology PhD, Samuel had his own private lab, and using the data Bruce had provided, he had found a way to suppress the Hulk. Inside the lab, Samuel injected a vial of purple liquid into the operating console. He instructed Bruce to lie on the testing table and secured him with protective restraints. As the equipment powered on, the purple antidote slowly flowed into Bruce's bloodstream. To ensure the antidote's effectiveness, Samuel decided to awaken the Hulk within Bruce. A sharp pain instantly surged through Bruce's body, his heart rate skyrocketing, and the power of the Hulk began to stir inside him. Ready to explode at any moment, Bruce's skin gradually turned a deep green, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as if his body was about to break apart. At this critical moment, Betty bravely climbed onto Hulk's enormous body. Her bold action not only showed incredible courage but also bought Samuel precious time to inject the antidote. As the antidote was administered, Hulk's consciousness slowly began to fade until he finally passed out. His body gradually returned to Bruce's human form. The experiment was a success. However, Samuel bluntly admitted that he couldn't guarantee whether the Hulk was permanently erased or only temporarily suppressed. As a precaution, Samuel secretly copied large amounts of Bruce's blood samples, planning to continue his research. Little did he know that this reckless act would bring an unimaginable crisis to the world. Just as Bruce was preparing to destroy these blood samples, the military had already moved in. A sniper from a distance took aim and precisely fired a tranquilizer dart into Bruce's body. Blonsky rushed into the lab and grabbed the defenseless Bruce. Bruce was quickly taken away by the military, leaving Samuel alone to face the barrage of questions from the government scientists. Instead, Blonsky sneaks up from behind and knocks out the scientist. His goal wasn't to save Samuel, he wanted the same power that Hulk possessed. If Samuel could suppress the Hulk, then surely he could create one. Blonsky knew that even with the enhancements from the serum, his strength was still no match for the real Hulk. So Blonsky and the mad scientist Samuel struck a twisted bargain to use gamma rays once more, injecting Bruce's blood into Blonsky's body. Under the intense bombardment of gamma radiation, Blonsky's body rapidly swelled, becoming monstrously grotesque. At that moment, Hulk's arch-nemesis, the Abomination, was born. The Abomination burst through the window and leaped out, plunging the entire street into chaos. Meanwhile, Samuel's head, infected with Bruce's blood, began to mutate. In the original comics, Samuel would go on to transform into another major villain in the Marvel Universe. Known as the Leader, out in the streets, the Abomination was wreaking havoc across the city. It was as if he had gained the power to destroy the world itself. Even rocket launchers were mere toys in his hands. Faced with such a powerful foe, the military was utterly helpless. All they could do was watch as the Abomination rampaged through the city. But in this desperate moment, Bruce stepped forward voluntarily, having injected the suppressing serum. Whether or not the Hulk could awaken was entirely uncertain. Under the stunned gazes of those around him, Bruce gently kissed Betty goodbye, then resolutely let go of her hand and jumped out of the plane. Just as everyone thought Bruce had sacrificed himself, a massive fist suddenly emerged from the ground. Then, Hulk burst out from the ground. The excitement of dying successfully awakened Hulk's consciousness. Abomination also senses Hulk's breath, and he accelerates towards Hulk, vowing to make a clean break for him. Almost simultaneously, they both leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle. However, due to the effects of the serum, Hulk's strength had diminished, and after just one exchange, he was thrown aside by the Abomination. Facing a powerful enemy, Hulk had no choice but to seek assistance from external objects. He tore apart a nearby police car, using the pieces as makeshift weapons, and repeatedly smashed them against the charging Abomination. But the Abomination easily withstood the blows and kicked Hulk away with one powerful strike. Just as the Abomination was about to press his advantage, a helicopter interrupted his momentum. He was going to lure the helicopter to the roof and look for an opportunity to shoot it down. Sensing that Betty was in danger inside the helicopter, Hulk immediately climbed up the building to stop the Abomination, but Hulk was a moment too late. The helicopter was swaying in the air, and the pilot had no choice but to make an emergency landing. The cabin was in complete chaos. Fortunately, the helicopter landed safely. However, the Abomination remained unscathed. his focus locked solely on Hulk, his one true opponent. The two clashed again, but in Hulk's mind, there was only one thought: saving Betty. The crash had ruptured the fuel tank, and sparks were flying everywhere, threatening an imminent explosion. Hulk's divided attention resulted in Abomination pinning him against the wall and beating him. Struggling desperately, Hulk fought to break free, but Abomination's strength felt as immovable as a mountain. On the brink of despair, Hulk caught a glimpse of Betty's fragile face, and an overwhelming surge of protectiveness flooded his heart. He knew he couldn't let Betty get hurt. With a final burst of strength, Hulk pried apart Abomination's iron-like grip and then delivered a powerful headbutt, knocking him back a few steps. Taking advantage of Abomination's momentary stumble, Hulk quickly grabbed him by the head and slammed it into the solid wall with immense force. At the same time, the flying sparks accidentally ignited the surrounding gasoline, and flames quickly spread. In this critical moment, Hulk didn't hesitate, saving Betty and Ross from certain disaster. But Hulk, outside the cabin, wasn't so lucky. Recovering, Abomination grabbed a nearby chain and, like a raging beast, charged at Hulk, striking him with such force that he sent Hulk flying. Hulk barely regained his footing before Abomination struck him again, knocking him to the ground. In this life-or-death moment, the sudden appearance of Ross and Betty distracted Abomination. Ross had just given the order to open fire on him. Feeling betrayed by Ross, Abomination's rage intensified, and he swore to kill them both. With a deafening roar, Hulk unleashed a decisive punch, a blow so powerful it shook the very ground. Abomination lost his balance in an instant, and the chain slipped from his hands, crashing down on him with brutal force. Seizing the moment, Hulk grabbed the chain and wrapped it tightly around Abomination's neck from behind. Despite Abomination's frantic struggle and wild attacks, Hulk held firm, as immovable as a rock, his grip unwavering. After a fierce struggle, Abomination finally lost the strength to fight back. Just as Hulk was about to deliver the fatal blow, Betty's voice called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. He looked into her clear, gentle eyes, and the fury in his heart slowly began to subside. Hulk understood that Betty didn't want him to become a bloodthirsty monster, so he loosened the chain and tossed the now defenseless Abomination aside. Hulk planted a foot on Abomination's chest, declaring his victory with a kingly stance. He then handed Abomination over to the military personnel, who had finally arrived. Watching the entire scene, Ross quietly holstered his gun. Despite Hulk saving the city, in the eyes of the onlookers, he remained a figure to be feared. Hulk knew this all too well. No matter how hard he tried to change, people's prejudice and fear would be difficult to overcome. Apart from Betty, Hulk found almost no one in the world who could understand or accept him. So, despite the sadness and reluctance in his heart, Hulk decided to leave for the sake of Betty's happiness. Under the watchful eyes of the military, Hulk moved through the shadows of the city, eventually disappearing into the vast night. Time passed, and 2.5 years quietly slipped by. Bruce reappeared in the wilderness of Canada. After relentless effort and training, Bruce had finally found a way to coexist in harmony with the Hulk. He even used his saved-up money to buy back Betty's mother's necklace and send it to her anonymously. After the incident, General Ross, once his adversary, was stripped of his power by the military. He had no choice but to drown himself in alcohol, seeking relief from his downfall, until the arrival of Iron Man, when everything seemed to change. By this time, Tony had already solved his palladium poisoning issue and had become a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the comics, General Ross would eventually become the Red Hulk. Unfortunately, the Incredible Hulk wasn't well received at the time, so any plans for a sequel were indefinitely shelved. Let's continue exploring the Marvel Universe together. See you next time. Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. According to the story's timeline, this is the 6th movie in the MCU. 2011's Thor. As the undisputed strongest warrior in the Avengers, Thor's journey is undeniably an epic filled with trials and tribulations. As the eldest son of Odin, king of Asgard, Thor grew up basking in his father's glory. He witnessed firsthand his father's extraordinary courage and wisdom in defeating the frost giants who had invaded Earth, scripting a grand saga of safeguarding peace across the 9 realms. Although this victory cost Odin one of his eyes, he successfully secured the frost giants' casket of ancient winters in Asgard's treasury, completely crushing any possibility of rebellion for generations to come. These heroic deeds were etched deeply into young Thor's heart like a brand. However, fate often turns in the most unexpected moments. Odin, the wise and imposing monarch, had grown old and was considering stepping down from the throne.
I'll hunt the monsters down and slay them all. Just as you did, Father. A wise king never seeks out war, but...
Yet, to his dismay, Thor was still so young and battle-hungry, forcing Odin to rein in his son's immature impulses. What Odin didn't foresee was that his words would be the spark that ignited Loki's burning ambition for the throne. As for Thor, the simple-minded, good-natured young man, he only caught fragments of his father's speech and failed to grasp its deeper meaning. Time flew by, and Thor gradually proved himself on the path of growth. Achieving countless victories in battle, his extraordinary feats earned him the respect and fear of his people. Odin even bestowed upon him the Mjolnir, a symbol of supreme honor and power, further solidifying Thor's status among the masses. At long last, the day of Thor's coronation arrived, and all of Asgard was engulfed in celebration, with the people gathering around Thor. Thor's mother Frigga and his friends could barely conceal their joy and pride. Yet, in this atmosphere of festivity, only Odin's gaze remained cold and profound. Deep down, he continued to harbor doubts about whether Thor was truly ready to be king. However, time waits for no one, and Odin, knowing his days were numbered, had to face reality. In the end, he chose to relinquish the throne at this moment. But on this day of celebration, not everyone was caught up in the joy. Loki, who also had the right to the throne, was filled with resentment and anger because he believed that Thor was only able to ascend to the throne because he had been born a few minutes earlier than him. In order to reclaim what was rightfully his, Loki devised a secret plot. Loki found the leader of the Frost Giants and revealed to him the secret of where the casket of ancient winters was kept. They made a deal to launch a surprise attack on the day of Thor's coronation. 3 elite Frost Giants easily broke through Asgard's defenses and headed straight for the vault. However, Odin was aware of everything. With a simple wave of his staff, a massive figure instantly appeared in the vault, and with just one glance, it wiped out all the invaders. Although the casket of ancient winters remained intact, Thor's coronation ceremony was cast under a shadow. Thor, furious, accompanied his father Odin to the vault. Witnessing the sacrifice of the guards along the way, he swore to avenge them. Yet Odin, thinking of the bigger picture, stopped Thor's impulsive actions. This led to a heated argument between father and son, and all of this was seen by Loki, standing silently to the side, secretly pleased. Because Loki knew his plan had succeeded, he had successfully sown discord between father and son, anger and disappointment boiling inside him. Thor had no place to vent his frustration. He could only flip the table to vent the anger burning inside him. To Thor, his father had become weak, overly cautious, and afraid of death. At this moment, Loki appeared by Thor's side, pretending to be caring, and with just a few carefully chosen words, he stoked the flames of anger within Thor. Thor decided he would no longer sit idly by. He quickly gathered his friends and comrades, and they marched across the Bifrost Bridge, heading to the Frost Giants' planet, Jotunheim. However, they were stopped by Heimdall, Asgard's gatekeeper. Heimdall, with his all-seeing eyes, could perceive everything in the 9 realms. He was also curious as to how the Frost Giants had slipped past his watchful gaze. In the end, Heimdall decided to let Thor and his companions go to Jotunheim to uncover the truth. Passing through the space-time tunnel, Thor and his group arrived in the cold, dark, and ruined land of Jotunheim. As soon as they appeared, they were surrounded by Frost Giants. Frost Giant King Laufey bluntly accused that all of this was caused by a traitor in Odin's family and blamed them for the downfall of his kingdom. The situation escalated, and soon a fierce battle broke out. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, clashed fiercely with the Frost Giants, while his comrades drew their weapons and bravely fought the enemy.
Directed by...
At least make it a challenge for me.
However, the Frost Giants' relentless ranged attacks and fearless spirits soon began to cause serious trouble for Thor's group, and they found themselves struggling. In this battle, Thor displayed his bravery and fearlessness as a warrior. He swung Mjolnir like a bolt of thunder from the heavens, smashing through the Frost Giants one by one, but his comrades began to tire. Loki is captured and poisoned by the Frost Giants, but surprisingly, Loki's poisoned arm recovers quickly. This shocking sight left Loki both unsettled and confused, and he began to question his identity and origins. At the critical moment, Thor and his companions quickly organized a retreat, but they were relentlessly pursued by the Frost Giants.
Ugh, I don't want to think about it beneath Jabba the...
That they have these things, why?
Stick in our memories more prominently! Got shish kebab.
Wait, damn it, Thor has the key.
Cornered at the edge of a cliff, they had no choice but to call for Heimdall's help. Yet, no matter how they cried out, the Bifrost Bridge did not appear. All that responded were the roars and claws of a monstrous beast. Just as the situation seemed dire, Thor swung Mjolnir and charged at the beast, piercing it in an instant before landing gracefully. However, the danger was far from over. The frost giants had them completely surrounded. In this moment of despair, the Bifrost Bridge suddenly descended from the Sky King. Odin had come personally. Odin looked at his reckless son, his eyes filled with weariness and disappointment. He pleaded quietly with Laufey, hoping that, considering they were still just children, he would cease the war.
They're the actions of a boy. Treat them as such. You and I can end this here and now, before there's further bloodshed.
We are beyond diplomacy now, Allfather. He'll get what he came for. War and death.
So be it.
Odin had no choice but to forcibly rescue them. However, Thor was furious and dissatisfied with what he perceived as his father's weakness. Seeing the anger on Thor's face, Odin was filled with helplessness and disappointment. He knew Thor was not ready to be king, that his arrogance and pride would only bring disaster to Asgard. In a fit of anger, Odin banished Thor from Asgard for treason and stripped him of all his powers. Odin then placed a spell on Mjolnir, declaring that only those who were pure of heart and worthy would be able to lift the hammer and wield the power of thunder. He then cast Mjolnir into the Bifrost Bridge, sending Thor to face the trials of fate and growth. All of this was part of Loki's plan. It was Loki who had secretly reported Thor's actions to Odin, ensuring Thor's exile, while he seized the opportunity to claim the throne. Yet, Loki had a more pressing matter to attend to. He needed to find out why the frost giant's poison had no effect on him. He must investigate his true identity and background, as well as the grievances between himself and Asgard. As Loki prepared to uncover the mystery of his lineage, holding the casket of ancient winters in his hands, Odin's voice came from behind him. Under Loki's pressing questions, Odin finally let down his guard and revealed the deeply buried secret. It was a shadow from a war that spanned millennia. Odin had not only taken the ancient and mysterious casket of ancient winters, but he had also found the abandoned baby Loki in a dark corner of the palace. Loki was the son of the frost giants. The moment Odin saw Loki, his heart stirred with compassion. He allowed the innocent child to live, hoping that by doing so, he could secure peace between the two realms. From that moment on, he raised Loki as his own son. However, what Odin saw as deep fatherly love, Loki viewed as a cruel joke. Lies may temporarily blind the eyes, but the truth is as sharp as a blade, cutting straight to the heart. Loki felt that he was nothing more than a pawn in his father's quest to rule the universe. No wonder he had always sensed his father's indescribable favoritism towards Thor. No matter how hard he tried, the glory of the throne always seemed out of reach. Facing his son's misunderstanding and resentment, Odin's eyes were filled with helplessness and exhaustion. He weakly tried to explain that everything he had done was to protect Loki from the harsh reality of the truth. But by now Odin's days were numbered. Thor had been banished from his home, and the kingdom was in desperate need of a new guardian. As he watched his father's frail figure slowly collapse, Loki's heart was torn by a whirlwind of emotions: anger, sadness, and a faint but undeniable sense of panic.
Gods!
Loki quickly summoned the guards to take his father for treatment, while he, in the midst of this sudden turn of events, rightfully ascended to Asgard's throne.
My king, we would ask that you end Thor's banishment.
My first command cannot be to undo the Allfather's last. We're on the brink of war with Jotunheim. Our people need a sense of continuity in order to feel safe in these difficult times. All of us must stand together for the good of Asgard.
Yes, of course.
Loki's first priority as the new king was to find the missing Thor. After being exiled by Odin, Thor landed in New Mexico, where he unexpectedly encountered 3 scientists studying anomalous phenomena. They initially intended to take this unexpected visitor, who had fallen from the sky, to the hospital for a medical examination. However, they were shocked to discover that the myths and fantastical stories Thor spoke of were far beyond their imagination.
Father! I know you can hear me! Open the Bifrost!
Hospital, you go. I'll stay.
You. What realm is this? Alfheim? Dornheim?
New Mexico?
You dare threaten me, Thor, with so puny a weapon?
Leading them to mistakenly believe that Thor was mentally unstable. Darcy, nervous, raised her taser, ready to deal with any potential threat. Yet Thor, once the mighty god of thunder, now seemed so vulnerable. Under the insistence of the three scientists, Thor was taken to the hospital. However, even without his divine powers, Thor maintained the pride and stubbornness of a god. In this unfamiliar environment surrounded by strange people, Thor mistakenly thought he was being kidnapped, and using his formidable physique, he knocked down the doctors and security guards who tried to approach him. It wasn't until the cold syringe pierced his skin that Thor realized his weakness and vulnerability. Yet even then, he didn't give up trying to escape. Using his flexibility, Thor managed to slip free of his restraints and regain his freedom. But fate, it seems, has a way of playing tricks on people. No sooner had Thor escaped from the hospital than he was hit by the car of the same three scientists. While sorting through their research data, they had discovered that Thor had been at the center of last night's magnetic storm, so they decided to bring him back for further questioning.
What is this?
Oh, my ex.
This mortal form has grown weak. I need sustenance.
From the locals, Thor learned a shocking piece of news: a mysterious object was hidden in the desert, and it was none other than his Mjolnir. It turned out that when Odin exiled Thor to Earth, Mjolnir had also fallen along with him. A local resident had stumbled upon Mjolnir, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the hammer an inch. Unwilling to accept defeat, he even organized a local hammer pulling party, calling in strongmen from the area to try their luck. But whether it was the town sheriff or renowned strongmen, all were defeated by the immovable hammer. Even using iron chains to tie the hammer to a pickup truck and pulling with all their strength, they couldn't move it an inch. Now, Thor must reclaim what is rightfully his to prove his worth and ability. But he's faced with a harsh reality: his mortal body can't cover the vast distance to the desert on its own. Thor asked Jane to drive him there, but Dr. Eric warned her that it would be too dangerous.
I'm sorry, but I can't take you.
And this is where we say goodbye. Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Darcy, farewell.
Back to work.
Reluctantly, Jane had to say goodbye to Thor. Thor entered a pet store, hoping to purchase a fine steed, but the shopkeeper thought he was just looking for trouble. At that moment, Jane happened to drive by, bringing a glimmer of hope for Thor. Just moments ago, Jane was furious after S.H.I.E.L.D. confiscated her research data. In her efforts to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. and get her materials back, she happened to give Thor a ride. However, when they arrived at the desert, they found that the area was heavily guarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, desperate, charged into the base without hesitation, relying on his exceptional combat skills and his deep desire for Mjolnir. Thor fought his way through and finally arrived at Mjolnir's location.
Wait, I want to see this.
But this once easily wielded weapon now felt as heavy as a mountain. Thor tried with all his might, but he couldn't lift it. In that moment, Thor realized that he had lost more than just his powers. He had lost his father's trust, his expectations, and perhaps the door to Asgard, the home he once knew, had been closed to him forever. Defeated, Thor was easily captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Before being taken away, Thor cast one last glance at his former comrade, Mjolnir. His eyes were filled with despair.
You made my men, some of the most highly trained professionals in the world, look like a bunch of minimum wage mall cops. Why don't you tell me where you received your training? Pakistan? Chechnya? Afghanistan? One way or another, we find out what we need to know. We're good at that.
But fate wasn't done with Thor yet. Loki, now acting as king, found Thor and spun a lie, claiming that Thor's reckless actions had caused their father's death. He said their home was on the brink of war, and even their beloved mother had refused to allow Thor to return.
I'm so sorry. No. I am sorry. Thank you for coming here.
Farewell.
Satisfied, Loki left Thor to drown in his despair. With these three crushing blows, Thor's world seemed to crumble. He reflected on his former pride and arrogance, which now seemed laughable and pathetic. But thankfully, the three scientists had not given up on him. Dr. Eric used forged documents to claim Thor was mentally unstable, allowing him to rescue Thor from S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor also managed to sneak away their confiscated research materials and return them to Jane. Under the soft glow of the moon, Thor opened up to Jane, sharing stories about his homeland and the Nine Realms. Those Norse myth-like legends became vivid and real as they flowed from his lips. A pure, gentle affection began to blossom between them, but while they were lost in the romance of the moment, Loki had already struck a deal with the Frost Giants. Loki promised to help them infiltrate Asgard and assassinate Odin in exchange for the Frost Giants' support, and he vowed to return the casket of ancient winters that rightfully belonged to them once their plan succeeded.
Accept.
But this seemingly perfect plan did not escape Heimdall's notice. As the gatekeeper, though he had no concrete evidence, he sensed that it was Loki who had secretly brought the Frost Giants into Asgard, defying the orders of the new king. Loki. Heimdall secretly gathered Thor's friends and opened the Bifrost Bridge for them, sending them to Earth. On Earth's streets, these heroes, dressed in strange garb, drew the attention of both the locals and S.H.I.E.L.D. With the help of their divine senses, they quickly and effortlessly located Thor. Their arrival was like a beacon of light in the darkness, reigniting the hope and fighting spirit within Thor. They revealed the truth to Thor that his father had only fallen into a coma and had not died. Only then did Thor realize the truth. His father's anger had not been as severe as he'd thought, nor had it cast him out forever. Everything was part of Loki's carefully crafted lie.
Ensure my brother does not return.
Their plan had long been exposed under Loki's sharp gaze, so he sent the Destroyer, a ruthless killing machine, across the stars, vowing to annihilate Thor and his companions on Earth. The Destroyer descended upon Earth with thunderous force, only to unexpectedly encounter an ambush from S.H.I.E.L.D. The moment it appeared, its heavy armor was mistaken by Coulson for one of Tony Stark's latest Iron Man suits, but the Destroyer struck swiftly, its immense power taking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents by surprise. A thick atmosphere of death and destruction blanketed the small town. As the disaster unfolded, everyone quickly mobilized. Thor and the scientists rushed to evacuate the innocent townspeople. Meanwhile, Thor's four closest friends stepped forward, vowing to stall the Destroyer's advance. Volstagg, the brave berserker, charged in first. With fearless resolve, he leaped toward the Destroyer. Though his attack did not stop the enemy, it created an opening for the warrior Sif to launch a surprise strike. Yet, against the nearly unstoppable power of the Destroyer, all strategies seemed futile.
Now, run!
They were bombarded by Destroyer's laser cannons and fell into an unprecedented situation. But in this life and death moment, Thor displayed the leadership and courage of a true king. He knew of Loki's ambition, and he understood that he must stand up to protect this land and the innocent people of Earth.
Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Taking their lives will gain you nothing. So take mine and end this.
Destroyer suddenly attacked and knocked Thor to the ground with a slap, dying. However, Thor's self-sacrificing act deeply moved his father, Odin. He sensed his son's growth and transformation, finally acknowledging Thor's worthiness to be the god of thunder. Mjolnir soared into the air, like a warrior summoned to battle, flying straight into Thor's hand. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, with the honor and blessings of his ancestors pouring into Thor. It was as if Thor had been reborn. His strength multiplied. With a single swing of his hammer, he effortlessly brought down the once unstoppable Destroyer. Thor then soared into the sky, wielding Mjolnir, and unleashed a powerful whirlwind that swept the Destroyer into the air. Finally, with the force of thunder, Thor dove down and destroyed the mighty enemy that had threatened Earth. After the crisis was averted, Thor and his companions prepared to return to their homeland, Asgard. However, when they called for the Bifrost Bridge, it did not appear. It turned out that Loki had frozen and sealed Heimdall, accusing him of treason for disobeying the king's orders and sending Thor's friends to Earth. Loki personally led the frost giant king, Laufey, into Odin's recovery chamber. Just as Laufey was about to strike a fatal blow, a beam of light shot from behind. It was Loki, stepping in to eliminate Laufey at the last moment. At that moment, Thor arrived and exposed Loki's treachery. Heimdall had broken free from his icy prison and opened the Bifrost Bridge, bringing Thor and his companions back to Asgard. Faced with his brother's anger and accusations, Loki knew the tide had turned against him, and the brothers engaged in battle. But Loki wasn't focused on the fight, he had a far greater scheme in motion. Wielding Odin's staff, Loki turned the Bifrost Bridge into an unstoppable weapon, aiming it straight at the heart of Jotunheim's sky. Loki's goal was to harness the power that could shake the stars and unleash a flood of destruction, obliterating the enemy's stronghold. By doing so, he hoped to prove to Odin that only he was worthy of the throne. Thor's experiences on Earth had taught him the true lesson his father Odin had tried to impart. A true king isn't measured by how much land he conquers, but by how much peace he preserves. The clash of ideals between the brothers was like thunder and lightning. Their argument indoors escalated into a fierce battle outside, with each strike shaking the heavens and the earth. Though Thor had the upper hand, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of mercy toward his brother Loki, but it was all part of Loki's trap. Taking advantage of Thor's compassion, Loki launched a surprise attack from behind. Loki multiplied into countless illusions, mocking Thor's naivety and mercy. Yet in the face of overwhelming power, Loki's tricks proved futile. Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir, shattered the illusions and pinned Loki to the ground, immobilizing him. But Loki remained calm, for he knew his plan was nearly complete. The energy of the Bifrost Bridge had reached its peak and was about to unleash its devastating force. Thor was powerless to stop it. In this moment of despair, Thor made a bold and fateful decision. He called Mjolnir not to strike Loki, but to smash the Bifrost Bridge beneath their feet. Thor knew he couldn't halt the release of energy, but he could destroy its source.
What are you doing?
With Thor's final strike, the Bifrost Bridge was shattered. The unleashed energy raged like a tidal wave, engulfing both Thor and Loki. The brothers plummeted from the clouds, their fate uncertain, but a newly awakened Odin appeared just in time to save them. But Loki's heart had already been completely frozen by their father's cold rejection.
I could have done it, Father! I could have done it! For you! For all of us!
No, Loki.
Loki, no!
Releasing his grip on the staff, Loki chose self-exile, disappearing into the vast reaches of the universe. Asgard held a grand feast and celebration. Amid the laughter and joy, Thor couldn't hide the loneliness in his heart. He had lost his beloved brother and could no longer return to Earth to be with the one he loved. But during this journey of a king's awakening, Thor realized that the true path of a king is not built on the bones of his enemies, but on a heart of compassion and the responsibility to protect the peace beneath the clouds. The movie ends here. In the post-credits scene, Dr. Erik Selvig is invited by S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury to study the Tesseract, in hopes of harnessing its limitless energy. But from a nearby mirror, it's clear that Dr. Selvig's mind has already fallen under Loki's control. A massive conspiracy is about to unfold. The story of the Avengers is about to begin. See you next time, with even more excitement waiting for you. Let's dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. According to the chronological timeline of the story, this is the 7th movie in the MCU, and it's widely regarded as one of the best in the entire series. That movie is none other than 2012's The Avengers. Its release marked the near conclusion of Phase 1 of the MCU. Without further ado, let's jump right into the main event. Following the events of Thor, Loki's lust for power did not diminish after his defeat in Asgard. Instead, he retreated into the infinite depths of the cosmos, scheming an even grander plot. It wasn't long before Loki struck a deal with the most terrifying force in the universe, Thanos. If Loki could help Thanos acquire the Tesseract from Earth, Thanos would, in return, assist Loki in becoming the ruler of the Blue Planet. As a sign of good faith, Thanos even gifted Loki a scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, its power capable of bending wills and shaking the very foundations of the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. soon sensed that an ominous shadow was creeping over the peace they had worked to protect. In a hidden base, the blaring of emergency alarms suddenly pierced the silence of the night. Director Fury rushed in, his face dark with concern as he urgently asked what was happening. Hawkeye, in charge of security, innocently explained that some unknown force was stirring on the other side of the Tesseract. Fury frowned at the explanation, ready to investigate further, but just then, a blinding blue light erupted from the Tesseract, and within it, a swirling vortex of space-time began to form. Emerging from the light, pale-faced and with a cunning glint in his eyes, stood none other than Loki.
Sir, please put down the spear.
Fury attempted to calm him down with words, but this only seemed to pour fuel on the fire, thoroughly enraging Loki. Before anyone could react, Loki swung his scepter, instantly taking down several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with terrifying ruthlessness. Hawkeye stepped forward, ready to defend his comrades, but was unfortunately ensnared by the scepter. Losing control of his mind, Loki repeated the trick, and even Dr. Erik Selvig fell under his control without resistance. As the situation spiraled out of control, Fury made a quick decision, secretly taking the Tesseract and attempting to escape through the back entrance, only to be shot down by Hawkeye. In the ensuing chaos, Loki and his group made their escape. The base was in utter disarray, with people scrambling to flee. With Hawkeye providing cover, Loki's team brazenly strolled out of the facility, even driving off right under Agent Hill's nose.
Do you copy?
The gravely injured Fury, using the last bit of his strength, escaped from the building just as it was about to collapse and boarded the final helicopter. Moments later, the entire base caved in completely. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s years of effort were reduced to rubble in an instant. Once safe, Fury immediately issued an emergency alert. Agent Hill reacted swiftly, leading a large team of agents in pursuit of Loki, but it was clear they had underestimated the power of this cunning adversary. After a fierce battle, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents suffered heavy losses, nearly wiped out. In a critical moment, Fury arrived in a helicopter to provide support, raising his gun for one last shot at Loki. However, Loki merely waved his scepter, easily knocking the helicopter out of the sky, sending Fury plummeting. Fury narrowly survived, but Loki and his team had fully escaped. Fury realized it was time to activate the long-dormant plan. Not long after, Black Widow infiltrated a slum hidden deep within the tropical jungle, where she found the reclusive Dr. Bruce Banner. Without any preamble, she laid out S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intent to recruit the brilliant scientist with expertise in gamma radiation to help track down the Tesseract.
Facing a potential global catastrophe.
All those I actively try to avoid.
This is the Tesseract. It has the potential energy to wipe out the planet.
What does Fury want me to do? Swallow it?
He wants you to find it. It's been taken. It emits a gamma signature that's too weak for us to trace. There's no one that knows gamma radiation like you do. If there was, that's where I'd be.
But Bruce was skeptical of Black Widow's words, fearing she might have been sent by the US military to capture him. In response, Bruce roared, trying to scare her off. It worked. Black Widow was momentarily speechless, knowing that if the Hulk emerged, she'd be done for. Thankfully, the situation passed without incident, and Black Widow finally persuaded Bruce to join the mission to protect Earth. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers' Captain America had awoken from his frozen slumber and was struggling to adjust to a world that felt both familiar and foreign. He locked himself in a room, pounding away at a punching bag, trying to release his inner turmoil and forget the painful memories of the past. But when Fury informed him that the Tesseract had been stolen, Steve didn't hesitate to join the Avengers and fight to defend the world. Fury arranged for each team member to have an intensive learning schedule. However, Steve confidently claimed that he had already seen most of this world's advanced technology and didn't need any more lessons. Fury bet him otherwise. Elsewhere, Tony Stark Iron Man was making the final push on his clean energy project at the bottom of the sea, determined to transform Stark Tower into a beacon powered by his new energy source. After Tony completed the project, he immediately celebrated with Pepper, reveling in their success, but the unexpected arrival of Agent Coulson quickly shattered the peaceful moment. Despite Tony's attempts to make excuses and send him away, Coulson bypassed his security, entering the lab effortlessly via the encrypted elevator. Tony, both frustrated and impressed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hacking skills, had no choice but to listen. The file Coulson handed him caught Tony's attention. The Avengers initiative had been greenlit, and Tony began seriously studying his future teammates. Soon enough, those teammates arrived aboard a massive aircraft carrier, At first, Steve felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. It was just like any other aircraft carrier, but it wasn't long before he was stunned to discover that the carrier could transform and take flight. With a single command from Fury, the carrier activated its cloaking technology, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Steve, fully conceding, pulled out the money and handed it to Fury. The Avengers were relentlessly tracking Loki's movements. At this point, Loki had already led his team to infiltrate Germany. Hawkeye, without a trace, disabled the building's security system. Meanwhile, Loki, dressed in a sharp suit and holding his scepter, boldly strolled into a high society banquet. He swiftly took down the security personnel who tried to stop him, then grabbed the host of the event, pinning him against a stone platform, taking him hostage. At the same time, Hawkeye sent over good news from the other side. He had successfully unlocked the vault and retrieved the rare metal iridium. Iridium was the key to Loki's plan. With it, he could use the Tesseract to open a portal and summon the Chitauri army to Earth. But even after obtaining what he needed, Loki didn't rush to leave. Instead, he used an illusion spell to gather the fleeing crowd at the hotel entrance, forcing them to kneel and submit to him. At that moment, an ordinary-looking old man bravely stood up, openly defying Loki's authority. Based on speculation, this old man could very well have been an elderly Steve Rogers who traveled back in time. Loki was infuriated by this act of defiance. He raised his scepter, prepared to execute the old man on the spot. But just as the situation reached a critical point, Captain America appeared in the nick of time, shielding the old man from the deadly blow. A fierce battle broke out between Captain America and Loki. Although Steve was one of the strongest humans on Earth, he still struggled when faced with Loki's godlike power. The fight quickly turned one-sided, with Captain America forced to retreat under Loki's relentless attacks. In this dire moment, Iron Man arrived just in time, blasting Loki with a repulsor shot and landing gracefully on the battlefield, ready to join the fight. However, in an unexpected twist, the moment Loki saw Iron Man, he immediately surrendered without resistance, much to Captain America's embarrassment and confusion. On the way back, Steve couldn't help but warn Tony to be cautious, reminding him that Loki might be playing a trick. After all, the power Loki had displayed earlier was enough to strike fear into anyone, but Tony just laughed it off. Reassuring Steve that he knew what he was doing, he told him not to worry, saying, "We're the Avengers. There's nothing we can't handle." However, Tony, immersed in his own arrogance, ignored the warnings around him. He even threw a mocking smirk at Steve, sarcastically implying that he was too old and outdated. Steve, in a calm manner, builds up a defense with his words and tries to wake up Tony's sanity, but the wheels of fate had already begun to turn, quietly pulling them into Loki's scheme. The sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, violently tearing apart the illusion of calm. Loki's face twisted in a flash of light. He knew that the man he hated most had arrived. Sensing the danger, Tony quickly opened the hatch to investigate, only to be met by the imposing figure of Thor. Thor appeared to disregard everything around him, and with a single swing of his hammer, he sent Tony crashing to the ground. Before they could react, Thor took Loki like lightning. Tony attempted to pursue but was rationally held back by Steve, who knew that acting impulsively would only escalate the chaos. He suggested they devise a thorough plan first, but Tony's arrogance could not be easily quelled. In an instant, Thor, with Loki in tow, descended upon an unknown land. He commanded Loki with authority to surrender the Tesseract and return to Asgard with him, but Loki's heart had long turned cold as iron, and he no longer felt any attachment to Asgard. Now, his mind was consumed solely by the ambition to conquer Earth. Thor was enraged upon hearing this, ready to strike, but was abruptly interrupted by Tony's sudden charge. Though Tony's hit didn't seriously harm Thor, it made him realize that Tony was no ordinary opponent. Thor warned Tony to stay out of the affairs of the gods, but Tony responded with a cold laugh, saying, "Hand over the Tesseract, and you Asgardians can go wherever you like." Thor, feeling his pride wounded, hurled his hammer in fury, sending Iron Man flying several meters. Yet Tony wasn't one to back down. He quickly got back on his feet, his repulsors glowing brightly as he launched into a fierce battle with Thor.
Power 400% capacity.
Tony, agile and swift, utilized the advantages of his armor. Aiming to end the fight quickly, Thor, as immovable as a mountain, countered with the full force of thunder, each swing of his hammer accompanied by deafening roars. The two clashed fiercely, battling between the sky and the ground, with a level of intensity that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Although Tony was using the Mark III suit, his unwavering determination and sharp tactics made even the mighty god of Asgard feel challenged. Just as the fight reached its peak, a familiar figure cut through the air. Captain America's shield flew in like a divine weapon, precisely separating the two combatants. The three main powerhouses of the Avengers finally came together at this moment.
Come here to put an end to Loki's schemes.
Then prove it. Put that hammer down.
He loves his hammer. You want me to put the hammer down?
Thor, still seething with rage, raised Mjolnir, ready to teach Captain America a lesson, but when the hammer came crashing down, Cap's shield miraculously absorbed the impact, reflecting a powerful shockwave that turned the surrounding land for miles into a wasteland. The three of them barely managed to stand still, and despite their anger, they realized that they had to calm down. Not long after, Loki was escorted onto S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier. However, the cunning Loki showed no signs of panic. Instead, when he saw Dr. Bruce Banner, a smug smile curled on his lips. To ensure everything was foolproof, Fury had Loki locked up in a specially designed cage. Yet Loki casually revealed the truth, pointing out that this cage was never meant for him. The moment he said this, everyone was stunned, and all eyes turned toward Bruce. Seizing the opportunity, Loki exposed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s real agenda. He claimed they weren't looking for the Tesseract for clean energy or the betterment of humanity, but rather to harness its immense power. His words rippled through the room like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Though Fury didn't respond directly, the seeds of doubt were planted in everyone's minds. Tony was the first to take action. On the surface, he continued his usual routine, but in secret, he ordered Jarvis to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system. Steve, using his status within S.H.I.E.L.D. as cover, easily infiltrated the depths of a secret warehouse. There, hidden from the world, lay weapons that didn't belong to this earth. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hidden ambitions were fully exposed. An enraged Steve grabbed one of the weapons and stormed into the lab, just in time to catch Fury confronting Tony about why Jarvis was attempting to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firewall. Faced with the undeniable truth, Fury had no choice but to explain. He revealed that when Thor was banished to Earth for his mistakes, it unintentionally brought great calamity to the planet. Yet, when humans faced beings of higher power, they felt utterly helpless. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. was developing superweapons to defend against godlike civilizations like Thor's.
A visitor from another planet who had a grudge match that leveled a small town. We learned that not only are we not alone, but we are hopelessly, hilariously outgunned.
My people want nothing but peace with your planet.
But you're not the only people out there, are you? And you're not the only threat. The world's filling up with people who can't be matched. They can't be controlled.
Like you controlled the cube?
Your work with the Tesseract is what drew Loki to it, and his allies.
Thor countered, arguing that by activating the Tesseract, Earth had signaled that it was ready for a higher level of warfare, which is why it attracted the attention of more advanced beings. The two sides clashed fiercely, trading harsh words and accusations. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Dr. Banner brought up the issue of the cage once more, unconsciously tightening his grip on the scepter in his hand. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, now leading an elite strike team, had silently approached the helicarrier. Fully armed soldiers were ready to launch an attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether the members of the Avengers could join forces to overcome this challenge would determine the fate of the Earth. Suddenly, with Engine 3 malfunctioning severely, chaos erupted inside the helicarrier, even though Steve and Thor had just been at each other's throats. When danger struck, Steve still showed concern and helped Tony. Tony quickly suited up in his Iron Man armor and rushed toward the damaged engine. With rapid and precise analysis, Iron Man swiftly devised a repair plan. Without hesitation, he dove into the massive engine, using his laser cutters to clear debris that was clogging the turbines. Then, using the force of his fall, he skillfully reset the central blades back into position. Meanwhile, Bruce was getting too emotional and losing control of his body. Despite Black Widow's desperate attempts to stop his transformation, the Hulk exploded into a fit of rage. Seeing the danger, Black Widow immediately turned to flee, trying to use the complex terrain to buy herself some time. However, in the face of the Hulk's immense strength, the once impenetrable steel plates were torn apart like thin paper, and Black Widow quickly found herself pushed to the brink of desperation. Fortunately, Thor arrived just in time, holding off the Hulk by sheer force. Although Thor possessed godlike strength, he struggled to gain the upper hand against the Hulk's uncontrollable fury. Thor tries to wake the Hulk up with his words, but is blown away by his punches. Unwilling to back down, Thor retaliated with a powerful hammer strike, further enraging the already furious Hulk. The Hulk tried to catch the incoming Mjolnir but couldn't move it at all. As the Hulk grew more uncontrollable, Agent Hill decisively called in air support. The jets locked onto the target and quickly launched their attack, but even the specialized missiles couldn't harm the Hulk in the slightest. In a single bound, the Hulk leaped onto one of the jets, easily destroying its engine. The pilot tried to eject, but the Hulk grabbed him, tossing him away like a toy. With a deafening explosion, the Hulk and the jet both plummeted to the ground. At that moment, the control room was also fraught with danger. A grenade was suddenly thrown in, but Agent Hill, with her quick reflexes, dodged the fatal blast with a backflip. Hawkeye and his team then stormed the command center. In the shadows, Hawkeye used his bow and arrow to destroy the operating system of another engine. With the sudden shutdown of Engine 1, the helicarrier began to tilt wildly, plummeting toward the ground. In the nick of time, Tony, with the help of Earth's smartest AI, Jarvis, managed to repair Engine 3. However, to get the turbines spinning again, it required an immense initial push. Tony powered up his Iron Man suit to full capacity, pushing with all his strength against the stalled turbine blades. After Tony's efforts, the turbine finally returned to its normal speed. However, just as Captain America was about to pull the lever to slow it down, a squad of soldiers suddenly burst into the room. In the chaos of dodging a grenade, Captain America lost his footing and nearly fell, only saving himself by grabbing onto a cable at the last second. Meanwhile, Iron Man was caught in the turbine's rapid spin and couldn't free himself. After a hard struggle, Iron Man finally managed to escape, but his suit was covered in damage. Seeing Captain America still fighting, Iron Man gritted his teeth and charged forward, taking down the last enemy. After dealing with the Hulk, Thor, furious, stormed off to confront Loki, only to find that Loki had already opened the cage. Thor rushed to stop him but was fooled by Loki's invisibility tricks. Thor tried to smash the cell with Mjolnir, but the glass only cracked. Loki, eager to rid himself of Thor, tried to throw him off the ship. Though they were gods, they weren't immortal. Agent Coulson, seeing the danger, tried to intervene but was stabbed from behind by Loki. Loki then hit the switch and sent Thor plummeting from the ship. Luckily, just before hitting the ground, Thor broke free from the cage. Though battered, he survived. With his last breath, Coulson managed to fire one final shot at Loki, forcing him to retreat in humiliation. After a fierce fight, Black Widow also succeeded in defeating Hawkeye and managed to bring him back to his senses. However, this defeat dealt a heavy blow to the Avengers. Even Tony, usually so self-assured, was forced to reflect on his actions. They realized that only by standing united could they face the threat of Loki. According to Tony's calculations, to activate the Tesseract, Loki would need a massive energy source. To showcase his dominance, Loki would likely choose a landmark building as his target. Determined to make up for their earlier failure, the Avengers regrouped, more cautious and united than ever. Not long after, Iron Man, battered and bruised, stumbled back to the rooftop of Stark Tower, only to find Dr. Eric Selvig tampering with a mysterious machine. Without hesitation, Iron Man fired a repulsor blast to try to stop him, but the energy was reflected back, knocking him away. Left with no choice, Iron Man landed on his workstation and ordered Jarvis to disengage his damaged suit. Loki attempted to persuade Tony to join his side, but Tony feigned cooperation with Loki, while secretly slipping on a specially designed wristband. When Loki realized Tony was only feigning interest, he became enraged, grabbing Tony and preparing to hurl him off Stark Tower. At that moment, the wristband Tony was wearing activated its function. Tony quickly called for Jarvis to initiate the backup suit. Using the wristband's precise tracking and Jarvis calculations, the new suit deployed mid-fall, wrapping around Tony and stabilizing his descent. Just before hitting the ground, Tony accelerated back up to the rooftop, where he seized the opportunity to counterattack, knocking Loki to the floor. By now, the portal device had activated, and a beam of blue light shot into the sky, opening a massive portal above. Countless Chitauri soldiers poured into Earth like a flood. Iron Man immediately switched to combat mode, launching missiles and energy blasts, taking out enemies one after another. However, the sheer number of Chitauri was overwhelming. like a swarm of locusts, impossible to fully eradicate. They descended upon innocent civilians, turning the once peaceful streets into a war zone. Loki stood atop the tower, clad in his Asgardian armor, reveling in the success of his perfect plan. Suddenly, Thor, the god of thunder, descended from the sky like a god. This spectacular sight made Loki's eyes turn to determination, and he officially declared war on his older brother, with the power of the Mind Stone amplifying his abilities. Loki's strength surged. For a moment, the battle between the two brothers became fierce and evenly matched, sparks flying in the very air around them, trembling from the intensity. At that moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow, the two warriors who had arrived late, finally reached the battlefield. They first teamed up with Tony to fend off a wave of Chitauri forces. Then, their attention was drawn to the epic battle between Thor and Loki. With no time to waste, they piloted the jet forward, intending to join the battle. However, Loki struck them with the Scepter of Mind, causing the jet to lose control and plummet downward. In the nick of time, Hawkeye and Black Widow activated the emergency landing system. Fortunately, the jet was exceptionally durable, allowing them to make a safe crash landing in the middle of the street. Though they faced great danger, they had escaped unscathed. After disembarking from the jet, they had no time to catch their breath and immediately rushed toward the portal. However, when they arrived at the base of the portal, the scene before them was terrifying. Countless grotesque creatures poured out of the portal like a tidal wave, including massive alien beasts. Beneath the thick armor of these beasts hid even more Chitauri soldiers. As soon as the Chitauri hit the ground, they began hunting down civilians, turning the city into a living hell. Flames consumed the sky, and the streets echoed with the screams of the helpless.
Look around!
Seeing the devastation before him, Loki realized that this disaster was of his own making, but the arrow had already been released. There was no turning back. After wounding Thor, Loki quickly fled. Faced with the immense chaos, the Avengers had no time to hesitate. Captain America led the charge. Using his agility and sharp instincts, he successfully drew a large portion of enemy fire, buying valuable time for his teammates. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Black Widow navigated through the chaos, rescuing trapped civilians. Their figures moved through the rubble like two rays of light in the darkness, offering hope to those in despair. However, the moment of reprieve was short-lived as Chitauri reinforcements arrived, leaving the Avengers outnumbered and overwhelmed. Despite the overwhelming odds, they stood their ground, refusing to back down, determined to defend this land at all costs. Just then, a bright flash of lightning tore across the sky. Thor returned to the battlefield. He not only rescued Black Widow and Hawkeye but also delivered a crushing blow to the advancing enemies. The Avengers quickly reunite in order to fight the enemy more effectively. Iron Man fired a series of decoy missiles, successfully attracting the attention of one of the massive alien beasts. At this moment, Bruce arrived on a motorcycle, racing to the scene. Under Iron Man's clever guidance, the beast relentlessly pursued him. Bruce remained calm throughout. Just as the creature lunged at Iron Man, Bruce transformed into the Hulk, delivering a devastating punch that sent the beast flying. Iron Man followed up with a high-explosive missile, bringing the creature crashing down. The Avengers were reunited once again, with the Chitauri forces pouring in. The Avengers knew they had to end the battle quickly. Under Captain America's coordinated command, they each took on a specific role. Hawkeye handled aerial surveillance, keeping track of enemy movements. Tony focused on eliminating scattered Chitauri soldiers across the battlefield. Thor, wielding his divine powers, claimed the tower's highest point and summoned lightning, relentlessly attacking the portal to slow down the Chitauri reinforcements. As for the Hulk, his task was the most straightforward: destroy anything that threatened peace. The Hulk leaped up onto the exterior wall of a nearby building, unleashing his immense strength. Countless enemies were sent flying by the force of his impact. When a massive alien beast charged toward the crowd, the Hulk didn't hesitate. He leaped onto the creature's head, using his brute strength to alter its path and slam it into the ground with a thunderous crash. Though Captain America's strategy had yielded some success, it was clear that unless the portal was closed, their efforts would be in vain. So Captain America sent Black Widow onto an enemy aircraft. Black Widow easily took down the enemies on board, but soon found herself surrounded by Loki's forces, unable to escape. Thinking quickly, Black Widow called Hawkeye for support. Perched on a rooftop, Hawkeye immediately drew his bowstring to its fullest and fired an arrow straight at Loki, hitting him in a vital spot. Just as Loki was about to fall, the Hulk leaped onto the roof of Stark Tower, delivering a devastating punch that smashed Loki into the wall. But the Hulk wasn't done. He was ready to continue his assault.
Puny god.
But just then, at that moment, for Loki, time seemed to freeze. Outside, the superheroes were locked in an intense battle against the enemy, and Iron Man was trapped by a massive beast, unable to break free. With his energy nearly depleted, Iron Man ordered Jarvis to divert all remaining power to the thrusters. With a powerful thrust, Iron Man plunged into the beast's body. Though he successfully pierced through the creature, Iron Man was sent crashing hard to the ground. His arc reactor completely drained, Iron Man lay helpless on the ground, at the mercy of the enemy's attacks. On the rooftop, Hawkeye had run out of arrows, and although the Hulk was still fighting, he was slowly being overwhelmed by the Chitauri's firepower. Across the city, injured civilians and burning buildings filled the streets, and the battlefield had become a scene of utter devastation. Despair hung in the air as everyone silently prayed for an end to this nightmare. But at that critical moment, the World Security Council made an extreme decision. They bypassed Fury and ordered the pilots to drop a nuclear bomb on the city. Despite Fury's desperate attempts to stop it, one plane successfully launched, carrying the missile toward the city. In this moment of peril, Iron Man mustered all his remaining strength to break free from his attackers, using the last bit of energy in his suit to race toward the nuclear missile. With just 5 seconds left before detonation, Iron Man had a flash of inspiration and redirected the missile into the portal. Even though his suit's energy was nearly gone and knowing this was a one-way trip, Iron Man pushed harder, driving the missile into space. Just as Iron Man entered space, his suit lost all power. He released the missile, and inertia carried it forward, finally detonating it on the Chitauri mothership. But Iron Man, like a falling star, plummeted back toward Earth, completely out of control. With the Chitauri's energy source destroyed, their soldiers collapsed, and the city's immediate crisis was averted. As the explosion threatened to ripple back toward Earth, Captain America urgently commanded Black Widow to close the portal. At the moment the portal closed, Iron Man suddenly plummeted down from above. Although everyone cheered, Iron Man was unconscious, and Thor rushed to help. But before he could reach him, a shadow flashed by. The Hulk caught Tony just before he hit the ground, slamming into the earth with him. Though the Hulk roughly shoved Iron Man aside after the landing, he couldn't help but show concern for Tony's safety. Thankfully, Tony still had a faint sign of life, and after a few moments, he finally regained consciousness.
What the hell? What just happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me.
We won. However, the story doesn't end here. At the film's conclusion, Fury decides to hand Loki over to Thor, who will take him back to Asgard to face judgment. Additionally, Fury entrusts Thor with the Tesseract to return it to their realm. After enduring this harrowing battle, the Avengers each return to their normal lives. However, with just one command from Fury, these superheroes would reunite at any moment. Though the war brought endless pain and sacrifice, they believe that as long as they stand together, nothing can stop them. And so, the first Avengers film comes to a close, marking the end of Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Next up, Phase 2 will begin. See you then. Iron Man develops severe anxiety. Ever since the alien invasion in New York, Tony has seen firsthand how terrifying a war between godlike civilizations can be, and just how insignificant humans are in the face of these so-called gods. Even though he can go toe-to-toe with gods like Thor, it's only because of his Iron Man suit that he stands a fighting chance. Without it, he's nothing more than a regular guy with a bit of money. So Tony throws himself into a frenzy of building new Iron Man suits. Right now, he's testing his latest creation, the Mark 42, nicknamed Prodigal Son. Using microchips implanted in his body, Tony is able to remotely control the Mark 42, assembling it piece by piece on command. However, this technology is unstable, and every time Tony wears the Prodigal Son, it's accompanied by unpredictable mishaps.
I'm the best.
Tony's mental and physical state has rapidly deteriorated, something that hasn't escaped the notice of his close friend, Rhodey. After going 3 days and nights without sleep, Tony becomes hypersensitive, to the point where even a child's whisper can send him into a state of high alert. It feels like the entire world is filled with danger, and only by donning the Iron Man armor can he find a moment of peace and security. But Tony can't stay in his suit 24 hours a day. Can he? When all is quiet, the horrors of the New York battles still invade Tony's dreams. Unconsciously, he triggers the prodigal son's summoning mechanism. Prodigal son perceives Pepper as a threat and nearly kills her. Afterward, despite Tony's explanation, Pepper insists on sleeping in a separate room. Meanwhile, a man named Killian quietly enters Pepper's life. He's working on a mysterious project called Extremis and suggests Stark Industries might be interested in it. As Pepper and Killian were discussing business, Happy discreetly contacted Tony, having looked into Killian's background and feeling like he had seen Killian somewhere before. All of this traces back to a night 13 years ago. Back then, Tony was a full-blown playboy, enjoying a romantic evening with his former girlfriend, Maya. Killian, being a diehard fan of Tony's, appeared as well, eager to introduce his new research and hoping to get Tony to invest in it. Wanting to get rid of Killian quickly, Tony casually promised to meet him on the rooftop in 5 minutes, but he quickly became engrossed in his sweet conversation with Maya. Maya's research was a groundbreaking project in brain science. If successful, it would allow control over the human genetic system, prevent many diseases, and even regenerate dead tissue. Maya passionately named this project the Extremis virus, but Tony was completely captivated by Maya and forgot all about his promise to meet Killian, leaving him waiting alone in the cold for an entire night. From that moment on, a seed of hatred was planted in Killian's heart. Happy knew that Killian's sudden appearance was no coincidence. He feared this was part of an elaborate revenge plot, with Killian trying to get close to Pepper as a means to reach Tony. After learning more about the Extremis project, Pepper concluded that it was far too dangerous, and she politely declined Killian's offer to collaborate. As Killian left, disappointed, Happy secretly jotted down their license plate number, determined to dig deeper. Sure enough, while tailing them, Happy uncovered a secret transaction. Killian's henchman, Savon, sold a canister of some mysterious substance to a homeless man. After Savon left, Happy approached the man and, pretending to accidentally bump into him, seized the opportunity to steal the contents of the container. But just as Happy was about to slip away, he was intercepted by Savon. Savon displayed a shocking ability to heal. A red glow emanated from his head, and his wounds quickly mended. Savon successfully defended himself against Happy's attacks and ultimately slammed him to the ground with great force. Just as Savon was about to pursue further, the homeless man, after inhaling the substance from the canister, underwent a violent transformation and exploded on the spot. The massive blast wave severely injured everyone nearby. However, to Happy's shock, despite being gravely injured, Savon rapidly recovered and calmly left the scene. Happy's condition quickly caught Tony's attention. He realized that this incident bore a striking resemblance to the recent series of terrorist bombings. The common thread: there was never any bomb residue left at the scene. Tony suspected that the attack on Happy was also orchestrated by the Mandarin organization. The Mandarin publicly admitted on television that he was the mastermind behind the recent string of terrorist attacks. When the media pressed Tony on whether he would take action against the Mandarin, Tony made a daring decision. He publicly revealed his home address and declared war on his enemy. Back in his lab, Tony gathered all the data from the recent explosions for analysis, finding that 2 of them closely matched what happened to Happy. Just as Tony began to make some headway, an even greater crisis loomed. Because of Tony's public challenge, the media swarmed his house, with helicopters hovering overhead for live coverage. At that moment, Tony's ex-girlfriend, Maya, suddenly appeared, claiming she had something important to tell him. Although Pepper had grown used to this sort of thing, she remained cautiously alert. Sensing the tension in the air, just as they were about to talk, a missile streaked through the sky without warning, heading straight for them. In an instant, the explosion's shockwave hurled them through the air, completely caught off guard. In this life-or-death moment, Tony didn't hesitate to activate the Mark 42 suit, placing it on Pepper to protect her and help both her and Maya escape.
Get her, I'm gonna find a way around.
As the enemy's relentless bombardment continued, the entire building began to teeter on the brink of collapse, leaving Tony in an unprecedentedly desperate situation. Thankfully, Jarvis informed Tony that Pepper had safely evacuated, so Tony quickly recalled the prodigal son armor.
Jarvis, where's my flight power?
Working on it, sir. This is a prototype.
But the suit was still in the testing phase. Its energy levels weren't enough to support Tony's flight, and it lacked the weapon systems. With no missiles loaded, while dodging the enemy's attacks, Tony swiftly adjusted the suit's position, using the repulsor from his palm to hurl a piano, which successfully destroyed an enemy aircraft. However, this maneuver also revealed his position, making him the target of a fresh wave of attacks. Amidst the hail of bullets and rockets, Tony weaved through the onslaught, pulling out a micromissile from his arm, preparing for a lethal counterattack. Switching to manual mode, Tony made a precise throw, successfully taking out another fighter jet. Unfortunately, the downed aircraft came crashing towards him. The remaining jet, seeing this, intensified its assault, determined to end Tony's life. Faced with such a ferocious barrage, Tony could only watch helplessly as his mansion was obliterated, and he himself was plunged into the cold ocean waters along with the collapsing structure. Even worse, his armor was tightly entangled by steel cables, dragging him down into the depths of the ocean. The attacking forces, assuming Tony was dead since he hadn't resurfaced for a long time, quickly withdrew from the scene. After Pepper reached the shoreline, she frantically searched for any sign of Tony, but found nothing. Filled with anxiety, she was helpless and desperate. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, Tony lay buried under the wreckage, his fate uncertain. Fortunately, Jarvis remained operational, controlling the mechanical arm. It forcibly pulled Tony out from the depths of the debris. It then tapped into the last remaining power reserves, propelling Tony to break through the water's surface with remarkable speed. This scene is undoubtedly one of the most disastrous escapes in Iron Man's career. When Tony regained consciousness, the prodigal son armor had run out of energy, crashing heavily to the ground with a chilling thud. Tony removed his helmet and asked Jarvis where they were. Jarvis replied that they were in northern Tennessee, the location of one of the recent terrorist explosions. After Tony separated from the armor, the prodigal son suffered unprecedented damage, and Jarvis, due to low energy, went into hibernation. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tony gritted his teeth and, with great effort, carried the damaged suit as he staggered onward. On his journey, Tony first found a convenience store, where he quickly contacted Pepper to let her know he was safe. Concerned for Pepper's safety, Tony decided not to return to Stark Tower just yet. He chose to drag the damaged armor by himself and press on. Before long, Tony discovered an abandoned warehouse, which would serve as his temporary shelter to repair the suit. As he busied himself with repairs, a young boy named Harley unexpectedly showed up, breaking the silence. It turns out that this is Harley's secret base.
Yes. And now you're out of ammo.
What's that thing on your chest?
It's a electromagnet. You should know. I've got a box of them right here.
What does it power?
Harley is a big fan of Iron Man. To Tony's surprise, Harley brought shocking news. The media was flooding with reports of Tony's death. Tony was unfazed by this. He traded a small gadget from his suit in exchange for the valuable parts Harley had that were needed to repair the armor. During their conversation, Tony learned that this small town had also been struck by a terrorist attack, prompting him to visit the explosion site in search of clues. Harley told him that a man named Davis had built a bomb and accidentally killed himself, along with 5 other people nearby. But something struck Tony as odd. Those 6 people, including Davis, had died. There were only 5 shadows on the wall. Tony then asked Harley about Davis's mother, hoping to learn more of the truth from her. Upon meeting Tony, Davis's mother handed him a file. At that moment, Tony realized that someone else had already arranged to meet with Davis's mother, and she had mistaken him for that person. Suddenly, a mysterious woman barged in, attempting to subdue Tony, just as a local sheriff off duty and drinking stepped in to intervene. Even though Brandt claimed she was with Homeland Security, the sheriff demanded she get approval from the governor before making any arrests. Brandt, on the other hand, attacked. Tony reacted quickly, trying to escape, only to find Savon lying in wait once again. With no other options, Tony ducked into a convenience store, but as he turned around, Brandt had already appeared in his line of sight, relentlessly pursuing him. Brandt's body could generate intense heat, hot enough to melt handcuffs, which left Tony deeply frustrated. He quickly sets off a barrel of Chua seed oil in an attempt to block Brandt's progress, but finds that Brandt doesn't care about it. However, Tony had already set a trap, placing a metal necklace inside a microwave to heat it up. With a loud bang, the gas exploded, blowing Brandt to ashes in an instant. Just when Tony thought the crisis was over, Savon used his abilities to melt the iron frame of a water tower, sending a massive flood of water that swept Tony out of the safe zone. Even worse, Savon had kidnapped Harley. In this critical moment, Harley cleverly used the toy Tony had given him to unexpectedly knock Savon down, seizing the opportunity to escape. Seeing this, Tony immediately fired his repulsor, blasting Savon away, and quickly fled with Harley. However, thanks to the power of Extremis, Savon rapidly healed, once again becoming a threat to Tony. Meanwhile, Maya revealed the truth to Pepper. Her boss was none other than Killian, who was deeply connected to the terrorist organization, the Mandarin. Meanwhile, the Mandarin became even more brazen, publicly executing a hostage during a live broadcast, which enraged President Ellis. He immediately ordered Rhodey to take the war machine into action. At this critical moment, Tony called Rhodey, asking for access to the military system to investigate Killian and the conspiracy behind him. Rhodey hesitated but ultimately gave Tony the password.
War Machine Rocks with an X, all caps.
That is so much better than Iron Patriot.
Yeah.
Tony quickly uncovered the details of the Extremis project. Those who successfully injected it gained extraordinary powers, and even lost limbs could regenerate. However, those who failed to merge with the virus would explode. This explained why so many terrorist bombings had occurred without any traces of explosives being found. It turned out that Killian had long been using this technology in collaboration with terrorist organizations, trying to achieve his sinister goals. Enraged that his plan had been exposed, Killian immediately kidnapped Pepper and injected her with Extremis. Meanwhile, Rhodey was searching for the Mandarin in the Middle East when he was ambushed by an Extremis-enhanced enemy and captured by the Mandarin. As for Tony, he followed clues from the Mandarin's broadcasts and finally tracked down the Mandarin's location, only to discover that his suit's power source was damaged and couldn't be recharged. This triggered Tony's anxiety once again. The thought of being powerless without his suit sent Tony into a panic.
You're a mechanic, right? You said so.
Right.
Why don't you just build something?
With Harley's encouragement, Tony pulled himself together. Though his suit wasn't fully repaired, he realized he could still create weapons by hand. People might think that without his Iron Man armor, Tony would be defenseless, but he proved them wrong. Using his intellect and bravery, Tony easily took down all the guards with his homemade weapons. However, when Tony finally confronted the Mandarin, he was shocked to discover an astonishing truth. The Mandarin was actually Killian. The man in front of him was just an actor and a puppet hired by Killian. Just when Tony was shocked, Savon appeared behind him silently and knocked him out with a blow. When Tony woke up, Killian was standing right in front of him. Killian was determined to get revenge for the time Tony had tricked him into waiting like a fool on the rooftop for hours. Now, he wanted Tony to taste the bitterness of despair. However, Maya, still holding onto some lingering affection for Tony, tried to use her own life as leverage, threatening Killian to let Tony go. Unfortunately, Maya had underestimated Killian's ruthless nature. Without hesitation, Killian shot and killed Maya. Afterward, Killian went to where Rhodey was being held, using extreme heat to force him out of the War Machine armor.
You breathe fire? This time tomorrow, I'll have the West's most powerful leader in one hand and the world's most feared terrorist in the other. I'll own the war on terror. Create supply and demand.
Killian then ordered Savon to put on the War Machine suit and proceed to the plane where President Ellis was, with the intent to kidnap him. Everyone assumed that Rhodey had been sent by the military to protect the president, but as soon as Savon boarded, he revealed his true identity, killing all of Ellis's bodyguards and leaving only Ellis alive before taking him hostage. Meanwhile, Tony's limited edition watch suddenly beeped. That was the signal that his suit had finished charging. It seemed Jarvis had completed the repairs on the Mark 42 armor. Since Tony had microchips implanted in his body, all the armor pieces could automatically track his location. The first to arrive was one of the suit's arms, which quickly made its way to the battlefield. With just the arm piece, Tony easily knocked 2 enemies to the ground. As for the rest of the armor, the parts were still soaring through the sky. Tony had no choice but to engage in combat using only a portion of the suit. Thanks to the suit's incredible mobility, The enemy's attacks proved useless, and Tony swiftly neutralized all threats. At that moment, the remaining suits of armor began to arrive one after another. Once Tony was fully suited up and ready for action, he received shocking news from Rhodey. The War Machine suit had been stolen. The two quickly teamed up and tracked down the fake Mandarin, Trevor. From Trevor's scattered bits of information, they pieced together that Killian's plan was to kidnap the president. They immediately decided to act. Rhodey contacted Vice President Rodriguez for assistance, but to their dismay, Rodriguez was working for Killian. He pretended to agree to rescue President Ellis, but in reality, did nothing. Tony knew he had to handle this on his own. By the time Tony arrived, Ellis had already been taken by Savon, who used the War Machine armor to abduct him. Savon, however, stayed behind on the plane. This time, Tony wasn't going to let Savon get away so easily.
President!
He's not here. Speaking of which, go fish.
But Savon had already planted bombs on the plane and triggered the explosion. In an instant, the passengers were thrown from the plane, falling through the sky. Without hesitation, Tony activated the arc reactor in his chest, unleashing a powerful energy wave that ripped Savon's body apart. This time Savon had no chance to recover. Tony then soared into the sky, instructing the falling passengers to grab onto each other, forming a human chain. In the end, he successfully saved everyone.
Chunky Monkey, let's go. Hello.
The rescued passengers erupted in cheers, thanking Tony for his heroic efforts. But Tony knew his mission wasn't over yet. There was still a greater challenge ahead. However, just as he turned around, Tony wasn't injured at all. It turned out that Tony had accomplished all of this by remotely controlling the Prodigal Son armor. Meanwhile, President Ellis was delivered to Killian's location. In the room where Ellis was imprisoned, Tony's beloved Pepper was also being held. Killian had Ellis and the War Machine suit suspended, planning to broadcast Ellis's execution live to the world. At this moment, Tony and Rhodey had secretly infiltrated the ship, strategizing their rescue mission, but Tony had a contingency plan all along. Though Killian had destroyed his mansion, the underground lab had remained intact. Tony remotely summoned all of his Iron Man suits to assist in the battle, from Mark 8 to Mark 42. A total of 35 Iron Man suits arrived. This was the most spectacular assembly of Iron Man suits in the history of Marvel films. Tony was putting everything on the line, not just to prevent the execution of Ellis, but to rescue the woman he loved, Pepper. Without hesitation, Tony gave the command to attack. Mark 37, Hammerhead, was the first to lock onto a target. Mark 31, Piston, shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging into the fray. Mark 41, Bones, the first modular suit, was a direct precursor to the design of the Mark 42, Prodigal Son. However, the enemies, having injected extremists, possessed extraordinary strength, making the battle incredibly difficult. Hammerhead was quickly destroyed, its crash causing a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. In a critical moment, Mark 38, Igor, stepped up, using its unmatched strength to lift heavy objects, buying precious time for the other suits. Under Jarvis's precise coordination, the suits worked seamlessly together, repelling the enemy forces. Mark 35, Red Snapper, fought valiantly under heavy assault from the extremis-enhanced foes. Seeing this, Tony immediately dispatched Mark 17, Heartbreaker, to provide backup. Despite Heartbreaker's fierce combat, Red Snapper ultimately sacrificed itself, taking out the enemy in a final, self-destructive move. At this point, Tony had donned the Mark 33, Silver Centurion suit. Its sleek and luxurious design left Rhodey feeling envious. But just as Heartbreaker landed, two enemies pounced on it like ravenous wolves. Fortunately, Mark 25, Stryker, arrived in the nick of time, using its unique drill-like weapons to easily knock the enemies away. Tony finally located Pepper's position. Just as he was about to rescue her, a fiery red hand suddenly shot out, damaging the energy core of his suit. It was Killian. As Killian emerged from the ground, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Tony, the Silver Centurion armor quickly deployed its blade, severing Killian's arm. However, the extreme heat from Killian's severed limb melted the nearby iron beams, putting Pepper in even greater danger. Mark 39, Star Boost, quickly arrived to assist. but was intercepted by other extremis-enhanced enemies. Tony was forced to abandon the damaged armor. He sprinted toward Mark 22, Hot Rod, intending to suit up, but the armor was immediately knocked away. Luckily, Tony wasn't injured. Meanwhile, Rhodey's rescue mission to save Ellis had reached a fever pitch, but regular bullets were useless against the extremis-enhanced attackers. Two of the enemies charged forward, determined to knock Rhodey off the shipping container, but with remarkable courage and quick thinking, Rhodey successfully shot through the chains, sending the unsuspecting enemies tumbling into the fiery inferno below. At the last second, Rhodey successfully rescued Ellis, pulling him from the flames and reclaiming the War Machine suit. Rhodey decided to take Ellis to safety first, reducing the pressure on Tony. Tony, however, was in a dire situation. He reached out, trying to grab Pepper, but she lost her strength and fell into the fire below. There was no time for Tony to mourn. As Killian was closing in once again, Tony quickly suited up in Mark 16 nightclub and engaged in the final battle with Killian. And despite Tony being in his armor, he couldn't withstand Killian's attacks and was knocked to the ground. Killian attacked him, but Tony was able to escape from his armor with his superior reflexes. As Tony was falling, the Mark 40 shotgun suit arrived just in time. Leaping onto a platform, Tony continued the fierce battle against Killian. Just as Killian was about to push Tony down again, Shotgun's back thrusters kicked in, stabilizing Tony. But Killian's next attack was even more vicious. With a swift strike, he sliced off Shotgun's arm, then slammed Tony hard onto the ground. At this moment, Tony was clearly at a disadvantage. Just as Killian was about to deliver the fatal blow, Tony once again managed to escape, leaving the suit behind to be sliced in half by Killian in an instant. At the moment when everyone thought Tony was out of options, the most powerful armor, Mark 42 Prodigal Son, finally returned. It descended onto the battlefield like a savior, giving Tony the chance to turn the tide. Tony immediately adopted a fierce combat stance. The legendary reputation of the anti-Tony suit was well deserved. Tony quickly adjusted his strategy, skillfully maneuvering the Prodigal Son armor to bind itself tightly around Killian. This unexpected turn of events left Killian stunned, his body instantly rendered immobile. Without hesitation, Tony triggered the armor's self-destruct mechanism. Unleashing a deafening explosion, Tony swiftly jumped into the Mark 15 armor, successfully escaping the scene. As Tony stared at the scattered pieces of Iron Man armor, thinking victory was at hand, an unbelievable sight unfolded before him. Amidst the roaring flames, Killian's figure rose once again. Killian's strength far exceeded Tony's expectations, and Tony had lost all hope of defeating him. But just at that critical moment, a familiar figure appeared like a divine force descending from the heavens. It was Pepper. She hadn't died after all. She had successfully adapted to extremis and gained extraordinary powers. The Mark 9 armor roared as it charged toward Pepper, identifying her as a threat. But Pepper had already gained extraordinary strength. She effortlessly dodged the suit's attack, then leaped into the air and, with a single punch, shattered its tough exterior. This scene shocked Tony. He witnessed Pepper's transformation and strength. Pepper kicked a missile toward Killian and used a precise repulsor blast to detonate it. In the fiery explosion that followed, Killian was finally destroyed, reduced to ashes. Seeing Pepper safe and sound, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. He held her tightly in his arms, feeling the hard-earned peace and happiness. Tony then made a decision to detonate all of his remaining Iron Man suits. It was not only a farewell to Tony's past life but also his most sincere Christmas gift to Pepper. In the final moments of the film, both Vice President Rodriguez and Trevor were arrested. Happy awoke from his coma. Harley received a complete upgrade to his laboratory, courtesy of Tony. Tony also successfully stabilized the extremis inside Pepper, helping her return to a normal life. And at last, Tony made a choice for himself. He had the shrapnel that had long been embedded in his chest removed. This meant that Tony no longer had to be constantly ready to transform into a superhero to face crises. He could finally enjoy the happiness and peace of an ordinary life. And we will never again see a standalone Iron Man movie starring Robert Downey Jr. Follow me for more exciting updates. See you next time. Today, let's continue our journey into the world of Marvel. Has anyone noticed how Thor came to Earth in the Avengers? Back in Thor, the first film, Loki tried to use the power of the Bifrost Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. To prevent disaster, Thor had no choice but to destroy the Bifrost Bridge, which severed Asgard's connection to the other 9 realms. Without the Bifrost, Asgard's army couldn't travel to the 9 realms to defend them, allowing rebel forces to gather and start uprisings. For example, Loki and the Chitauri's invasion of Earth was one of these rebellions. Thor came to Earth alone to capture Loki and quell the uprising, and he also planned to bring the Tesseract back to Asgard to repair the Bifrost Bridge. Many people wondered how Thor made it to Earth when the Bifrost Bridge had already been destroyed. Although the movie didn't explain this, the official Thor tie-in comic revealed that Thor was sent to Earth by Odin using dark energy. Dark energy is a powerful spell that consumes the user's life force, causing great harm to the body. That's why Odin only sent Thor alone to Earth, where he joined forces with the Avengers to defeat the Chitauri army. Thor then brought Loki back to Asgard to face Odin's judgment. Odin, heartbroken by Loki's complete lack of remorse, ordered that Loki be imprisoned for eternity. Over time, Loki couldn't handle the isolation and went mad. Although Loki was locked up, the chaos from the destruction of the Bifrost Bridge was far from over. After the Bifrost was repaired, Thor didn't immediately rush to find his girlfriend Jane on Earth. Instead, he was busy putting down rebellions in other realms.
I accept your surrender.
Odin wanted Thor to marry Sif, but Thor's heart belonged to Jane. He also asked Heimdall to keep a constant watch on Jane's whereabouts on Earth. Keep in mind, Heimdall is Sif's brother. One day, Heimdall told Thor that Jane had disappeared, which threw Thor into a panic. Ignoring all rules, Thor descended to Earth and found Jane, but Jane was perfectly fine and hadn't disappeared at all. When Thor descended to Earth, he brought the rain with him, but oddly enough, Jane remained completely dry, almost as if the rain was avoiding her. At that moment, Jane also saw the man she had been longing for and immediately slapped Thor a few times. In that instant, all their fear and anxiety disappeared, leaving only the deep longing and love they had for each other. At that moment, the police arrived to arrest Jane, claiming she had broken the law by trespassing. At that moment, a strange and powerful energy surged from Jane's body, sending all the police officers who tried to apprehend her flying. Seeing this, Thor immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took Jane to Asgard for help. However, this action provoked Odin's disapproval, as he was furious that Thor had brought a mortal into the realm of the gods without permission. But in this critical moment, the priority was to uncover the strange phenomena happening to Jane. Despite the royal physicians of Asgard using the most advanced instruments, they were still unable to discern the anomaly inside Jane. In a key moment, it was Odin, with his vast knowledge, who revealed the truth. Jane had been possessed by the ether. He immediately brought Thor and Jane to his private study, where he explained the origins and legends of the ether. It was said that during the time of Thor's grandfather, there was a mysterious race called the Dark Elves who sought to use the immense power of the ether to destroy the entire universe, in order to return it to its original state of darkness. However, their plan eventually sparked a rebellion from Asgard. Under the leadership of Thor's grandfather Bor, the people of Asgard fought a brutal and grueling battle, eventually defeating the Dark Elves' army and seizing the ether. But the ether's power was so immense that even Bor, the king of the gods, could not destroy it entirely. To prevent it from ever falling into evil hands again, Bor had no choice but to bury it deep underground, sealing it away forever. Yet no one could have imagined that this ticking time bomb would eventually be unearthed by Jane by accident. Not long ago, Jane and her colleagues had discovered something extraordinary. They watched as a child threw an empty soda can high into the air, and to everyone's amazement, the can miraculously reappeared from above, continuing to travel back and forth through the air, as if the laws of physics had lost their hold on reality. Using her precise instruments, Jane was shocked to find that they had stumbled upon a gravitational anomaly. In this strange space, even a 2.5-ton truck could be effortlessly lifted by two seemingly delicate fingers, as if the whole scene were a dreamlike fantasy. While everyone was still marveling at the strange phenomenon caused by the gravitational field, Jane, driven by her curiosity to explore the unknown, navigated through the complex corridors with her equipment in hand, determined to uncover the truth behind this mysterious phenomenon. However, it seemed that fate had other plans for her. A sudden, mysterious force violently dragged Jane into a dark and eerie space. Around her were crumbling stone carvings, and the only light in this desolate place was a faint red glow seeping through the cracks in the stones, casting an ominous hue over the surroundings. Driven by instinctive curiosity, Jane mustered her courage and cautiously peered toward the source of the red glow. A mysterious energy, brimming with immense power, slowly flowed through the cracks in the stone, as if it were alive. That single glance nearly cost Jane her life. The mysterious energy surged into her body, invading her consciousness and plunging her into a deep coma. When Jane woke again, she found herself back in the familiar warehouse. From Darcy's anxious words, Jane learned even more shocking news. For Jane, it felt like only a moment had passed, but in the outside world, a full 5 hours had gone by. Faced with this sudden turn of events, a sense of foreboding crept into Odin's heart. Meanwhile, across the vast reaches of the universe, Malekith, who had been dormant for millennia, awoke as he sensed the ether's reawakening. Malekith realized this was the perfect opportunity to reclaim control of the universe, and he quickly gathered his remaining forces to resume the plan that had failed so long ago. To infiltrate Asgard, Malekith implanted a piece of dark crystal into the body of his most loyal lieutenant, Algrim, and disguised him with a bull-headed mask. Algrim then posed as a prisoner being transported into Asgard's dungeons. Inside his cell, Algrim endured a painful transformation, eventually becoming Curse. With his immense strength and invulnerable body, he broke free from Asgard's prison, releasing all the other inmates. The goal was to create chaos in Asgard, giving them the perfect chance to steal the ether. But Loki, imprisoned in his cell and consumed by his hatred for Odin and Thor, merely watched Curse with cold indifference. He even offered a bit of helpful advice.
You might want to take the stairs to the left.
Loki may not have realized it at the time, but his casual suggestion would trigger a chain of events that would lead to his lifelong regret. As Curse successfully infiltrated Asgard, Malekith's revenge plan entered its final stage. The Dark Elves' fleet, taking advantage of their ship's cloaking technology, quietly reached the skies over Asgard, preparing to launch their attack. Though Heimdall spotted them in time and destroyed some of the enemy vessels, he couldn't hold back the overwhelming assault. The blade-like ships sliced through the sky like the scythes of death, heading straight for the city. Using superior piloting skills and tactical precision, the Dark Elves deftly maneuvered their ships through Asgard's defenses, avoiding its anti-aircraft fire, easily destroying the turrets, and overpowering Asgard's outdated fleet. Sensing the dire situation, Heimdall swiftly activated the palace's protective shield, keeping the enemies at bay. But just at that moment, Curse found a weakness in the barrier. With his immense strength, he punched through the protective shield, leading the Dark Elves' army into the palace hall. Faced with the overwhelming tide of enemies, the Einherjar warriors fought valiantly, but they were no match for the terrifying power of the darkness. The throne, a symbol of royal authority, was destroyed in the chaos by Malekith with a void grenade, and he proceeded to search for the ether. Odin and Thor arrived too late. As they looked upon the bodies strewn across the hall, they realized that the Dark Elves had risen again. There was no time to mourn the fallen warriors. They had to act quickly to protect the ether from falling into enemy hands. Meanwhile, Jane and Queen Frigga were hiding in the royal chambers. As Malekith stormed in, the queen revealed her pride and strength as a sorceress. She skillfully fought the enemy with her exceptional swordsmanship. But in the end, Frigga was mortally wounded by a sneak attack from Curse. The enemy had intended to use Frigga to force Jane to hand over the ether.
You have taken something, child. Give it back.
But they were deceived. It was only an illusion created by Frigga. In protecting the ether, Frigga had paid with her life. Seeing all of this, Thor was consumed by rage. Malekith was severely injured by Thor's sudden attack, and Curse quickly withdrew with him. Determined to avenge his mother, Thor wanted to take the ether to the Dark World, hoping to lure Malekith out, but Odin stopped him. They couldn't bear the consequences of that terrifying weapon falling into the hands of the Dark Elves. As long as Jane remained in Asgard, Malekith would inevitably take the bait, even if it meant sacrificing the last of the Einherjar. Odin swore to keep the ether on Asgard. However, Odin's resolute stance did nothing to sway Thor's determination for revenge. But at that moment, they had more pressing matters to deal with. The people of Asgard held a solemn memorial for the warriors who had fallen in the war. Countless brave souls who had defended their homeland ascended to Valhalla, becoming the brightest stars in the night sky, continuing to protect the land they loved. Every face was marked with endless sorrow, but none more than Loki, who was imprisoned in his dark cell. He had never imagined that an offhand remark of his would lead to his mother's tragic death. Looking back on his life, Loki realized the only person he had truly loved was his mother. Revenge for her had now become his sole obsession, and Thor's arrival seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope. Odin firmly opposed Thor's plan for vengeance. He ordered Jane's imprisonment and sealed off the Bifrost Bridge, cutting off all access to the outside world. If Thor wanted to travel to the distant dark planet, his only option was to turn to Loki. Only through Loki's secret passage can they hope to escape unnoticed. But before they could act, they needed a thorough plan and careful preparation. The first step was for Sif to knock out the guards and rescue Jane from her house arrest, handing her over to Thor. At the same time, Heimdall would work to distract Odin, drawing him away from the palace at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, the Berserkers would hold off the pursuing forces. They fled Asgard in the ship left behind by the Dark Elves. The plan seemed flawless, but they had overlooked one key issue. None of them knew how to fly the ship. Inside the ship, Thor and Loki were filled with anxiety, while outside, the Berserkers were already exhausted. Just at the critical moment, Thor, using his remarkable intelligence, successfully started the ship. It shot out of the palace like an arrow, dodging heavy fire, but not before accidentally slicing through a statue of Thor's grandfather, Bor. Loki felt completely hopeless about the escape plan, while Thor, having had enough of Loki's endless complaints, shoved him out of the ship. Thor then picked up his beloved and jumped into the pre-prepared airship. This was the final step of their plan. The airship slipped through Loki's secret passage, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the dark planet. Sensing the arrival of the Ether, Malekith, still recovering on the dark planet, led his forces OU, but the scene before him left him puzzled.
You still don't trust me, brother?
Would you?
He had expected Thor and Loki to come seeking revenge, but he did not expect Loki to choose to betray. Loki, striking and kicking, dragged Thor before Malekith, even going so far as to sever Thor's arm, before offering Jane up to Malekith. Loki's sole motivation for this was to witness the destruction of Asgard with his own eyes. Faced with this seemingly madman, Malekith was cautious, not willing to trust his words too quickly. Luckily, Curse had seen Loki in the prison before and confirmed that he was acting in good faith, finally putting Malekith's doubts to rest. With Thor apparently stripped of his ability to fight, Malekith lifted Jane into the air, and the ether began to flow slowly out from her eyes, nose, and mouth until it was fully extracted from her body. This was exactly the trap Thor had planned. Everything up until this point had been an illusion crafted by Loki's magic, designed to strike at the critical moment when Malekith was absorbing the ether. With Mjolnir in hand, Thor immediately launched a deadly attack on the ether, fully aware that if he could destroy it, both his home and the universe would be saved. The thunderous power of his strike caused a massive explosion, and the ether was shattered into pieces. But in the very next moment, the ether miraculously reformed itself and was absorbed into Malekith's body. Having obtained the ether, Malekith had no intention of continuing the fight. He knew that compared to recreating the universe, the lives of Thor and his allies were insignificant. Leaving a few soldiers to deal with them, he made his escape. Curse casually tossed a void grenade, and Loki, quick on his feet, pushed Jane out of the way. However, he couldn't dodge in time and was nearly pulled into the black hole. Fortunately, Thor arrived just in time to save him. Thor watched helplessly as Malekith was about to escape. Enraged, he swung Mjolnir and charged forward, only to be swatted away effortlessly by Curse. Though Thor was one of the gods, in terms of both weaponry and strength, he was completely overpowered by Curse. Even his prized Mjolnir could do nothing to harm Curse, and Thor was left pinned to the ground, being brutally beaten, with no chance to fight back. In this dire moment, Loki stepped in and launched a surprise attack on Curse. Though the damage was minimal, it gave Thor a precious window of time. Seizing the moment, Loki activated the void grenade hanging at his waist. The powerful spatial force twisted Curse's body, annihilating him completely. Loki had finally avenged his mother, redeeming himself, but at the cost of his own life. Loki quietly closed his eyes in Thor's arms, and no matter how much Thor roared in anguish, he couldn't wake his brother. Thor was filled with overwhelming regret. He knew it was his own foolish plan that had led to his brother's sacrifice. At the same time, he realized that the entire universe was now on the brink of disaster. Malekith, piloting his ship, was heading straight for Earth. Malekith's plan was to release the ether on Earth, plunging the universe back into an age of darkness, and the only person who could stop him, Thor, was still trapped on the dark planet. Thor initially thought of finding a secluded cave to live out his remaining days with Jane, but to his surprise, the cave they were in was connected to the hidden warehouse on Earth. This allowed them to return to Earth and quickly head to Jane's home. There Thor meets the scientist Eric. As the first person on Earth to detect the impending connection of the 9 realms, Eric had already designed a weapon to counter it. The group immediately set off for the Greenwich site to stop Malekith's plot. At Greenwich, Darcy nervously installed the equipment, while Thor took on the task of holding off Malekith. Meanwhile, Jane and Eric were in charge of operating the weapon. With a gentle turn of the knob, the enemy instantly disappeared from the spot. Jane's inexperience with the equipment caused some of her colleagues and a few dark elves to be teleported together, but compared to them, Thor's situation was exceedingly difficult. Malekith, already powerful, was now enhanced by the ether, forcing Thor to retreat again and again. Thor finally managed to slide in close to Malekith, only for Jane to teleport him away. As the connection of the 9 realms began in the sky, Thor had no choice but to forcibly remove Malekith from Earth, temporarily delaying his plan. However, the unstable portals caused them to be teleported between different worlds. They fought from Earth to the Dark Planet, from the Dark Planet to Jotunheim, even bringing back a frost giant that happened to save Darcy from the pursuing Dark Elves. The busiest of all was Mjolnir. Even with its cosmic-level navigation, it couldn't keep up with Thor's speed as he teleported between worlds. Amid the chaos, Thor was teleported to a subway station. Without Mjolnir, he had no choice but to obediently take the subway back to the battlefield. Meanwhile, freed from Thor, Malekith finally had time to initiate his Dark Universe plan. He unleashed a massive amount of ether, which flowed through the connections between the 9 realms. Darkness followed wherever the ether touched, and by the time Thor arrived back at the scene, he was powerless to stop it. Fortunately, Eric and Jane arrived just in time with the spatial conversion device. However, as mere mortals, they couldn't get close to Malekith. Thor had to enter the ether alone with the device. As soon as Thor stepped into the ether, he slashed Malekith with a sword, and with Jane's help, they instantly disabled one of Malekith's arms. With another attack, Thor sent Malekith's left arm to the Dark Planet, but even with Malekith wounded, as long as he remained within the formation, there was no stopping the rampaging ether. Luckily, Mjolnir finally caught up. Thor struck Malekith with a powerful blow, knocking him out of the ether. Jane seized the moment and successfully teleported Malekith back to the Dark Planet. Thor, having survived the ether, collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Malekith's massive ship, out of control, was plummeting straight toward Thor. Despite Jane's best efforts, she couldn't pull Thor out of danger, so she used her own body to shield him instead. The experiences along the way had deepened their feelings for each other. Though they couldn't live together, they were willing to face death together. In the nick of time, Eric stepped in and teleported the ship to the Dark Planet. The unlucky Malekith had just been teleported back, only to look up and see the mothership crashing straight toward him, sealing his fate. Afterward, Thor returned to Asgard to face Odin and ask for forgiveness. Odin praised Thor's heroism and was prepared to pass the throne to him, but Thor refused.
I'd rather be a good man than a great king.
Is this my son I hear, or the woman he loves?
When you speak to, I never hear mother's voice. This is not for Jane, father. She does not know what I came here to say.
One son who wanted the throne too much, another who will not take it. Is this my legacy?
Loki died with honor. I shall try to live the same. Is that not legacy enough?
Odin was moved by Thor's deep emotions and respected his decision. With his father's blessing, Thor turned and left Asgard, returning to Earth to live a happy life with Jane. Little did Thor know, the Odin he spoke to was actually Loki in disguise. So where is the real Odin? And what thrilling stories await? Stay tuned, and I'll guide you through the Marvel Universe. Let's continue our journey into the Marvel Universe today. Captain America, The Winter Soldier might just be the best film in the entire Marvel series. The director has incorporated the structure of the Bourne Identity and Mission Impossible into the superhero movie, which is simply a blow to other Marvel series. Some people say that it would not feel out of place to consider Captain America 2 as a sequel to the Bourne Identity. What's the deal with that? Let's dive in and find out. Speaking of which, ever since the Battle of New York and the Avengers, what have these superheroes been up to? Iron Man developed severe anxiety and built over 40 Iron Man suits in one go. But after defeating the villain Mandarin, he decided to retire, destroying all his Iron Man suits like fireworks, all just to win a smile from his beloved. And in reality, Robert Downey Jr., who plays Iron Man, no longer appears in standalone Iron Man movies. As for Thor, he was utterly exhausted, with his body nearly drained. The Bifrost Bridge was destroyed, and rebellions were breaking out across the 9 realms. He spent every day fighting, leaving him no time to rekindle his relationship with his Earth girlfriend, Jane. Then there's Malekith, a dark elf who tries to seize the ether, but in the end, Thor defeats Malekith and goes on to live a happy life with Jane. As for Captain America, things got interesting. He experienced the life of a secret agent, just like Tom Cruise and Matt Damon. Ever since Captain America woke up from the ice, he has been in the 21st century. He is confused by the world, and everything is new and strange. He spends his days punching a sandbag, trying to vent his feelings of helplessness, until one day, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury recruits Steve to join the Avengers to defeat Loki and the Chitauri army, and Steve seems to find a new reason to live. Even though he's in an era of peace, Steve chooses to stay with S.H.I.E.L.D. and continue to serve his country, showing that he's always been a staunch patriot. In fact, Steve has a personal reason for staying with S.H.I.E.L.D. He hopes to use their resources to find Peggy. By this time, Peggy is elderly and suffering from dementia. She has her own family now and has lived a fulfilling life. But on her deathbed, the person Peggy still longs for is Steve.
It's been so long. So long.
The Steve who, despite his small stature, would jump on a grenade to save his comrades. The Captain America who would storm a Hydra base alone to rescue his friend Bucky. One morning during his routine jog, Steve encounters a retired veteran named Sam Wilson, who would later become the Falcon and eventually take up Steve's mantle. The two hit it off immediately. When Sam learns that the man in front of him is Captain America, he's filled with admiration. In that moment, Sam is already prepared to become Steve's loyal follower. They only exchange a few words before Steve receives a new mission, and Natasha arrives in a sports car to pick him up. Steve's mission this time was to rescue the S.H.I.E.L.D. senior agent on the cruise ship hijacked by the militants. The hijackers demanded a ransom of $10 billion from the U.S. government. After assessing the situation, Steve quickly formulates an operational plan. Step 1. He infiltrates the ship alone. Jumping from a high altitude, he plunges straight into the ocean, then climbs up the anchor chain to the deck. Silently, he takes out a patrolling guard, then throws his shield, using the ship's hull to ricochet it and neutralize 2 more hostiles. Before moving inside the ship, he climbs to a high vantage point and fires a listening device, confirming the location of the leader, Batroc. By this time, Batroc is growing agitated due to the delay in receiving the ransom and is considering making an example of one of the hostages. Meanwhile, the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Ops team has gradually secured positions across the ship. Steve quickly pinpoints the locations of all the hijackers and places a breaching charge on a steel door, awaiting further instructions. At the same time, Steve is also waiting for news from Natasha, who is in charge of controlling the ship's engines. Natasha effortlessly neutralizes the guards in the engine room. Steve issues the command to attack, and within moments, the Special Ops team eliminates all the hijackers. When Batroc realizes something is wrong, Captain America's shield smashes through the window. Although Batroc tries to fight back, all of his attacks are deflected by Captain America's shield. To prove he's not hiding behind his shield, Captain America puts it away, removes his helmet, and engages Batroc in a fair fight. However, Batroc, not knowing his limits, challenges Steve, but after just a few exchanges, Steve subdues him with a powerful roundhouse kick. When Batroc attempts to resist again, Steve tackles him into a cabin and finishes him off with a punch, rendering Batroc completely incapacitated. At this point, Steve turns to see Natasha casually standing nearby, mysteriously copying all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data from the ship. Steve is clearly displeased with her insubordination. No sooner does he voice his displeasure than the previously unconscious Batroc suddenly gets up and throws a grenade at them. Although they narrowly escape the explosion, Batroc takes advantage of the chaos to flee. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Steve expresses his dissatisfaction. Fury, with no other choice, patiently tries to explain the situation to Steve.
Those hostages could have died, Nick.
I sent the greatest soldier in history to make sure that didn't happen.
Soldiers trust each other. That's what makes it an army. Not a bunch of guys running around shooting guns.
Last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. I didn't want you doing anything you weren't comfortable with. Agent Romanoff is comfortable with everything.
I can't lead a mission when the people I'm leading have missions of their own.
It's called compartmentalization. Nobody spills the secrets because nobody knows them all.
Except you.
When the explanation doesn't satisfy him, Director Fury decides to take Steve to S.H.I.E.L.D's secret underground facility. On the outside, it appears to be an ordinary building, but inside, it houses a massive weapons factory. This is S.H.I.E.L.D's biggest secret, and they've named it Project Insight. The plan is to use alien technology recovered from the Battle of New York to construct 3 helicarriers. Each carrier is armed with over 200 heavy cannons and dozens of fighter jets, designed to operate continuously in low Earth orbit. Combined with an all-pervasive surveillance system, they can instantly eliminate potential threats from thousands of miles away. However,
neutralize a lot of threats before they even happen.
Thought the punishment usually came after the crime.
We can't afford to wait that long.
Who's we?
After New York, I convinced the World Security Council we needed a quantum surge in threat analysis. For once, we're way ahead of the curve.
By holding a gun to everyone on Earth and calling it protection.
You know, I read those SSR files. Greatest Generation? You guys did some nasty stuff.
Yeah. We compromised, sometimes in ways that made us not sleep so well. But we did it so that people could be free. This isn't freedom. This is fear.
S.H.I.E.L.D. takes the world as it is, not as we'd like it to be. It's getting damn near past time for you to get with that program, Cap.
Steve cannot agree with Fury's dangerous mindset. If this plan is implemented, they could kill anyone they want. Even the President of the United States wouldn't survive 3 seconds. They each express their views, and Steve, filled with righteous anger, storms off. But in truth, Fury had Natasha gather the data because he suspects that Project Insight has a hidden agenda. Fury discovered that he doesn't have full access to some of the Project Insight files and oddities since he's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only other entity with such authority would be the Security Council, so Fury goes to the office of Secretary Pierce. At that moment, Pierce is facing questioning from the World Security Council. The recent hijacking, they argue, proves that the superheroes are incapable of preventing threats, so they urge Pierce to expedite Project Insight. Fury, however, worries that someone in the upper ranks might be compromised, and he tries to persuade Pierce to delay the plan. As an old friend and comrade, Pierce agrees to help him.
But you gotta get Iron Man to stop by my niece's birthday party.
Thank you, sir.
But Fury never expected that his well-meaning request would bring disaster upon him. Soon after, he notices a police car tailing him. The next second, a car suddenly crashes into Fury's vehicle from the side, pushing him off the road. A group of police officers quickly surrounds his car, trapping him inside. Before Fury could react, another team of heavily armed soldiers arrived and began relentlessly firing at his vehicle. He tried to escape, but the propulsion system was damaged, and the vehicle's safety features were rapidly failing. When the police realized that their standard firearms couldn't penetrate the car's defenses, they started using sledgehammers, attempting to smash the windows.
One window integrity. Propulsion systems now online.
Fortunately, Fury was able to break through the police blockade using his vehicle's advanced weaponry and cutting-edge autopilot technology, and then he took back control of the car. At that moment, a masked figure tossed a bomb under Fury's car. This masked figure was none other than the Winter Soldier. Making his first appearance, the Winter Soldier thought he had Fury cornered and was certain of victory, but he underestimated the sheer amount of high-tech gadgets Fury had at his disposal, allowing him to escape once again. Badly injured, Fury took refuge at Steve's apartment. When Steve returned home and saw Fury there, he was shocked. Fury pulled out his phone, warned Steve that there were bugs everywhere, and informed him that there was a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D., saying that Steve was the only person he could trust now. But before Steve could respond, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind the wall, and Fury collapsed to the floor. Steve quickly pulled Fury into a secure area and prepared to go after the shooter, but Fury grabbed him. Fury handed Steve a flash drive containing S.H.I.E.L.D. data, instructing him not to trust anyone. Before falling unconscious, the nurse who had been living next door to Steve turned out to be S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent 13, Kate, who had been assigned by Fury to protect him all along. After entrusting Fury to Kate's care, Steve set off in pursuit of the shooter, S.H.I.E.L.D. in hand. Steve burst out of the building and leaped to the one across the street, using the S.H.I.E.L.D. to clear his path until he finally caught up with the fleeing assailant. But when Steve tried to throw his S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop the man, the assailant caught it effortlessly with one hand. Then, almost mockingly, he tossed the S.H.I.E.L.D. back to Steve, who felt an unusual heaviness as he caught it. By the time Steve regained his composure, the attacker had vanished without a trace. The injured Fury was rushed to the hospital. Fury was pronounced dead during surgery. Watching Fury pass away, Natasha was filled with grief and frustration. She demanded to know what secrets Fury had shared with Steve, but recalling Fury's dying instructions, Steve bit back his words. Just then, Brock arrived to summon Steve back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Knowing that there might be a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve temporarily hid the flash drive in a vending machine at the hospital. However, when Steve returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., he was hit with a shocking revelation. The hijackers who had taken the ship were now in custody and had implicated Fury as the mastermind behind the plot. Steve was filled with doubt. How could Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Are you saying Fury hired the pirates? Why?
With the prevailing theory was that the hijacking was a cover for the acquisition and sale of classified intelligence. Sale went sour, and that led to Nick's death.
If you really knew Nick Fury, you know that's not true.
Why do you think we're talking?
Be posthumously accused of such a crime? Because Fury had saved Pierce's daughter when he was undercover in the Middle East. Pierce promoted Fury to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was both a benefactor and a friend to Pierce, so Pierce insisted on knowing what Fury was doing at Steve's apartment the night before and what he had said. But Steve, remembering Fury's last words, resolved not to trust anyone.
Captain, somebody murdered my friend. I'm going to find out why. Anyone gets in my way, they're going to regret it. Anyone.
Understood.
However, as Steve stepped into the elevator, Brock and his special ops team followed closely behind. Steve noticed the crowded space and the tight grips on their weapons. He knew what they were planning.
Does anyone want to get out? Before we get started.
As soon as Steve spoke, chaos erupted in the elevator. Steve transformed into an elevator warrior, taking down all his opponents. But outside the elevator, there was another large group of heavily armed soldiers. Steve quickly cut the elevator cables, escaping from the high floors. He finally fell to the 33rd floor, glanced at the height, then raised his shield and smashed through the window. With the shield protecting him, Steve landed safely and rode off on a motorcycle to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. When faced with an aircraft blocking his way, Steve dodged the machine gun fire by swerving left and right. He threw his shield, damaging the plane's engine, and then made a sharp stop, leaping onto the aircraft. Steve landed gracefully as the out-of-control aircraft crashed on the spot. Now that Fury was gone, Steve had become a fugitive. The World Security Council, ignoring Pierce's objections, demanded that Pierce immediately restart Project Insight. All of this left Steve utterly confused. He was desperate to uncover the secrets hidden in the flash drive Fury had left behind. When Steve sneaked back to the hospital, he found that the carefully hidden flash drive was already gone. Luckily, it hadn't been taken by a stranger. To avoid detection by S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve and Natasha headed to a tech store in a mall. With Natasha's top-notch hacking skills, they managed to decrypt the information on the flash drive before their pursuers could catch up to them. The information contained only a simple map, marked with a mysterious address. This address was not unfamiliar to Steve. It was the training ground where he had trained as a new recruit during World War II. Revisiting the site brought back memories from decades ago. However, the connection between this location and the secret Fury left behind remained a mystery. As Steve and Natasha pondered, they noticed a building that caught Steve's attention. Inside, they discovered that it was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first office from its early days. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, a special force dealing with various strange events. Photos on the wall revealed that it had been founded by Steve's beloved Peggy, along with his military drill instructor and Iron Man's father. Steve and Natasha then found a secret elevator leading to the basement, where the room was filled with vintage computer equipment from the last century. When they inserted Fury's flash drive into one of the machines, Dr. Zola's face appeared on the screen. It turned out that after the Allies' victory in World War II, the U.S. military absorbed a large number of German scientists through Operation Paperclip, including the brilliant Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola quickly established himself within S.H.I.E.L.D. and uploaded his consciousness into this computer system. Through Zola's revelations, they learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra members, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a puppet of HYDRA, but they only realized it now, which was obviously a bit late. Zola had already sent their location. A short-range ballistic missile was headed straight for them. Luckily, Steve managed to open the sewer duct, and they narrowly escaped by using his shield for cover. Climbing out of the rubble, Steve carried the unconscious Natasha. To stop Hydra's plan, they decided to take refuge at their friend Sam's house for the time being, and began planning their next move. Based on Zola's account, they deduced that the mastermind behind it all was Pierce, as he was the only one with the authority to launch Project Insight's missiles. To stop Pierce's plot, they would first need to capture a Hydra agent to extract their motives. But by now, Steve and Natasha were already fugitives. If they showed themselves, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, Sam was willing to stand up and help them. They used a sniper rifle to force Jasper to the rooftop. Steve had already been waiting there for some time, pressing Jasper to reveal Hydra's sinister plans. However, Jasper knew full well the righteousness and moral boundaries of Steve's character, and he was confident that Steve would never resort to torture for information. Teetering on the edge of life and death, Jasper ultimately divulged all the critical information he possessed without hesitation. It turned out that Project Insight and the helicarriers had been Hydra's ambition from the very beginning. Their goal was to use military force to completely enslave humanity. With the advanced algorithm left behind by Zola, Hydra could accurately predict every person's future actions and use big data to analyze who might pose a threat to their organization. Once the helicarriers were airborne, they could instantly eliminate all these potential threats. It was clear that superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America would be at the top of their hit list. And now, with only 16 hours left until the helicarriers launch, they quickly decided to drive to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, planning to use Jasper's identity to infiltrate the helicarriers. However, just as they were about to arrive, a cold, metallic hand suddenly smashed through the window and threw Jasper out, killing him instantly. The sudden attack caught Steve off guard. He quickly pulled the handbrake, using the car's momentum to throw the attacker off the roof. In the intense confrontation, Steve finally saw the attacker's face. It was the same assassin who had ambushed Director Fury, the Winter Soldier. Before Steve could regain his composure, an armored vehicle rammed into them, forcing their car into a perilous situation. The Winter Soldier leaped onto the roof of Steve's car, tearing off the steering wheel with a single pull. The car went careening out of control on the overpass. Finally, with Steve's determined effort, he and Natasha managed to steady themselves, but their relief was short-lived. Just as Steve regained his footing, he was hit by a fierce attack from the Winter Soldier, who blasted him off the overpass with a mortar. Meanwhile, Natasha and Sam were dodging heavy gunfire as they tried to escape. Using her agility, Natasha skillfully maneuvered through the hail of bullets, jumping off the bridge without giving her pursuers any chance. The Winter Soldier attempted to snipe Natasha but was outsmarted by her. She turned and fired at him, shattering his goggles and enraging him further. He handed Steve over to his subordinates and leapt off the bridge to pursue Natasha, but this turned out to be his biggest mistake. Despite the intense firepower, Steve's indestructible shield made the attackers' efforts futile. Steve charged through the hail of bullets from the Gatling gun, taking out the heavy gunner. Sam covered Steve on the bridge and eliminated the other attackers. On the other side, the Winter Soldier was distracted by Natasha's clever use of a phone to divert his attention. When he threw a grenade at her, it missed entirely, and instead, Natasha used a stun device to temporarily disable his metal arm. However, this minor setback didn't stop the Winter Soldier's assault. He quickly recovered and landed a critical blow on Natasha from behind. At that critical moment, Steve arrived just in time, kicking the Winter Soldier's weapon away. The two then engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Though the Winter Soldier's metal arm possessed incredible strength, Steve's combat skills were superior. He skillfully used his shield to disable the Winter Soldier's arm. With a powerful throw, Steve slammed the Winter Soldier to the ground, simultaneously removing his mask. The face beneath the mask shocked Steve, as memories from the past came flooding back.
Bucky? Who the hell is Bucky?
But in that brief moment of hesitation, Bucky had vanished without a trace, leaving Steve, Natasha, and Sam standing there in shock. Moments later, they were arrested by the arriving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Steve's heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. He couldn't fathom that his closest friend, Bucky, was still alive. After all, he had witnessed Bucky fall into a deep icy chasm, leaving no chance of survival. Even more incomprehensible was why Bucky would try to kill him, but an even greater shock awaited Steve. The two guards escorting them suddenly turned on each other. When one of the guards removed his helmet, it turned out to be Agent Hill. There to rescue them, Hill took them to a secret base, where Director Fury, presumed dead, was miraculously lying on a bed. It turned out that after realizing there was a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury had anticipated the danger of staying in the hospital, so he used pufferfish toxin to stage his own death. The group quickly pooled their information to thwart Hydra's plot. They decided to replace the targeting chips on the helicarriers with the control chips they had on hand. This daunting task naturally fell to the strong and capable Steve and Sam. Steve and Sam secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Through the intercom, they revealed Hydra's evil plan to the unsuspecting personnel. Faced with the exposure of the plan, Pierce immediately ordered his men to storm the control room and forcibly launch the helicarriers. Upon learning the truth, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly reacted, and chaos erupted in the control room as both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Brock seized the opportunity to initiate the launch sequence of the first helicarrier. As the hangar doors slowly opened and the engines roared to life, the first helicarrier began to rise. Steve, using his agility, dodged the ground forces' attacks and successfully infiltrated the interior of the third helicarrier, which had not yet taken off. He quickly found the targeting chip and replaced it with the control chip. At the same time, Sam, relying on his exceptional flying skills, reached the second helicarrier and completed the same task. Sam then picked up Steve, and they headed to the first helicarrier to complete the final task. However, just as they were about to succeed, Bucky intercepted them with a powerful charge. Bucky knocked Steve off the ship and then launched a chain that flung Sam onto the deck. After disabling one of Sam's wings, Bucky kicked him off the helicarrier. Luckily, Sam had a parachute, which saved his life. The responsibility of replacing the chip now fell solely on Steve. Although the previous blow had knocked Steve to the edge of the deck, his indomitable will drove him to climb back up and slip into the helicarrier through the exhaust vent. But waiting for Steve inside was his friend Bucky's cold, unfeeling figure. Steve tried to reach Bucky with words, but Bucky's expressionless face made Steve realize the harsh truth: this wasn't his childhood friend standing before him. It was Hydra's enforcer, the Winter Soldier, to save humanity. Steve knew he had to defeat the enemy in front of him. Without hesitation, Steve threw his shield and launched the first attack, but Bucky easily deflected Steve's strike and, during his counterattack, exploited a flaw in Steve's defense, landing a heavy blow. The two then engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle, exchanging punches and kicks, with neither gaining the upper hand. At this critical moment, the three helicarriers had reached their designated positions. The weapons systems were fully operational, locking onto over 700,000 potential threats, including Tony at Stark Tower. In just 1 minute, the entire world would fall under Hydra's control. On hearing this, Steve hesitated no longer. He swiftly grabbed Bucky by the throat, lifted him high, and slammed him to the ground with force. He then used grappling techniques like armbars and chokeholds to completely subdue Bucky, rendering him unable to fight. Finally, through Steve's relentless efforts, he reached the chip control panel just before the countdown ended. Meanwhile, Hill remotely redirected the weapon system's targets to the three helicarriers themselves. At Hill's command, the three helicarriers began firing upon each other. The most powerful weapons in human history ultimately destroyed themselves at the hands of their creators. The massive explosions tore the helicarriers apart, with falling steel beams and debris trapping Bucky beneath them. Seeing his old friend in such dire straits, Steve's heart was filled with conflict and turmoil. But in the end, friendship triumphed over all. Steve staggered to Bucky's side, using the last of his strength to pull him from the wreckage. However, what Steve didn't expect was to be repaid with Bucky's cold, iron fist. Unwilling to fight his friend any longer, Steve made the decision to put down his shield.
You're my friend.
Finish it. These words instantly triggered Bucky's buried memories. Scenes of him and Steve flashed through his mind the moments they shared. His fall from the train, the painful experience of being transformed by Dr. Zola, and the days they fought side by side through countless challenges. As he watched Steve lose consciousness and fall into the raging river beneath the helicarrier, Bucky hesitated for only a moment before reaching out and pulling Steve to safety. Yet, doubts still lingered in Bucky's mind. He wasn't sure if the man before him was truly the friend he remembered, and he needed further confirmation. At the same time, Natasha, disguised as a World Security Council member, infiltrated the meeting room and subdued Pierce. Pierce was shocked to see that Fury had faked his death. He attempted to use the World Security Council badge as a threat, but Natasha's jamming device rendered it useless. In the end, Pierce was brought to justice and killed. At the end of the film, Fury left SHIELD, planning to return to the front lines as a field agent. With Natasha's help, Steve obtained Bucky's complete file. At this moment, Steve had no idea that this seemingly innocent friendship would become the spark that ignited the civil war among superheroes. What pained Steve even more was that his deep bond with Iron Man would be completely shattered as a result. Marvel has countless jokesters, but why does the Guardians of the Galaxy crew seem to have half of them?
Ooh, child, things will get right. Bring it down hard.
He's not only the most entertaining superhero in Marvel history, but also the one who's taken out the most dads. In Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 *, he tricks his adoptive father. In Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 *, he kills his biological father. And in the Avengers 3 and 4, he fights his father-in-law. That's right, he's none other than the superhero who comes with his own soundtrack, Star-Lord. Star-Lord isn't just the most comedic superhero in Marvel history, he's also famous for his knack for causing trouble, with every appearance of his leaving the audience in stitches. But despite being one of Marvel's funniest heroes, Star-Lord lost his biological father at a young age, and his mother also passed away due to illness, leaving the young boy to endure the pain of losing both parents alone. Star-Lord ran outside in silent grief, and just when despair completely overwhelmed him, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive spaceship, like a messenger of fate, descended to whisk him away into a brand new world. The owner of that ship was none other than Yondu of the Ravagers. From that moment on, Yondu became Star-Lord's adoptive father and spent the next 26 years raising him into a renowned member of the Ravagers. One day, Yondu sent Star-Lord on an incredibly important mission to the planet Morag to find the orb. This orb was, in fact, none other than the Power Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. But Star-Lord wasn't the only one after this power. Just as he laid his hands on the orb, a group of Kree soldiers ambushed him, quickly turning the situation into a tense standoff. Faced with powerful enemies, Star-Lord displayed remarkable wit and courage. He pretended to surrender and handed the orb to the Kree, but just as they let their guard down, Star-Lord used a quick backward kick to trap several Kree soldiers. Then, he swiftly drew his laser gun and accurately shot down the Kree leader, Korath. As Star-Lord reached down to reclaim the orb, Korath, miraculously, stood up and fired a shot at him. Star-Lord dodged just in time, then activated his jet boots and sped away. Korath gave chase, with more foot soldiers blocking Star-Lord's path. At that critical moment, Star-Lord decisively threw out an anti-gravity device, trapping the soldiers in place, and seized the chance to leap into his ship, escaping with the orb in hand. After his successful escape, Yondu contacted Star-Lord via communicator, urging him to return and hand over the orb immediately. However, Star-Lord had a bold idea brewing in his mind. He planned to sell the orb privately and keep the hefty reward for himself. This decision enraged Yondu, who immediately put a bounty on Star-Lord's head, offering 40,000 units for his capture alive. Meanwhile, the defeated Kree soldiers returned to Ronan's Dark Aster battleship to report what had happened. Ronan's obsession with the orb stemmed from his belief that, by delivering the Power Stone to Thanos, he could use its strength to destroy Xander and avenge the death of his family. To retrieve the orb, Ronan sent Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora, to hunt it down. At the same time, Yondu's bounty also reached the ears of Rocket and Groot. By then, Star-Lord had already snuck onto Xander, looking for a buyer for the orb. Just as the deal was about to go through, Star-Lord accidentally revealed that the orb had been nearly taken by Ronan's men. The buyer, hearing this, panicked and immediately threw Star-Lord out. But Gamora had already been waiting outside for some time. She quickly made her move and snatched the orb from Star-Lord's grasp. Unwilling to give up, Star-Lord immediately threw out an electro rope, wrapping it around Gamora's legs. The two then engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Just then, Rocket and Groot arrived just in time. Groot used his branches to tie Gamora up, while Star-Lord took the opportunity to grab the orb and flee. However, Gamora quickly freed herself and launched a counterattack, striking Star-Lord's hand with a knife, causing the orb to slip out of his grasp once more and into hers. At the critical moment, Star-Lord, with lightning-fast reflexes, snatched the orb back and sent Gamora flying. Just when Star-Lord thought victory was his, Groot suddenly pulled out a sack, stuffed him inside, and prepared to cash in on the bounty. Seeing this, Gamora charged again, fiercely attacking Groot in an attempt to take the orb from Star-Lord. Just as she was about to succeed, Star-Lord stunned her with a blast from his gun. Free from his restraints, Star-Lord took off running, but Rocket shot him with a laser cannon, knocking him down. At that perilous moment, Xander's Nova Corps arrived, arresting the group for endangering public safety and transporting them to the heavily guarded KYLN prison. Inside the prison were all sorts of bizarre characters, each with unique skills or secret pasts. In the prison, a burly inmate took a keen interest in Star-Lord, but luckily, Groot stepped in just in time to stop his inappropriate intentions, while Rocket quickly established his authority in the prison with his wit and eloquence.
This one here's our booty!
They became the top dogs inside. However, the prison atmosphere remained tense because of Gamora's past ties to Ronan, whose actions had led to the deaths of many inmates' families, including Drax the Destroyer. Their hearts burned with hatred for Gamora and Ronan, waiting for the right moment to exact their revenge before they could act. Though, Gamora easily subdued them with her combat skills and made it clear she had long since betrayed Ronan. Though Drax and the others were still bitter after hearing this, they had to temporarily set aside their hatred as the situation was not in their favor. But in the next moment, Drax ambushed Gamora, trying to avenge his family. Luckily, Star-Lord stepped in just in time to stop Drax.
She betrayed Ronan. He's coming back. Do that to me. And when he does, that's when you...
Why would I put my finger on his throat?
What? Oh, no, it's a symbol. This is a symbol for you slicing his throat.
I would not slice his throat. I would cut his head clean off.
It's a general expression for you killing somebody. You've heard of this. You've seen this, right? You know what that is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
No.
After hearing Star-Lord out, Drax decided to spare Gamora for the time being. Gamora then revealed a crucial piece of information. A buyer was willing to pay 4 billion units for the orb. If they could escape the prison with the orb, they could split the fortune. This news excited Rocket and the others, and they began plotting their escape. They had Groot suddenly rip out the prison's power system, plunging the entire facility into chaos. The prison guards' drones swarmed into attack, but Groot, with his incredible strength and durable bark, not only fended off the drone assault but also escalated the chaos in the prison. Without a weapon, Rocket hid behind Groot, looking for a chance to strike back. Drax, at a key moment, chose to join them in fighting their enemies. After a fierce battle, they made it to the watchtower, ready to make their escape. But outside, the guards were already prepared, and their advanced weaponry made the getaway even more challenging. At the crucial moment, Rocket shut down the artificial gravity system, causing the guards outside to float like feathers, helplessly drifting in the air. This move swiftly diffused the immediate threat. Then, with a series of skilled maneuvers, Rocket detached the watchtower from the prison systems, converting it into a small spacecraft. He even cleverly reprogrammed the nearby drones, using them to power the ship as it zigzagged through the chaos. Finally, they located Star-Lord's ship and flew off Xander, embarking on their journey to nowhere. There, they found the Collector, who eagerly sought the orb. In his signature voice, the Collector slowly unveiled the mysteries of the universe's creation to the group. At the dawn of the universe, 6 Infinity Stones came into existence.
Then the universe exploded into existence, and the remnants of these systems were forged into concentrated ingots. Infinity Stones. These stones, it seems, can only be brandished by beings of extraordinary strength. Observe. These carriers can use the stone to mow down entire civilizations like wheat in a field.
There's a little pea coming out of me right now.
Once for a moment, a group was able to share the energy amongst themselves, but even they were quickly destroyed by it. Beautiful. Beyond compare.
Blah. We're all very fascinated, Whitey, but we'd like to get paid.
How would you like to get paid?
And within the orb before them lay the Power Stone, containing the power to destroy entire worlds. Each of these stones contained enough energy to obliterate a planet with ease, but the allure of such power quietly corrupted the mind of the Collector's servant, Karina. Unfortunately, she vastly underestimated the power of the gem. In an instant, the uncontrollable energy surged over her like a tidal wave, consuming her completely. In the end, Karina was reduced to nothing. Amid the explosion shockwave, Groot instinctively grabbed Rocket and carried him to safety. When the dust settled, the Collector also collapsed helplessly on the ground of the laboratory. They were all amazed at the terrifying power of the gem. Gamora quickly rushed forward and sealed the orb, as if she were locking away an ancient curse.
Peter, listen to me. We cannot allow the stone to fall into Ronan's hands. We have to go back to your ship and deliver it to Nova.
Right, okay, I think you're right.
As the group began discussing how to deal with this dangerous artifact, Ronan's army approached like a looming storm cloud. It turned out that Drax, desperate to take down Ronan, had secretly leaked their location, but Ronan didn't care about Drax's sights were set on the orb. Seeing this, Drax attempted to attack Ronan from behind, but the vast difference in strength saw him swiftly defeated, with Ronan sending him flying with a single punch.
Recall killing your family. I doubt I'll remember killing you either.
In the end, Ronan mercilessly tossed Drax into a chemical pool. Luckily, Groot acted quickly, extending his sturdy branches to pierce Drax's chest and pull him back from the brink of death. Meanwhile, Thanos' other adopted daughter, Nebula, was hot on their tail, determined to retrieve the orb. However, the flying machine Star-Lord and the others were driving was just a simple workboat with no weapons. At this critical moment, Rocket, with his extraordinary courage and driving skills, directly controlled the flying machine to crash into Nebula's spaceship. At the same time, Gamora clutched the orb tightly, surrounded by attacks from all sides. She stood fearless. Star-Lord quickly flew above the enemy and cleverly opened the bottom hatch of their ship. Sneaking inside, once in control of the ship, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire on their pursuers. However, the enemy had an overwhelming number of ships, and to avoid their attacks, Gamora had no choice but to fly into space. At that moment, Nebula's cannon fire struck Gamora's ship with pinpoint accuracy, causing her to lose its protection and leaving her floating helplessly in the vastness of space. Meanwhile, the orb was seized by Nebula. Star-Lord, watching Gamora drifting in space, was filled with both sorrow and determination. In an effort to save Gamora, Star-Lord made the bold decision to reveal his location to Yondu, who was still hunting him down. Star-Lord then donned his oxygen mask and fearlessly launched himself into space. Finding Gamora, he placed his mask on her to save her. Willing to sacrifice himself in the cold, endless void of the galaxy. At that critical moment, Yondu and his crew arrived just in time, rescuing them both and bringing them aboard the ship. This near-death experience undeniably deepened the bond between Star-Lord and Gamora.
Quill, what happened?
I saw you out there. I don't know what came over me, but I couldn't let you die. I found something inside of myself. Something incredibly heroic. I mean, not to brag, objectively.
Where's the orb?
Well, they got the orb.
What?
But sweet moments never last. The Ravager's sudden arrival shattered their brief peace. Furious at his wayward adopted son's betrayal, Yondu erupted in anger, hurling curses and even drawing his sharp Yaka arrow, aiming it at Star-Lord.
No!
But just as tensions reached a boiling point, Star-Lord confidently told Yondu that he had a plan to get the orb back. Yondu's expression softened, and he pulled Star-Lord into a tight embrace. That previous outburst? Just enact Yondu's way of maintaining his authority as the boss. At that moment, Rocket and the others, thinking Star-Lord had been captured, launched an attack on Yondu's ship.
On top of this craft is holding a Hadron Enforcer. It's a weapon of my own design.
What the hell?
If you don't hand over our companions now, he's gonna tear your ship a new one. A very big new one.
I ain't buying it.
I'm giving you to the count of 5. 5!
No! Wait, hold on! Rocket, it's me, for God's sakes, we figured it out, we're fine!
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Star-Lord intervened just in time to stop them, leading the group aboard Yondu's vessel. With Ronan now in possession of the orb and threatening to destroy Xander, they began urgently planning their next move. Thus, the Guardians of the Galaxy were born. Together, they set off in their ship toward Xander. Meanwhile, after realizing the orb's power, Ronan had fully betrayed Thanos. Eager to wield this power, he cracked open the orb and absorbed the energy of the Power Stone. He then transferred this immense power into his Warhammer, boasting that he would destroy Xander and then take on Thanos himself. In his anger, Thanos chose to temporarily retreat.
After Xandar, you were going to kill my father?
You dared to oppose me.
You see what he has turned me into? You kill him, I will help you destroy 1,000 planets.
Ronan, piloting his warship, headed straight for Xander. As they approached the planet, they unexpectedly encountered Yondu and his fleet. Without hesitation, Yondu ordered his crew to open fire, and a fierce battle erupted between the two ships. However, Ronan's ship had an unusually strong shield, making Yondu's energy cannons ineffective. They quickly changed tactics, circling beneath Ronan's ship to launch a concentrated attack from below. After a relentless barrage, cracks finally began to appear in Ronan's shield. Seeing this, Nebula immediately dispatched her fighters to engage. But the battle quickly turned dire, with Yondu's forces struggling against Ronan's superior numbers. Seizing the opportunity, Star-Lord led a daring assault from below, while Rocket and the others launched attacks from the side, eventually breaching Ronan's defenses. However, they soon found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemy fighters.
No more games with me, boy!
At this critical moment, the Nova Corps arrived just in time. They deployed a vast fleet of ships, which linked together to form a massive energy shield, successfully blocking Ronan's warship. Faced with such a powerful defense, Ronan refused to back down. He sent out a squad of kamikaze pilots, activating self-destruct mode in an attempt to destroy the cities of Xander. Countless ships rained down like meteors, plunging the city into chaos and destruction. Meanwhile, Yondu's fighter was hit during the battle and crashed to the ground.
Going down, Twill! No more games with me, boy! I'll see you at the end of it!
Yet, Yondu didn't give up. As soon as he stood up, he was surrounded by Ronan's soldiers. Without hesitation, Yondu drew his Yaka arrow, ready to fight.
Enough nonsense, Avenger! Time
In mere seconds, Yondu eliminated all his attackers. At the same time, the Guardians of the Galaxy successfully infiltrated Ronan's warship. They split into two teams. Gamora was tasked with shutting down the ship's power to the security doors, while Star-Lord and the others went after the orb. On their way, they encountered Korath. An intense battle erupted between the two sides. Using his jet boots and laser guns, Star-Lord engaged Korath in a fierce fight. Drax, on the other hand, showed off his skills by easily taking down a few minions, then engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight with Korath. In the end, Korath was defeated by Drax's fierce attack.
Finger to the throat means death.
But their victory was short-lived as more enemies swarmed in. At that crucial moment, Groot stepped up. He extended his long arms, wrapping them around the enemies like a giant serpent, and with a powerful swing from side to side, effortlessly defeated them all. Meanwhile, Ronan used the power of the stone to destroy the Nova Corps' defensive shield, wiping out countless ships in an instant. On the other side, Gamora and Nebula were locked in a fierce close-quarters battle. After a hard-fought battle, Gamora finally defeated Nebula. She tried to persuade her sister to join them in fighting Ronan, but Nebula coldly severed her own mechanical arm and chose to escape alone. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gamora quickly acted, pulling out the power supply to the security doors and clearing the way for Star-Lord's escape. Without hesitation, Star-Lord rushed straight to Ronan. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a powerful blast at the formidable enemy. Who was empowered by the Power Stone, but to Ronan, the attack was nothing more than a minor annoyance. With a casual lift of his massive hammer, he sent the entire group crashing to the ground. Despair engulfed the scene. Drax, filled with rage, struggled to his feet and charged at Ronan in a desperate attempt to turn the tide. But Ronan easily caught him by the throat with one hand, leaving Drax's life hanging by a thread. At that critical moment, Rocket piloted his ship into the battlefield, crashing into the scene like a savior from the sky. The tremendous impact not only caught Ronan off guard but also sent the entire ship shaking violently, throwing it off balance and causing it to plummet toward the ground. As the ship descended rapidly, everyone's hearts sank. They seemed to have no way out. In this life-or-death moment, Groot demonstrated his selfless spirit of sacrifice. He extended his arms, and vines from his body grew rapidly, intertwining to form an impenetrable sphere that enveloped everyone inside. Groot, with his seemingly fragile body, created a solid wall of life. As the spaceship crashed to the ground, dust billowed up, and everyone was safe under Groot's protection, but Groot sacrificed himself. Rocket gazed mournfully at Groot's shattered remains. At that moment, Ronan emerged from the wreckage of the ship.
You killed Groot!
Seeing that they were powerless to resist, Ronan mistakenly believed victory was his and began the classic villain monologue.
People of Xandar, the time has come to rejoice and renounce your paltry gods. Your salvation is at hand.
Ooh, child, things will get child. Things are gonna. Listen to these words. Ooh, child, it easier. Then bring it down hard, brighter.
What are you doing?
Someday. Dance off, bro. Me and you. Come on. Subtle. Take it back.
What are you doing?
I'm distracting you, you big turd blossom.
By the time Ronan realized it, it was too late. Rocket and Drax had already fired a shockwave at him, shattering his massive hammer into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Star-Lord grabbed the Power Stone. The stone immediately unleashed a surge of energy too powerful for any mortal to handle. However, Star-Lord remained unharmed by its immense power. To help Star-Lord manage the overwhelming energy, the others stepped forward and clasped his hands tightly. Together, they miraculously managed to control the Power Stone's energy. In the end, Star-Lord opened his hand, releasing the full force of the stone and completely destroying the once arrogant Ronan. With the crisis averted, Gamora quickly covered the Power Stone with the orb, successfully neutralizing the threat, saving Xandar in the process. At that moment, Yondu approached, demanding the orb containing the Power Stone. Reluctantly, Star-Lord handed it over, but not without warning Yondu not to open it. In reality, it was a fake orb. The real one had already been entrusted to Xandar for safekeeping. The Nova Corps commander later informed Star-Lord that during his last capture, they had discovered that his bloodline contained celestial DNA, which explained how he was able to wield such immense power. Soon after, the Guardians of the Galaxy boarded their newly repaired ship and set off on a new journey. Though the Guardians had successfully protected Xandar this time, it wouldn't be long before Thanos came to destroy the planet in pursuit of the Power Stone. Elsewhere, Yondu, still curious, opened the orb he had received, only to find out it was yet another fake. But despite the deception, Yondu wasn't angry. Meanwhile, Rocket was nurturing a new sapling from Groot's remains, and they began a new life filled with laughter and adventure. The movie ends here. Follow me for more insights into Marvel movies. The next episode will be even more exciting. Today, let's continue with the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. When it comes to the weakest superhero in the Marvel lineup, that would definitely be Star-Lord. Even though Star-Lord has the blood of a Celestial running through his veins, he doesn't actually have any superpowers. What's more, he's very funny and likes to dance, but this seemingly ordinary half-Celestial actually ended up killing his own father. And keep in mind, Star-Lord's father was a full-on Celestial. So, what exactly happened here? Let's continue with the 12th movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe series, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 star. After the team successfully defeated the Big Bad Ronin in the first Guardians of the Galaxy, their fame spread like wildfire across the universe, and bounty missions started rolling in faster than they could handle. This time, they'd been tasked by the Sovereign to take down a multi-dimensional creature called the Obelisk, which had been stealing their batteries. However, the Obelisk's hide was incredibly tough, making it nearly impossible to find a weak point from the outside. Seeing this, Drax the Destroyer came up with a bold plan using his insane leaping ability. He dove straight into the Obelisk's stomach, intending to destroy it from the inside.
What is he doing?
Star-Lord, dumbfounded, pointed out that he had already spotted a tiny crack under the Obelisk's chin. There was no need to go inside the creature. If they couldn't break through from the outside, why would they be able to from the inside? So, he teamed up with Rocket to distract the Obelisk and make it lift its head, while Gamora took advantage of the moment to slice the creature open with her sharp blade, delivering the killing blow through the crack. Obelisk fell to the ground with a crash, marking its end. When Drax emerged from the creature's body, he was smugly convinced he had taken down the beast all by himself. Even baby Groot couldn't help but give him a look of pure disdain for his shameless bragging. With the mission completed, the High Priestess Aisha of the Sovereign rewarded the Guardians of the Galaxy by handing over Nebula, who had been caught trying to steal their batteries. Just as they collected their reward and were about to leave, Rocket couldn't resist showing off to Drax, boasting about his latest feat. He had managed to steal some batteries for himself. Little did they know, this act would almost spell disaster. The team then prepared to take Nebula to Xandar to cash in her bounty, but out of nowhere, they were ambushed by the Sovereign fleet. Clearly, the Sovereign had discovered Rocket's theft and had sent an army of remote-controlled ships to hunt them down.
I didn't realize.
The whole scene was like a sudden arcade game adventure come to life. Faced with a massive fleet of ships surrounding them, the Guardians of the Galaxy had no choice but to find the nearest jump point to escape. However, reaching the jump point meant they had to fly through a dangerous asteroid field. While piloting the ship, Star-Lord and Rocket started arguing over who was the better pilot, showing off their flying skills. As a result, they lost control of the ship and crashed into an asteroid, nearly killing Nebula, who was strapped in the back. Luckily, they managed to regain control of the ship just in time, but one ship continued to chase them. Without a second thought, Drax suited up in a spacesuit, jumped out of the ship, and blasted the pursuing ship to pieces with a gun, showcasing his bravery and fearless courage. Yet, the danger was far from over. In the blink of an eye, hundreds more ships had them surrounded. Just when all hope seemed lost, a powerful energy beam suddenly descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the entire Sovereign fleet. A few minutes later, a glowing white, egg-shaped ship slowly approached, and standing atop it was a mysterious old man. Before anyone could react, their ship passed through the jump point and emerged on the unfamiliar planet of Berhurt. As the ship rattled and roared violently, the team realized they were about to crash. Terrified, baby Groot hurriedly stuffed a handful of candy into his mouth, as if hoping it would calm his nerves. Fortunately, after smashing through countless trees, the ship finally landed safely. but as soon as they stepped out of the ship, they began arguing fiercely, their tempers flaring from all the previous misunderstandings and mishaps. At that moment, the white egg-shaped ship that had saved them slowly descended before them. The old man stepped out of the egg and introduced himself as Ego, claiming to be Star-Lord's father.
My name is Ego, and I'm your dad, Peter.
This sudden revelation left Star-Lord in disbelief, his mind completely blank. Later that evening, Ego revealed even more about Star-Lord's past. It turned out that after Star-Lord's mother passed away, Ego had sent Yondu to Earth to find him and bring him back. But Yondu never delivered Star-Lord to Ego. Instead, he kept him and raised him, teaching him the skills of thievery and combat. To verify whether Ego was telling the truth, the group decided to split up. Gamora and Drax would accompany Star-Lord to Ego's planet, while Rocket and Groot stayed behind to repair the ship and guard Nebula. Aboard the ship, Star-Lord and Drax became deeply intrigued by the antennae on Mantis's head. Mantis explained that her power was to sense other people's emotions, and she could also soothe their feelings and lull them to sleep. Ego kept her around because he needed Mantis's calming abilities to help him fall asleep. Drax was amazed and asked to experience it for himself. Mantis quickly exposed Star-Lord's hidden feelings.
You feel love?
Yeah, I guess, I feel a general unselfish love for just about everybody.
No, romantic, sexual love.
No, I don't.
For her.
No, that is not. Okay.
Which caused Drax to burst out laughing. Then Mantis touched Drax, making her laugh along with him, leaving Star-Lord feeling even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, on the planet Contraxia, Yondu unexpectedly crossed paths with his old Ravagers leader.
Seems like this establishment is the wrong kind of disreputable.
Stakar. It turned out that the Ravagers had an unspoken rule: never deal in children. However, a younger Yondu broke this principle, which led to Stakar stripping him of all his honors and leaving him disgraced among his crew. At that moment, the Sovereign's High Priestess Aisha approached Yondu and hired him and his team to capture the Guardians of the Galaxy. They quickly tracked down the location of Star-Lord's ship, but as they prepared to sneak up on it, they accidentally triggered a trap Rocket had set up in advance. Seeing this, Rocket installed a router in everyone's heads, forcing them all to connect and become his playthings. After easily dispatching the first wave of enemies,
Are you? So tough now, without all your talk.
Rocket suddenly heard a familiar whistle. Before he knew it, a Yaka arrow was heading straight for him, leaving him frozen in place. At that moment, Yondu appeared just in time and told Rocket that although the bounty offered by the Sovereign was tempting, he had no intention of actually capturing the Guardians of the Galaxy, because if he did, it would bring the wrath of the Nova Corps from Xander upon them. In truth, Yondu had a personal reason he wanted to protect Star-Lord. However, some of his greedy crew members weren't willing to give up the hefty reward, leading to a sudden mutiny. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Nebula was trying to convince Groot to free her from her handcuffs.
Your friend. There's too many of them. He needs my help. If you care about him, you need to get me out of these bonds. They are going to kill him.
Just then, Yondu's mechanical fins suddenly exploded. The attacker was none other than the escaped Nebula. Immediately after, she electrocuted Rocket, knocking him unconscious. With Yondu incapacitated, his mutinous crew member Taserface seized the chance to overthrow him and declared himself the new captain. He ruthlessly killed the remaining loyalists who refused to betray Yondu by throwing them out of the ship. Nebula demanded a spaceship and prepared to go to Ego's planet to kill Gamora. Rocket and Yondu were imprisoned, while Groot became the plaything of the despicable crew, subjected to their torment and ridicule. Meanwhile, on Ego's planet, Star-Lord and the others embarked on a thrilling journey of discovering his true parentage. They traveled through the vast cosmos aboard a ship controlled by Ego, eventually arriving at his grand and magnificent palace. Here, Ego revealed his true identity to them. He claimed to be a celestial, who began as a mere consciousness, something like a brain. After hundreds of years of evolution and self-perfection, he gradually learned to manipulate the molecules around him, slowly enveloping his brain and forming the planet they were now standing on. He then manifested his consciousness into a human form. Because a person has survived for hundreds of millions of years and feels lonely, he began to search for life forms all over the universe. During this quest, he met Star-Lord's mother on Earth, fell in love, and created the love child that was Star-Lord. Star-Lord questioned his father, asking why he left his mother when she loved him so much. Ego explained that he had to return to his planet frequently, otherwise, he would wither and die.
Didn't you come back? Why did you send Yondu, a criminal of all people, to come and to fetch me?
I loved your mother, Peter! I couldn't stand to set foot on an Earth where she wasn't living! You can't imagine what that's like!
I know exactly what that feels like! I had to watch her die!
Over the millions and millions of years of my existence, I've made many mistakes, Peter. But you're not one of them. Please give me the chance to be the father she would want me to be. There's so much that I need to teach you about this planet and the light within. They are a part of you, Peter.
What do you mean?
Give me your hand, son.
After a brief argument and some explanation, Star-Lord finally forgave his father for abandoning him. Under Ego's careful guidance, Star-Lord's godly powers began to awaken, and he was overwhelmed with joy at having found his father. However, Gamora couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. She had caught Mantis trying to tell Drax something, but when she approached, Mantis hesitated and stopped talking, so Gamora felt that there must be some hidden truth here. This intuition, perhaps a woman's sixth sense, led her to feel that there was more to the situation. This growing unease caused a rift between her and Star-Lord, eventually leading to a heated argument. Feeling frustrated, Gamora decided to step outside for some fresh air, only to be ambushed by her sister Nebula, who had come to kill her. After a heart-pounding chase and fierce combat, Gamora cleverly hid in a secluded cave. Nebula, driven by her unyielding determination, charged in without hesitation. However, the pursuit caused Nebula's ship to crash, instantly turning the once quiet cave into a battlefield. Facing this sudden change, Gamora reacted quickly. She grabbed an oversized Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the wrecked ship. The gun's recoil was so strong it seemed like it would tear everything apart. As the ship was about to explode, Gamora noticed that Nebula's leg was trapped, preventing her from escaping. Despite the deep rift and bitterness between them, Gamora's sisterly instincts kicked in. Without a second thought, she saved Nebula from the wreckage. This life-saving moment seemed to shift the dynamic between the sisters. They began to understand the jealousy and resentment that had grown between them over the years, fueled by Thanos' favoritism. At that moment, reconciliation seemed possible. Nebula's hatred for Gamora stemmed from Thanos always favoring her sister. Every time Nebula lost a competition, she suffered physical pain as Thanos replaced parts of her body with machinery. Nebula couldn't understand why Gamora never showed her any compassion and only cared about winning. Hearing her sister's pain, Gamora realized her own mistakes. The long-standing grudge between the two sisters finally began to dissolve. As they searched for a way out, they stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Piles of bones stacked high like mountains. It was clear that Ego wasn't as benevolent as he appeared. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe aboard Yondu's ship, a dejected Groot, after being mocked, made his way to Rocket and Yondu. Yondu gave Groot a mission to sneak into Taserface's quarters and steal a spare mechanical fin so Yondu could regain his fighting abilities. However, Groot didn't quite understand the task, and what he brought back left Rocket both amused and exasperated.
That's Vorker's eye. He takes it out when he sleeps. Go, look again.
We told you it was this big. That's a desk.
Finally, with some guidance from Kraglin, Groot found the correct drawer and retrieved the fin. Yondu successfully installed the spare fin and prepared for the coming battle. Kraglin then confided in Yondu, admitting that he never wanted to rebel, but had been forced to go along with those who murdered his friends. Yondu, without holding a grudge, instructed Kraglin to prepare the third compartment of the ship and be ready. Afterward, Rocket helped Yondu weld together the crucial mechanical device. The fight to reclaim their dignity and exact revenge had begun. Yondu, with unmatched skill, controlled the Yaka arrow, sending it slicing through the hearts of the traitorous crew.
Come there! Be close, a little bit closer. Just make it so strong. They would
After destroying the enemy ship, they piloted the ship and set off to find Star-Lord. Rocket learned from Yondu that Ego was far from a good guy, and they needed to find Star-Lord as quickly as possible to stop Ego's plan. In his haste, Rocket activated the space jump without realizing that it required over 700 consecutive jumps to reach Star-Lord. Such rapid jumps would push their bodies to their absolute limits. Throughout the grueling series of jumps, both Yondu and Rocket had to endure extreme physical strain while remaining vigilant for any danger that might arise. As they passed by a planet, they saw an astronaut teaching aliens the secrets of flirting, adding a touch of lightheartedness and humor to their tense journey. Finally, they arrived in orbit above Ego's planet. The violent turbulence made Groot so nauseous that he threw up branches. At this point, Ego stopped hiding his true intentions. He confessed his ambition to Star-Lord, to expand his presence across the entire universe and gain control of every planet. Such a massive undertaking required enormous energy, far more than his celestial powers alone could provide. To achieve this goal, Ego had spent thousands of years searching for another celestial. He mated with life forms on different planets, hoping to produce a child who shared his powers. Unfortunately, without exception, all of these descendants are useless inferior creatures. Ego had Yondu bring these children to him, where he absorbed their energy and then killed them. Star-Lord was the only one who inherited his celestial powers. This was why, in the previous film, Star-Lord was able to withstand the immense power of the Infinity Stone. Star-Lord was a little dazed when he heard this. If Ego continued with his plan, all of Star-Lord's friends, as well as the humans on Earth, would die. But Ego showed no sign of stopping. He continued to spout twisted logic, trying to brainwash Star-Lord completely. At this critical moment, Ego carelessly revealed the truth about Star-Lord's mother's death. It was he who had killed her with his own hands. This revelation hit Star-Lord like a bolt from the blue, snapping him back to reality. Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and fired, riddling Ego's body with bullet holes. But Ego's power was far from simple. He extended a tentacle that pierced through Star-Lord's chest and crushed the cassette player that his mother had given him before she died. Just as Star-Lord was about to be completely defeated, Yondu arrived just in time, ramming his ship into Ego's tentacles and freeing Star-Lord. However, Ego wasn't done yet. He unleashed countless tentacles, entangling the ship and trapping them. Despite the dire situation, Star-Lord and his teammates refused to give up.
There's a backup! That's my freaking father! We should be going up! We can't! Ego wants to eradicate the universe as we know it. We have to kill it! Rocket! Got it!
So we're saving the galaxy again?
I guess.
They decided to dive into the planet's core to destroy Ego's consciousness, eliminating the threat once and for all. However, Ego's core was protected by an impenetrable shell, resistant even to laser attacks. At this critical moment, the Sovereign's fleet arrived as well, having chased Star-Lord and his team across half the universe in pursuit of them. Rocket, using the batteries he had stolen, built a C4 bomb and entrusted Groot with the task of delivering it to Ego's consciousness. Although Groot usually seemed a bit clumsy, in this crucial moment, he displayed incredible courage and determination, successfully activating the bomb's countdown. But the ship's thrusters were destroyed by the Sovereign fleet. To solve this, Nebula connected the ship's weapons system to her own arm, using it as a makeshift booster. With a spectacular 360-degree laser attack, they successfully wiped out the entire Sovereign fleet. At the same time, Ego fully awakened, unleashing even greater power in an attempt to wipe out everyone. Yet, Star-Lord and his team didn't retreat. They fought back together, engaging Ego in a fierce battle. Even Yondu, skilled as he was, couldn't withstand Ego's relentless assault. He was eventually pinned beneath the rocks, and his Yaka arrow was snapped in two. Seeing his teammates in grave danger, Star-Lord suddenly tapped into his potential, reversing the flow of Ego's energy and using it against him.
I don't use my head to fly the arrow, boy! I use my arm!
You shouldn't have killed my mom and squished my Walkman.
Transformed into a raging warrior, Star-Lord launched a wild attack on Ego, while the rest of the team returned to the ship. Rocket anxiously told Yondu that the place was about to explode and they needed to leave immediately, but Yondu firmly insisted that he would stay behind and wait for Star-Lord. With no other option, Rocket handed Yondu a flight suit and a space breather. As Star-Lord and Ego fought to a standstill, the bomb's countdown reached its final moments.
We need to stop it! We need to stop it!
If you kill me, you'll be just like everybody else.
What's so wrong with that?
No!
As the bomb exploded, Ego's consciousness, which had survived for hundreds of millions of years, instantly disintegrated into a pool of sludge. But with Ego's destruction, Star-Lord lost his celestial powers. At that moment, the planet also began to explode. In the nick of time, Yondu heroically grabbed Star-Lord and soared into the sky. With deep affection, Yondu confessed to Star-Lord.
But he wasn't your daddy. I'm sorry I didn't do none of it right. I'm damn lucky you might.
Telling him he was sorry for not being the father he should have been, but that he was proud to have him as a son. After saying those words, Yondu put the only spacesuit on Star-Lord, while he himself was left in the vastness of space, where he perished due to lack of oxygen. At this moment, Star-Lord suddenly realized that the fatherly love he had been looking for with all his strength was actually right next to him. It was Rocket who shared Yondu's brave sacrifice with his old Ravagers friends. In the end, Yondu not only earned their forgiveness but was also honored with the most grandiose Ravagers funeral.
Didn't let us down after all, Captain.
No, he did not, son. He did not.
Yondu, Doctor, I will see you in the stars.
Fare thee well, old friend.
In the final scene, Kraglin handed Star-Lord the MP3 player that Yondu had prepared for him, filled with 300 of Star-Lord's favorite songs, because Yondu knew that one day Star-Lord would return to the ship. This gesture was filled with fatherly love. Star-Lord also passed the repaired Yaka arrow to Kraglin, making him Yondu's successor. Having witnessed Star-Lord's experience, Gamora came to realize the true value of family. She sincerely invited Nebula to join them in their fight against Thanos, to protect all the other children across the universe who had suffered at his hands, just like the two sisters had. And with that, the story comes to an end. Stay tuned for more excitement next time. Today we continue watching the Marvel Cinematic Universe series, with this being the 13th film, Avengers: Age of Ultron, which was released in 2015. Ever since Captain America rooted out Hydra from SHIELD, the once glorious organization has faded into oblivion. However, Hydra, using S.H.I.E.L.D's former status as a cover, had long since infiltrated various parts of the world. They not only conducted deep research on the Scepter of Mind, but also developed a variety of secret weapons, plotting their comeback. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. was no more, and without Fury's leadership, the old members of the Avengers did not fall into despair. Instead, they took it upon themselves to eliminate the remnants of Hydra. Natasha and Hawkeye were the first to take action, speeding towards Hydra's secret base in a vehicle. Like arrows released from a bow, Thor descended from the sky, single-handedly taking out the guards in the watchtower, clearing the path for his teammates. Captain America and Hulk led the charge, each showcasing their extraordinary skills and their seamless teamwork. In this fluid and intense battle, the members of the Avengers displayed their various abilities, leaving the enemy soldiers overwhelmed. Captain America, in a particularly stunning moment, threw a motorcycle with such force that it became a weapon, smashing an enemy vehicle. Then, he teamed up with Thor, using a combination move to clear the obstacles ahead, buying precious time for the team to press their attack. However, just when they thought victory was within reach, Quicksilver made a sudden appearance, disrupting the calm. With incredible speed, he attacked Hawkeye, rendering the sharpshooter incapacitated in an instant. Faced with this unexpected development, the Avengers were caught off guard. Captain America couldn't even see Quicksilver's figure before being struck by him. At this critical moment, Tony, using his aerial advantage and the intelligence support of Jarvis, quickly hacked the base's defense system. While fending off the soldiers at the gate, Tony also made his way into the base's interior, searching for Hydra's secret weapon. Soon, Tony arrived at the basement. What greeted him was the massive corpse of a Chitauri beast, along with the remains of countless soldiers. And there, lying quietly in the center of the room, was Loki's scepter. It was clear that Hydra had used these resources to create a large number of mechanical soldiers. Tony cautiously approached the scepter, ready to reclaim it, but just as he was about to touch it, a figure silently appeared behind him. The figure began to cast a spell on Tony, and suddenly, visions of the aftermath of the Battle of New York filled his mind. Hulk lay gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. The members of the Avengers were fallen, their bodies soaked in blood. Captain America's shield was shattered in two. These scenes plunged Tony into a deep fear. It was from this moment that Tony secretly vowed to create stronger weapons to protect the Earth. This very thought allowed him to break free from Wanda's illusion and snap back to reality. Tony quickly donned his glove, snatching the scepter of mind into his hand. Though this mission was fraught with challenges and dangers, in the end, they completed it successfully. Hawkeye, though unfortunately injured in the battle, had his wounds treated by Dr. Cho upon their return to Stark Tower. The only thing that remains puzzling is Natasha, the most popular female hero in the Marvel Universe. Who does she truly like? It seems as though she's had ambiguous relationships with everyone. Looking back at her first appearance in Iron Man, Fury assigned her to be a spy by Tony's side, and there was already a certain level of undeniable flirtation between them. Then, in the Avengers, Natasha found herself again because of Hawkeye. When Hawkeye was in danger, Natasha was willing to sacrifice her life to save him. But in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, her steamy kiss with Steve Rogers set the audience on fire. Yet here in Age of Ultron, Natasha seems to have feelings for Bruce, which is utterly perplexing. Back to the film, Tony had Jarvis perform a deep analysis of the internal structure of the Mind Stone. When the internal model of the gem was displayed in front of him, a flash of light appeared in Tony's eyes. Tony realized this was an unprecedented opportunity. After careful consideration, Tony decided to use this neural network to develop the most powerful artificial intelligence system ever created. Fully aware of the strength and threat posed by extraterrestrial forces, Tony was eager to create an Iron Legion to protect the Earth. This plan, Tony named the Ultron Project. After persuading Bruce to join him, they began their work, researching day and night without rest. However, fate seemed unwilling to make Tony's journey a smooth one. Despite their enormous efforts and the time invested, the system's restructuring and integration kept failing. Every time they thought they were on the verge of success, unexpected malfunctions would occur, for reasons they couldn't understand. After days of non-stop work, Tony and Bruce were feeling completely exhausted. Tonight, the Avengers were hosting a victory party. Though Tony was preoccupied with the progress of their experiment, he had no choice but to temporarily set his work aside and join the celebration. Before leaving, Tony instructed Jarvis to continue running the calculations and to notify him immediately if there were any new developments. However, just as Tony walked out the door, the experiment succeeded. In the reception hall of Stark Tower, the Avengers gathered, filling the room with laughter and cheer. Tony and Thor boasted about their individual accomplishments, while Rhodey proudly shared stories of his own heroic deeds. Meanwhile, Natasha and Bruce sat at the bar, quietly discussing their personal feelings and future plans. As the night deepened, the crowd slowly began to disperse. Only the core members of the Avengers remained. Unwilling to leave, they started a wager who could lift Mjolnir, making it the final event of the evening. Hawkeye was the first to try, but awkwardly failed. Tony, unwilling to be outdone, suited up in his armor and gave it a go. But even that couldn't budge Mjolnir one bit. Seeing this, Rhodey stepped up to help, hoping their combined strength could lift it. But he too was unsuccessful. When it was Bruce's turn, he summoned all his courage and let out a mighty yell, but Mjolnir remained as immovable as ever. However, just then, Captain America calmly stepped forward and grasped the handle of Mjolnir. To Thor's surprise, the hammer actually moved slightly. Could it be that Captain America is also the chosen one chosen by Mjolnir? But to save Thor's pride, Captain America pretended he couldn't lift it either. Just as everyone was caught up in their amazement and joy, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the night. Breaking the festive atmosphere, an ugly robot appeared before them. This is Ultron, who has just successfully awakened and escaped. Using the power of the Mind Stone, Ultron had taken control of Tony's Iron Legion and launched a fierce attack on the Avengers. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Avengers quickly sprang into action, engaging in an intense battle. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, charged forward, smashing an attacking suit of armor with ease. Tony, enraged by the theft of the Mind Scepter, was determined to get it back. After a fierce struggle, the Avengers managed to destroy all the armored suits. At this point, Ultron delivered a speech, outlining its twisted philosophy.
You want to protect the world, but you don't want it to change. How is humanity saved if it's not allowed to evolve? With these puppets. There's only one path to peace. The Avengers' extinction.
Ultron said a lot, but to sum it up in one sentence, to save humanity, humanity must be destroyed, and the first task was to eliminate the Avengers, humanity's protectors. Ultron then escaped through the internet. After all, it was just a string of code. Ultron had originally been created to protect the Earth, but no one had anticipated that it would evolve on its own and gain consciousness. This development threw the entire world into unprecedented fear. To stop Ultron's plot, the Avengers regrouped, preparing for an epic showdown like no other. However, upon learning that it was Tony who created this terrifying problem, Captain America and Thor were both furious, setting the stage for future rifts within the Avengers. Meanwhile, Ultron was busy preparing its plan to wipe out humanity. Ultron used Hydra's leftover resources in Sokovia to build a new body for itself and recruited the Maximoff twins, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, as its powerful new allies. The Maximoff siblings were willing to help Ultron because they shared a common enemy. That enemy was the Avengers and Stark Industries. It turned out that in their childhood, the Maximoff twins' home was destroyed by war, their family killed. A missile bearing the Stark Industries logo landed in their home, terrifying the siblings. They hid in the basement for 2 days and nights, fearing the missile would explode at any moment. Fortunately, the missile was a dud. The Maximoff siblings were later rescued, but the seed of hatred was planted in their hearts. To seek revenge on Stark, they willingly joined Hydra and underwent human experimentation using Loki's scepter. As a result, Pietro became a mutant with lightning-fast speed, while Wanda became a witch capable of psychic manipulation, possessing powers similar to those of the Mind Stone. Not long after, Ultron appeared aboard an old, rusted ship, one of the largest underground arms markets in the world. Here, Ultron sought the vibranium from Wakanda, the same material used to make Captain America's shield. When the arms dealer glanced at the name of the account transferring funds, he mistakenly thought they were friends of Tony Stark. However, at the mere mention of Tony's name, Ultron was instantly enraged. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and severed the other person's arm. At that moment, the Avengers had quietly arrived behind them. Without a word, both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Tony and Ultron were the first to clash. Being created from the same roots, they were evenly matched, and the fight quickly reached a stalemate. Quicksilver and Wanda fought side by side. Captain America and Thor faced off against their enemies head-on. Meanwhile, from his vantage point, Hawkeye took position and effectively repelled some of the enemies with his precise archery. As the fight began, Quicksilver showcased his extraordinary speed, delivering a punch that knocked Captain America to the ground. Seeing this, Thor swung Mjolnir to launch a ranged attack. Quicksilver tried to catch Mjolnir, but was thrown off balance by its immense force and was hurled violently to the ground. However, the turning point in the battle came. Wanda began to cast her powerful magic on each Avenger, trapping them in carefully crafted illusions.
The girl tried to warp my mind. Take special care. I doubt a human can keep her at bay. Fortunately,
I am mighty.
Thor was the first to fall under her spell. Then Captain America and Natasha were drawn into their own illusions. In his illusion, Captain America unexpectedly reunited with the woman he longed for, Agent Peggy Carter. Thor, on the other hand, witnessed the terrifying visions of Ragnarok, subtly laying the groundwork for the plot of Thor, Ragnarok. Natasha found herself back in the days when she was trained to be an assassin, a story that would later be explored in her solo film. Wanda intended to target Hawkeye next, but he skillfully countered her move. It turned out that after being controlled by Loki in the Avengers, Hawkeye had developed a subconscious defense against such tactics. In a critical moment, Quicksilver appeared just in time, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hawkeye flying. He then quickly whisked Wanda away from the battlefield. Although Wanda was unwilling, she saw Bruce in the distance with a confused face, and a bold plan quietly formed in her mind. In an instant, Bruce had transformed into the Raging Hulk, rampaging through the city in a fit of destruction, while his teammates remained trapped in the magical illusions, unable to save themselves. Faced with this dire situation, Tony had no choice but to call upon his new AI assistant, Friday, and quickly activated their latest anti-Hulk device. Then he dashed off to the city center like a flash of lightning. By this time, Hulk had been completely consumed by darkness. His already earth-shaking strength had been further amplified by Scarlet Witch's sinister spell, pushing him to unprecedented levels of power. The city's fate hung by a thread, as though the next second it would be leveled by this unstoppable force. Just at this critical moment, several specially designed metal plates descended from the sky, falling precisely around Hulk and instantly forming an impenetrable cage, trapping him. Yet Hulk's rage and strength were far beyond anyone's imagination. He smashed through the ground, breaking free from the cage's hold. When the local police saw this, they immediately mobilized all their firepower against the Hulk. But all these efforts were like an ant shaking a tree, and they could not stop the Hulk's rage in the slightest. At this moment of despair, Tony, clad in the Mark 44 armor Hulkbuster, stood tall on the battlefield like a god descending from the heavens. This armor was originally a labor of love created by Tony and Bruce together, but ironically, it had now become the key weapon in the fight against the Hulk. Sensing the threat, Hulk grew even more ferocious. He grabbed a car and hurled it at Tony with all his might, then followed up with a brutal charge, sending Tony flying several meters away. Unwilling to be outdone, Tony quickly regained his footing, flying toward Hulk and locking his hand around Hulk's neck. They engaged in a brutal fight on the ground. Every punch Tony threw was packed with tremendous force, yet Hulk seemed almost indestructible, taking each hit and searching for an opening to strike back. Finally, in a particularly violent clash, Hulk tore apart Tony's armor with sheer force, exposing its vulnerable inner workings. At this critical moment, Friday stepped in again. She swiftly dispatched new parts to make emergency repairs to Tony's armor. The instant the suit was reassembled, Tony unleashed a burst of incredible power. With a powerful punch, he collided with Hulk's fist mid-air, creating a thunderous boom. Immediately after, Tony used the agility of his armor to execute an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Hulk hard into the ground. But the fight was far from over. Hulk wasn't one to surrender easily. He charged forward, ramming Tony into an office building, then leaped onto Tony's neck and began pounding him. However, this attack was like a mere scratch to Tony. He countered by slamming Hulk against the wall, but Hulk responded with a massive kick that sent Tony crashing down along with an elevator. Tony had to grab onto steel beams to prevent the elevator's passengers from getting hurt. Hulk didn't care about any of this. He jumped down once more, determined to make Tony pay, but this only enraged Tony further. He grabbed the elevator and started smashing it against Hulk repeatedly, then followed up with a punch that knocked one of Hulk's teeth loose. Everyone knew that the angrier Hulk got, the stronger he became. The tide of the battle instantly turned. Now, Hulk had Tony pinned against a skyscraper, relentlessly pounding him with his massive fists, tearing the armor apart piece by piece. As the suit was on the verge of being completely destroyed, Tony had no choice but to call for backup again. However, this time, Hulk smashed Tony's armor supply before it could arrive. Desperate, Tony made a bold decision. Using the suit's flying ability, he quickly flew to an unfinished building in front of him and pushed Hulk off without hesitation. With a deafening crash and violent tremors, the building collapsed into rubble, briefly calming Hulk down. But just as Hulk was about to lose control again, Tony delivered a knockout punch, putting him down for the count. Though the battle was over, Tony and Bruce were left with heavy hearts. They knew this failure had caused massive damage to the city and placed the Avengers in an unprecedented crisis. On the way back, Bruce was consumed with guilt, while the others remained silent, burdened by the weight of the failed battle. But they all knew now wasn't the time to dwell on failure. They needed to rally quickly and find a solution. To avoid the media frenzy and public backlash, they decided to take refuge at Hawkeye's home to rest and prepare for the coming storm. To everyone's shock, it turned out Hawkeye had a wife and children all along, and his wife was expecting their third child. Even more surprising, Natasha seemed to have known this information all along. After everyone settled down, Thor left alone, determined to find the answers to what he had witnessed in the earlier vision. He found his old friend Erik Selvig. With Erik's help, Thor discovered the hidden water of sight on Earth. Thor plunged into it, returning to the illusion to uncover important details he might have missed. There, he also glimpsed the future emergence of the 6 Infinity Stones and the catastrophe they would bring to the entire universe. Back at Hawkeye's home, Fury made a surprise appearance. Steve was the first to deduce Ultron's next move. Ultron intended to evolve himself, to become even more powerful. To do so, he needed vibranium to create an invincible body, and the person with that technology was Dr. Cho and Soul. However, Dr. Cho has already fallen into Ultron's hands at this time. The power of the Mind Scepter had corrupted her mind, turning her into a pawn for Ultron. With Dr. Cho's biocellular technology and the regeneration cradle, she quickly crafted an unstoppable body for Ultron. Ultron then opened the Scepter of Mind, embedding the Mind Stone into the forehead of his new body. A massive consciousness transfer was initiated, and once complete, an invincible Ultron would be born. Yet fate always seems to reveal a twist at the most crucial moment. Halfway through the data transfer, Wanda accidentally touched the regeneration cradle and instantly saw through Ultron's true intentions. This discovery shocked her. The Maximoff siblings' initial goal had been to destroy the Avengers, but Ultron's ambitions went far beyond that. He intended to annihilate all of humanity.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
You're madmen.
There are more than a dozen extinction-level events before even the dinosaurs got theirs. When the Earth starts to settle, God throws a stone at it. And believe me, he's winding up. We have to evolve. There's no room for the weak.
And who decides who's weak?
Wanda acted quickly, secretly casting a spell to wake Dr. Cho. Once Dr. Cho regained consciousness, she immediately severed the connection between Ultron and the body, but this move alerted Ultron. Seeing this, Quicksilver immediately grabbed Wanda and fled the scene. Sensing the approaching threat, a furious Ultron slaughtered everyone in the lab and fled with the regeneration cradle. When Captain America stepped into the lab, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The gravely injured Dr. Cho, using the last of her strength, told him that the regeneration cradle couldn't be destroyed from the outside, only Tony had the means to destroy it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hawkeye had already spotted the truck transporting the regeneration cradle. After confirming it, he immediately alerted Captain America. Without hesitation, Captain America leaped from the bridge, landing solidly on the truck's roof. Inside, Ultron was forced to halt the transfer process and engaged Captain America in a fierce one-on-one battle. However, in this fight, Captain America, who was known for holding his own against any opponent, was not gaining the upper hand. He hurled his shield with all his might, but Ultron easily caught it and tossed it aside. Luckily, Natasha, following closely behind, quickly retrieved the shield. At the critical moment, she returned it to Captain America. Ultron, unfazed, blasted Captain America with a laser, sending him flying, but Captain America swiftly got back up, relentlessly pursuing Ultron and engaging him once more. At this moment, Hawkeye arrived in a Quinjet to provide backup for Captain America, while Ultron deployed reinforcements to deal with Hawkeye. The battle raged on from the truck to a nearby train, but the cramped space inside the train limited Captain America's movements, and he was soon cornered and severely injured by Ultron. At the crucial moment, Quicksilver and Wanda joined the fight. Their arrival immediately shifted the tide of the battle. However, Ultron wasn't an easy opponent. He used his laser cannon to destroy the train's controls before turning to flee. With the train out of control, it careened off the tracks and into the city like a runaway beast. Quicksilver used his superhuman speed to save the terrified citizens in its path. Meanwhile, Wanda unleashed her powerful magic to bring the train to a safe stop. But on the other side, Natasha found herself in dire straits. To avoid the enemies blocking their path, the soldiers hoisted the regeneration cradle into the air. Without hesitation, Natasha jumped into the truck and unfastened the cradle's restraints. Then she and Hawkeye began a heart-pounding aerial relay. Just as they were about to succeed, Natasha was ambushed by a soldier from behind and dragged out of the plane, leaving her in grave danger. Hawkeye couldn't worry about Natasha at that moment. He had to get the regeneration cradle back to the base as quickly as possible. Back at the base, Tony wasn't deterred by the crisis. Instead, he became obsessed with the powerful body inside the regeneration cradle. Plunging into a new wave of mad ambition, he wanted to upload Jarvis's consciousness into the body. First, Tony sent Hawkeye away, and then he began persuading Bruce to join his plan. Bruce, equally tempted by the immense power, agreed after some brief hesitation. However, just as the data transfer was nearing completion, Captain America and the Maximoff siblings suddenly appeared, voicing their concerns about the unknown risks and urging them to stop. Bruce, believing that Captain America was under Wanda's control, refused to cooperate. During the heated argument, Quicksilver swiftly yanked the power cord from the computer. Just then, a bullet whizzed by. It was Hawkeye who fired the shot. Seeing this, Steve immediately hurled his shield, destroying the equipment. While Tony donned his suit to stop them, tensions flared as both sides clashed, with neither willing to back down. At the critical moment, Thor descended from the sky, raising Mjolnir and smashing it down onto the body inside the regeneration cradle. However, to everyone's surprise, Thor's strike didn't destroy the cradle. Instead, it triggered a rapid charging process, and in an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within, blasting Thor backward. At that moment, a new being, Vision, was born. Vision lunged at Thor, but Thor swiftly kicked him away. Looking out at the world, Vision seemed dazed. Had he really just come into existence? But thankfully, Vision wasn't another Ultron. Thor immediately explained that the reason he helped bring Vision to life was because, during his vision in the Water of Sight, he saw the future, and Vision would be a key ally in their fight against Ultron. It was also at this moment that the Avengers learned about the existence of the Infinity Stones for the first time. So far, the 6 known stones had already begun to surface. They are the Tesseract that appeared in Captain America 1, also known as the Space Stone. Then there was the Mind Stone, originally in Loki's scepter, now embedded in Vision's forehead. The third was the Ether, or Reality Stone, from Thor, The Dark World. At the end of that film, Lady Sif had given it to the Collector for safekeeping, but an explosion later destroyed his collection, and the Reality Stone's whereabouts remain unknown. The fourth was the Power Stone, featured in Guardians of the Galaxy, which Star-Lord had delivered to the Nova Corps on Xandar, but the remaining 2 stones had yet to make an appearance. Yet here stood Vision, holding Mjolnir in front of everyone, which left the Avengers in shock. Thor, however, looked a bit awkward. According to legend, only he could lift Mjolnir, but now Vision had done it with ease. Afterward, the group began to discuss how to confront Ultron. Based on the intelligence Vision had gathered, Ultron had already established a massive army in Sokovia, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on humanity. The Avengers wasted no time and set off to face Ultron in one final battle. Upon arriving in Sokovia, the team split up to evacuate the civilians to safety, doing their best to avoid innocent casualties. Quicksilver used his super speed to weave through the crowds, swiftly carrying people out of the danger zone. Meanwhile, Wanda used her magic to hypnotize some residents, guiding them to safety. Captain America and Hawkeye held critical positions, protecting key areas from enemy invasion. Thanks to their combined efforts, most of the civilians were safely evacuated. Meanwhile, Bruce found Natasha, who had been imprisoned underground by Ultron, and successfully freed her. Tony, on the other hand, went alone to the church to confront Ultron for the final showdown. Ultron was there, controlling a massive anti-gravity device with the intent of destroying the entire city as part of his vengeance.
This is how you end, Tony.
At that moment, Ultron's army of robots began pouring in, and an epic battle ensued. Just as Tony was about to strike, Vision arrived in a hurry. Ultron initially thought it was his new body coming to reunite with him, but Vision used his abilities to cut off Ultron from the internet entirely. First, Ultron could no longer escape. Second, Ultron had lost any chance to launch Earth's nuclear weapons. Furious, Ultron immediately activated the anti-gravity device.
I take away yours.
In an instant, the entire town seemed to experience an earthquake-like tremor. The ground quickly cracked open, and the city within a few kilometers suddenly lifted off the ground and rose slowly into the air. The sight was breathtaking. Hovering in the air, Ultron watched his creation with a sick sense of satisfaction. Once the city reached the desired height, Ultron planned to reverse the device and send the city plummeting to the ground at light speed. A collision powerful enough to annihilate the entire planet. Captain America immediately ordered Tony to figure out a way to stop the city from rising, while the rest of the team focused on destroying Ultron's army and rescuing the trapped civilians. Hawkeye, the teen sharpshooter, pushed his attack speed to the limit. He was agile and precise with every arrow, harvesting enemy after enemy like the scythe of death. However, the number of robots seemed endless. Wanda had never experienced such a big scene before, and she felt that she had caused all this disaster. She fell into deep self-blame. Fortunately, Hawkeye found Wanda and brought her into an abandoned building. There, he encouraged her to snap out of it, reminding her that the primary goal was to defeat the robotic army.
Stand here, you're good. I'll send your brother to come find you, but if you step out that door, you are an Avenger.
After his words, Hawkeye returned to the battlefield. Moved by Hawkeye's words, Wanda resolutely returned to the battlefield, standing alongside him to fight once more. On the other side of the collapsing bridge, a woman in a car was about to fall to her doom. Thor immediately sprang into action, saving her and tossing her towards Captain America, who caught her effortlessly. Thor and Captain America then rejoined the battlefield, taking out enemy after enemy with precision. Seeing Thor's immense power, Ultron decided to challenge him one-on-one. As they battled fiercely on the ground, Tony made a grim discovery. The anti-gravity device had been fully activated by Ultron. If they made any contact with the device, it would immediately adjust its direction, sending the entire city hurtling toward the ground at breakneck speed. The only solution was to detonate the city while it was still in the air to prevent further casualties on the ground, but the city was still filled with civilians and Avengers. How could they sacrifice them? At least Captain America couldn't let that happen. Just when they are at their wits' end, a familiar voice rings in everyone's ears. Fury, piloting a helicarrier, slowly ascended into the sky like a beacon of hope in the darkness, bringing salvation to those who had lost all hope. Fury quickly deployed rescue craft to assist the Avengers in evacuating the remaining civilians. To ensure the success of the operation, he had also brought a powerful ally. At this moment, Thor was battling Ultron alone, but he was clearly showing signs of defeat. Even his Mjolnir had been knocked to the ground. In this dire moment, Vision arrived just in time, wielding Mjolnir and smashing Ultron away. To prevent Ultron from approaching the device again, the Avengers quickly regrouped around it, ensuring he had no chance to redirect its course. No sooner had Thor finished speaking than Ultron raised his arm, seemingly summoning his army. Instantly, countless mechanical soldiers came like a tide. Their goal was the course switch. The final battle had begun. As the fight progressed, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Avengers. Captain America issued new orders for everyone to check for any stragglers or civilians who had yet to be evacuated. Meanwhile, Wanda and Quicksilver stayed behind to guard the device, ensuring that no enemy could activate it. Despite being forced into retreat, Ultron wasn't ready to give up. In one last desperate act, he piloted a jet straight toward innocent civilians. Hawkeye put himself in danger to protect a child. When Hawkeye is about to meet with disaster, Quicksilver steps forward and uses his body to block all the bullets for Hawkeye. Quicksilver's sacrifice devastated Wanda. In her grief and rage, she unleashed her chaos magic, reducing the surrounding enemies to dust. Seeing this, Hulk jumped onto the jet and hurled Ultron to the ground. Wanda slowly approached Ultron, pulled out his mechanical heart, and crushed it in her hand. But at that moment, an unnoticed robot quietly slipped by and pressed the switch. The massive city began to plummet. Captain America leapt onto the rescue craft at the last moment. Fortunately, at this time, the residents of the city had basically been evacuated, with no civilians left to worry about. Tony aimed at the device's core and fired a repulsor blast. while Thor simultaneously delivered a devastating strike. Together, their combined attack caused the entire city to explode into debris with a deafening blast. Tony and Thor, having completed their mission, also fell into the sea one after the other. Amidst the chaos, Hulk quietly left. Since his last rampage had caused irreparable damage to humanity, Hulk felt that he shouldn't remain on Earth as a potential threat. With the last of the robotic soldiers destroyed by Vision, Ultron was finally and permanently erased from existence. The Avengers had once again won the day. Hawkeye temporarily retired from the Avengers to return to his family and enjoy a peaceful life. Thor returned to Asgard. At the new Avengers base, Captain America expanded the team's strength, continuing the fight to protect Earth. From this point on, War Machine, Rhodey, Falcon, Sam, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and the AI Vision officially joined the Avengers, and the end of this also heralds a new beginning, because the post-credits scene reveals that Thanos will finally make his appearance, signaling that the Avengers story is far from over. As for who Natasha truly likes, it's pretty clear in this film that her feelings are for Hulk. At Hawkeye's house, Natasha confessed her feelings to Hulk, but Hulk rejected her. Follow me for more exciting content. There are even more Marvel Universe stories waiting for you. The male prisoner looked at it intently and said, "Oh, isn't this Iron Man's battlesuit? What's going on? Why did it shrink to the size of an ant?" "No, wait." He took a closer look. 3 ants were carrying a full Ant-Man suit into the prison cell. Then, in an instant, the suit expanded back to its normal size. The ants then orderly arranged themselves on the ground, forming the shape of a countdown. Seeing the prison guard approaching, the man didn't have time to think. He quickly put on the Ant-Man suit, shrank instantly, and slipped away right under the guard's nose. This is the story of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's latest superhero, Ant-Man. The man's name is Scott. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison for theft, and today is the day he regains his freedom. His fellow inmates gathered around him, offering sincere congratulations. Don't get the wrong idea, every inmate leaving prison has to go through this kind of sparring match. There's no malice. It's just for fun and a tradition of sorts. Outside the prison gates, Scott's close friend Luis was already waiting for him. Luis wants Scott to do one more big job with him, but Scott is planning to start a new life. He doesn't want to do the kind of thieving he used to do, so he refused Luis's request. Besides, Luis had something much more important to attend to: his precious daughter Cassie's birthday party. But reality is often bitter, because Scott hadn't paid child support while he was in prison. His ex-wife Maggie's coldness and rejection pushed him out of the house as mercilessly as a winter chill. Faced with this scene, Scott felt a mix of emotions but could only silently endure it. Life goes on, and Scott decided to start fresh. He went to a local ice cream parlor to apply for a job, hoping it would be the beginning of his new life. However, reality was far crueler than he imagined. His criminal record, like a heavy shackle, made it difficult for society to accept him. In the end, the store owner heartlessly fired him, but in order to see his daughter again, Scott decided to return to his old ways. After getting in touch with Luis, Scott learned about a mysterious safe hidden in a mansion 5 kilometers away. The owner would be attending a charity gala the next evening, providing them with the perfect opportunity. With the plan in place, the team quickly sprang into action. They carefully modified a special vehicle and installed an advanced jamming device to block wireless signals within 100 kilometers. Once everything was ready, Scott donned a black suit and, like a ghost, slipped into the mansion. He climbed onto the 2nd floor windowsill, gently cut through the screen with a knife, and silently entered the house. However, when Scott pushed open what seemed like an ordinary wooden door, he unexpectedly discovered a high-tech fingerprint lock installed on it. This sudden twist left his team at a loss, and they all suggested Scott retreat. But Scott remained calm. He quietly slipped into the kitchen and started rummaging through the cabinets, searching for a way to crack the lock. After some searching, he finally found a bottle of glue. Scott carefully pressed tape onto the door handle to lift the fingerprint, then dripped glue onto the tape and gently heated it with a flame. Before long, a clear fingerprint appeared. Scott quickly lined up the fingerprint with the lock for verification. The door clicked open, but what awaited him wasn't the treasure he imagined. It was a safe made of the same alloy as the Titanic. This type of safe was renowned for being indestructible, but Scott knew its one weakness. He swiftly pulled out an electric drill from his pocket and drilled a small hole next to the door of the safe. Then, using a funnel, he poured just enough mineral water into the hole, followed by liquid nitrogen. As the gears inside the safe began to freeze and expand, Scott had already laid out an air cushion outside the door, just in case. Sure enough, Under the enormous pressure, the safe door collapsed with a thunderous crash onto the air cushion. With eager anticipation, Scott opened the safe, only to find a key, a blueprint, and a torn-up motorcycle suit. The disappointment in his heart was indescribable, but out of curiosity, Scott took the motorcycle suit home with him. However, he had no idea that all of this was being secretly recorded by a tiny ant carrying a camera. Back home, Scott couldn't stop thinking about the origins of the suit. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Why would such a valuable safe contain what appeared to be a worthless item? Could there be a hidden secret? With these questions in mind, Scott curiously put on the motorcycle suit. As soon as he touched the 2 red buttons on the sleeve, a strange power began to surge through his body. First, he cautiously pressed the button on his left hand, but nothing happened. But when he pressed the button on his right hand, his body began to shrink infinitely until he was the size of an ant and fell straight into the bathtub. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Scott was momentarily at a loss. Just then, Luis accidentally turned on the faucet, and a torrent of water came rushing down like a flood. Scott ran with all his might but was still swept up by the wave and slammed onto the floor. The metal buckle on the belt now felt like a mountain, almost crushing Scott into a pancake. Luckily, Scott's slim frame allowed him to fall through a crack in the floor, and he crashed through to the room below, landing on a turntable. It turned out the room below was a dance club. Scott saw countless pairs of legs dancing around, each one large enough to crush him. He frantically dodged and weaved through the crowd, eventually escaping into the sewer. But his relief didn't last long, as an old lady accidentally sucked him into her vacuum cleaner. Propelled by the turbo power, Scott burst through the bag and escaped once again. Just when Scott thought he had finally found a safe spot, a huge black rat appeared behind him. Faced with this sudden threat, he had no choice but to flee again. Using a mousetrap as a springboard, he leaped onto a passing taxi. At that moment, the motorcycle suit, reacting to the rain, returned to its normal size. Scott let out a sigh of relief, but his heart was still filled with confusion and unease. When he returned home, Scott immediately packed up the motorcycle suit and returned it to the homeowner's safe. However, just as Scott was about to leave this place of trouble, a group of police suddenly appeared and surrounded him. He had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. At the police station, Scott unexpectedly met a mysterious old man, Dr. Pym. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated by Pym, and the rumor about the treasure had been deliberately leaked to Scott by Pym himself. The reason Pym had Scott steal the motorcycle suit was to test whether Scott had the potential to become a hero. However, after the series of shocks and trials, Scott had developed a deep fear of the suit and adamantly refused to wear it again. Seeing this, Pym had no choice but to leave. At that moment, the ants on the surveillance screen began to slowly disperse. Scott was then escorted back to his cell by the guards. It was only to see his daughter that Scott had donned the Ant-Man suit and escaped. Once outside, he discovered that Pym had already prepared transportation for him. It was a flying ant, surrounded by a swarm of ants. Scott boarded the special ride and soared into the sky. However, for Scott, this was his first time flying such a vehicle, and he had never experienced anything like it before. Throughout the ride, he felt dizzy, his heart raced, and nausea hit him hard. In the end, he got so motion sick that he fell straight off. When Scott woke up again, he found himself in a luxurious mansion. Standing in front of him was a short-haired woman, none other than Pym's daughter, Hope. Seeing that Scott was awake, Hope turned and left. Scott wanted to follow her but quickly noticed that the floor was covered with ants. He carefully took a step, and the ants, as if they had intelligence, parted and made a path for him. Guided by the ants, Scott was led to Pym's underground lab. It turned out that 5 years ago, during an experiment, Pym had accidentally discovered a magical formula. This formula, within a reasonable range of calculations, could allow molecular aggregation and separation between objects, thus achieving precise control over their size. This discovery was nothing short of a shining gem in the scientific world. However, things are unpredictable. Pym's prized protege, Darren, had ousted him from the company, stolen his research, and taken the formula. Darren then created a suit similar to Pym's Ant-Man suit, the Yellow Jacket, and he planned to sell it to the notorious Hydra organization. Once that deal went through, Hydra would have access to a high-tech army that would be an unstoppable force, posing a dire threat to global security. Pym was deeply concerned, which is why, despite his old age and declining health, He needed to find a suitable successor. He wanted this successor to infiltrate the enemy camp and destroy the Yellow Jacket. And Pym had chosen Scott. Scott raised a question: why not leave this to the Avengers? Pym replied that the Avengers were probably busy figuring out how to bring a city back down from the sky. And besides, he didn't want to hand over his research to Stark Industries for free.
This is not some cute technology like the Iron Man suit. This could change the texture of reality.
In the end, in exchange, Pym promised to help Scott legally obtain visitation rights to his daughter afterwards. Without hesitation, Scott accepted this challenging task. However, becoming a qualified Ant-Man was no easy feat. It required iron willpower and the ability to control his size freely in rapidly changing situations. To test Scott, Pym led him to a narrow hallway and set up the first challenge. Scott had to pass through the keyhole of a door at high speed. Despite his best efforts, Scott repeatedly crashed into the door, each impact accompanied by a loud thud. Seeing this, Pym decided to take another approach. He had hoped to train Scott in combat endurance. Scott thought he could handle it with ease, but he was immediately knocked to the ground by one of Hope's heavy punches. This gave him a deep appreciation for how difficult it was to become Ant-Man. Next, Pym led Scott to the ant chamber in the backyard. With a flash of light, Scott instantly shrank and stepped into the mysterious world of ants. The first thing he saw was a group of speed ants. Known as crazy ants, they were fast and could surround their prey in an instant. Scott, terrified by the sight, hurriedly broke through the dirt and escaped. Scott continued to explore deeper into the ant nest, where he encountered even more formidable bullet ants. These ants were massive and incredibly powerful, the rulers of the ant world. There were also carpenter ants, the very ants Scott had once ridden. They were hard-working and loyal, serving as Scott's faithful allies. Faced with these various ant colonies, Scott had to learn how to control them, as becoming their leader was essential to effectively completing the mission. Thus began Scott's grueling training. He gradually mastered the ability to communicate with the ants. At the same time, Pym also prepared specialized darts for Scott to use as weapons. The red darts could shrink objects, while the blue darts could instantly enlarge the target. These tools provided Scott with powerful support for the upcoming mission. Once everything was ready, Scott faced his first task: to infiltrate the Avengers base and steal a signal jammer stored by Iron Man. This was an artifact Pym had invented back when he was still with S.H.I.E.L.D. Scott thought that with his tiny size, he could easily sneak in, but as he reached the target, he was spotted by Falcon, who was patrolling the area. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Scott didn't back down but bravely charged forward. Although Falcon was an experienced fighter, Scott took advantage of his small size to slip into Falcon's wings and disrupt the electronics, ultimately defeating Falcon.
It's really important to me that Cap never finds out about this.
Scott seized the opportunity and used carpenter ants to infiltrate the Avengers base, successfully completing the mission. However, the joy of victory didn't last long. Pym harshly criticized Scott for acting on his own, believing that Scott's disregard for the bigger picture could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire plan. But Scott proved his value through his actions. To ensure the success of the mission, Scott recruited Luis and 2 others as his team. They divided the tasks clearly. Kurt was responsible for hacking into the company's security system, creating an opportunity for Luis to disguise himself as a security guard and infiltrate the company. Luis, in turn, was in charge of reducing water pressure in the storage room, giving Scott the chance to get inside. Meanwhile, Scott led an army of ants through the sewers to enter the building. Thanks to their collective efforts, Scott successfully made it past numerous obstacles and arrived at the storage room where the Yellow Jacket was kept. However, the entrance was covered with an infrared matrix, making it impossible for him to move. In a moment of inspiration, Scott kicked down a screw the same size as himself to serve as bait. As the screw passed through the laser grid, it triggered an explosion, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Thankfully, his teammate hacked the security system in time and disabled the laser grid, allowing Scott to leap into the storage room. However, just as Scott was about to succeed, his partner outside pressed a button to cut the safety rope. It turned out that this was all Darren's trap. He had anticipated Pym's move and had prepared in advance. Not only did he successfully capture Pym and Hope, but he also imprisoned Scott. However, just when Darren thought he had everything under control, Scott pulled out an enlarging dart from his pocket. Ant-Man, back to his normal size, instantly began fighting with the people around him. Although the security guards were no match for Scott, Pym was hit by a bullet from Darren. However, just as Darren was about to shoot Scott, the gun's safety was clogged by hundreds of ants. forcing Darren to toss the gun aside and flee in frustration. Seeing this, Scott immediately chased after him. As the security guards unleashed a hail of gunfire, Scott quickly shrank down, darting through bullet holes and running across the guard's gun. In no time, he swiftly took them all down. But with more security personnel arriving, Scott had no choice but to shrink again and escape into a model. Bullets rained down on him like a violent storm. Luckily, Luis arrived just in time and took out the rest of the guards. Meanwhile, Pym wasn't dead. The bullet had hit him in the shoulder. Just when Hope thought they were doomed, Pym calmly pulled a keychain from his pocket. Then, in the next moment, at this point, Darren had already boarded his jet, preparing to flee the chaos, when suddenly a swarm of ants came charging toward him. The attacker was none other than Ant-Man Scott. He punched through the glass and crawled into the cockpit, prompting Darren to open fire. At the same time, the remote-controlled bomb in the distance was set off as planned, sucking the entire building into the quantum realm. Seeing his hard work destroyed in an instant, Darren slapped Scott away and then donned the yellow jacket suit. Unlike Ant-Man's suit, Darren's armor came equipped with 2 retractable laser cannons. All Scott could do was run. Scott ran up to Darren and punched him right on the helmet. Darren also immediately shrunk in size when he saw this, and then they wrestled with each other again. They tumbled into a suitcase, falling straight from the sky while still battling, eventually crashing into a pond below along with the suitcase. As a nearby woman stood in shock, Darren suddenly grew back to full size and leapt out of the water. They tried to call the police, but Darren interrupted them with a blast from his laser cannon. Thankfully, Scott shot out of the water just in time, but he was quickly overpowered by Darren and thrown aside. Just as Darren was about to finish the fight, Scott saw his chance and, with a quick backhand strike, knocked Darren into a nearby lampshade. At that moment, the police suddenly arrived and, without understanding what was happening, fired a stun gun at Scott. And just like that, Scott was taken away in a police car. Meanwhile, Darren, far from dead, went to Scott's house and took Scott's daughter Cassie hostage. Fortunately, Scott shrank in size, escaped from the police car, and arrived at his daughter's house just in time, ready for the final battle with Darren.
Daddy, is that you?
Hi, Peanut.
Shrunken down, Scott and Darren fell onto a toy platform. Darren climbed onto a toy train and started shooting wildly at Scott, who was darting through a blanket. When Scott emerged, he had already summoned an army of ants. The ants swarmed Darren. Despite Darren shooting down ants one by one, their overwhelming numbers forced him to retreat with all his strength. He then aimed at Scott and began firing wildly. The room was filled with chaos, with toys getting destroyed in the crossfire. Ant-Man, waiting for the right moment, counterattacked with a blue dart, but Darren dodged with a swift turn, and the dart hit an ant instead. Seeing this, Scott threw another dart, but Darren swatted it away, sending it straight into a Thomas the Tank Engine toy. The toy immediately enlarged, smashing through the roof and crushing a car outside. With Darren's superior weaponry, Scott knew he couldn't win in a direct fight, but when Darren was about to harm Cassie, Scott, determined to end it once and for all, took a desperate risk by shrinking down to the size of a molecule and entering the yellow jacket suit, where he destroyed its internal electronics. In an instant, the yellow jacket suit began to warp, shrinking uncontrollably, until it finally collapsed into a flicker of light and vanished from existence. Ant-Man, now reduced to subatomic size, found himself in the quantum realm. The strange, surreal sights left him disoriented, but just as he was about to give up, he heard his daughter's voice calling out to him. Summoning all his strength, Scott pulled out his last blue dart and used it to replace the regulator on his belt. Then, with the switch on his arm activated, he successfully broke through the dimensions and returned to his normal size. The movie ends here. In the post-credits scene, Pym gifts his daughter Hope an upgraded Wasp suit, and Scott, having won Hope's heart, begins a happy life with her. Most importantly, Maggie and her family finally accept Scott, allowing him to visit his daughter Cassie whenever he wants. The story ends on a perfect note. Follow me for more insights into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This was the most brutal beating Iron Man had ever taken, and the person hitting him was none other than his close comrade, Captain America, with whom he had fought side by side to save the world. Just moments ago, Iron Man learned that his parents had been beaten to death by the Winter Soldier. And Captain America, who had fought alongside him all this time, had known the truth but chose to hide it.
Did you know? Yes.
Then, when Iron Man was about to kill the Winter Soldier to avenge his parents, Captain America stood in his way without hesitation, shattering Iron Man's arc reactor. Keep in mind, this was in Siberia, where temperatures are dozens of degrees below freezing. Without his arc reactor, how could someone as ordinary as Tony survive? But I think, compared to the physical pain, Tony's heart must be colder at this moment than the icy wasteland of Siberia. What is really going on here? To understand the whole story, we have to start from the beginning. If you haven't seen the previous Marvel movies, I highly recommend you go back and watch them from my channel. Otherwise, you might not understand this film. You might not fully grasp Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye, or any of the superheroes in this movie. Why did Hawkeye, Wanda, and Ant-Man choose to side with Captain America against Iron Man and the world's governments? Why was Captain America so stubborn, so hell-bent on defending the Winter Soldier, even at the cost of turning against his former comrades? All the details have actually been mentioned in previous movies, and I'll break them down one by one after this film ends. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's dive straight into the main event. This is the 15th film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain America: Civil War, released in 2016. It's also one of only 2 Marvel films that have ever brought me to tears. Ever since the Avengers formed, every superhero has fought relentlessly to bring down criminals, but their righteous actions have also brought disaster upon innocent civilians. During a mission in Africa, Wanda, in an attempt to protect Captain America, hurled a criminal high into the sky, but what she didn't know was that the criminal had a bomb strapped to him. The explosion destroyed an entire building, killing hundreds of people in the blast. Seeing the consequences of her actions, Wanda was filled with guilt. She locked herself at home, watching the harsh criticism from the media on TV over and over again. Steve quickly comforted her, telling Wanda that they were doing the right thing. Any battle inevitably comes with sacrifices. Everyone wants to be a hero, but when the time comes to pay the price for being one, very few can accept it with grace.
It's a job. We try to save as many people as we can. Sometimes it doesn't mean everybody. But if we can't find a way to live with that, next time, maybe nobody gets saved.
At that moment, Vision appeared, telling Steve that Tony had brought an unexpected guest. That guest was General Ross, representing the US government. Because of this irreversible disaster caused by the superheroes' negligence, the world's governments, driven by their own interests, decided it was time to rein in the Avengers' unchecked actions. King T'Chaka of Africa was the most emotional among them, as 11 of his country's key leaders had perished in the explosion. Known for his deep love for his people, King T'Chaka was furious at the superheroes' behavior. So, King T'Chaka filed a lawsuit, taking the Avengers to the United Nations. He joined forces with 117 countries to draft the Sokovia Accords, demanding that the Avengers sign and submit to the authority of a special UN task force. General Ross was sent to notify each Avenger and show them footage of the numerous tragedies caused by superheroes in recent years. For example, the Battle of New York in the Avengers 1, the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Captain America 2, and most notably, the catastrophic destruction of Sokovia in the Avengers 2, where an entire city was obliterated during the superheroes' battle. One by one, these shocking disasters illustrated the dangers posed by superheroes, yet not a single word was said about what might have happened had the superheroes not intervened. After that, Ross placed a document in front of them, considering the undeniable harm that the Avengers had caused to ordinary citizens. Tony was the first to compromise. He even cited the death of a young boy during the Sokovia incident. The boy, an excellent student, was volunteering in Sokovia over his summer break. He had a bright future ahead of him, but because of the Avengers' actions in Sokovia, his young life was cut short. His mother blamed Tony for everything.
You murdered him in Sokovia. Not that that matters in the least to you. You think you fight for us? You just fight for yourself. Who's going to avenge my son, Stark? He's dead, and I blame you.
In that moment, Tony realized that what Captain America had said to Wanda was right. Everyone wants to be a hero, but once they become one, very few can accept the cost that comes with it. At least he couldn't accept it. Perhaps having the government make decisions for him would prevent more innocent people from being hurt. This is why Tony insisted on accepting government oversight, but Captain America was different.
If we sign this, we surrender our right to choose. What if this panel sends us somewhere we don't think we should go? What if there's somewhere we need to go and they don't let us? We may not be perfect, but the safest hands are still our own.
If we don't do this now, it's going to be done to us later. That's the fact. That won't be pretty.
You're saying they'll come for me.
We would protect you.
Maybe Tony's right. We have one hand on the wheel, we can still steer.
As early as Captain America, the first Avenger, Steve had already realized that governments and organizations are made up of individuals, and as long as they are human, they will have selfish desires. For example, during World War II, politicians made Steve perform in a circus as a clown to raise money. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, he was betrayed by S.H.I.E.L.D. So, he told Fury,
S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, it all goes.
because he would never allow anyone to manipulate his sense of justice. Yet, when Tony tried to persuade him, Steve was suddenly unsure of what to do. At that moment, a message broke the silence, and Steve's heart sank completely. He rushed to London to attend Peggy's funeral. The woman he loved most had finally passed away. Looking at Peggy's portrait, Steve was still debating whether or not to sign the accords, but it was Peggy's niece, Sharon, who delivered a speech at the funeral that steadied his wavering heart.
I asked her once how she managed to master diplomacy and espionage in a time when no one wanted to see a woman succeed at either. And she said, compromise where you can. Where you can't, don't. Even if everyone is telling you that something wrong is something right. Even if the whole world is telling you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree.
After the funeral, everyone left, but Steve remained lost in his memories. That's when Natasha appeared. She was worried about Steve being too lonely, so she stayed with him and told him she was going to Vienna with Tony to sign the Sokovia Accords. Rhodey and Vision also agreed to sign. Hawkeye, on the other hand, refused and chose to retire.
Just because it's the path of least resistance doesn't mean it's the wrong path. Staying together is more important than how we stay together.
I can't sign it.
I know.
Well, then what are you doing here?
I didn't want you to be alone.
It seemed the matter was settled, but unexpectedly, someone bombed the United Nations building. Black Panther's father, King T'Chaka, was killed in the explosion, once again putting the Avengers in the spotlight. According to surveillance footage, the one responsible for the bombing was none other than Captain America's friend, Bucky. In an effort to protect his friend, Steve learned of Bucky's whereabouts in Germany with Sharon's help. Seeing Bucky's shabby room and the files he had kept about Steve, it was clear Bucky had regained his memory and remembered him.
You know me?
You're Steve. I wasn't in Vienna. I don't do that anymore.
They're entering the building. Well, the people who think you did are coming here now. And they're not planning on taking you along.
Just then, the police surrounded Bucky. He assumed Steve had come to arrest him. As he desperately tried to escape, he realized that not only was Steve not trying to capture him, but he was also buying him time by holding off the police. Giving him the chance to leap out of the building, Bucky thought he had successfully escaped, but was ambushed by a dark figure. That figure was none other than T'Challa, the new king of Wakanda. Wearing his Black Panther suit, T'Challa sought vengeance for his father's death. After a few intense exchanges, Bucky found it difficult to fend off Black Panther's attacks. At that moment, a military helicopter appeared and unleashed gunfire at them. Luckily, Falcon swooped in and knocked the helicopter off course, allowing Bucky to escape. The group continued their chase into an underground tunnel, providing the audience with one of Marvel's most thrilling pursuit sequences. Captain America, after running for a long time, finally realized how exhausting it was to chase on foot, so he grabbed a police car from the officers. Black Panther also jumped into the car with Captain America. To cover Bucky's escape, Captain America blocked the pursuing police while telling Falcon to find a way to shake off Black Panther. At that moment, Bucky hijacked a motorcycle. Falcon intended to knock Black Panther down, but instead, Black Panther used the opportunity to catch up to Bucky. They clashed again. Captain America caught up and tackled Black Panther, shielding Bucky behind him. However, Black Panther's intervention caused them to lose their last chance to escape. With War Machine's arrival, they had no choice but to surrender and were stripped of all their gear by the military. Bucky was then taken to the German Ministry of Defense, where he was scheduled to undergo a psychological evaluation before being extradited to the US for trial. When Tony heard Steve had been captured, he rushed to persuade him to sign the accords. If Steve signed, his actions could be legalized, and Bucky wouldn't be sent to Wakanda's prison but instead to a psychiatric hospital in the US for treatment. It's clear that Tony was doing everything he could for Steve. Just as Steve was about to waver and sign, Tony accidentally let slip that Wanda had been placed under house arrest. This revelation extinguished any intention Steve had of signing the accords. Many people don't understand why Steve was so stubborn. From this incident, it's clear that he wasn't being unreasonable. He simply despised how the world used rules to restrict their freedom and manipulate them into doing things they believed were unjust. While Steve and Tony's negotiations fell apart again, a conspiracy that would shatter the already fragile Avengers was quietly unfolding. The psychologist entered the interrogation room to evaluate Bucky. While a delivery truck arrived at the city's power station, the driver completed the delivery paperwork as usual. But when the staff opened the package, they were puzzled by the unfamiliar equipment. The next second, the powerful battery pulse instantly destroys the nearby power system. The psychologist, revealed to be Baron Zemo, showed his true colors. He took a small red book from his bag, which contained the exact words to control Bucky. After Zemo recited the words, Bucky reverted to his default programming, becoming a mindless killing machine. But Zemo didn't order him to kill. Instead, he wanted to know what mission Bucky had been sent on by Hydra on December 16, 1991. That was the day Tony's parents were killed. Hydra had sent Bucky to steal the super soldier serum from Tony's father, and Bucky executed both of Tony's parents. Steve and Sam arrived to confront Zemo, but Bucky attacked Sam. Without their equipment, Steve and Sam were no match for Bucky. Sam was knocked down, and Steve was thrown into an elevator shaft. Meanwhile, Zemo made his escape. Sam wanted to catch Zemo, but the guy was too cunning and managed to escape. Meanwhile, Bucky was still desperately trying to flee. Seeing the chaos Bucky was causing, Tony, even without his suit, had no choice but to step forward and try to stop him. However, even with Natasha and Chala coming to help, they were no match for Bucky without their equipment. Bucky, uninterested in fighting, headed straight for the rooftop, intending to escape by helicopter. But Steve didn't want his friend to repeat the same mistakes. He rushed forward, grabbing the bottom of the helicopter, and forcibly stopped it from taking off. Seeing that escape was impossible, Bucky pulled the lever, sending the helicopter crashing towards Steve, and the rapidly spinning blades almost sliced Steve to pieces. As soon as Steve got back on his feet, Bucky grabbed him by the throat, and he couldn't break free. Luckily, the helicopter was teetering on the edge of the building. Using the last of his strength, Steve pushed the helicopter off the building, sending it crashing into the river below. He not only freed himself from Bucky's grasp but also managed to save the unconscious Bucky, taking him to a deserted factory where no one would find them. Bucky's arm was pinned beneath a 2-ton hydraulic press. When Bucky regained consciousness, he immediately revealed Zemo's conspiracy to Steve. Zemo had also learned from Bucky about the location of 5 other Winter Soldiers, still frozen. Back when Bucky retrieved the super soldier serum for Hydra, they used it to create 5 Winter Soldiers who were even deadlier than Bucky by 10-fold. Each of them was fluent in over 30 languages, possessed top-tier intelligence-gathering abilities, and any one of them could single-handedly bring down a nation. Their only flaw was their bad temper and refusal to follow orders. Thanks to them, the Soviet regime was successfully toppled. Eventually, these 5 Winter Soldiers were frozen in Siberia, awaiting the moment to be reawakened. Steve knew how dangerous these soldiers were. If Zemo wasn't stopped, many more lives would be lost to his ambitions. Now, all they had to do was capture Zemo. Not only would that stop his plot, but it would also clear Bucky's name. Before acting, Steve managed to retrieve his shield and Sam's wings with Sharon's help. As Steve looked at the woman who had always silently supported him, Sharon's features reminded him of her aunt, Peggy. Lost in the moment, Steve kissed her, but the three of them alone wouldn't be enough. Their biggest obstacle wasn't Zemo, but the world's governments and the US military. When General Ross learned that Steve had disappeared with Bucky, he immediately wanted to send a special forces team to capture them, to protect his friend. Tony stepped forward, promising to bring Steve and Bucky in within 36 hours. Both sides began assembling their teams. Steve first called on Hawkeye to come out of retirement and rescue Wanda from Vision. Then, he brought in another of his admirers, Ant-Man, Scott Lang. So far, a team of 6 was formed to prevent Steve from making further mistakes. Tony recruited Spider-Man. This was Spider-Man's official debut in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and his first mission wasn't to save the world, but to fight in a civil war with War Machine, Natasha, Black Panther, and Vision. Tony's side also formed a 6-person team. The film's climax was officially underway. Out of their past friendship, Tony still tried to persuade Steve to surrender. Captain America made it clear that they were facing a much bigger threat and couldn't let Zemo reach the sleeping Winter Soldiers first. But to Tony's side, this sounded like a delaying tactic by Captain America. Their conflict was beyond reconciliation, and the fight began. As soon as the words left his mouth, Captain America's shield was taken by Spider-Man, and even his hands were bound by webs. Hawkeye fired an arrow from a distance, freeing Captain America from the web. The miniaturized Ant-Man took advantage of the situation, sneaking up on Spider-Man and reclaiming Captain America's shield.
Brody, you want to take Cap?
Hey, Mr. Stark, what should I do?
What we discussed. Keep your distance. Web him up.
Okay, copy that.
Captain America immediately stepped in to block Black Panther, who was seeking revenge, and the two of them became the first pair to face off. Black Panther's suit, like Captain America's shield, was made of vibranium, allowing him to easily withstand the blows from Captain America's shield. As the intense battle raged on, Ant-Man was still showing mercy toward Natasha, holding back in the fight. Fortunately, Ant-Man can change size at will, which barely tipped the scales in his favor. Meanwhile, Tony was chasing down Wanda and Hawkeye, bombarding them with heavy fire, leaving them overwhelmed. But Wanda's powers were no joke. With a flick of her hand, she summoned cars from the garage, pinning Tony underneath one before he could dodge. All of this effort was to cover Bucky's retreat, but Spider-Man wasn't going to let them escape that easily. He launched himself into the hall, kicking Falcon away and effortlessly catching one of Bucky's strongest punches. Falcon pulled Spider-Man away, but Spider-Man's webbing jammed Falcon's flight thrusters. When Bucky tried to help Falcon, Spider-Man easily trapped him in the floor with more webbing. Just as Spider-Man was about to fire another web, Falcon's Red-Wing drone swooped in and pulled him out of the battle. Outside, Captain America was fending off both Black Panther and War Machine on his own, when Ant-Man arrived just in time to toss him a toy car.
Now!
This unexpected attack only escalated the tension between the two sides, where they had previously held back out of respect. The gloves were now off. The conflict intensified, escalating from a small skirmish into a full-scale 6-on-6 battle. Wanda, the powerful sorceress, was reduced to a support role just after helping Hawkeye. She immediately had to assist the Winter Soldier by flinging Black Panther away. Meanwhile, the interaction between Spider-Man and Captain America was quite amusing. Spider-Man was a total chatterbox, not seeming like he came to fight at all. Although Captain America didn't want to fight a kid, Spider-Man was far too persistent. So, Captain America had to figure out a way to immobilize him, if only temporarily. On the other side, Falcon was struggling against Iron Man's relentless pursuit and called Hawkeye for help. Ant-Man shrank down, perched on Hawkeye's shoulder, and charged toward Iron Man. He crawled inside Iron Man's suit, attempting to sabotage his circuitry, but Iron Man had an internal flush system that forced Ant-Man out. After a fierce battle, the two sides remained evenly matched. Captain America knew that dragging things out wouldn't work. He and Bucky had to break through. To help Captain America and Bucky escape, Ant-Man decided to use his ultimate move. He ran along the gangway, leaped onto War Machine, and then pressed the button on his suit, instantly growing to thousands of times his normal size. He easily grabbed War Machine's legs and flung him into the air. Fortunately, Spider-Man caught War Machine, saving him from a worse fate. Though Ant-Man's power wasn't that great in his enlarged form, His enormous size definitely obstructed the others from giving chase. Captain America and Bucky took the opportunity to run toward the hangar. Vision phased through Ant-Man's body and fired a laser that destroyed the control tower. Just as the hangar doors were about to be buried under the collapsing tower, Wanda quickly used her powers to stop the tower from falling, allowing Captain America and Bucky to enter the hangar safely. However, Natasha and Black Panther had caught up with them. It seemed inevitable that another fight would break out, but Natasha turned her weapon on Black Panther instead, covering Captain America's escape. Tony and Rhodey, having just dealt with Ant-Man, immediately set off to chase Captain America's plane, but Falcon was interfering with both of them. Rhodey called on Vision for support, but the laser Vision fired at Falcon missed and struck War Machine's arc reactor instead. With his power source knocked out, War Machine plummeted to the ground, and Rhodey lost consciousness. Tony and Falcon turned back to help him, but they were too late, watching helplessly as War Machine crashed into the earth. When Tony arrived, Rhodey was already gravely injured and barely hanging on. Fortunately, he still had a heartbeat, so he likely wouldn't die. Cradling his injured friend, Tony's hatred for Captain America reached its peak. At this point, Tony probably hated Captain America, but his feelings would soon change. Before boarding a flight to Moscow, Zemo called his hotel, placing an order for room service. In fact, he deliberately notified the hotel staff to enter the room, because the body in the bathtub was the psychologist originally assigned to evaluate Bucky. Why would Zemo reveal this information himself? Because it was all part of his plan. The answer would soon be revealed. After receiving official confirmation of this incident, Tony slowly realized that Steve had been telling the truth. Everything that had happened recently was Zemo's doing. Since losing his family in Sokovia, Zemo had sworn to make the Avengers pay for their deaths. And now, his plan was reaching its final stage. Armed with the information about the Winter Soldiers, Zemo arrived at their hidden facility ahead of Captain America. Now, all he had to do was wait for Captain America and Iron Man to arrive. Once Tony understood the truth, he realized he had misjudged Steve. If everything was part of Zemo's plot, then Steve was in serious danger. He had to help him. Tony quickly made his way to the underwater prison. Hawkeye and the others had been imprisoned for helping Steve and Bucky. The most infuriating part was that Wanda had been fitted with an electric collar, subjected to inhumane treatment. Seeing his former comrades like this tore Tony apart, but the most important thing was finding out where Steve had gone. Tony dropped his usual arrogance and sincerely apologized to Sam. Seeing the sincerity in Tony's eyes, Sam chose to trust him, but he made Tony promise to go alone to find Steve. Tony wasted no time, immediately taking a helicopter and leaving the underwater prison. When General Ross asked Tony if he had gathered any clues, Tony chose to keep it a secret. As soon as Tony was out of the military surveillance zone, he quickly suited up and flew towards Steve's location, but what he didn't know was that there was another jet following closely behind him through the thick clouds. Soon, Tony caught up with Steve and Bucky, who had entered the base. Captain America remained wary of Tony's arrival, but it wasn't until Tony admitted his mistakes that Captain America finally lowered his shield. The three of them explored the depths of the base together and discovered the remaining 5 Winter Soldiers, but to Captain America's surprise, the Winter Soldiers were all dead, each one shot in the head by Zemo. Steve had thought Zemo would use them for evil purposes, but in reality, they were just bait to lure Steve, Bucky, and Tony to the base. Captain America immediately stepped forward to question Zemo's true intentions. The stage was set, and the 3 main players had all arrived. It was time for the final act. Zemo turned on a television and walked away. The footage on the screen was of Bucky murdering Tony's parents, as Tony watched his father get beaten to death, punch after punch, and his mother begging for her life only to be choked to death. He lost all reason in a fit of rage. Adding to his pain was the fact that Captain America had known about this and chose to keep it from him, which completely shattered Tony's trust. Ignoring Captain America's attempts to stop him, Tony was determined to kill Bucky and avenge his parents. But he was no match for Captain America and the Winter Soldier together. Even though Bucky, racked with guilt, only wanted to escape, Captain America fought Tony with lethal intent to protect him. As Bucky was about to make it out of the base, Tony fired a blast that destroyed the exit. At that point, Bucky was enraged. He realized that unless he took Tony down, there would be no end to this. So, he gave it everything he had and teamed up with Captain America to attack Tony. Bucky got an opening and tried to rip out Tony's arc reactor, but his metal arm was shattered in the process. Seeing this as his chance to kill Bucky, Tony charged all his power for a lethal shot, only to have Captain America block it, risking his life. Captain America then closed the distance, using his shield to relentlessly strike Tony. Tony's suit was severely damaged, but with the help of his AI, he quickly analyzed Captain America's fighting pattern and devised a counterattack, leaving Captain America heavily injured, although Captain America was too weakened to keep fighting.
He's my friend. So was I.
Let's not forget he's Steve, the man who may not beat you but can wear you down for days if necessary. Tony prepared to charge another blast to finish Captain America off, but Bucky interrupted his attack, allowing Captain America to pin Tony to the ground again. This time, Captain America struck hard, destroying Tony's arc reactor with the shield Tony's father had made for him. No wonder Tony said that Steve didn't deserve the shield.
That shield doesn't belong to you.
Captain America then threw the shield aside and left with Bucky. Zemo watched the entire scene unfold, but there was no joy of revenge in his heart. In the end, it didn't matter to him who won or lost. The Avengers Empire had already been torn apart from the inside. At that moment, Black Panther appeared behind Zemo. He had just witnessed everything from a god's eye view, and he had also seen that hatred would only reveal bitter fruits. Silently, he retracted his claws. He had no intention of taking revenge on Bucky or Zemo.
Vengeance has consumed you. It's consuming them. I'm done letting it consume me.
Zemo pulled out his old phone from years ago and listened to his wife's voicemail one last time, where she asked him to come home for dinner. He raised a gun, ready to reunite with them in death, but Black Panther stopped him, because if Zemo escaped the law's punishment, his hate would only fuel more hate. Zemo was eventually imprisoned in the U.S., and Tony returned to Avengers headquarters. Once bustling with activity, the Avengers Hall was now eerily quiet, with only Tony, Vision, and the gravely injured Rhodey remaining. The rest of the team had been broken out of the underwater prison by Captain America. Steve and Bucky sought refuge in Black Panther's Wakanda, until the Hydra brainwashing commands in Bucky's mind could be removed. Bucky chose to put himself back into cryogenic sleep. Then Steve wrote a letter to Tony, in which he essentially apologized for hiding the truth about Bucky killing Tony's parents. He initially kept it a secret because he was afraid of hurting Tony. Later, Steve realized that he was actually afraid of hurting himself after all. Both Tony and Bucky were his friends. As for the Sokovia Accords, Steve still believed in personal freedom over government control, so he wouldn't be returning to the Avengers. However, he promised Tony that if he ever needed him, he would be there, and with that, the original Avengers team officially disbanded. Where would their paths lead in the future? Stay tuned for my upcoming videos. Now, let's analyze why Hawkeye, Wanda, and Ant-Man chose to help Captain America, while Vision and War Machine sided with Tony and supported the Sokovia Accords. Let's also discuss why Natasha initially sided with Tony but later switched to helping Captain America. First, let's look at Captain America's side. The simplest one is Ant-Man. In Ant-Man 1, when Scott Lang became the second-generation Ant-Man, Hank Pym told him that he never wanted to share his suit's technology with Stark Industries. Plus, Scott was a huge fan of Captain America, so like Falcon, he had no reason not to side with Cap. Wanda's reasons stemmed from the fact that after her mistake, only Captain America showed her care and comfort, while Tony took a hardline approach and put her under house arrest. So when Hawkeye came to break her out, Wanda hesitated, but when she heard that Captain America needed her, she made up her mind to escape and help him. Wanda knew full well that the moment she stepped out that door, she would become a fugitive. As for Hawkeye, he was perhaps the most difficult to understand. One thing's for sure, he wouldn't side with Tony. After S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed from Hydra infiltration, Hawkeye lost faith in the government. That's why he chose to retire rather than sign the Sokovia Accords. So why did he choose Captain America? I can only speculate based on previous films. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, Wanda's brother, Quicksilver, sacrificed himself to save Hawkeye. Out of guilt for Quicksilver's death, Hawkeye likely wanted to save Wanda. If the later films provide an explanation for why Hawkeye sided with Captain America, feel free to let me know in the comments. As for Iron Man's side, there's no need to say much about War Machine. Rhodey is Iron Man's close friend and a military officer. Black Panther is also straightforward. He was driven by revenge for his father's death. Vision's reasoning is twofold. First, as a super intelligent being, He analyzed the situation and determined that the Sokovia Accords were the best way to prevent further disasters. Second, Vision was essentially created by Tony, so his personality was much like Tony's, grounded in logic and science. Natasha is the most complex character to understand. She had a close relationship with Hawkeye in the Avengers. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, she had a flirtation with the Hulk. In Captain America, her relationship with Steve grew increasingly close. And now, in Civil War, she finds herself caught between Captain America and Tony. Initially, she sided with Tony, but in the end, she chose to help Captain America. You could say Natasha's motivations are as deep as the ocean. So why did Natasha switch sides to help Captain America in the end? Was it because she liked Steve? I think she shares Steve's belief in personal freedom, but she also hopes that the Avengers can stay united and not be divided. Natasha probably thought that signing the Sokovia Accords was the only way to ensure the Avengers' safety and keep them from falling apart in necessary compromise. Natasha is one of Marvel's most layered and complex characters, which is why she's become the leading lady of the MCU. And it's not just because of her looks. Next up is Natasha's solo movie. That's all for this episode. Stay tuned for Black Widow in the next one. See you then. In Avengers Endgame, Natasha sacrifices herself to obtain the Soul Stone, choosing to give up her life to save the half of all beings wiped out by Thanos. This was hard for many fans to accept. However, the rules governing the Soul Stone are irreversible. To honor the wishes of fans, Marvel produced a solo movie for Natasha, Black Widow, which serves as a farewell to Natasha and her fans. This movie, released in 2021, is Black Widow. While Black Widow came out after Avengers Endgame, it actually tells a story set before that film, in the period after the events of Captain America Civil War, when Captain America and Iron Man have split apart, leading to the dissolution of the Avengers. In Captain America Civil War, Natasha helps Steve escape by attacking the new king of Wakanda, T'Challa. This act makes Natasha a fugitive, and she goes into hiding in a secluded safe house on the outskirts of a small town in Norway. Usually, Natasha relies on her friend Mason to get whatever she needs. One day, Mason arrives with a few local driver's licenses for her. Just as he is about to leave, Natasha notices a mysterious box that's been delivered. Mason says he has no idea who sent it, so Natasha casually places it in her trunk, planning to discard it the next time she goes into town. Little does she know, the contents of this box will nearly cost her her life. That night, Natasha is watching a movie when suddenly the power goes out. The generator has run out of fuel, so Natasha decides to drive into town to buy some gasoline. As she's crossing a bridge, unfortunately, the car's build is solid, and Natasha only suffers a few scrapes without any major injuries. She then spots her attacker, a masked figure. Marvel fans will recognize this figure as Taskmaster, a formidable opponent who can flawlessly mimic any combat style she observes. At this point, Natasha assumes Taskmaster is here to capture her, so she immediately pulls out her gun and fires wildly. To her surprise, Taskmaster is wielding a shield identical to Captain America's. Natasha realized that using firearms against Taskmaster was futile, so Natasha decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. She leapt up and delivered a deadly scissor kick, but Taskmaster used the exact same move, even perfectly copying Natasha's signature way of getting back up. It soon dawns on Natasha that Taskmaster's target isn't her, but the box in her car. Natasha immediately understood that there must be something important hidden in the box. Without hesitation, she uses a rope to suspend Taskmaster from the bridge, then dashes toward the box. But before she can counterattack, Taskmaster kicks her off the bridge. When Taskmaster finally opens the box, she finds that its contents have already been taken by Natasha. When Natasha finally climbs up onto the riverbank, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small vial of red antidote. Tucked alongside it is a photo of herself with her younger sister. A long-buried memory begins to resurface. Natasha once had a younger sister when she was a child. The two of them lived carefree for 3 years in Ohio with their parents. But in reality, this family was nothing more than a team of Russian spies stationed in America. Her sister wasn't truly her sister, and her mother wasn't really her mother. Their pretend father, Alexei, had just succeeded in stealing top-secret data from SHIELD. Only to be discovered, the family made a frantic escape, heading to a plane they had prepared earlier to flee to Cuba. High-ranking Russian General Dreykov was already waiting for them there. Alexei handed over the data to Dreykov and celebrated the end of his days as an undercover agent. Meanwhile, the fake mother, Melina, had been injured during their escape and was carried away for treatment. Natasha and her fake sister, Yelena, were taken to a place known as the Red Room, a spy academy where they would be trained to become Black Widows. Through grueling training and relentless brainwashing, Natasha grew up to become Dreykov's most skilled operative. She used her sharp intelligence and extraordinary combat skills to successfully complete countless spy missions. During a special mission, Natasha met Clint, also known as Hawkeye, from S.H.I.E.L.D. For the first time, she began to dream of escaping this prison of a life. With Hawkeye's help, they successfully took down the Red Room's Black Widow organization, eliminating Dreykov in the process. Finally free, Natasha joined S.H.I.E.L.D. This was Natasha's past. Back in the present, to unravel the mystery, Natasha goes to an apartment in Budapest to find her sister. As former Red Room agents, neither one fully trusts the other, and as soon as they meet, they engage in an intense showdown.
Stay down! Stay down! Stay down!
During the fight, they both end up wrapping the curtain around each other's necks. Just as both are on the verge of choking, Natasha lets go first, signaling a truce. Yelena follows suit and stops her attack. Natasha then questions Yelena about why she sent her the vials, almost getting her killed in the process. Yelena explains that the antidote can restore the self-awareness of the Black Widows under Dreykov's control. She herself was freed from his control thanks to this antidote. Not long ago, Yelena had been Dreykov's puppet. She was sent on a mission to Morocco to assassinate a traitor, just as skilled as Natasha. Yelena easily caught up to the traitor and gutted her, but in her last moments, the traitor used all her strength to spray Yelena with the antidote, breaking Dreykov's hold over her mind. Awake at last, Yelena immediately endured the pain to dig the tracking chip out of her thigh. She finally understood why the traitor had defected and vowed to take on her mission to free the other Black Widows. To protect the antidote, Yelena had no choice but to send it to Natasha. Natasha is shocked by the revelation, because she and Hawkeye had taken down Dreykov and the Red Room years ago. What could this new appearance of Dreykov possibly mean? Just as they were arguing, the roof suddenly exploded. The Black Widow killers sent by Dreykov had tracked them here. Dodging a hail of bullets, Natasha and Yelena leap from a window onto the rooftop. With nowhere else to go, they use a nearby chimney to swing over to a neighboring building. A Black Widow assassin follows them. Leaping after them, Natasha reaches out to grab her, but the assassin only pulls out a knife. Intent on killing her, Natasha's grip slips. Watching the assassin fall to the ground, Natasha, full of compassion, attempts to go to her aid, but before Natasha can get close, Dreykov remotely activates a kill switch from headquarters, causing the Black Widow assassin's head to explode on the spot. As she stares at the woman's tragic end, Natasha silently vows to destroy the Red Room completely and to save all the Black Widows still under Dreykov's control. To escape the other assassins in pursuit, Natasha and Yelena hop into the adjacent alley, but they don't get far before a Black Widow assassin shoots up the tire of their motorcycle. The two sisters quickly got up and hijacked a BMW from a passerby, continuing their escape. Seeing the Black Widow assassin gaining ground, Yelena sharply turns the steering wheel. Just as they finish dealing with the Black Widow, Taskmaster's armored vehicle appears and starts pursuing them once again. Taskmaster, as if possessed by Hawkeye, pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow that hit the target with pinpoint accuracy. The Natasha sisters were blown into the subway with the car. Taskmaster soon arrives in pursuit. Following the trail of blood on the ground, she realizes they've escaped into the sewer and, without hesitation, follows them down. Taskmaster has no idea that this is all part of Natasha's plan, allowing her and Yelena to escape the danger. At this point, Natasha asks Yelena who Taskmaster really is. Yelena explains that Taskmaster is Dreykov's secret weapon, someone who can mirror anyone's movements like a perfect reflection, but Dreykov assigns Taskmaster only the most critical missions. With that, Natasha and Yelena set out on their journey to destroy the Red Room. However, because the Red Room frequently changes locations, Yelena doesn't know Dreykov's current headquarters. The only person who might know is their adoptive father, Alexei. Alexei was once a member of the Red Room, and like Captain America, he was injected with a serum, making him a super soldier known as the Red Guardian. But ever since he returned from his 3-year undercover mission in Ohio, Dreykov inexplicably had him imprisoned for life in a remote snowy mountain prison. One day, Alexei receives a fan letter containing a figurine of his Red Guardian character. Suddenly, the figurine's head pops open, revealing a hidden communication device inside. Alexei puts on the device and hears Natasha's voice, telling him to head to the south wall gate. Hearing this, Alexei instantly understands. Alexei follows Natasha's instructions. He charges forward like a caged tiger unleashed, sweeping aside the guards and then kills, making it impossible for him to escape on his own. Just then, Natasha appears above, descending with effortless grace. With lightning speed, Natasha effortlessly takes down the guards rushing toward her. Meanwhile, their helicopter comes under machine gun fire. Unfazed, Yelena picks up an RPG from the ground and obliterates the watchtower in one shot. The massive explosion triggers an avalanche, sending all the guards scrambling back inside the prison. Just as Alexei is about to be buried in the snow, Natasha uses a rope to rescue him in the nick of time. But once on the helicopter, Alexei reveals he doesn't know the Red Room's location, prompting Natasha to nearly throw him out. One person who definitely does their adoptive mother, Melina, who is still working for the Red Room. They soon find Melina on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. After 21 years, the four of them are finally reunited. Though their family was originally formed for a mission, each of them knows that their 3 years together created genuine bonds. They cherish this rare reunion, yet each suppresses their emotions. Yelena, however, is the most heartbroken, as she was too young to know their family was fake. She always considered Alexei, Melina, and Natasha to be her real family, and can't just casually brush the past aside as they seem able to.
And those agents you chemically subjugated around the globe? That was me.
What Melina doesn't know is that the mind-control drug she developed from the data Alexei stole was actually used on her 2 daughters, leaving her with a sense of guilt deep down. Natasha also notices that Melina has kept their family photo from their undercover days. Sensing that Melina still cares for them, she urges Melina to reveal the location of the Red Room. Melina says she was trained by the Red Room as an agent from childhood, like a mouse trapped within walls, with no choice at all.
You're not a mouse, Melina. You were just born in a cage, but that's not your fault.
Tell me, how did you keep your heart?
Pain only makes us stronger. Didn't you tell us that? What you taught me kept me alive.
I'm sorry, I already alerted the Red Room and they'll be here any minute.
Natasha eventually persuades Melina, but it's already too late, because from the time they found Melina had already notified Dreykov. Alexei hums a song that Yelena loved as a child to comfort her, only for a jet to descend straight toward them. Alexei quickly puts on his helmet, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Natasha and Yelena are both stunned to the ground by Melina's surprise attack. When Alexei awakens, he sees Melina piloting the jet as it ascends higher and higher. The truth is finally revealed. The Red Room headquarters is in the sky, explaining why they could never locate it. When Natasha wakes up again, she finds that she and Alexei have been locked in a specially designed cell built by Melina. Meanwhile, Dreykov orders medical staff to cut into Yelena's brain, as she's the only one who's been exposed to the antidote, in order to uncover its weaknesses. Elsewhere, Melina completes her mission and meets with Dreykov, but after a few words, the cunning Dreykov seems to sense something. He reaches out and presses Melina's cheek, pulling off her entire mask. It turns out, this was all part of Natasha and Melina's plan. At that moment, Melina in the cell also removed her disguise and easily escaped from the cell she made herself. Melina then communicates through an earpiece, telling Yelena that she has hidden a knife at her waist. Just as the medical staff are about to inject Yelena with anesthetic, she quickly frees herself and kills everyone in the room. Then Melina began assigning tasks. She told Yelena to go to the cold storage room to retrieve the antidote to free the Black Widow assassins from mind control, while she took Alexei to the control room to lower the entire headquarters down to the ground. Dreykov, on the other hand, was not worried at all after learning about Natasha's plan. Instead, he told Natasha that her biological mother had long been killed by him, and he didn't even know where the body was. Years before, Natasha and Hawkeye had tried to confirm Dreykov's identity by targeting his daughter, Antonia, believing they had killed them both in an explosion. Natasha believed she had killed Antonia and felt guilty about it for many years, but it turns out that not only did Dreykov survive, but the explosion had also left Antonia severely injured. The ruthless Dreykov had no intention of saving his daughter. Instead, he implanted a chip in Antonia, turning her into his puppet and killing Machine Taskmaster. Dreykov then sends Taskmaster to capture Melina and Yelena. Natasha saw that Dreykov had no bodyguards around him, and she felt that the opportunity to assassinate had come. But no matter how hard she pulled the trigger, the gun in her hand would not fire a bullet. And the same was true of the dagger. Natasha is bewildered and demands to know how Dreykov is controlling her. Dreykov smugly explains that he emits a pheromone that prevents anyone who inhales it from attacking him. He then shows Natasha his master plan. He reveals that he has Black Widow puppets stationed all around the world. He boasts that with a single command, he could crash the global oil and stock markets, and plunge a quarter of the world into starvation. Now, with Natasha as an Avenger in his grasp, he is finally ready to come out of the shadows. Hearing this, Natasha merely smiles. It turns out that this was all part of her plan. Her true objective was to get Dreykov to reveal all his secrets. Melina had already told Natasha about the pheromone and the way to counteract it. Before Dreykov could react, Natasha broke her own nose, severing her own olfactory nerve. She then snatches the control device from Dreykov and gives him a well-deserved beating. Meanwhile, Melina and Alexei are on their way to the control room when Taskmaster intercepts them. Alexei selflessly stays behind to hold off Taskmaster, while Melina continues to the control room. Though she manages to infiltrate it, the system has a self-defense mechanism that automatically locks down upon detecting an intruder. In a state of desperation, Melina had no choice but to escape from the control room and make her way to the engine room. After firing a shell, she successfully destroyed one of the engines, which meant that the spaceship was about to crash rapidly. However, her attack also triggers the ship's alarms, prompting all the Black Widow assassins to mobilize. Yelena finally got the antidote after all the obstacles she had overcome, but when she arrived at the Black Widow training base, she found that it had long been empty. Meanwhile, Alexei is locked in an intense fight with Taskmaster. Despite his reputation as the Red Guardian, a super soldier comparable to Captain America, the middle-aged and out-of-shape Alexei is quickly overpowered by Taskmaster. Luckily, Melina arrives just in time and subdues Taskmaster with a scissor kick, locking her in a specially designed cell. On the other side, Natasha is just about to finish off Dreykov when the Black Widow assassins arrive and drag her to the ground. Dreykov uses the opportunity to escape, issuing an order to the Black Widows. No one is allowed to leave until Natasha is dead. Left with no other choice, Natasha fights with all her strength. At first, she was able to hold her own against them, but as the number of Black Widows continued to increase, Natasha could no longer withstand their onslaught. Just as Natasha is about to be beaten to death, Yelena arrives and detonates the antidote above the Black Widows. In an instant, the Black Widows who come into contact with the antidote regain their consciousness. At that moment, the engine began to explode a second time. Natasha ordered everyone to evacuate first while she stayed behind to copy all the agent files from Dreykov's computer. After completing the download, Natasha grabs the remaining vials of antidote and escapes just as the explosion erupts. Spotting Taskmaster still imprisoned, Natasha feels a pang of pity and decides to free her. But Taskmaster, still under Dreykov's control, has only one thought in mind: kill. Meanwhile, Yelena spots Dreykov trying to escape. She fires a grappling hook to latch onto the plane's wing and, just before it takes off, detonates the engine with a single shot. Though Yelena successfully eliminates Dreykov, she is blasted into the air by the explosion and begins plummeting from the sky. Seeing this, Natasha quickly grabbed her parachute and jumped down. Just as Natasha successfully saved her sister, Taskmaster caught up. Natasha pushed Yelena aside and engaged Taskmaster in an exhilarating battle high in the sky. Natasha and Taskmaster battle all the way from the sky down to the ground, yet Taskmaster still refuses to relent. Seizing the moment, Natasha climbs onto Taskmaster's back and hits the switch on Taskmaster's helmet. Quickly, she rises to her feet and smashes the antidote vial with a powerful punch. Dreykov's daughter, Antonia, finally regains her awareness. She thanks Natasha for her freedom. Years of mind control by her father had made her life a living hell. At last, the Black Widow organization, which Natasha had despised for decades, is completely dismantled, and Natasha's family survives the ordeal. 2 weeks later, Natasha asks Mason to get her a Quinjet. Mason asks Natasha where she's planning to go, and she replies, "All my life, I thought I didn't have a family, but it turns out, I have two, and one of them is in pretty bad shape right now, so I've decided it's time to go save them." This leads directly to the final scene in Captain America: Civil War, where she and Captain America successfully break into the isolated prison to rescue Falcon, Hawkeye, and the others. With that, the movie ends. Next up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is Spider-Man's first solo movie. Stay tuned! Besides Tony's Iron Man, another of Marvel's most beloved superheroes is none other than your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But among the three generations of Spider-Man, which one do you like best? Is it the original Spider-Man, with his iconic motto "with great power comes great responsibility"? Or the Amazing Spider-Man, where the hero's journey is one of loneliness? If you ask me, Holland's Spider-Man is the best. Not only does he have Iron Man as a mentor, but the suits Iron Man designs for him only keep getting better and better.
I put everything in your suit, including this heater.
That's better, thanks.
So, what's the connection between these three generations of Spider-Man, and why have there been three different actors portraying him? We have to start from the last century. At that time, Marvel was on the brink of bankruptcy and had no choice but to sell off some of its superhero rights, including Spider-Man, to Sony. However, when Marvel sold the Spider-Man rights to Sony, they included one condition: Sony had to produce a Spider-Man movie every 5 years, or the rights would automatically revert back to Marvel. That's how we got the first live-action Spider-Man, played by Tobey Maguire. Thanks to Spider-Man's immense popularity and the well-made films, Sony reaped huge profits. Sony produced a trilogy, which established the live-action Spider-Man as a true classic on the big screen. Later, Sony decided to strike while the iron was hot and released a new Spider-Man series, this time starring Andrew Garfield as the Amazing Spider-Man. But the Amazing Spider-Man faced a box office disappointment. Audiences were growing tired of formulaic superhero films. Plus, after Disney acquired Marvel, the studio started releasing one groundbreaking movie after another, including Iron Man, which instantly revived Marvel's fortunes. At this point, Marvel had money and resources to spare, and it launched a slew of blockbuster superhero films. Movies like Captain America, The Incredible Hulk, and Thor came out, and, inspired by DC's Justice League, Marvel formed the Avengers, launching the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU. Sony was envious and immediately reached out to Marvel to co-produce a Spider-Man movie. Marvel had long wanted to bring Spider-Man into the MCU, given his huge fanbase and popularity, but Sony wouldn't let go of the rights. Finally, they reached a compromise. Sony would retain ownership of the Spider-Man rights, but Spider-Man would appear in the MCU. This is why we saw Spider-Man make his debut in Captain America: Civil War with an epic showdown against Captain America. Moreover, Marvel agreed to help Sony make a standalone Spider-Man film. And that brings us to Spider-Man: Homecoming, followed by Spider-Man: Far From Home and Spider-Man: No Way Home. Although these three films belong to the MCU, there's an interesting twist. Sony doesn't receive any revenue from Spider-Man's appearances in other Marvel films. For instance, the earnings from Captain America movies don't benefit Sony, but Sony keeps all the revenue from the three standalone Spider-Man films. It's a win-win arrangement. Now you know why we have three generations of Spider-Man. So, without further ado, let's dive into today's amazing film, Spider-Man: Homecoming, released in 2021. Ever since Iron Man asked Peter to help him fight against Captain America, Peter's been thrilled, even going full VLOG mode.
There's Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow. Whoa, who's that new guy? Oh, that's me. I gotta go.
He even films himself mid-battle. Afterward, Tony personally drives Peter home and arranges for Happy to be his contact. In the following 2 months, Peter eagerly waits for a new mission. He checks his phone constantly, sending messages to Happy every day, but never gets a reply. At school, Peter can't focus on his studies. The moment the bell rings, he's the first to dash out of the classroom. When no one's around, Peter easily hops over the fence, heads to his favorite sandwich shop on the corner, and carefully packs up his favorite meal. With excitement, he makes his way to a quiet, hidden alley. He takes off his jacket, pulls out his brand new Spider-Man suit, quickly slips it on, and lightly presses the button on his chest, ready for action. And so begins Peter's day as a neighborhood hero. First, he manages to catch a bike thief, and along the way, he even helps an elderly lady who's lost her way. In his spare time, he's either practicing tightrope walking or watching videos. Whatever his fans ask, Peter does his best to fulfill.
You're that Spider guy on YouTube, right? Call me Spider-Man! Okay, Spider-Man! Don't flip! Yeah!
After he finally catches a car thief, he realizes it's actually the car's owner. Their argument gets so loud that even an old man in a nearby building can't help but throw in a few complaints. Afterward, Peter sends a detailed report of his day's adventures to Happy, but as usual, no matter how many messages he sends, he doesn't get any reply. Deep down, Peter wishes he could be like the other superheroes and show up when something big goes down, and in the next second, that opportunity finally arrives. A group of masked men with mysterious weapons rob a bank, and an excited Peter quickly appears behind the robbers. Just as he's deciding on the perfect entrance, one of the robbers suddenly looks up, catching Peter off guard. In a flash, Peter takes down several of the robbers in seconds. One of the robbers picks up a weapon and points it at Peter. Suddenly, Peter is frozen midair. A nearby shopkeeper sees the scene and quickly calls the police. Just as Peter manages to break free, he starts to question the origins of the weapon, but a robber in a Hulk mask has already charged the weapon to full power. A blast rips through the bank, splitting it in half, and a store across the street collapses from the impact. When Peter turns around, the robbers have already escaped, leaving a trail of scattered cash behind. Afterward, Peter reports everything to Happy in detail, but Happy brushes it off as no big deal and insists there's no need to inform Tony. Later, Peter carefully sneaks back into his room, terrified that Aunt May might discover his secret identity. He shuts the door with a sigh of relief only to turn around and see his friend Ned sitting on his bed. Now he's in real trouble. His Spider-Man identity is exposed. Peter begs Ned to keep it a secret, especially from Aunt May, who would never let him take on something so dangerous. Ned promises to keep Peter's secret safe, but in the days that follow, Peter almost regrets it.
Can you summon an army of spiders?
No. Distillation.
Can you spit venom? No, Ned.
As Ned constantly pesters him. During gym class, Ned even brags to their classmates that Peter knows Spider-Man. One classmate suggests that Peter should invite Spider-Man to Liz's party that evening. Peter feels reluctant, but knowing that his crush Liz is a big Spider-Man fan, he hesitantly agrees.
Any one of us has a chance with a senior girl, it's you.
As night falls, Peter puts on his Spider-Man suit, planning to make a grand appearance at the party. Suddenly, an explosion nearby catches Peter's attention. When he arrives at the scene, he realizes that the weapons used by the bank robbers were actually purchased from this group of arms dealers. These arms dealers have repurposed alien technology left behind after the Avengers battle, turning it into powerful, high-tech weapons. One of the weapons is even crafted using Ultron's arm. Peter is about to intervene when a modified mechanical arm strikes him, interrupting his plan. Schultz saw this and quickly fled in his car. Peter fires a web to stick onto the back of the car and follows closely. From inside the vehicle, Jackson suddenly fires a laser blast at Peter, sending the detached car door flying straight toward him. Schultz makes a sharp turn, successfully shaking Peter off. Peter quickly got up and took a shortcut to catch up. Just as he's about to catch up, a mysterious figure suddenly appears. With giant wings, the figure lifts Peter off the ground and soars into the sky. As they reach a certain altitude, Peter's Spider-Man suit sounds an alarm and then deploys a parachute. However, the parachute opens backward, and Peter is surrounded by it as he plummets into a river, struggling against the water. In the nick of time, Tony arrives and rescues Peter. It's details like these that make this generation of Spider-Man stand out even more so than the previous two. Unlike the basic costumes of his predecessors, the third-generation Spider-Man suit is equipped with features like a parachute, an advanced global tracking system, and even a warming function for post-water landings. These capabilities reflect Tony's hard-earned lessons from past experiences. Peter looks at Tony and insists that he can handle these small-time incidents on his own. There's no need for Tony to come all this way. But Tony isn't actually in the suit. He's on the other side of the world, attending an event. He He tells Peter to first learn how to be a friendly neighborhood hero, just like the original Spider-Man. With that, Tony hangs up the call. On his way back, Peter picked up the weapon fragment that had accidentally fallen by the roadside. The next day, in the school lab, Peter carefully dismantles the glowing core from the device. Just as Peter and Ned are pondering how to analyze the glowing core, two of Vulture's men suddenly show up at the school, using energy detection tools to trace the nearby energy pulses. To find Vulture's hideout, Peter secretly shoots a miniature tracker onto one of Vulture's men from under the table. Then, Peter and Ned begin a day-long tracking journey, finally pinpointing Maryland as their destination, but Maryland is a long way away. So Peter remembers that the school's decathlon team will be heading there the next day. Previously, Peter had quit the school decathlon team because he was always daydreaming about saving the world. But today, to track down the arms dealers, he rejoined the team on short notice, and just like that, Peter got on the school bus headed for Maryland. Once he arrives, Peter quickly sneaks back to his room and removes the tracker on his suit so Tony won't know. With Ned's help, he unlocks all of the suit's hidden features. Not only is it equipped with a Jarvis-level AI, but it also has advanced reconnaissance modes and long-range listening capabilities. Most importantly, it can enter instant kill mode.
Would you like me to engage enhanced combat mode?
Enhanced combat mode? Yeah.
Activating instant kill.
No. I don't want to kill anybody.
Deactivating instant kill.
Did you hear that?
What the hell just happened? What was that?
You jumped off the sign and landed on your face.
Shoot lady, what's wrong with my web shooters?
Rapid fire is the default for enhanced combat mode.
Why would I need rapid fire?
Would you like to see more options? You have 576 possible web shooter combinations.
Mr. Stark really overdid it.
Just then, 3 trucks loaded with alien technology appear, with Vulture following closely behind. Vulture lands steadily on the roof of one of the trucks and throws down a device. A mysterious portal-like passage suddenly opens on the truck's roof, and Vulture leaps inside, quickly loading up the goods. But just as Vulture is about to leave, Peter shoots out a web, snatching Vulture's bag.
Hey, Big Bird! This doesn't belong to me! What? No, just set everything back to...
Activating all systems.
After an intense fight, Peter accidentally fell into the truck's interior. Just as he was about to rush out, he hit his head and passed out. In this way, Peter was unintentionally transported to an unknown location. When he woke up, he found himself in a secure, hidden warehouse on the East Coast. If he wanted to escape, he would have to wait until the following morning. While waiting, Peter began to explore the hidden features of his suit and the various modes of his web shooters. He experiments with everything from bouncing webs to split webs and web grenades. After trying out each mode, he realizes that only 37 minutes have passed. Unable to bear the seemingly endless wait, Peter decides to find a way out. He plans to return to the train car to search for anything useful and unexpectedly comes across a strange, faintly glowing object. At that moment, his AI assistant, Terran, sounds an alert. The energy core is extremely dangerous, and any exposure to radiation could trigger an immediate explosion powerful enough to destroy the entire building. Peter frantically picks up his phone to contact Ned but discovers there's no signal in the warehouse. In desperation, he starts trying to crack the door's code, failing 247 times, only to have the door finally open on its own the next morning. Peter closely followed the truck as it left the scene. Meanwhile, Ned has just finished the decathlon, and Peter quickly contacts him to warn that the glowing core is extremely dangerous.
No, Ned, the glowing thing is dangerous!
You're missing the Capcom.
Hey, Ned, listen to me!
We're the Washington Monument now. You gotta...
Peter, is that you? Oh, hey, Liz!
Is that Liz?
Please put Ned back on the phone!
But before Ned could finish speaking, Liz grabbed the phone, scolding Peter for disappearing at such a crucial moment. She then placed the phone into the security scanner. Unfortunately, that core was also being placed into the security scanner. Under the radiation, it began slowly charging and was on the verge of exploding at any moment. After the team enters the elevator, the core emits a powerful burst, trapping everyone inside. By this time, Peter had arrived outside the building, and his AI assistant detected that the elevator would crash in 2 minutes.
Oh my god, excuse me!
Peter quickly scaled the building, activating the small spider emblem on his chest. The tiny spider scouted ahead and located a small window for entry on the other side. Without hesitation, Peter climbed toward it. You may not believe it when I tell you this, but Spider-Man is actually a little afraid of heights. But at this moment, saving someone's life is a matter of urgency. Peter tries to shatter the glass using the momentum of his web swing, but the glass is specially reinforced, a full 10 centimeters thick. By now, the SWAT team has also arrived at the scene, while Peter is forced to improvise an extreme rescue operation.
Return to the ground or we will open fire! Go up! Go! This is your last chance!
But in the next moment, Peter's web snaps, sending him crashing down into the elevator. At that moment, the elevator suddenly accelerated downward again. Peter quickly shot a web upward and, using the strength in his legs, struggled with all his might to brace the elevator. Then the rescue workers arrived and successfully rescued the trapped students. You might have noticed that this scene actually pays homage to the iconic upside-down kiss from the first Spider-Man movie. After this incident, Spider-Man becomes a hot topic in town. At this point, Peter had lost all interest in studying and even started thinking about dropping out of school. To track Vulture, he used his suit's recording feature to gather information on Aaron, the criminal who bought weapons that night, and learn from him that Vulture's next deal would take place on a sightseeing ferry. The next day, Peter hurried onto the ferry and, at the critical moment of the deal with the new buyer, caught them all in one swift move, easily subduing them.
Spider guy's here.
Whoa, not so fast!
Just then, a group of armed police officers suddenly appears. At the same time, Vulture also sprang out of the car and pounced on Peter.
Get to the...
In the heat of battle, Peter swiftly fires webs, deftly seizing Vulture's weapon, but instead of shutting down, the weapon goes wild, shooting haphazardly around the ship. Peter quickly fired a series of webs, securely holding down the weapon, but in the next moment, it unleashed a powerful laser, instantly slicing the ferry in half.
Oh my god!
Faced with this sudden disaster, Peter immediately initiates a rescue. He asks his AI assistant to analyze the ferry's support points, then webs each critical point to hold the ship together. Peter thinks this will be enough to stop the ferry from splitting, but his AI informs him that he's only completed 98% of the task. Peter has missed a crucial support point. In that instant, all his webs start snapping one by one, seawater surges into the ship, and the situation becomes dire. Without hesitation, Peter leaps forward, shooting webs and gripping the ferry with only his hands. Just as Peter is about to reach his limit, a mysterious force slowly pushes the ferry, bringing the two halves of the ship back together. It turns out to be Tony, arriving just in time for the rescue. Tony quickly deploys several mini-thrusters along both sides of the ferry, then powers them up to hold the ferry together. Next, he swiftly flies over each crack, welding them shut with his laser one by one, bringing the crisis to an end. Peter felt deeply remorseful about this incident, because he was so eager to prove himself that he almost caused a major disaster. Afterward, Tony confronts Peter. He's furious that Peter unlocked the suit's hidden features and removed the tracker. In the end, Tony decides to permanently revoke Peter's access to the suit.
If you're nothing without this suit, then you shouldn't have it, okay?
Without the suit, Peter returns to his ordinary life, and his grades start to improve. Peter now has more time to do what he wants, and he finally gathers the courage to confess his feelings to Liz.
I like you. I know.
To his surprise, Liz accepts Peter's confession and invites him over to her house. For this special date, Peter carefully picks out his outfit with Aunt May's help, but when Peter arrives at Liz's door with flowers, the person who answers is none other than Vulture. Peter is stunned, realizing that the criminal he's been chasing is his crush's father. Along the way, Peter seemed a little distracted and his words became confused. This arouses the suspicions of the usually cautious Vulture, but when Vulture learns that Peter was not in the elevator during the last incident, he is almost certain that Peter is Spider-Man. Upon arriving at the school committee event, Vulture sends Liz inside first, staying behind to talk to Peter alone. Then Vulture slowly took out his pistol after his daughter left, warning Peter not to interfere with his affairs. Otherwise he would mercilessly eliminate Peter and everyone he loves. After hearing Vulture's threat, Peter silently got out of the car. He paced uneasily until he reached the door of the ballroom. Looking at his friends, Peter wasn't sure if he should really give up, but he ultimately makes up his mind. He apologizes to Liz.
Gotta go. I'm sorry. You don't deserve this.
Then leaves the dance. Peter sprints down the hallway, retrieving his gear from under a locker. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was knocked back by a punch from Vulture's henchman, Schultz, and the launcher in Peter's hand fell to the ground. Peter struggles to his feet, reaching for his web shooter, but Schultz slams his fist into a nearby school bus, sending Peter flying again. Without his web shooter, Peter is at a disadvantage. Just as Schultz is about to finish Peter off, Ned grabs the web shooter and helps neutralize the threat. Once Peter regained control of the launcher, he easily took care of Schultz. Afterward, he instructed Ned to contact Happy. Then, Peter grabs a classmate's car. He asks Ned to track his phone. It turns out he'd left his phone in Vulture's car on purpose. Ned tells Peter that he's managed to contact Happy, but Happy is currently busy loading a plane. Tony had already sold the Avengers Tower and relocated the headquarters to the north. Tonight was the time to move all the weapons. Learning this, Peter realizes Vulture's target is likely the transport plane and steps on the gas, racing to the location according to his phone's signal.
You're getting close. It's on your right. What? Turn right! Turn right!
Upon arriving, Peter performs a perfect parallel park. He exits the car and enters the factory, finding only Vulture inside. Seeing Peter, Vulture isn't the least bit surprised. To ensure the success of his mission, Vulture decides he must first eliminate the meddlesome Peter. At that moment, Vulture's wings suddenly expand from his back. Peter confidently thought that he had escaped, but Vulture's real intention was not to attack him, but to trigger the collapse of the roof and crush Peter under it. No matter how much Peter shouts for help, no one answers. Staring at his reflection in a puddle, Peter recalls Tony's words of advice. These words reignite Peter's fighting spirit, and, summoning all his strength, he finally manages to push his way up from under the wreckage. Just as Vulture takes off, Peter arrives in time to follow close behind, remaining undetected by Vulture. Soon, Vulture flies to the back of the plane. In order to avoid disrupting the plan, Vulture did not take immediate action. He quietly approached the bottom of the plane and entered the interior through a small opening he had opened again. Once inside, Vulture is amazed by the cargo before him. There are advanced Chitauri weapons, fully loaded reactors, and even Tony's Mark armor. At this time, Peter outside the plane triggered the alarm, which completely angered Vulture. He rises into the air, grabbing Peter and hauling him up. Peter's webline snaps, sending him hurtling toward the plane's engine. Quickly reacting, he webs the fan tightly, narrowly avoiding disaster. But just then, the engine breaks off unexpectedly. Fortunately, Peter's web catches it just in time, and after kicking the engine free, he struggles back onto the plane. At this point, Vulture relentlessly pursues him again. He tries to sever Peter's web, but accidentally damages the main engine, causing the plane to lose power and begin plummeting. Jackson urges Vulture to retreat, but Vulture refuses. Determined not to leave empty-handed, the plane ultimately crashes to the ground, shattering on impact. Peter slowly gets to his feet, but Vulture still won't let him go. Vulture pins Peter down, delivering a relentless beating. Yet he doesn't intend to kill Peter. Vulture prepares to take a crate full of reactors, but Peter swiftly webs it, though Vulture quickly cuts the line. However, in the next second, Vulture's wings suddenly exploded. Peter did not hesitate to rush into the fire to rescue Vulture. When Happy arrives at the scene, Peter is nowhere to be found, but the cargo is neatly stacked, and beside Vulture is a note from Peter. Afterward, Peter arrived at school, and under Happy's guidance, he reached the outskirts of the Avengers base. Tony believed Peter performed exceptionally well on this mission, so he decided to gift him a brand new nanotech suit and formally invited him to join the Avengers. However, after everything he had been through, Peter had become much more composed. He felt he wasn't yet qualified to join the Avengers, nor did he feel deserving of wearing the suit, so he declined Tony's offer. What Peter doesn't know is that he's already earned Tony's approval. Back at home, Peter discovered the suit. Overjoyed, he immediately tries it on only to be caught by Aunt May, and that's where the movie ends. As for Liz, after her father's arrest, she and her mother decide to move away, leaving Peter with no choice but to let go. Let's continue our journey through the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. According to the chronological timeline of events, this is the 18th film in the Marvel series, Black Panther, released in 2018. The story picks up right after the events of Captain America: Civil War. The mysterious potion T'Challa drinks makes his veins bulge instantly, as if flames are searing him from within. Yet, as the pain gradually fades, he returns to a normal human state. Only by enduring this can he be deemed worthy to compete for the throne, and the reasons behind their struggle for the throne are quite intriguing. On the surface, T'Challa's homeland, Wakanda, appears poor and primitive. In reality, however, it is centuries ahead of the rest of the world in technological advancement. Becoming king means ascending to the ranks of the world's wealthiest individuals. This is because Wakanda possesses a resource more precious than oil, the rare metal vibranium. According to legend, millions of years ago, a vibranium meteorite crashed into this ancient land, permanently altering the flora. This land became lush and fertile, though the arrival of humanity would disrupt its peace. Conflict arose among Wakanda's 5 tribes, leading to constant bloodshed, until a courageous warrior witnessed a vision of the Black Panther goddess. Guided by this vision, he discovered the mystical heart-shaped herb. This herb granted him extraordinary strength and speed, and he soon united the 4 other tribes, becoming the first Black Panther. However, the proud Jabari tribe chose to retreat into the mountains. Meanwhile, Wakanda's study of vibranium accelerated its technological progress. Yet, with the world in turmoil, Wakanda decided to protect its precious resource by concealing itself entirely from the outside world. Eventually, a fateful incident took place. The old king, T'Chaka, was tragically killed on the spot. In his final moments, T'Chaka chose to pass the throne to his son, T'Challa, hoping he would carry on his legacy of protecting Wakanda's peace. But during the solemn coronation ceremony, T'Challa faced unexpected opposition from the long-reclusive Jabari tribe. The Jabari chieftain, M'Baku, challenged T'Challa, asserting that someone who couldn't even protect his own father was unfit to safeguard Wakanda. In the face of M'Baku's taunts, T'Challa unhesitatingly accepted the challenge. Resolutely, he drank the heart-shaped herb, relinquishing his Black Panther powers and transforming into an ordinary man. Thus, a fierce battle for the throne began. At the sound of the ceremonial call, the royal guards entered the arena, carrying vibranium spears that gleamed coldly. A simple yet solemn fighting platform appeared before the crowd. M'Baku charged forward, swinging his massive hammer with a fierce and powerful attack. Although T'Challa's shield could deflect M'Baku's strikes, the force of each blow left his arms trembling. After taking 2 direct hits, T'Challa was knocked to the ground. However, M'Baku is clearly a power-based fighter with a slight lack of skill. As the battle intensified, the guards closed in the arena space, leaving the 2 combatants with less room to maneuver, pushing the duel toward a decisive end. As T'Challa gradually fell into a disadvantage, everyone held their breath and became extremely nervous. Yet, even then, T'Challa refused to concede defeat, watching M'Baku closely for an opening to launch a counterattack. M'Baku's repeated headbutts left T'Challa dazed, his vision blurring. M'Baku's taunts unexpectedly ignited T'Challa's fighting spirit. In that instant, his inner resolve ignited, enabling him to withstand M'Baku's attack. At first, M'Baku was unwilling to surrender.
Don't make me kill you!
But as his breath grew labored, he was forced to concede and acknowledge T'Challa's victory. With this, T'Challa was rightfully crowned king of Wakanda. According to Wakandan tradition, T'Challa lay on the sacred red earth and drank the heart-shaped herb once more, restoring his powers as the Black Panther. T'Challa's veins bulged once more as a surge of purple energy spread rapidly throughout his body. Then, his tribe members covered him with sacred red soil. Only through this ritual could his spirit transcend to the ancestral plane and reunite with his late father. Upon seeing his father, T'Challa was overcome with shame and regret for failing to protect him. However, T'Chaka does not blame him, but firmly believes that his son will become a wiser monarch than he was. Unfortunately, T'Challa has not yet settled on the throne of the king, and a crisis is approaching. A group had brazenly stolen a Wakandan artifact from the British Museum in broad daylight. Determined to bring these thieves to justice, T'Challa decided to personally pursue the criminals. Before his departure, T'Challa's sister, Shuri, upgraded his Black Panther suit, cleverly storing nanotechnology within his necklace so he could transform instantly in a mere second. This suit was not only visually impressive but highly functional, capable of absorbing kinetic energy from attacks and reflecting it back, a feature that almost led to an embarrassing mishap for T'Challa.
Strike it again in the same spot.
You're recording.
For research purposes.
T'Challa, equipped with his newly upgraded suit, infiltrated an underground casino. It was rumored that the thief Clow would be there to trade vibranium. Unexpectedly, T'Challa encountered CIA agent Ross at the scene. It turned out that the US government was also after this rare vibranium and had sent Agent Ross to negotiate with Clow. T'Challa warned Ross that Clow needed to face Wakandan justice, but things quickly went awry when a vigilant guard detected Okoye's disguise. Setting off a sudden brawl, plunging the casino into chaos. Clow tried to escape in the confusion, but T'Challa pursued him with lightning speed. Shockingly, Clow wielded advanced weaponry he should not have had access to. Seeing Clow slipping away, Okoye swiftly attached a remote control device to a nearby car. Once activated, Wakanda's lab instantly conjured a virtual car, allowing Shuri to join the chase from the other side of the world. Supporting Black Panther in pursuing the fleeing Clow, Clow cunningly ordered his men to scatter, but against Shuri's remote-controlled prowess, their escape was futile. She deftly maneuvered through the maze-like alleyways and soon caught up to one of the fleeing vehicles, only to be blocked by dense traffic. Luckily, Black Panther showcased his extraordinary strength and skill. Gripping the ground with one hand, he used sheer force to bend the car beside him. Then, with agile precision, he leapt and landed firmly on the car roof. With his razor-sharp claws, Black Panther tore through the roof, sending the terrified driver leaping out of the vehicle in fear. Meanwhile, Okoye faced her own challenges, a gang of heavily armed, menacing terrorists, yet their firepower proved futile. Okoye calmly climbed out of her car, using her boot's suction grip to stand firmly on the roof, and seized the moment to throw a weapon at the terrorists' vehicle. Meanwhile, Clow activated an energy cannon, which unleashed a powerful wave, disintegrating the vibranium car into fragments scattered in the air. In contrast, the other team looked even more miserable. After Black Panther's suit had absorbed enough impact force, he used the cover of a truck to vault onto his opponent's vehicle, delivering a swift, decisive strike. But as Shuri approached a crucial turn, Clow used his usual tricks, and her remote-controlled car was instantly wrecked. Black Panther took advantage of the moment, launching himself into the air with a double spin before landing securely onto Clow's vehicle. With his vibranium claws, he swiftly dismantled the tire. Clow attempted to fight back, only to discover that his energy cannon was ineffective against Black Panther's suit. His weapon was dismantled, and he was swiftly kicked to the ground by Black Panther. Black Panther initially intended to punish the thief on the spot, but as he looked around, he saw civilians everywhere, their phone cameras flashing. Reluctantly, Black Panther spared Clow's life for the moment and left the interrogation to Ross. During interrogation, Clow revealed a shocking secret. He knew about Wakanda's vast vibranium reserves. Unfortunately, before they could proceed, danger struck again as the wall of the interrogation room exploded. A masked figure stormed in, catching everyone off guard, allowing Clow to escape amid the chaos. T'Challa had barely donned his suit when he spotted a grenade about to detonate. He immediately threw himself on top of it. When he saw the robber preparing to escape, Black Panther immediately chased after him. but unexpectedly encountered a stray bullet attack head-on. Although he was not injured, he was also subjected to severe vibration. What was even more astonishing was that the assailant wore a ring bearing the royal insignia of Wakanda. Perplexed yet sensing an underlying conspiracy, T'Challa returned to Wakanda and sought out Shuri to uncover the truth. Shuri finally revealed the secret that he had hidden for 30 years. The ring once belonged to T'Challa's uncle, N'Jobu. 30 years earlier, N'Jobu had been sent to the US as an undercover agent but fell in love with an American woman and fathered a child. Subsequently, N'Jobu betrayed Wakanda and helped Klaus steal Wakanda's vibranium. However, T'Chaka had long planted a watcher by N'Jobu's side. When N'Jobu's betrayal was uncovered, T'Chaka personally confronted him, but N'Jobu resisted with gunfire, leading to his death at T'Chaka's hand. T'Chaka also exiled N'Jobu's son. That masked man turned out to be none other than N'Jobu's son, Killmonger, T'Challa's cousin. Killmonger had freed Klaus only to kill him personally and bring his body back to Wakanda. It wasn't until his final moments that Klaus was shocked to realize his partner was actually from Wakanda. Upon stepping onto Wakandan soil, Killmonger wasted no time revealing his royal lineage and openly challenged T'Challa for the throne. Out of guilt for his uncle's death, T'Challa reluctantly accepted the challenge. Unaware of how far Killmonger had gone to reach this moment, Killmonger slowly removed his shirt, revealing countless tattooed scars across his body, each one a marker of a life taken. At Shuri's command, the contest for the throne began once more. From the outset, Killmonger launched an aggressive assault, and the two were evenly matched. With years of combat experience, Killmonger was the ultimate fighter, going round after round with T'Challa without a clear winner. At this point, T'Challa still harbored a hope of persuading his cousin to surrender. Yet, T'Challa's mercy would ultimately seal his defeat, though he initially held the upper hand. As the fight intensified, the scales of victory tipped toward Killmonger. Disarmed, T'Challa was finally stabbed in the abdomen by Killmonger. In that dire moment, Shuri intervened, sacrificing himself to save T'Challa, hoping to end the grudge from 30 years prior with his own life. But Killmonger showed no mercy, killing the man who had helped take his father's life. But this completely enraged T'Challa, and he swung a fierce punch at Killmonger. However, he was already exhausted, and Killmonger easily dodged his attack, following up with a brutal series of blows. Although everyone present was pained to watch, Wakanda's ancient traditions prevented anyone from interfering. Finally, Killmonger hoisted T'Challa up and, without hesitation, threw him over the waterfall. In keeping with tradition, Killmonger became the new king, and even T'Challa's royal guard had to accept his rule. Killmonger then lay upon the sacred red earth and drank the heart-shaped herb, gaining the powers of the Black Panther and even meeting his long-deceased father.
What did you find?
Your home.
I gave you a key, hoping that you might see it someday. The sunsets there are the most beautiful in the world. But I fear you still may not be welcome.
Why?
They will say you are lost.
But I'm right here.
No tears for me?
Everybody dies. It's just life around here.
Well, look at what I've done. I should have taken you back long ago. Instead, we are both abandoned here.
Well, maybe your home's the ones that's lost. That's why they can't find us.
Yet, deep within, Killmonger harbored a profound hatred for Wakanda, and his first command was to burn every heart-shaped herb in existence. At that moment, Killmonger's rule seemed unshakable. He held absolute control, but he didn't notice Nakia secretly taking one of the herbs. Killmonger declared his intention to use Wakandan technology to conquer the world. T'Challa's family, desperate to save Wakanda, went to the Jabari tribe, offering the heart-shaped herb to M'Baku and asking him to defeat the Outsider King and rescue Wakanda from danger. But M'Baku led them to T'Challa's tent, revealing that a Jabari fisherman had found T'Challa downstream and rescued him. At this point, T'Challa was barely clinging to life, so the queen quickly prepared a tonic from the last heart-shaped herb and fed it to him. Under the protection of his ancestors, T'Challa miraculously recovered, donned his suit, and rushed back to thwart Killmonger's plot. Killmonger's plan was to distribute vibranium worldwide, inciting global conflict. Though many Wakandans were horrified by Killmonger's actions, they ultimately submitted to the king's will. But now, With T'Challa's triumphant return, the Dora Milaje Wakanda's royal guard immediately turned against Killmonger. When it comes to the Wakandan King's royal guard, they are undoubtedly the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Although they were ordinary women, their skills easily surpassed many super soldiers. Even faced with Killmonger, who had taken the heart-shaped herb, they held their own. Sadly, one of the guards made a critical mistake, allowing Killmonger to seize and kill her. Enraged, Okoye and the remaining 2 guards launched a desperate attack against Killmonger, but with the most advanced suit on Earth, he ultimately overpowered them. Meanwhile, the Border Tribe launched a charge against Black Panther, linking their soft cloaks together to form a towering energy barrier 3 meters high, but Black Panther leapt over it with ease, landing with a deafening explosion that scattered the crowd around him. He quickly picked up a fallen spear and, in one swift motion, brought down an enemy aircraft. At the same time, the Dora Milaje surged onto the battlefield, hundreds of warriors clashing in a chaotic, intense battle. The Border Tribe leader fell to Black Panther in a single round. Realizing he couldn't defeat Black Panther, Wabi summoned something far more fearsome. At the sound of the horn, the ground trembled violently, and a mighty vibranium-armored rhino charged onto the field, sending Dora Milaje warriors flying hundreds of meters with ease. But even the power of a vibranium rhino paled against Black Panther's strength, and he wrestled it to the ground. Unexpectedly, the fallen rhino launched a sudden attack, ramming into Black Panther and sending him flying. Before he could regain his bearings, Black Panther found himself surrounded by enemies. Seeing Killmonger about to strike Shuri, Black Panther unleashed a surge of primal power, tackling Killmonger into the vibranium mine. As they plummeted through the air, they continued attacking each other. Black Panther then fell heavily onto the train tracks, while Killmonger landed in a heroic pose, both now clad in vibranium suits. Even their sharpest claws couldn't harm each other. But when Black Panther noticed the nearby stabilizer, a risky idea began to form. At his brother's command, Shuri activated the stabilizer. The stabilizer emitted ultrasonic waves, temporarily disabling the vibranium suits and exposing their vulnerable bodies beneath. With the roar of the train passing by, their battle grew fiercer. This was no longer just a clash between humans but a peak showdown between superhumans. One wrong move, and they'd be struck and hurled by the speeding train. When the train passed, Killmonger picked up a knife from the ground and resumed his ferocious assault. His knife skills were exceptional, and his rapid, dazzling strikes drove Black Panther into a corner once more. With the ultrasonic disruption about to end, Black Panther seized his chance, launching a decisive charge. At last, he spotted an opening and drove his knife deep into Killmonger's body.
My pop said Wakanda was the most beautiful thing you ever seen. He promised he was going to show it to me one day. You believe that? Kid from Oakland running around believing in fairy tales.
As he lay dying, Killmonger finally gazed upon the beauty of Wakanda that his father had described. T'Challa offered to heal Killmonger, but he refused, choosing death over a life of bondage. Deeply moved by Killmonger's unyielding spirit, T'Challa resolved to reveal Wakanda to the world, generously sharing its technology and medical advances.
What kind of nation of farmers have to offer the rest?
To this mocking question, the Wakandans responded with only a disdainful smile. And with that, the film concluded. In a post-credits scene, Shuri was shown helping Bucky recover. Will Bucky start a new scheme that pits Captain America and Iron Man against each other again? Follow me as I guide you through the Marvel Cinematic Universe next episode. Even more exciting, she is the supreme sorcerer of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and as long as she was alive, only the most reckless fools would dare invade Earth. For instance, Loki and his Chitauri army, cosmic powerhouses like Dormammu and Thanos, despite their unparalleled abilities, wouldn't set foot on Earth. But the moment she died, these powerful enemies swarmed in, eager to invade Earth. Many have joked that the Ancient One died because of budget constraints after all. Every second of her screen time demanded costly special effects, but such claims are baseless. A figure of her caliber, if she didn't want to die, would never have been defeated. So why did the Ancient One seek death? Was she simply tired of living? Or was there a deeper reason behind it? Perhaps only one person holds the answer: her new apprentice, Dr. Stephen Strange. Stephen was a renowned medical doctor, an undisputed king in the operating room. While others might break into a nervous sweat over complex surgeries, Stephen would casually listen to music, tapping his foot to the beat with an air of relaxed confidence. This mastery stemmed from his globally envied hands. Under the watchful eyes of the entire hospital staff, Steven once again successfully completed a brain surgery with a difficulty rating of 9/8. However, no sooner had Steven stepped off the operating table than he faced an even trickier challenge. A colleague had declared a patient with a gunshot wound to the head deceased, but upon reviewing the case, Steven realized this wasn't true. With little time to act, Steven bypassed the safer imaging-guided approach and opted for a daring, high-risk maneuver, operating in a blind spot. With his incredibly steady hands, Steven once again precisely extracted the bullet from a densely nerve-packed area, accomplishing what seemed like an impossible task. As a result, Steven won the enviable honor and wealth that everyone envies. His display case was filled with prestigious trophies, his drawers stuffed with luxury items, and his mansion was nestled in the most coveted heart of the city. But Steven's lavish lifestyle came to an abrupt and devastating end due to a sudden car accident. On a rainy night, while listening to a patient's report with his usual focus, Steven failed to notice his car gradually speeding up. In the moment he looked down to review the case file, tragedy struck. Although the airbag saved his life, Steven's prized hands were deeply embedded into the dashboard. The car, propelled by immense inertia, careened off a cliff. When Steven woke up, what caught his eye were his hands covered in steel needles. In that moment, Steven knew his life had shattered just like his hands. Despite the doctor's best efforts to save Steven's hands during the follow-up treatments, he still couldn't perform even the most basic grasping motions. To make matters worse, the corporate executives who once saw him as a cash cow abandoned him without hesitation. Even after exhausting his entire fortune, Steven saw no glimmer of hope for recovery. Gradually, his temperament changed dramatically. Christine, his girlfriend, showed him concern, but Steven mistook it for pity. Christine, disheartened by Steven's self-destructive behavior, eventually left him without looking back. But as the saying goes, where there is despair, there is also a ray of hope. By chance, Steven heard an inspiring story from a physical therapist. It turned out that a former patient named Jonathan, once diagnosed with severe paralysis, had miraculously regained his mobility through some mysterious power. Steven, clinging to a shred of hope, sought out Jonathan. However, Jonathan provided him with only one clue, a location.
The place you're looking for is called Kamartash.
Holding onto his last glimmer of faith, Steven journeyed to this place, revered as sacred, only to be accosted by a group of thugs. In this dire moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, and like a god descending from the heavens, he saved Steven from hell. Under Mordo's guidance, Steven finally arrived at the long-sought Kamartash, but the hope he harbored in his heart was instantly shattered upon meeting the Ancient One. Steven had assumed she possessed advanced medical knowledge, such as cellular regeneration. To his surprise, the Ancient One intended to lead him toward embracing spirituality. Following that,
because I do not believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief. There is no such thing as spirit. We are made of matter.
The Ancient One overturned Steven's 30 years of understanding with a single blow. She sent his soul flying out of his body, making him deeply feel his own insignificance and powerlessness. Though Steven tried to convince himself it was all a hallucination, the hyper-realistic sensations left him no choice but to believe in the reality of what had just occurred.
Why are you doing this to me?
To show you just how much you don't know. Open your eyes.
His heart rate is getting dangerously high.
He looks all right to me. You think you know how the world works? You think that this material universe is all there is? What mysteries lie beyond the reach of your senses? At the root of existence, mind and matter meet. Thoughts shape reality. This universe is only one of an infinite number. Worlds without end. Some benevolent and life-giving, others filled with malice and hunger. Dark places where powers older than time lie, ravenous and waiting. Who are you in this vast multiverse? Mr. Strange? Have you seen that before in a gift shop?
Teach me.
No.
The Ancient One refused Stephen not out of disdain, but because she keenly perceived his exceptional potential. Years ago, the Ancient One had trained another equally talented student, Caecilius, only to witness him betray Camartage, murder his fellow disciples, and seize the means to summon Dormammu, all in pursuit of mastering true dark magic. Despite her efforts to undo the damage, the Ancient One was unable to stop the ensuing chaos. It was for this reason that the Ancient One resolutely rejected Stephen's request. However, Mordo held a different perspective. He believed that with proper teaching, Stephen could become the key to saving Camartage. So Stephen officially became a member of Camartage.
The language of the mystic arts is as old as civilization. The sorcerers of antiquity called the use of this language spells, but if that word offends your modern sensibilities, you can call it a program. The source code that shapes reality. We harness energy drawn from other dimensions of the multiverse to cast spells, to conjure shields and weapons, to make magic.
In the days that followed, Stephen began studying the mystical arts under the Ancient One. Yet, Stephen was by far the worst student she had ever taught. While others could draw dazzling, elaborate portals in the air, Stephen could barely manage a crude circle.
My hands?
It's not about your hands.
How is this not about my hands?
Master Hamir? Thank you, Master Hamir.
To awaken Stephen's latent potential, the Ancient One took him to the summit of the Himalayas. In such an icy and unforgiving environment, a person can only survive for 3 minutes before succumbing to the cold. And yet, the Ancient One turned and left, abandoning Stephen to struggle alone in the howling wind. Stephen had no choice but to push himself to his limits, desperately trying to sketch a portal in the air. Meanwhile, back inside the temple, the Ancient One awaited a miracle, while Mordo looked on with concern. Suddenly, golden light erupted from the flat expanse. Stephen had successfully opened a portal. This triumph rekindled Stephen's confidence. Within just a few days, Stephen had read all the magical books in the library. By day, he diligently trained his body to build strength. And by night, he used his astral form to study the magical techniques from the books, achieving a learning efficiency twice that of others. Even the most daunting tomes, ones others dared not touch, were mastered by Stephen. When Stephen came across records about the Eye of Agamotto, he used a magical incantation to activate it.
First, open the Eye of Agamotto.
After configuring the time turner's settings, Stephen rotated his arm gently, causing an apple to age forward in time. With another flick of his arm, the apple reverted to its earlier state. Using this method, Stephen managed to restore 2 torn pages that had been ripped out by Caecilius, but before he could examine them in detail, Mordo and the librarian, Wong, arrived to sternly reprimand him. They explained that manipulating time recklessly could lead to temporal branches or even trap one in an endless time loop. Such magic was strictly forbidden. Through Wong's detailed explanation, Stephen learned about the origins of Camartage. Thousands of years ago, the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, established 3 magical sanctums on Earth to safeguard the planet. These portals provided direct access to the 3 sanctums, but who posed a threat to Earth? That would be the Dark Lord Dormammu.
Dormammu dwells in the dark dimension, beyond time. He is the cosmic conqueror, the destroyer of worlds, a being of infinite power and endless hunger, on a quest to invade every universe and bring all worlds into his dark dimension. And he hungers for Earth most of all.
Stephen's original goal was simply to heal his hands. He had no intention of getting involved in any intergalactic conflicts. Unfortunately, before Stephen could make his retreat, the London sanctuary suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. The sanctuary's guardian had been slain by Caecilius, and moments later, the entire structure seemed to collapse under a tidal wave of chaos, crashing directly into Camartage. Amid the turmoil, Stephen was hurled through a portal into the New York sanctuary. As Stephen frantically searched the sanctuary for Wong and Mordo, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Caecilius, who had just arrived. Despite the desperate efforts of the sanctuary's defenders, they were no match for Caecilius, who had already drawn immense power from the dark dimension, having barely begun to master his skills. Stephen was immediately confronted by an enemy even the Ancient One had failed to capture. After a few exchanges, Stephen quickly realized the vast disparity between their abilities and had no choice but to retreat. But Caecilius unleashed a terrifying spatial spell. In an instant, the entire room began to twist and fold in on itself. The ground transformed into a treadmill-like surface, leaving Stephen struggling to move forward, trapped in place no matter how hard he tried. Faced with no escape, Stephen abandoned the idea of fleeing and resolved to stand and fight. Caecilius, however, escalated the conflict, rotating his hands and transforming the corridor into a spinning vortex. Then he actually stood the entire corridor upright. Stephen, seemingly at the brink of exhaustion, made a clever move instead, letting go of the walls. He used gravity to his advantage, kicking one of Caecilius' followers into a desert and flipping another into a jungle with a sharp over-the-shoulder throw. Even so, Stephen still couldn't match the strength of the remaining Caecilius. Stephen was only able to seize the opportunity to escape again, but Caecilius easily caught up with Stephen again and beat him all over his body. Fortunately, a cabinet housing the Cloak of Levitation sprang open, and the artifact flew out just in time to block Caecilius' fatal strike. But just as Stephen got back on his feet, Caecilius kicked him down the stairs again. Yet the Cloak of Levitation followed closely behind. Just as we thought the mighty Doctor Strange had been born, it turned out that he still couldn't beat Caecilius. Stephen reached for a double-bladed axe on the wall, but the cloak stopped him. Faced with Caecilius' relentless advance, Stephen had no choice but to retreat. He grabbed an iron ornament from the wall and threw it, never expecting it to be so powerful that it bound Caecilius, leaving him unable to break free. Even though his body was restrained and unable to move, Caecilius' verbal attacks did not stop. He even revealed the shocking secret that the Ancient One had also absorbed the energy of the dark space just like him. No wonder the Ancient One has gained immortality. While this revelation was shocking, Stephen refused to take Caecilius at his word.
We don't seek to rule this world. We seek to save it, to hand it over to a Dormammu who is the intent of all evolution.
But at that critical moment, something unexpected happened. One of Caecilius' followers, Lucian, returned to the fray and ambushed Stephen. As Lucian prepared to deal a fatal blow, the Cloak of Levitation intervened, wrapping itself tightly around Lucian's neck and buying Stephen precious time to escape. Stephen scrambled to pick up his fallen sling ring and, with the last of his strength, managed to open a portal, fleeing into his hospital. When Christine saw Stephen's bloodied and battered state, she was so shocked that she burst into tears, but she quickly set her emotions aside and rushed him into surgery. The moment Stephen lay on the operating table, he slipped into unconsciousness, his soul separating from his body, but his actions nearly scared Christine out of her wits.
Just a little while. Please be careful with the needle.
What am I seeing?
My astral body.
Are you dead?
No, Christine, but I am dying.
Guided by Stephen's spectral form, Christine began the procedure to save his life. Meanwhile, Lucian had also entered the astral plane, following Stephen through the portal into the hospital. What ensued was a fierce battle between their ghostly forms. the intensity of which rippled into the physical world. However, the battle did not last long, and Steven fainted under Lucian's swift whirlwind kick, and he also lost signs of life in the real world. Panicking, Christine quickly charged the defibrillator. The massive surge of electricity not only revived Steven but also disintegrated Lucian's spectral body, instantly killing his physical form. After tending to his wounds, Steven returned to the New York sanctuary, only to find that Kaecilius had already vanished. At the same time, the Ancient One and Mordo finally arrived. Steven confronted the Ancient One directly, demanding to know if she had truly drawn power from the Dark Dimension to achieve immortality. She didn't offer a clear answer, leaving everything unsaid. Mordo, standing to the side, was filled with doubt and unable to accept this truth. He even began to argue with Steven. At that moment, Kaecilius and his followers launched another attack, attempting to destroy the New York sanctuary with their magic. Mordo quickly stepped forward to stop them, but he was unable to intervene in time. Fortunately, Steven swiftly cast a mirror dimension spell, preventing a catastrophic explosion in the real world. However, this minor trick meant nothing to Kaecilius. With a simple wave of his hands, he began to open a portal to escape the mirror dimension. Steven seized the opportunity during Kaecilius' spell preparation to snatch his sling ring. Without the sling ring, Kaecilius was unable to open portals. However, having mastered the powers of the Dark Dimension, Kaecilius was already capable of bending the mirror dimension to his will, no matter how Steven and Mordo tried to flee.
That is hilarious.
Kaecilius' sudden shifts in dimensional planes caused them to plummet uncontrollably. Despite this, Steven refused to give up, continuing to struggle to maintain the portal, but Kaecilius' powerful spatial magic severely hindered Steven's efforts. Even the skyscrapers around them began to ripple like waves before splitting apart entirely. The city itself fractured into several floating segments. Steven and Mordo had to run for their lives among the ruins. Fortunately, they were proficient in magic and did not die in the fall. Yet it wasn't long before they realized that no amount of running could escape Kaecilius' relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Steven collided head-on with Kaecilius, who quickly reclaimed the sling ring from Steven's grasp. As Kaecilius prepared to deliver the final blow to Steven, the space around them shifted once more. However, this time, the spellcaster wasn't Kaecilius, it was the universe's most powerful sorcerer, the Ancient One, Mordo. Upon seeing the distinct mark on the Ancient One's forehead, finally accepted the truth. She had indeed drawn energy from the Dark Dimension.
I came to you, broken, lost, in need. Trusted you to be my teacher, and you fed me lies.
I tried to protect you.
From the truth.
From yourself.
I have a new teacher now.
Dormammu deceives you. You have no idea what he truly is. His eternal life is not paradise, but torment.
Liar.
Despite the Ancient One's best efforts to explain to everyone, Kaecilius stubbornly believed that it was a lie. He immediately attacked his mentor, but as the pinnacle of magical power, the Ancient One was far beyond what Kaecilius or his followers could handle. In just 2 swift moves, she brought Kaecilius to his knees. Even when Kaecilius attempted to use magic, the Ancient One effortlessly countered it. Realizing he couldn't defeat her head-on, Kaecilius resorted to a treacherous tactic, using one of his comrades as a shield. He struck a fatal blow with a concealed blade. In the next moment, Kaecilius opened a portal and kicked the Ancient One back into the real world. Though Steven and Mordo rushed to the scene as quickly as they could, they were unable to stop her from falling to her death. When Steven brought the Ancient One to the hospital, it was already too late. She had taken her last breath. Sensing something was amiss, Steven projected his astral form and discovered that the Ancient One's soul had also left her body.
You have to return to your body now. You don't have time.
Time is relative. Your body hasn't even hit the floor yet. I've spent so many years peering through time, looking at this exact moment, but I can't see past it. I've prevented countless terrible futures, and after each one there's always another, and they all lead here.
Although the Ancient One did draw power from the Dark Dimension, it was always with the purpose of protecting Earth. Sometimes, breaking the rules is necessary to achieve something greater, to safeguard the planet. The Ancient One had no choice but to prolong her life for thousands of years. as it was her sacred mission. But now, her mission was complete. She had seen a unique brilliance in Stephen and believed he was the perfect successor. She was convinced that only Stephen could stop Dormammu. The Ancient One explained that it was time for her to embrace death, as that is the true meaning of life. Before the words had fully faded, the Ancient One vanished completely, and at the same time, her physical body perished entirely. Although Stephen wasn't fully prepared, he began to understand the weight of his responsibility. But at that moment, Caecilius was wreaking havoc on the final sanctuary. If the sanctuary fell, the entire universe would be consumed by Dormammu. When Stephen and Mordo rushed to the scene, they found the sanctuary in ruins. Dormammu had already begun his silent descent upon Earth.
Nothing can stop you, necessarily.
The moment Caecilius caught sight of Stephen, he launched a ferocious attack. However, even a being as powerful as Caecilius could not override the flow of time. Stephen gently rotated the Eye of Agamotto, and time around them began to reverse at a visibly perceptible speed. The damaged streets on either side were quickly restored to their original state.
We've got a second chance!
But just as Stephen was about to gain the upper hand, Caecilius used some mysterious incantation to break free from the constraints of time and charged at Stephen once more. The battle continued as they dodged obstacles, trading blows in a frenzied clash. Meanwhile, Mordo was also entangled in a fight with Caecilius' two followers. One of the followers met an unfortunate end, sealed away in a fish tank. The other was trapped behind a glass door. Subsequently, with Mordo's help, Caecilius was also imprisoned in the concrete wall. But this only had a temporary effect, and it wasn't long before Caecilius broke free. Caecilius then unleashed a powerful shockwave that shattered Stephen's time spell. In an instant, time seemed to come to a complete standstill.
A world beyond time. Beyond death. Beyond time.
This sudden turn of events triggered a realization in Stephen. He made a bold decision, leaving everyone behind as he flew alone into the dark abyss. While the others feared Stephen was surrendering himself to Dormammu, Stephen had already formulated a meticulous plan. He had set up a time loop. Stephen then walked over to Dormammu with a swagger. Dormammu, however, had no regard for this insignificant human and effortlessly killed Stephen. But the strange thing was that the next second Stephen miraculously appeared in front of Dormammu's eyes again. It turned out that Dormammu was also bound by time, which meant the time loop affected him as well. No matter how many times it repeated, he was forced to endure each cycle. No matter how many times Dormammu killed Stephen, Stephen would return due to the time loop, endlessly confronting him until he agreed to negotiate.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
You cannot do this forever.
Actually, I can. This is how things are now. You and me, trapped in this moment, endlessly.
You will spend eternity dying.
But everyone on Earth will live.
But you will suffer.
Pain's an old friend.
Dormammu! Dormammu!
Faced with Stephen's relentless persistence, Dormammu was left with no choice but to concede. He promised never to invade Earth for as long as Stephen lived and agreed to take his followers with him upon his departure. With the Eye of Agamotto, Stephen restored everything that had been lost, earning Wong's approval and officially taking on the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, the new protector of Earth. Let's look forward to the next Marvel movie, Thor: Ragnarok. She is the undisputed powerhouse of the Marvel Universe. The moment she appears, she shatters Thor's Mjolnir with ease. Even Loki, upon seeing her, is so terrified that he flees in panic. And yet, this alluring, stunningly beautiful goddess of death with a fiery figure turns out to be Thor's elder sister, Hela. This is the setup for the family drama comedy in the Marvel Universe, Thor: Ragnarok. When I first watched this movie, I didn't have high expectations. To my surprise, it delivered plenty of delightful surprises. Thor: Ragnarok is the funniest Marvel movie I've seen, and the story is also very exciting. In Avengers: Age of Ultron, Thor fell under Wanda's spell. In the Vision, Thor beheld the ominous events of Ragnarok. This so-called Ragnarok represented the destruction of his home planet, Asgard, the demise of all gods, and the complete annihilation of his people. In an attempt to uncover the cause of Ragnarok and prevent its arrival, Thor left Earth. This is also why he wasn't involved in the Avengers Civil War. Thor searched every corner of the universe but found no clues. On his way, he was captured by Surtur. Over 500,000 years ago, Odin, the All-Father, had defeated Surtur with his supreme power and seized the eternal flame, the source of Surtur's immense strength. Without the eternal flame, Surtur's power was significantly diminished. During Thor's confrontation with Surtur, the fire demon declared that he would destroy Asgard and that he himself was the harbinger of Ragnarok.
When my crown is reunited with the eternal flame, I shall be restored to my full might. I will tower over the mountains and bury my sword deep in Asgard.
Hang on. Give it a second. I swear, I'm not even moving. It's just doing this on its own. I'm really sorry.
Thor mistakenly believed that eliminating Surtur would prevent the arrival of Ragnarok. However, before he could act, Surtur preemptively launched a fierce attack on him. Thor swiftly summoned his legendary weapon, Mjolnir. With Mjolnir in hand,
You have made a grave mistake, Odin's son.
I make grave mistakes all the time. Everything seems to work out.
Thor seemed like a war god incarnate. He unleashed a series of masterfully destructive attacks, and with every swing of Mjolnir, his enemies were scattered like leaves in a storm. Utterly powerless against his might, Thor followed up with a powerful explosive attack, its overwhelming energy devastating his foes in an instant. Seeing the situation turn dire, Surtur brandished his sword of flame in a desperate attempt to counterattack, but Thor showed no signs of retreat. He charged forward boldly, Mjolnir in hand, clashing directly with Surtur. With a series of precise and masterful moves, he caught Surtur off guard. In the end, Thor struck Surtur's crown with a thunderous blow, bringing him down with incredible force. Thor hoisted Surtur's crown onto his shoulder and raised Mjolnir, summoning the Bifrost Bridge to make his escape. Yet, he received no response. It turned out that Heimdall had been exiled by Odin, and the Bifrost was now under the watch of Scourge, who was too preoccupied with flirting to notice Thor's call. Thor grew increasingly anxious as he waited for the Bifrost Bridge. In this critical moment, a fiery dragon burst from the ground, its massive jaws opening wide as it prepared to devour Thor whole. In the nick of time, Thor jammed Mjolnir into the dragon's mouth, instantly extinguishing its fiery arrogance. However, as more enemies began to surround him like an unstoppable tide, Thor had no choice but to retrieve Mjolnir and make a desperate run for it. Just as Thor was on the brink of disaster, the Bifrost Bridge finally appeared. Thor successfully returned to Asgard, bringing the severed head of the fiery dragon with him as a trophy. Thor asked Scourge in confusion, "Where is Heimdall?"
That traitor, well, no one knows. He's a fugitive of the throne. Traitor? Yeah, well, you see, Odin charged Heimdall with negligence of duty, but he disappeared before the trial. Hard to catch a guy who can see everything in the universe. Sure. Hold on. I'm supposed to announce your arrival.
What shocked Thor even more was the sight of a massive statue of Loki at the gates of Asgard. Odin seemed to have lost his former dignity and was now indulging in wine, leisurely watching a play unfold on the stage. Thor's sharp eyes quickly saw through Loki's charade. The Odin standing before him was actually Loki in disguise. Under Thor's relentless questioning, Loki finally confessed the truth. He had exiled Odin to a nursing home on Earth, but when they rushed to Earth, they were met with a shocking sight. The nursing home had been reduced to rubble. Thor was furious, his anger blazing like a storm. He had once thought his troublemaking brother had perished, even mourning Loki's death with genuine sorrow, only to now realize it was all part of Loki's deceitful schemes, and Loki's face actually had an inexplicable trace of happiness. At that moment, a mysterious glowing circle appeared at Loki's feet. The next second, Loki vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a business card on the ground. Following the address on the card, Thor arrived at the home of none other than Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange himself.
So Earth has wizards now.
The preferred term is Master of the Mystic Arts. You can leave that now.
All right, wizard. Who are you? Why should I care?
My name is Dr. Stephen Strange, and I have some questions for you.
Stephen asked why Thor and Loki had appeared on Earth. Given that Loki had long been blacklisted in the mystical community, Thor explained their purpose. They were searching for his father, Odin. After learning Thor's purpose, Stephen confidently assured him that it was merely a small matter. With a wave of his hand, Stephen conjured a portal, pointing out that Odin was on the other side. Thor then inquired about Loki's whereabouts. With a casual wave of his hand, Stephen made Loki suddenly drop from out of nowhere.
I have been falling for 30 minutes!
Yes. You can handle it from here. Thank you very much for your help.
Humiliated and enraged, Loki, who had never been subjected to such indignity, immediately drew a dagger and prepared to fight Stephen. With another nonchalant gesture, he teleported Thor and Loki directly to Odin's location. Odin seemed to have known in advance that they would come here. Aware that his end was near, Odin solemnly informed Thor that Ragnarok was inevitable. Thor hastily explained that he had already stopped Ragnarok by subduing Surtur, but Odin shook his head with a deep sigh. "She is coming," he said gravely. The she Odin referred to was none other than his eldest daughter, the fearsome goddess of death, Hela. Odin had once sealed and imprisoned Hela, but now, with his life nearing its end, Hela's prison would soon crumble. Hela's power was drawn from Asgard itself. As long as she stood on Asgardian soil, she could draw limitless energy. No sooner had Odin spoken these words than he peacefully passed away. Grief-stricken and enraged, Thor blamed Loki for all of this chaos. He prepared to teach his mischievous brother a lesson when suddenly, a mysterious green light flashed across the sky. In an instant, both brothers transformed, donning their full battle armor. Emerging slowly from the radiant light was their sister, Hela. Hela's oppressive aura was so palpable that it sent shivers down Thor and Loki's spines.
I'm Thor, son of Odin. You must be Hela.
Really? You don't look like him.
Perhaps we can come to an arrangement.
You sound like him. Neil.
Beg your pardon.
Neil.
Overcome with rage, Thor could no longer hold back. He hurled his invincible Mjolnir at her, hoping to deliver a powerful blow. To his utter disbelief, Hela effortlessly caught Mjolnir with one hand. Hela's strength is truly terrifying. Not only did she easily stop Mjolnir, but with a slight exertion of force, she crushed the legendary weapon into pieces. Realizing the dire situation, Loki hastily summoned the Bifrost Bridge, hoping to flee, but Hela was not about to let them escape so easily. Loki panicked and threw a flying knife, but Hela easily caught it. With a flick of her wrist, she sent Loki flying off the Bifrost Bridge like a broken kite. Thor tried to fight back, but the gap in power was too great. It didn't take long before Hela struck him down as well, sending him hurtling into the void. Hela then used the Bifrost Bridge to reach Asgard, where she immediately felt her powers surge to new heights. Two of Thor's loyal followers attempted to stop her but were swiftly killed in an instant. Witnessing this, Scourge quickly surrendered, dropping to his knees and pledging his loyalty to Hela. Scourge's tact and submission pleased Hela, so she took him as her follower. Hela summoned all the warriors of Asgard, declaring that Odin, Thor, and Loki were dead. She proclaimed herself the rightful heir to the throne and vowed to lead them in conquering all other realms. However, it was clear that none of the warriors were willing to submit to Hela. Determined to show them the true power of the goddess of death, Hela unleashed her wrath. She began a massacre, and the warriors of Asgard were like ants before her, utterly powerless. Even the warships sent to stop her were destroyed by Hela in an instant. Soon, the warriors of Asgard were slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. Scourge was left standing, paralyzed with shock at the bloodshed before him.
Oh, I've missed this. Still, it's a shame. Good soldiers dying for nothing. All because they couldn't see the future. Sad. Oh, look, still alive. Change of heart?
Go back to whatever cave you crept out of. You evil demoness.
Afterward, Scourge led Hela to Odin's treasure vault. The vault housed treasures such as the Infinity Gauntlet, the Frost Giant's Casket of Ancient Winters, Surtur's Crown, and the Tesseract. Yet, none of these artifacts caught Hela's interest. Only the eternal flame sparked a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Hela leaped into the depths below, where she saw corpses lying all around. They were all followers who had once fought alongside her. Using the eternal flame, Hela unleashed her powerful magic to resurrect all of her fallen soldiers. Even her beloved pet, the giant wolf Fenris, was brought back to life. With her army of the dead at her command, Hela prepared to embark on a conquest of the realms, but she soon discovered that the Hofund, the guardian sword used to summon the Bifrost Bridge, was missing. It turned out that Heimdall had taken Hofund and led Asgard's remaining citizens into hiding in the mountains. Meanwhile, after being flung off the Bifrost Bridge, Thor crash-landed in a pile of garbage on the planet Sakaar. There, he was ambushed and stunned by a mysterious woman who knocked him unconscious. The woman sold Thor to Sakaar's ruler, the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster's greatest obsession was watching gladiatorial battles, for which he hosted countless tournaments. He informed Thor that he could regain his freedom by defeating the reigning champion. However, those who dared to disobey or attempted to escape suffered miserable fates. Thor, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of fear. As he turned around, he unexpectedly saw Loki, who seemed to be doing quite well on this planet. Thor's spirits lifted as if seeing a ray of hope in the darkness. Overjoyed, he implored Loki to help him escape. The Grandmaster, noticing Thor's excitement, asked Loki if he knew this man. Loki, however, denied it outright, claiming he had never seen this man before. Thor was then thrown into a cell, where he met Korg. The following day, before entering the arena, Thor was asked to choose a weapon. During this time, he once again encountered the mysterious woman. Noticing a Valkyrie insignia on her, it turned out that she was from Asgard and had once been part of the elite Valkyrie warrior group. Back then, the Valkyrie were sent by Odin to fight Hela, but her entire clan perished in the battle, leaving her as the sole survivor by sheer luck. Ever since, she had drowned herself in alcohol to forget the nightmare of that battle. Despite Thor's pleas for help, Valkyrie turned a deaf ear. She completely ignored Thor's reminder that the Valkyries had once sworn to defend the throne. Then they carefully crafted an entirely new look for Thor.
By Odin's beard, you shall not cut my hair, lest you feel the wrath of the mighty Thor. No!
Thus, Thor stepped onto the arena with his brand new look. Amidst the deafening cheers, his opponent was about to make their grand entrance. Thor, donning his helmet, stood ready for battle. As the doors slowly opened, his opponent turned out to be the long-missing Hulk, leaving him both shocked and thrilled. Loki, upon seeing Hulk, turned pale with fear. Hulk had left an indelible scar on his psyche. Panicked, Loki tried to flee, but the Grandmaster stopped him. Thor excitedly shouted at the Grandmaster,
"We know each other! He's a friend from work!"
Thor thought the match would be stopped, but his straightforward nature led him to call Hulk Banner. It's worth noting that the last person to call Hulk that name paid the price with an entire building. Furious, Hulk charged at Thor with his weapon. Although Thor dodged just in time, Hulk countered with a single strike that sent him flying dozens of meters. Realizing that Hulk showed no mercy, Thor decided to fight back. Hulk, full of momentum, charged again, destroying Thor's weapon in less than 2 rounds. He then kicked Thor hundreds of meters away, followed by a heavy blow. Thor yanked the hammer from the wall and gave the charging Hulk a fierce smash. This powerful explosion of force left everyone in the arena wide-eyed. Even the Grandmaster was secretly impressed by Thor's unexpected strength. Hulk was also a little dazed by this hammer. Cautiously, Thor approached Hulk, attempting to soothe him like Natasha once did. But in the next moment, Hulk grabbed Thor and gave him a vicious beating. Seeing this, Loki was elated, as the familiar scene brought back old memories. Realizing that Hulk had no intention of holding back, Thor decided to fight with everything he had. Grabbing the hammer, he ferociously pummeled Hulk and then smashed it onto his head. Before Hulk could react, Thor destroyed Hulk's weapon with a single strike. Just as Thor was about to deliver a fatal blow to Hulk, Hulk caught the hammer with one hand. It was evident that a fully enraged Hulk was not to be trifled with. With a single crushing punch, Hulk sent Thor flying once more, then entered a berserk mode, raining down a relentless barrage of blows on him. Unexpectedly, this brutal assault triggered Thor's latent ability. Thor's godly thunder power awakened instantly, and he landed a mighty punch that sent Hulk flying. At this moment, Thor had successfully transformed into the true god of thunder. Hulk rose to his feet, and the two locked eyes for a moment. Then, like two enraged bulls, they charged at each other with unstoppable force. This was the decisive moment that would determine the victor. Thor mustered all his strength and struck Hulk with a punch that left him sprawled on the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Thor's name. Seeing his prized champion on the verge of defeat, the Grandmaster quickly pressed a button, electrocuting Thor into unconsciousness. Hulk leapt into the air and delivered a final, crushing blow, bringing the intense duel to an end. When Thor woke up again, he found himself in Hulk's quarters. where Hulk was leisurely soaking in a hot bath. Curious, Thor asked Hulk how he ended up here. Hulk gestured with his hands, explaining that he had arrived via the Quinjet. Hearing this, Thor eagerly asked where the jet was located. Hulk stepped out of the tub and pointed in its direction. Thor was overjoyed to see the jet and immediately tried to persuade Hulk to join him in returning to Asgard to stop Ragnarok. However, Hulk showed no interest in Thor's proposal. Thor then promised that if Hulk helped him, he would help Hulk return to Earth. But Hulk, knowing how much humans despised him, preferred the freedom he currently enjoyed. No matter how hard Thor tried to convince him, Hulk was unmoved and refused to go to Asgard. Left with no choice, Thor decided to leave this place on his own, but as soon as he reached the door, he was electrocuted into unconsciousness again. When Thor woke up, he contacted Heimdall via video to learn about the situation in Asgard. Heimdall informed him that Hela had taken control of Asgard and was growing stronger by absorbing its power. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Hela consumed the 9 realms and possibly the entire universe. Finally, Heimdall told Thor that to leave Sakaar, he would have to pass through the largest portal. At that moment, Valkyrie arrived, and Thor seized the opportunity to grab the control switch from her. Thor finally removed the nerve-paralyzing device that had been tormenting him. Now free, Thor was eager to leave. He attempted to break the glass by throwing a ball at it, but it didn't work. The scene became awkward for a moment. In desperation, Thor simply crashes through the glass and rushes out. Eventually, he found the Quinjet. Thor, confident as a member of the Avengers, thought starting the jet would be easy, but none of the commands worked. This turned out to be one of Thor's most embarrassing moments. Just as Thor was about to take off, Hulk suddenly barged in. Seeing the jet about to be destroyed, Thor frantically pressed buttons on the console, accidentally triggering a video of Natasha. Upon seeing Natasha after so long, Bruce's consciousness within Hulk began to resurface. After a brief internal struggle, Hulk finally reverted back to his human form as Bruce Banner.
You alright? Got it?
Since Avengers, Age of Ultron, Hulk had been in control of Bruce's body, leaving Bruce's memory stuck at that point in time. Suddenly, alarms blared. It turned out that the Grandmaster had discovered that his champion Hulk was missing, so Thor instantly became a wanted criminal. The Grandmaster ordered Loki and Valkyrie to capture Thor and bring him back. Loki and Valkyrie just walked out of the room and started fighting. It turned out Loki suspected Valkyrie of helping Thor escape. During the fight, Loki used his magic to make Valkyrie relive the devastating scene of her army being annihilated. Valkyrie snapped out of it, finally realizing her true mission. She then found Thor and decided to return to Asgard with him to defeat Hela. In high spirits, they even came up with a bold name for their team, the Avengers. However, to leave Sakaar quickly, they would need a top-tier ship capable of navigating the wormhole. At this point, Loki mentioned that the Grandmaster had plenty of ships and that he also knew the security codes. They decided to split up, with Valkyrie heading to the cells to rescue the captives and successfully convincing them to rebel. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki took on the task of stealing a ship, arming themselves and swiftly eliminating any enemies in their path. But unexpectedly, Loki betrayed Thor once again. This time, however, Thor was prepared for it. In the end, they successfully piloted a ship off Sakaar. At the same time, Hela was forcing the residents of Asgard to reveal the location of the sanctuary. But by the time she arrived, Heimdall had already led the residents toward the Bifrost Bridge. Thor also returned to Asgard, holding Odin's staff as he sat on the throne. When Hela confronted him, she revealed the truth about everything. Back when Odin was conquering the 9 realms, he plundered, burned, and killed without mercy, his hands stained with blood. Odin had even given Hela Mjolnir, making her his executioner and vanguard in their campaigns of expansion. But one day, Odin decided to become a benevolent ruler and gave up his ambitions. By then, Hela had become consumed by bloodlust and couldn't stop her rampage. Due to their ideological differences, Odin sealed Hela away. The siblings fought as soon as they disagreed, but Hela was really too strong. Even when wounded, her body instantly regenerated to perfect condition. It didn't take long for Thor to be defeated, losing an eye in the process. Now Thor looked almost identical to Odin. Meanwhile, On the Bifrost Bridge, Hela's giant wolf Fenris blocked Heimdall and the residents' path. Scourge and his forces cut off their retreat, with the wolf ahead and enemies behind. Was this the end for them? Bruce jumped from the spaceship, but the result was a bit embarrassing. Fenris sniffed him, seemingly startled, before charging forward again. Just as Heimdall prepared for a desperate stand, something yanked Fenris backward. It was Bruce, who had transformed back into the unstoppable Hulk. This move even left Valkyrie stunned. With a howl, Fenris lunged at Hulk. During their fight, both Hulk and Fenris fell off the Bifrost Bridge. Hela's forces began slaughtering innocent residents. Meanwhile, Heimdall was fighting valiantly, but just as it seemed he was about to lose his life, Korg arrived in time to save him. It turned out that Loki, piloting a luxurious ship, had returned with reinforcements. Everyone fought valiantly, buying time for the citizens to board the ship and escape. Meanwhile, Thor was being choked by Hela, enduring her taunts. Thor was in critical condition at this moment. In a pivotal moment, Thor's latent powers were reawakened.
It's too strong. Without my hammer, I can't.
Are you Thor, the god of hammers? That hammer was to help you control your power, to focus it. It's never your source of strength.
It's too late. She's already taken Asgard.
Asgard is not a place. Never was. This could be Asgard. Asgard is where our people stand. Even now, right now, those people need your help.
The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and Thor's godly power surged once more. With a single punch, Thor sent Hela flying. What followed was Thor's most heroic moment. Facing Hela's army of the dead, Thor unleashed a whirlwind of devastating attacks, clearing the battlefield in seconds with a flurry of powerful moves. At this point, Valkyrie made a dazzling entrance with fireworks, cutting down enemies with effortless precision. Meanwhile, Hulk and Hela's giant wolf Fenris were locked in an intense battle underwater, exchanging blows for what seemed like 300 rounds without a clear winner. Hulk lifted Fenris by the head and slammed it to the ground, but Fenris retaliated by biting him and dragging him into the water, using its razor-sharp fangs to pierce Hulk's body. Hulk, refusing to back down, summoned all his strength and sent Fenris flying. Fenris plummeted straight off the cliff. On the other side, Thor finished off the remaining enemies and hurried to regroup with Loki and Valkyrie. At that moment, Hela began approaching them slowly. Thor knew all too well that the longer Hela stayed in Asgard, the stronger she would become. Watching his people boarding the ship one by one, Thor realized he had no choice but to trigger Ragnarok. Only by destroying Asgard could they truly defeat Hela. Thor immediately instructed Loki to go to the treasure vault, find Surtur's crown, and place it into the eternal flame. Thor then charged forward to hold off Hela and buy Loki some time. Even with Valkyrie fighting alongside him, they were no match for Hela. Meanwhile, Loki arrived at the treasure vault and found Surtur's crown. While doing his job, he also steals the Tesseract. Elsewhere, Scourge had a sudden change of heart. To cover the escape of Asgard's people, he picked up a machine gun and eliminated the remaining soldiers, but he was ultimately pierced through the chest by Hela's sword. In the end, Scourge redeemed himself. Loki successfully placed Surtur's crown into the eternal flame. Amidst the roaring flames, the mighty fire giant, the ultimate king, emerged. Surtur, wielding the sword of flame, began the destruction of Asgard. Out of nowhere, Hulk, fearless as ever, charged straight at Surtur and unleashed a flurry of punches. Surtur grabbed Hulk and threw him to the ground with tremendous force. Hulk tried to get back up for another fight, but Thor quickly stopped him, leaving Hulk completely puzzled. Valkyrie yelled for Hulk to retreat, and Hulk grabbed Thor and Valkyrie before leaping onto the ship. As Asgard faced imminent destruction, Hela made a desperate attempt to stop Surtur, but even with her immense power, she was no match for Surtur. With a single mighty swing of his sword, Surtur ended Hela once and for all. Everyone watched helplessly as their homeland was destroyed, their hearts heavy with sorrow. In the end, Thor finally earned Loki's recognition. Under the gaze of all, Thor officially ascended to the throne. They decided to head to Earth and build a new Asgard there. But on their journey, they encountered Thanos' ship. It seems like things are getting dire. What will happen next? Let's wait in anticipation to find out. Let's continue exploring the Marvel Cinematic Universe today. This is Ant-Man and the Wasp. Released in 2018, in Captain America: Civil War, Ant-Man was sent back to his home country for aiding Captain America in violating the Sokovia Accords. After that, he was under house arrest for 2.5 years. Anytime he triggered the alarm system, agents would show up. At this point, there were only 3 days left until Scott's sentence was complete. Scott had planned to get through these last few days without incident, but a dream threw everything off course. In the dream, Scott found himself back in the quantum realm, playing hide-and-seek with a little girl. Strangely, he had taken the appearance of Pym's wife, Janet. Scott suddenly woke up in a panic and rushed to tell Dr. Pym about the dream. However, they hadn't seen each other in over 2 years. After Scott exposed the Ant-Man suit, Pym and his daughter were wanted by the police, and they had gone into hiding. No one knew where they were, and the phone could only take messages. That night, while Scott was enjoying a big dinner, he was unexpectedly bitten by a mosquito. The next moment, he passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself sitting in Hope's car. Scott panicked right away. Knowing he only had 3 days left until his freedom, Hope reassured him not to worry. She told him that a small ant at his house was mimicking his daily actions. Just then, a large eye appeared in front of them. Turns out, the car they were in had shrunk. Hope then took Scott to a building where all the employees were ants. It turned out that Pym had developed a tunnel to the quantum realm. The previous night, they had tried to open the quantum tunnel, but it overloaded and could only stay open for a few seconds. Scott had left them a message about his dream, leading them to believe they could use Scott to make contact with Janet. 30 years ago, Pym and his wife were on a critical mission to neutralize a missile threat. Janet bravely shrank herself to subatomic size. At the time, this seemed like a suicide mission, but Janet successfully destroyed the missile, only to become trapped forever in the quantum realm. During his battle with Darren, Ant-Man also shrank himself to enter the quantum realm and returned unharmed, which led Pym to believe his wife was still alive. If they could pinpoint Janet's coordinates, they could use the quantum tunnel to bring her back. However, they were missing a special part needed to activate the quantum tunnel. That part was currently in the hands of a black market dealer. Pym then opened a metal box, took out a toy car, placed it on the ground, and pressed a button. In an instant, the toy car turned into a full-sized luxury car. Scott said that it was not convenient for him to show himself, so he would stay inside the house and wait for them to return. The next moment, the entire building instantly shrank down to the size of a carry-on suitcase. Hope arrived at the meeting place and found the black market dealer, Sonny. However, Sonny had gotten wind of their quantum technology through some inside source and realized that Pym's research could be profitable. So he betrayed them, not only refusing to give them the needed parts but also withholding the money.
You can go, but I'm afraid your money's gonna have to remain. Let's call it compensation for my injured feelings.
Hope had no choice but to pretend to leave, but in the blink of an eye, she suited up in her Wasp suit and showed those dishonest guys a lesson. I have to say, the Wasp suit looked incredibly cool. It had all the capabilities of the Ant-Man suit, with the added bonus of wings. In a series of swift, graceful movements, Hope knocked out everyone present. She successfully retrieved the part. Just as Hope was about to leave, she encountered a ghost with the ability to phase through walls. In a blink, Ghost teleported right in front of her. Seeing this, Scott rushed to help, and Pym handed him an incomplete suit. But by the time Scott arrived to save Hope, Ghost had mysteriously disappeared. This was bad. Ghost was likely after Pym. Sure enough, the entire laboratory building was soon stolen by the enemy. Pym then suggested that the only way to track them now was to use the deflector from the suit to create a tracker, but that function only existed in the old suit. After the events of Civil War, Ant-Man had hidden the old suit inside a trophy that belonged to his daughter, Cassie. Unfortunately, Cassie had already taken the trophy to school. With no other choice, they had to go to Cassie's school to retrieve the suit. Unfortunately, the half-finished suit malfunctioned at a crucial moment, which left Ant-Man in a rather embarrassing situation.
The sizing coils are malfunctioning.
Sorry.
Fortunately, they eventually managed to get the original suit back. Pym took the deflector from the suit and modified it to successfully track the location of the laboratory. That night, they immediately set out to quietly infiltrate the enemy's base. At that moment, Ghost was in some kind of experimental pod, treating herself. Just as they were about to make their move, Ghost suddenly ambushed them from behind. When Scott woke up again, he found himself tied up. The woman standing before him was named Ava. Her father had once been a colleague of Pym's at S.H.I.E.L.D., but due to their differences, Ava's father had stolen Pym's blueprints to pursue his own research on quantum theory. Unfortunately, during an experiment, an explosion killed both of Ava's parents and left Ava with a mutated body. Rescue teams couldn't even touch her.
Every cell in my body is torn apart and stitched back together, over and over, every day.
Although Ava now had the ability to turn invisible and phase through walls, she was constantly in excruciating pain from her cells tearing and reassembling. Later, S.H.I.E.L.D. had lied to her, claiming they could cure her, but instead, they turned her into a spy weapon. When S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed, Bill, a former colleague of Ava's father and Pym, took her in. Bill built Ava a sealed chamber, which helped alleviate her pain somewhat. But now, Ava's body had developed antibodies, and the chamber no longer worked. The only way to save her now was by using the quantum tunnel to draw energy from the quantum realm. This energy could repair her molecular structure. However, Pym was unwilling to proceed with this plan because of the enormous risk involved. There was a high chance that this process could kill his wife, Janet. To prevent it from happening, Pym pretended to have a heart attack and asked Bill to fetch his medicine.
Dad, just hang on, all right? Just keep...
Help them!
The Altoid tin!
While Bill was distracted, they successfully reclaimed the lab.
Thanks, guys. Hey!
Pym activated the quantum tunnel, but due to a parameter error, the machine quickly stopped working. As Pym and his daughter struggled to fix it, Janet's spirit took over Scott's body. She immediately reprogrammed the parameters and restarted the quantum tunnel. She warned them that they only had 2 hours if they missed this window. They would have to wait another 100 years. With no time to lose, they sprang into action, heading straight for the quantum tunnel. Just then, Scott's good friend Luis called to warn him that their whereabouts had been compromised. The FBI is on their way, and Scott has to get back home quickly, or they'll be in serious trouble.
Sorry, but the FBI is coming to my place, so I have to go. Can I borrow the suit?
Gyroscopic stabilizers.
Look,
powering on.
I'm just gonna borrow the suit. I'll come back. Just tell me where you'll be.
Don't bother.
What?
We'll come and get the suit from you as soon as we found my mom. Scott, just go!
Meanwhile, Scott's ex-wife Maggie, along with her boyfriend Paxton and Cassie, had arrived at Scott's house. Cassie, frantically searching for her dad, found a large ant in the bathtub. Instead of being scared, she decided to help her dad by covering for him and buying him some time. With the FBI about to break into the bathroom, Scott managed to arrive just in time. Elsewhere, Pym and his daughter were trying to escape, but after the building shrank, they found themselves surrounded by the FBI. At that moment, Ghost appeared and, with a single move, stole the building. At the police station, Hope used a bobby pin to unlock her handcuffs and pulled a red flying disc from her pocket. She planned to shrink the wall in front of her to create an escape route. Just then, a suit appeared on the table in front of them. It was Scott coming to their rescue. Meanwhile, Pym disguised himself as a staff member and slipped out unnoticed. With that, they successfully broke out. Pym had already installed a new tracker at the lab, and they quickly followed the signal to the laboratory. At that moment, Bill and Ava were preparing to activate the quantum tunnel, but Pym's army of ants pulled out all the plugs. Ava, following the trail left by the ants, found them, but she didn't realize she was walking into Pym's trap. Meanwhile, Bill had been surrounded by the ant generals. Pym found his suit and was ready to head into the quantum realm to rescue his wife. On the other side, Ghost ambushed Scott, catching him off guard. Even worse, the suit malfunctioned at a critical moment, forcing Scott to flee. At that moment, Hope pressed the button, shrinking the building. It turned out this had all been part of their plan. They were about to leave with the experimental building, but unexpectedly, Sunny blocked their way. Hope quickly pressed the button again, and the car instantly shrank to the size of a toy. They managed to avoid Sunny's attack. Hope then pressed the button once more, and the car grew back to full size, flipping Sunny's vehicle in the process. It was truly remarkable. At this point, Ant-Man had caught up, and Hope immediately asked Scott to drive. Then, she fired a shrinking dart, and the pursuing motorcycle instantly turned into a toy version. However, to everyone's surprise, an innocent old man was caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Ava showed up, phased through the car, and stole the building.
We got you now.
To stop Ava, Ant-Man grew to an enormous size and landed a direct punch on her. Taking advantage of the moment, Hope swiftly reclaimed the laboratory, but Sunny wasn't done. But Sunny quickly caught up, knocked Hope down, and grabbed the laboratory. At this point, Ant-Man's half-finished suit malfunctioned again.
Work in progress.
With no choice, he used the truck as a skateboard to chase after Sunny. Sunny's men tried to shoot Scott, but he flicked the man's machine gun with a finger and then kicked their car to a stop.
No, you don't!
Sunny, holding the laboratory, quickly ran onto a cruise ship. Scott fiddled with the shrink button, finally shrinking down to the size of an ant. He called on his ant allies to help, but unfortunately, the ants were mistaken for food by pigeons and eaten one by one. Just as Scott thought things couldn't get worse, a pigeon charged straight at him. To recover the building, Ant-Man grew to an enormous size again, easily taking back the lab. However, growing so large caused him to start running low on oxygen, and he collapsed. Luckily, Hope arrived just in time to shrink him down and save him. Meanwhile, Ava appeared, grabbing the remote control, and quickly pressed the button. Suddenly, a massive building appeared by the seaside. Ava activated the quantum tunnel, beginning to extract quantum energy. At this moment, Pym successfully entered the quantum realm and found his wife, Janet. He quickly brought her back to the real world. Perhaps because Ava was extracting quantum energy, Janet's body began to destabilize, and the situation became critical. In that critical moment, Hope and Scott arrived just in time and quickly unplugged the machine. This action enraged Ava, and an intense fight broke out between them. In the midst of the chaos, Pym and Janet returned to the real world. Seeing this, Scott immediately grew to a giant size and saved Hope just in time. Out from the machine walked Janet and Pym. After years apart, mother and daughter were finally reunited, embracing each other tightly. Overwhelmed with emotion, after hearing about Ava's condition, Janet stepped forward and used her quantum energy to help Ava. Having spent 30 years in the quantum realm, Janet had learned a new, unknown skill, which allowed her to temporarily stabilize Ava's molecular and cellular issues. Just then, Luis burst in, warning them that a large group of FBI agents was on their way to arrest them. Thinking quickly, Scott came up with a clever plan. When the FBI arrived, all they found was a giant Ant-Man suit left behind.
Come on, it's the end of the line, pal. There's nowhere to hide. Pull off that Band-Aid you lost. It's okay. Get to Lang's, now!
The FBI later arrived at Scott's house, where he was deeply engrossed in playing his instrument. And just like that, Scott's 2-year house arrest was finally over. In the post-credits scene, Pym invented a mini version of the quantum tunnel. This time, they sent Scott into the quantum realm to extract quantum energy to heal Ava. Scott successfully completed the mission, but just as he was about to return, he noticed that everything outside had suddenly gone silent. It turned out that this was the moment from Avengers: Infinity War. Thanos snapped his fingers, and half of the universe's population vanished, including the entire Pym family. Scott found himself trapped in the quantum realm, but this would ultimately make him a key player in turning the tide in Avengers: Endgame.
We'll never be.
This is arguably the most helpless moment for Thor's eyes. And then, he helplessly watches his brother Loki have his neck snapped by Thanos. Standing before him is none other than Thanos, the supreme ruler of the galaxy. At the end of Thor: Ragnarok, after Asgard is destroyed, Thor leads the survivors to Earth. However, on their way, they encounter Thanos' spaceship. In the face of overwhelming power, Thanos slaughters Asgard's citizens. And even though Thor has awakened his thunder power, he is no match for Thanos. Previously, Thanos had wiped out the planet Xander and took the Power Stone from Star-Lord. Now, Thanos uses Thor's life as leverage to force Loki to hand over the Tesseract. Loki pretends to be indifferent at first, but when he sees Thor's life hanging by a thread, he finally can't bear it and hands over the Tesseract. Thanos, expecting Loki to comply, is taken by surprise when Loki suddenly shouts, "Hulk!" Suddenly, Hulk bursts from behind Thanos and unleashes a devastating combo that catches Thanos off guard. Hulk grabs Thanos by the neck, slamming him against the wall repeatedly. Just as Cull Obsidian steps forward to help, he's stopped by Ebony Maw, but soon after, Thanos beats Hulk into submission, and Hulk is too scared to transform again. Things are looking grim now. Even their last trump card, Hulk, has been defeated. Thor swings a metal rod at Thanos' head, but he seriously underestimates Thanos' defense, and Thanos kicks him away effortlessly. Seeing that Thor is still trying to fight, Ebony Maw quickly uses magic to trap him. At this moment, Heimdall uses the last of his strength to perform dark magic, teleporting Hulk away. This enrages Thanos, and he kills Heimdall on the spot. Thor can only watch in helpless despair. Next, Ebony Maw respectfully hands over the Tesseract. Thanos crushes the cube, revealing that it contains the Space Stone. He then places the Space Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet. Having obtained 2 stones, Thanos sends the Black Order to Earth to retrieve the Time Stone from Doctor Strange and the Mind Stone from Vision. Meanwhile, he heads to the desolate planet to seize the Reality Stone from the Collector. At this point, Loki steps forward, claiming he knows the way to Earth and can guide them there. As Loki moves closer to Thanos, he pretends to submit, but then suddenly attacks Thanos. However, Thanos uses the power of the stones to freeze him in place. Thanos looks at Loki with contempt, grabs him by the throat, and lifts him up. And so, Loki is killed by Thanos. Thanos then uses the power of the stones to destroy the place before departing. Thor can only weep, holding Loki's lifeless body in his arms. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange is about to go out for dinner with Wong when a blinding light falls from the sky. They rush over to investigate. It turns out to be Hulk, who has been teleported there. At this point, Hulk has turned back into Bruce. Elsewhere, Tony and Pepper are enjoying some quiet time together when Steven and Bruce suddenly appear through a portal. Wong explains to them about the Infinity Stones, revealing that there are 6 in total, and if Thanos collects them all, he could snap his fingers and erase half of all life in the universe. Bruce informs everyone that Thanos already has 2 stones. Tony shrugs it off, saying it's simple, just destroy the Time Stone on Doctor Strange. But Doctor Strange and Wong both vow to protect the Time Stone with their lives. If that's the case, they'll have to destroy Vision's Mind Stone. Tony then reveals that Vision cut off all communications half a month ago, and no one has been able to reach him since. The only person who might still be able to contact him is Captain America. But Bruce doesn't know that Tony and Captain America have completely fallen out, and the Avengers are all but disbanded. Bruce was desperate. Are you seriously still fighting at a time like this? Thanos is coming, and if we don't unite, Earth is done for. After some hesitation, Tony pulls out the phone Captain America had sent him, but before he can dial, he notices something odd. They rush outside, and the city was already in chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, Peter senses danger through his spider sense and rushes toward the source. At that moment, Thanos' minions, Cull Obsidian and Ebony Maw, arrive on Earth. Seeing the imminent threat, Doctor Strange immediately summons a shield with both hands. Preparing for battle, Tony urges Bruce to transform into Hulk, but no matter how hard Bruce tries, Hulk refuses to appear. As Cull Obsidian charged toward them, Tony activated the transformation mechanism on his suit. It was Tony's moment to shine. Facing the charging Cull Obsidian, Tony blocks a heavy blow with one hand, then lands a left hook before deploying 4 powerful arc-shaped laser cannons from his back that send Cull Obsidian flying. Bruce watches in awe at Tony's moves. Just as Tony is about to enjoy his victory, Ebony Maw uses his magic to send Tony soaring into the air. Ebony Maw cast another spell to attack, but Wong quickly reinforced the shield to defend. Seeing that Bruce is of no help, Doctor Strange opens a portal to teleport him away. Bruce tries again to summon Hulk, but Ebony Maw grabs a car to block the attack, only to get hit in the face. Doctor Strange then lashes out with a lightning whip. ensnaring Ebony Maw and pulling him closer. Ebony Maw uses his own power to trap Doctor Strange against a wall. As Ebony Strange into the ground, Doctor Strange tries to cast a counterattack but is bound by Ebony Maw's magic. Unable to break free, Ebony Maw then plans to take Doctor Strange back to study him, but at the last second, the Cloak of Levitation saves Doctor Strange. Meanwhile, Tony and Spider-Man are still struggling with Cull Obsidian. Seeing Doctor Strange in trouble, Tony tells Peter to go help. Ebony Maw catches up and traps the cloak, but Spider-Man shoots webs to rescue Doctor Strange. Just then, Doctor Strange is sucked up into the spaceship by a powerful force, and Spider-Man follows, calling out to Tony for help, but Tony is stuck, unable to move because Cull Obsidian's weapon has him trapped. Just as Cull Obsidian was about to deliver a fatal blow to Tony, a portal suddenly opened, and Cull Obsidian was teleported to a frozen wasteland. Realizing what has happened, Cull Obsidian attempts to return, but Wong intercepts him and cuts off his arm. Tony takes flight and heads toward the ship to rescue Peter. Ebony Maw's spaceship continues to climb higher, and Tony orders Friday to activate the nanosuit. At this point, Peter is suffocating and losing strength as he starts to fall, but Tony's nanosuit arrives just in time to save him. The new Spider-Man suit is incredibly powerful, featuring an integrated oxygen supply system to keep Peter safe. Tony orders Friday to send him home, while he quietly sneaks into the spaceship to rescue Doctor Strange. However, Tony doesn't realize that Peter, using his webs, has latched onto the ship and hasn't left. At this moment, on Earth, Bruce picks up Tony's phone and finally gets through to Captain America. Elsewhere, Vision, who had been missing, is walking down the street with Wanda, now in a romantic relationship, but suddenly, a sharp blade pierces Vision's body. The attacker is Corvus Glaive. Seeing her lover gravely injured, Wanda immediately uses her magic to fight back, but she's ambushed by Proxima Midnight from behind. Corvus Glaive tries to rip the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead. Unable to bear it, Wanda casts a spell to interrupt them. She then quickly takes Vision and flees the scene. At this point, Vision's systems have been damaged by Corvus Glaive, leaving him completely powerless. Wanda has no choice but to flee with the gravely injured Vision. However, they are struck by an energy blast from Proxima Midnight. Crashing hard onto the ground, Vision urges Wanda to leave him behind and escape. However, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive quickly catch up, and with Thanos' two top lieutenants closing in, Wanda has no choice but to stand and fight. Suddenly, Proxima Midnight senses something. Wanda looks behind her, faintly seeing a figure. Proxima Midnight hurls her weapon, but it's effortlessly caught with one hand. It's Captain America. Vision and Wanda are filled with relief upon seeing Captain America. At the same moment, Falcon swoops down, kicking Proxima Midnight to the ground. Captain America throws his weapon, and Natasha catches it, charging toward Corvus Glaive. In a stunning display of martial arts, she lands a brutal strike on Corvus Glaive, severely injuring him. No one expected Natasha, a mere mortal, to defeat Thanos' top general. Just as Natasha is about to finish him off, Proxima Midnight disarms her, but Captain America intervenes just in time to block her attack. With their combined efforts, Proxima Midnight is quickly defeated.
We don't want to kill you, but we will.
You'll never get the chance again.
She smiles and, with Corvus Glaive, retreats. Captain America and the others head to the Avengers base to find Rhodey, and Bruce is here as well. Natasha, seeing the long-lost Bruce, is filled with overwhelming emotion. Bruce informs everyone about Thanos' looming threat and stresses that they must protect the Mind Stone on Vision's forehead. Vision says the only way to stop Thanos is to destroy the stone on his forehead, but Wanda refuses. After all, the stone is part of Vision, and destroying it would mean losing him. Captain America also disagrees with the idea. Bruce, however, has the most authority on the matter. After all, he and Tony created Vision together. He assures them that removing the stone will not harm Vision. Thus, they set off for Wakanda, the most technologically advanced nation, to remove the stone. Rhodey, ever the prankster, even plays a trick on Bruce.
Do that here.
Meanwhile, in space, the Guardians of the Galaxy receive a distress signal from the Asgardian ship. By the time they arrive, the place has been reduced to rubble, with bodies floating everywhere. At that moment, Thor collides with their ship. The Guardians rush to rescue him. Thor tells them about his ordeal. Upon learning that Thanos is behind it, Gamora realizes the gravity of the situation. If Thanos collects all 6 stones, He can snap his fingers and erase half of all life in the universe. They must stop him, but Thor knows they'll need a powerful weapon to defeat Thanos. So they split into two groups. Thor, Rocket, and Groot head to the dwarf planet to forge the weapon, while Star-Lord, Gamora, and the others go to the Void to stop Thanos. When they arrive at the Void, they find that Thanos has already wiped it out. Thanos is interrogating the Collector about the location of the stones. Gamora, wielding a massive sword, charges at Thanos and attacks with lightning speed. Gamora struck fast and ruthlessly, successfully killing Thanos. However, she doesn't feel any joy, as Thanos raised her. As Gamora mourns the loss of her father, the real Thanos appears. It turns out that everything was an illusion created by Thanos using the stones. By now, Thanos has 3 stones in his Infinity Gauntlet. Gamora realizes she's been played. As she tries to grab her sword, Thanos traps her and immobilizes her. Drax, seeing Thanos, charges at him, but Thanos uses the power of the stones to rip him apart. And Mantis, hiding nearby, isn't spared. Star-Lord, armed with a space gun, demands Thanos release Gamora. Gamora, however, asks Star-Lord to kill her, faced with the love of his life asking him to do it. Star-Lord hesitates. Thanos, with a sneer, pushes Gamora's head toward the barrel of the gun. Eventually, Star-Lord gathers his men. Thanos took Gamora and left. At this moment, Drax and Mantis' bodies also recovered. Things were even worse for Doctor Strange. In order to get Doctor Strange to hand over the Time Stone, Ebony Maw drove countless steel needles into Stephen's body. At that moment, Tony was quietly observing from above, and the sudden appearance of the cloak startled him. Tony was furious. He never expected Peter to run in as well. At this point, they could only come up with a plan to rescue Doctor Strange. Peter quickly came up with an idea they could recreate the famous scene from Aliens 2. Just as Ebony Maw was torturing Doctor Strange, Iron Man appeared on the scene. Seeing Iron Man in his full suit, Ebony Maw barely took him seriously. Tony immediately launched missiles, blasting a hole in the ship, and Ebony Maw was sucked out into space. Doctor Strange fell out right behind him, but fortunately, Peter was there to catch him just in time. In the nick of time, Spider-Man's suit deployed its web claws, and they narrowly escaped disaster. Tony quickly repaired the ship. Afterward, Tony and Doctor Strange had a disagreement. Stephen wanted to return to Earth, but Tony disagreed. Ever since the Battle of New York, the name Thanos had haunted him for 6 years. He thought they should take the offensive and strike Thanos' home base, catching him off guard. Eventually, Doctor Strange agreed with Tony's plan. Soon, they arrived on Titan. As soon as they stepped off the ship, they were attacked by the Guardians of the Galaxy. The two sides immediately started fighting. Star-Lord captured Peter. Tony grabbed Drax. Star-Lord asked Tony where Gamora was, but Tony was hoping to catch him off guard. At this moment, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to travel into the future and saw 14,605 possible outcomes.
How many did we win? 1.
On the other side, Thanos brought Gamora to a prison cell, where her sister Nebula was being held. It turned out that Nebula had tried to assassinate Thanos and had been tortured for her failure. Thanos brought Gamora here to try and get her to reveal the location of the Soul Stone. To end Nebula's suffering, Gamora finally told Thanos where the Soul Stone was. Thanos immediately set off with Gamora to Vormir. The keeper of the Soul Stone they encountered was none other than Red Skull, who had been transported there after touching the Tesseract. Red Skull explained that to obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice someone they love a soul for a soul. Gamora laughed, thinking Thanos had no one he truly loved. But at that moment, Thanos shed a tear. Gamora had never imagined that she was the one Thanos truly loved. In Thanos' heart, he had always considered Gamora his daughter, and that was why he favored her. Ultimately, to obtain the Soul Stone, Thanos tearfully pushed Gamora into the abyss. Cut to Thanos waking up from the river, now holding the Soul Stone in his hand. Back on Titan, Iron Man and the others had already set up an ambush. As soon as Thanos arrived, Iron Man greeted him with a special gift, but Thanos, now wielding 4 Infinity Stones, easily neutralized the attack. Just as Thanos was about to strike, Spider-Man shot webs at his face, distracting him. Before Thanos could react, Drax lunged at him and slashed at his leg. With Doctor Strange's help, Star-Lord placed a powerbomb on Thanos. Taking advantage of the attack Thanos, catching him off guard, but Thanos quickly recovered and grabbed Peter. slamming him onto the ground. Before throwing him at Doctor Strange, Thanos tore off the cloak and was about to use the Infinity Gauntlet when Tony bombarded him with firepower. However, Thanos, with the Infinity Gauntlet in hand, absorbed all the fiery blasts into the gauntlet, then released them right back at Tony. Just then, Peter shot webs to restrain Thanos' arm, but Thanos quickly broke free. Before Thanos could catch his breath, a spaceship crashed into him. Nebula emerged from the ship. Nebula went wild, relentlessly attacking Thanos, but Thanos was too powerful. With a single punch, he sent Nebula flying. Doctor Strange threw out his red energy tendrils, wrapping them around Thanos' left hand. At the same time, Drax charged in and latched onto Thanos' leg with all his strength. Star-Lord released an electric device to ensnare Thanos' other hand. Peter wrapped Thanos' body in webs. Tony rushed in, trying to remove Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Mantis dropped from the sky and used her powers to control Thanos' mind, forcing him to calm down. Peter immediately joined Iron Man in trying to remove the Infinity Gauntlet. Star-Lord demanded to know where Gamora was. Thanos seemed to be in agony. Nebula revealed that Thanos had taken Gamora to Vormir and never returned, meaning Gamora was dead. Star-Lord lost control and began smashing Thanos in the head. Thanos was jolted awake by the blows and broke free from everyone's grip. Enraged, Thanos used the power of the stones to pull down a satellite, and the group had to scatter to avoid it. In the chaos, Doctor Strange began his shining moment. He cast the astral projection spell, instantly creating countless duplicates of himself, leaving Thanos stunned. Doctor Strange then whipped out an electrical whip to restrain Thanos. Thanos immediately shattered the magic with the power of the stones. Just then, Iron Man swooped down, landing a solid hit. This enraged Thanos, and he hammered Tony mercilessly. Tony tried to retaliate, but his energy couldn't match Thanos' strength. Tony summoned energy blades to stab Thanos, but Thanos easily caught them and countered by stabbing Tony in return. Facing this cosmic-level villain, Tony gave it everything he had, but he was still outmatched. As Thanos was about to finish Tony off, Doctor Strange hurriedly intervened, offering to give Thanos the stones if he spared Tony's life. Thanos, seeing the opportunity, agreed immediately. Then, Doctor Strange handed over the Time Stone to Thanos. With that, Thanos had collected 5 of the Infinity Stones. Now, only the Mind Stone on Vision's forehead remained. Thanos opened a portal and left. Tony couldn't understand why Doctor Strange had given the Time Stone to Thanos.
We're in the Endgame now.
Meanwhile, in Wakanda, Black Panther and his team were struggling with how to remove the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead when Thanos' Black Order, leading an army of alien invaders, arrived. They decided to engage in battle immediately. The alien forces were willing to sacrifice themselves to break through the defenses. Despite some of them breaching the outer barrier, War Machine quickly took them out. But soon, they realized that the aliens were attempting to bypass the defenses and attack from the rear. If they succeeded, Vision and the Mind Stone would be in even greater danger. They had no choice but to engage the enemy at the front. Under Black Panther's command, the defense barrier was finally opened, and countless alien creatures poured in. With a command from Black Panther, the team charged forward to meet the enemy head-on. Captain America entered the fight holding the new shield that Black Panther had given him, but it didn't fully live up to its potential. He was struggling to keep up. Winter Soldier, now using a gun, was also fighting at a disadvantage. The others, too, were losing their strength against the wave of alien creatures. Bruce was pinned to the ground by a group of alien creatures, unable to move. At that critical moment, a brilliant flash of light descended from the sky, and Stormbreaker flew into the scene. Thor had arrived, accompanied by Rocket and Groot. The sight of Thor gave everyone renewed hope. Thor immediately switched to clean-up mode, leaping into the fray and unleashing a devastating attack that took down a large group of enemies in an instant. Rocket, enemies closing in, quickly pulled Rocket into a perfect tag-team maneuver. Thor wielded Stormbreaker with immense skill, showcasing his power. Just then, several giant rolling wheels erupted from the ground, charging toward Natasha. In the nick of time, Wanda appeared, using her powers to lift the wheels into the air. As more enemies poured in, Wanda waved her hands, causing the wheels to smash into a group of aliens, taking them out. However, Proxima Midnight launched a surprise attack on Wanda. Natasha and Okoye appeared just in time to try and stop her, but even together, they were no match for Proxima Midnight. In a desperate moment, Wanda used her powers again to hurl Proxima Midnight into one of the giant rolling wheels. While the battle was heating up, Corvus Glaive had sneaked his way to Vision. Vision hadn't yet had the Mind Stone removed, so he had no choice but to fight. But after only a few exchanges, he was quickly overwhelmed. Just then, Cull Obsidian arrived. In a crucial moment, Bruce appeared to help. Cull Obsidian immediately grabbed Bruce, and they both fell to the ground. With his giant scythe, Cull Obsidian severed Bruce's armor arm. Bruce, seeing this, called out for Hulk, but Hulk refused to emerge. With no other option, Bruce chose to continue fighting. After landing a few punches, he gained some ground, but with just one arm, he was still no match for Cull Obsidian. In a desperate move, Bruce grabbed his severed arm and attached it to Cull Obsidian's body. Meanwhile, Vision was in serious trouble, as Corvus Glaive's blade struck him. Just then, Captain America arrived to engage Corvus Glaive. They fought fiercely, but Captain America was quickly overpowered. Corvus Glaive grabbed Captain America by the neck, leaving him on the brink of death. Suddenly, a blade pierced Corvus Glaive's body. It was Vision, who had sneaked up behind him and attacked. At this point, Thanos had arrived on Earth. The Avengers rushed to stop him, but each one was easily defeated by Thanos. Only Captain America managed to hold Thanos' arm back for a moment, but it was ultimately futile. Vision knew that the only way to stop Thanos was to destroy the Mind Stone on his forehead. Knowing Wanda had the power to do so, he begged Wanda to destroy it. After much pleading, Wanda reluctantly agreed. As Thanos charged toward them, Wanda destroyed the Mind Stone with one hand while using the other to stop Thanos, ultimately killing the one she loved most. This stunned Thanos. However, Thanos used the Time Stone to reverse time. He forcefully removed the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead and placed it into the Infinity Gauntlet. Now, Thanos had collected all the stones, making him truly invincible. Suddenly, Thanos was struck by a bolt of lightning. It was Thor. Thanos quickly unleashed the power of the Infinity Stones. Thor threw Stormbreaker at Thanos, and to Thanos' surprise, even with all 6 Infinity Stones, he couldn't withstand the power of Thor's Stormbreaker. Thor thought that striking Thanos' body would be enough to defeat him, but Thanos told him it was not the case.
You should have gone for the head.
Thanos snapped his fingers, then left. With the snap, half of all life in the universe vanished, including many of the Avengers. The Guardians of the Galaxy were reduced to just Rocket. Doctor Strange also disappeared. Peter, sensing something was wrong, turned to Tony and turned to dust in his arms. Only Captain America and a few others were left, all looking bewildered and hopeless. At the end of the film, former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury sensed something was wrong. He grabbed his pager from the car, but before he could do anything, he too turned to ash. On the pager, the symbol of Captain Marvel appeared. This marks one of Iron Man's most desperate moments. He lies weakly on the spaceship, slowly activating his battle-worn helmet, intending to record the final moments of his life. Because in Avengers, Infinity War, Thor's strike failed to hit Thanos' vital spot. Thanos used the last of his strength to snap his fingers, wiping out half of all life in the universe, turning them into dust. On Titan, only Nebula and Tony survived. To return to Earth, Tony spent day after day modifying the ship, but despite his efforts, the ship was still stranded thousands of light years away from Earth. At this point, the ship was out of supplies, and the oxygen could only last until the next morning. Nebula and Tony were trapped in despair, lying in the ship, waiting for death. Just as they were about to suffocate, a sudden burst of light outside the ship awakened Tony. In that moment, he saw hope. The visitor was none other than Captain Marvel, the Cosmic Guardian. She used all her strength to pull the entire spaceship back to the Avengers headquarters on Earth. When Tony saw Steve, his first words were,
"Lost the kid."
Peter's death weighed heavily on Tony, filling him with guilt. Fortunately, Pepper was still alive, able to stay with Tony. Due to this unprepared battle, a physically weakened Tony became extremely irritable. He had previously told everyone that he wanted to use alien technology to arm the whole world, but he had not received any support. Now, Tony no longer trusted Steve. Tony became more agitated as he spoke, even removing the nanotech reactor from his chest and handing it to Steve before collapsing from exhaustion. Thor also blamed himself for not landing the fatal blow on Thanos with his axe. Losing his former arrogance, seeing the extent of Thanos' oppression on Earth, Carol was determined to kill Thanos, reclaim the Infinity Gauntlet, and restore the half of life that had been lost. But at that moment, no one knew the full extent of Captain Marvel's power.
How do we know it's gonna end any differently than it did before?
Because before you didn't have me.
Hey, new girl. Everybody in this room is about that superhero life.
Thor also summoned Stormbreaker in front of Carol. Nebula analyzed their readings and found a spike in the energy from the Infinity Stones. They discovered that a planet similar to Earth had recently erupted with an energy signature matching that of the Infinity Stones. They speculated that Thanos must be there. However, they were unaware that Thanos had already begun his retirement life at this point. He seemed to have just been through another battle, dragging his exhausted body back along a small road. He was about to rest when a powerful energy blast descended from the sky. Captain Marvel seized the opportunity, locking Thanos' arm. Bruce, in his anti-Hulk armor, and War Machine also restrained Thanos, and then Thor used his axe to sever Thanos' left arm. But when Rocket flipped the Infinity Gauntlet over, they were shocked to find that the 6 stones were gone. It turned out that in order to prevent humanity from using the Infinity Stones to alter reality, Thanos had used the properties of the stones to destroy all of them. This act nearly cost him his life. Everyone assumed Thanos was lying, except for Nebula, who knew that although her adoptive father was evil, he never lied. Seeing all hope shattered, Thor grabbed Stormbreaker and delivered a fatal blow to Thanos. Thus, the once mighty tyrant fell. At that moment, the others fell into sorrow, knowing that without the Infinity Stones, those lost might never return. Unknowingly, 5 years passed. In an underground parking garage, a rat accidentally stepped on the quantum tunnel button. As the machine slowly powered up, an unidentified object shot out from the quantum realm. It was none other than Ant-Man, Scott Lang. At the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Scott had entered the quantum realm to collect quantum energy to cure Ava. As a result, outside, Dr. Pym and his daughter were turned to dust by Thanos' snap, and Scott was trapped in the quantum realm. After Scott emerged from the quantum realm, he tried contacting his teammates, but received no response. Confused, he walked down the street, unaware of what had happened. The once bustling streets were now empty. Noticing missing persons flyers on utility poles, Scott began to realize something was terribly wrong. He couldn't believe that while he was trapped in the quantum realm for just 5 hours, 5 years had passed in the real world. Frantically, he searched the gravestones for his daughter Cassie's name, only to find his own name among them. In a panic, he rushed home. Fortunately, his daughter was still alive and had grown into a young woman. Scott then made his way to the Avengers headquarters. Steve and Natasha were both astonished to see Ant-Man Scott still alive. Scott explained his experience, telling them that due to the time differences in the quantum realm, the 5 years that passed for them had only been 5 hours for him. He boldly suggested that they could use the time difference in the quantum realm to build a time machine, travel back to the past, and retrieve the 6 Infinity Stones to undo the destruction caused by Thanos' snap. To test if this idea was feasible, they sought out the now-retired Tony. However, no matter how hard they tried to convince him, Tony refused, claiming it was a fantasy. Now with a daughter of his own, Tony only wanted to live a quiet life, far removed from violence and conflict. Seeing that Tony wouldn't budge, Steve turned to another brilliant mind for help. At this point, Bruce had successfully merged the Hulk's strength with his own intellect. Although the two no longer clashed, Marvel fans knew that Hulk was much weaker in this new form. To save the lives that had disappeared, Bruce decided to give it a try. Since the quantum realm wasn't Bruce's area of expertise, Scott was used as a test subject. In a matter of seconds, Scott experienced the entire cycle of life, birth, aging, and death. After barely recovering, Scott felt frustrated, wondering why he had become the experiment. That night, Tony looked at a picture of Peter and fell into deep thought. In his basement, he decided to run simulations of Ant-Man's idea. To his surprise, the time machine could actually be built. However, after seeing his daughter, Tony began to worry that he might lose the life he currently had. Ultimately, with the understanding and support of Pepper and his daughter, Tony decided to return to the Avengers and join forces with Bruce and the others to complete the seemingly impossible time travel mission. Tony also retrieved Steve's shield, and the two reconciled at that moment. With everything in place, they just needed Hawkeye and Thor. Thor, once the beloved muscular hero, had now become a 300-pound super recluse. Though Thor had decapitated Thanos with Stormbreaker 5 years ago, he was still trapped by the trauma caused by Thanos, leading him to spend his days binge drinking and playing games in Asgard, far removed from his former heroic self. The others could hardly believe that the mighty Thor had fallen so far. With Bruce and Rocket's encouragement, Thor returned to the Avengers headquarters, but even though he was physically there, he was still clutching a beer in hand. Meanwhile, Natasha ventured to Tokyo to find Hawkeye, who had become a wandering Ronin. Because of Thanos, Hawkeye is the only one left in his family. For the past 5 years, Hawkeye has been venting his emotions by massacring gangs. Seeing that Hawkeye was consumed by hatred, Natasha told him that there was now a chance to bring everyone back. In that moment, a broken Hawkeye saw a glimmer of hope. The group began assembling the time machine day after day. As they neared completion, Colonel Rhodey raised a question: why not simply travel back in time to when Thanos was still in diapers? Bruce explained that, first, such an action would be too cruel, and second, altering the past would create a new timeline. This meant that changing the past might not necessarily change the future. The most important task now was to find all the Infinity Stones and return to the present timeline, then use the power of the Infinity Stones to resurrect the deceased. Afterward, they could return the stones to their original places in time, since each time travel required Pym particles, which were invented by the young Dr. Pym, and there were only enough for each person to make a round trip once. This meant they could not afford to make any mistakes. The time machine was successfully built, and Hawkeye was the first to test it. He traveled back to the moment before Thanos snapped his fingers. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Hawkeye broke into a long-awaited smile. Clearly, they had succeeded. After some discussion, the team decided to split into 4 smaller groups, each going to different time points to retrieve the stones. Tony, Steve, Bruce, and Scott would travel to the point of the Battle of New York. There, they would retrieve the Tesseract, the Mind Stone and Loki's Scepter, and the Eye of Agamotto from the Ancient One. Thor and Rocket would travel to Asgard to recover the Ether, which was inside Jane Foster's body. War Machine and Nebula would head to Morag, where Star-Lord would soon take the orb, the Power Stone. Finally, Natasha and Hawkeye would go to Vormir to retrieve the Soul Stone. In the 5 years they had lost family and friends, today they finally had the chance to get everything back. The team, fully geared and determined, set off to gather the 6 Infinity Stones. As the time machine activated, the team was successfully transported to the various points in time where the Infinity Stones were located. Bruce was the first to find the Ancient One and asked her about Doctor Strange's whereabouts. The Ancient One explained that Bruce had arrived 5 years too early and that at this point, Stephen had not yet become Doctor Strange. Bruce noticed the time stone around the Ancient One's neck and asked to borrow it. The Ancient One refused and explained why it couldn't be given away. Knowing how urgent the situation was, Bruce was about to forcefully take it when, in an instant, the Ancient One casually slapped Bruce's soul out of his body. Bruce was stunned by the sheer power of the sorceress. He then decided to use his soul form to explain the situation to her. Despite his continuous explanations, the Ancient One was still skeptical. She insisted that if she handed over the Time Stone, the world would be shrouded in darkness, and as the Supreme Sorcerer, she could never allow the Time Stone to fall into anyone else's hands.
Remove one of the stones, and that flow splits. Now this may benefit your reality. My new one, not so much. In this new branch reality, without our chief weapon against the forces of darkness, our world would be overrun. Millions will suffer. But tell me, Doctor, can your science prevent all that?
No, we can erase it. Because once we're done with the stones, we can return each one to its own timeline at the moment it was taken. So, chronologically, in that reality.
Yes, but you're leaving out the most important part. In order to return the stones, you have to survive.
We will. I will. I promise.
I can't risk this reality on a promise. It's the duty of the Sorcerer Supreme to protect the Time Stone.
And why the hell did Strange give it away?
However, when Bruce mentioned that Steven would eventually give the Time Stone to Thanos in the future, the Ancient One's attitude suddenly shifted. Bruce was full of confusion. With a subtle movement of the Ancient One's hands, Bruce's soul was restored to his body. Then, the Ancient One cast a spell, retrieving the Time Stone from the Eye of Agamotto and handed it to Bruce. She explained that Steven would one day become one of their most powerful sorcerers. His actions must have a reason behind them. Perhaps all of this was destined to happen. Thus, Bruce successfully obtained the Time Stone. Meanwhile, Steve's team had split into smaller groups to continue their missions. Tony quietly flew into Stark Tower, where Loki had already been captured by the Avengers. Looking at Steve, Tony couldn't help but praise him, having carefully chosen his moment. Scott, with Tony's help, successfully possessed the past Tony. After completing his task, Tony gracefully turned and jumped down, as the original Avengers prepared to take the elevator to the first floor. The angry, original Hulk tried to join them, but was immediately rejected by the others. After scanning by Tony, the Scepter of Mind was being taken by Hydra agents. Steve, upon learning their location, calmly entered the elevator. Everyone expected him to engage in another elevator fight like before, since he had famously been the elevator battle champion. However, this time, Steve defused the situation with just one sentence.
Hail Hydra.
The funny thing is, they really believed Steve was a Hydra member, but things were not that simple. As Steve made his way through the building, he encountered his past self, the past Steve. Thinking the future Steve was Loki in disguise, immediately attacked. The two Steves fought their way from the upper floors to the lower ones. Eventually, the past Steve noticed a pocket watch Peggy's falling from the future Steve's body, causing him to momentarily hesitate.
Bucky is alive!
Finally, the future Steve used the Scepter of Mind to subdue his past self. While Steve managed to obtain the Mind Stone, things were not going as smoothly for Tony. He had arrived on the first floor and was getting into position for the disguise. Scott seized the opportunity to sneak into past Tony's reactor and launched a surprise attack. With Scott's help, Tony was able to retrieve the box containing the Space Stone. Just as Tony was about to slip away down the stairs, he was unexpectedly knocked away by the original Hulk, sending the Space Stone tumbling toward Loki's feet. Loki, seeing an opportunity, quickly snatched the Space Stone and vanished. The trio was now in despair. They had only one Pym particle left for a return trip. Tony then had an idea. They could both retrieve the Space Stone and replenish their Pym particles by traveling to 1970 in New Jersey, where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experimental base was located. This was where Dr. Pym had developed the Pym particles, and the Tesseract was also stored there. So, Steve asked Scott to take the Mind Stone back to their current time, while he and Tony would use the last Pym particle to travel back to 1970. If they failed, they would be trapped in 1970 forever. Disguised, Steve and Tony infiltrated the base. Tony managed to cut through the security and successfully acquired the Tesseract. However, just as he placed it in his briefcase, he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Howard Stark, Tony's father. Tony was caught off guard, but luckily, Howard didn't recognize him. They had a heartfelt conversation, even discussing raising children. In that brief exchange, Tony realized his father wasn't as harsh as he had once thought. Howard loved his child deeply. It was Tony. Meanwhile, Steve managed to pull off a trick to divert Dr. Pym's attention while he took the Pym particles used for time travel. However, when he looked up, he unexpectedly ran into Peggy, his first love. In order to save half the lives lost, Steve suppressed his emotions and left the scene, but in his heart, he had made a bold decision. Meanwhile, Thor and Rocket traveled to 2013 Asgard. Thor was mainly focused on drinking and wanted to go to Odin's wine cellar to grab a drink. Rocket was furious, but eventually persuaded Thor that their mission was more important. However, when Thor spotted his mother passing by, he couldn't control his emotions. Since today was the day his mother was killed, he pretended to follow Rocket but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Thor followed his mother, but she soon noticed him. Despite Thor trying to disguise himself, his mother, raised by witches, immediately saw through him and recognized him as from the future. Thor desperately wanted to warn her about what was about to happen, but his mother stopped him. Meanwhile, Rocket successfully obtained the ether from another part of Asgard. With the mission nearly complete, Thor embraced his mother for one last time, but just as he was about to leave, Thor suddenly remembered something. He reached out into the air, and with a burst of wind, Thor finally summoned his beloved Mjolnir back into his hands. Meanwhile, Nebula and Rhodey arrived on the planet Morag in 2014. Seeing Star-Lord's foolish antics, Rhodey couldn't hold back and punched him, knocking him out cold. They successfully stole Star-Lord's key and opened the vault door. Nebula, using her super alloy arm, carefully reached through the barrier and retrieved the orb containing the Power Stone. They planned to return to the Avengers base, but at that moment, Nebula began to malfunction. It turned out that Nebula from this timeline had formed a bond with Nebula from the future, and their memories began to merge. Thanos sensed what was happening in the future and the Avengers' time travel plan.
He knows.
In response, Thanos set a trap. He first captured the future Nebula and then made this version of Nebula disguise herself as the future one to infiltrate the Avengers. This time, Thanos planned to erase all life in the universe, ensuring that no one would be left to oppose him. With the final Power Stone in hand, the team returned through the quantum tunnel to their original timeline. However, Hawkeye informed everyone of a cruel piece of news. Natasha had bravely sacrificed herself for the Soul Stone. She had thrown herself off a cliff to trade her life for the gem. Everyone was devastated, with Bruce especially enraged. But with things as they were, the most important task was to use the 6 Infinity Stones to revive half of the universe's life. Tony remotely controlled the 6 Infinity Stones, slowly embedding them into the glove he had crafted. With the Infinity Gauntlet now ready, the real question was who would snap their fingers with it. And that became a problem. Thor volunteered, but was quickly stopped by the others. Seeing the arguments escalating, Bruce stepped forward, stating that the glove primarily emitted gamma radiation, and no one else was more suited for the task than him. The Avengers agreed unanimously, and they immediately took defensive positions. As the Infinity Gauntlet was placed onto Bruce's hand, a powerful surge of gamma energy exploded outward, causing Bruce to painfully collapse to his knees. Thor quickly urged him to take off the glove. Once Bruce recovered, he summoned all his strength to snap his fingers, just like Thanos had. In that instant, Bruce's arm was visibly shriveled by the immense power, but Tony was quick to provide first aid. Then, they saw the sudden appearance of a bird and the call from Hawkeye's wife, signaling that those who had disappeared were returning. However, before they could rejoice, Bruce's eyes widened in shock. A massive warship began firing relentlessly at them, launching dozens of missiles. Within seconds, the Avengers' headquarters was reduced to rubble. They hadn't expected that this was all part of the fake Nebula's plan. She had secretly used the time machine to open the quantum tunnel, bringing Thanos from the past into this timeline. Now trapped beneath the debris, the team struggled to move, with Bruce using his immense strength to hold up the rubble. The Ant-Man, who could freely adjust his size, successfully escaped. Hawkeye, agile as ever, was unscathed and even retrieved the Infinity Gauntlet. But this was exactly what Thanos wanted. He sent a group of Chitauri soldiers to chase after Hawkeye. In order to protect the Infinity Gauntlet, Hawkeye gave his all, constantly swinging his weapon. Hawkeye was about to take a short rest when Nebula approached. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Hawkeye handed the Infinity Gauntlet to Nebula. Just then, Gamora and the true Nebula arrived to help. It turned out that the real Nebula had told Gamora everything about the future, including how they had reconciled on Ego's planet and become close sisters. Gamora chose to trust the future Nebula. Now, Nebula tried to convince her past self, but the past Nebula was stubborn and unyielding. The only choice left for Nebula was to kill her past self with her own hands. At the same time, Tony woke Steve from his coma, and together they slowly moved toward the exit, only to find that Thanos had been waiting for them all along. It was as if everything had come full circle, back to a few years ago. They wouldn't let this tragedy repeat itself. As Thanos donned his helmet and armed himself, the battle was clearly about to erupt.
I'm coming!
At that moment, Thor unleashed a lightning strike that hit Tony. The energy siphoning device on Tony's back absorbed the strike and redirected it at Thanos, unleashing a wave of lightning. Seeing this, Thor threw Mjolnir, but Thanos used Tony as a shield, and the massive impact sent Tony into unconsciousness. They couldn't believe that Thanos had already figured out their plan. He arrogantly declared his intention to destroy the entire universe and then rebuild it anew. The three of them would not let the tragedy unfold again. Thor, too reliant on his weapons, was pinned to the ground by Thanos and beaten. Despite his severe injuries, Thor recalled his Stormbreaker and tried to fight back, but Thanos seized the opportunity and countered. Just as Stormbreaker was about to pierce Thor's chest, Mjolnir suddenly flew up from a distance and struck Thanos, sending him flying. Mjolnir then flew into Steve's hands, empowered by the might of Mjolnir. Steve's abilities were greatly enhanced, and he charged at Thanos, forcing him to retreat after just 2 rounds. Thanos couldn't believe that Steve was able to wield the power of thunder as well. Although Steve used all his strength, Thanos was only slightly injured, but when Steve missed an attack, a furious Thanos quickly turned the tide of the battle. Thanos swung his weapon and launched a merciless attack on Steve. Steve was wounded in his leg, and his Mjolnir was knocked from his hands. Steve couldn't believe that even his vibranium shield was shattered by Thanos' mighty weapon. However, Thanos didn't deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he made them watch as he destroyed the planet. A blinding light shot down from the sky, and thousands of Chitauri soldiers descended onto the battlefield. Even in such overwhelming odds, Steve, still battered, showed no fear. He gripped his shield tightly, prepared to fight to the last breath. But just then, a voice echoed in Steve's earpiece. It was Falcon's voice. Behind Steve, golden portals began to appear, and through them, the Avengers who had perished in the snap began to emerge. Doctor Strange, the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter, the entire Wakandan army, and Valkyrie's Asgardian forces all arrived. Joining the fight, Ant-Man and Hulk also emerged from the rubble. Even Pepper showed up, wearing the armor Tony had made for her. Now, all the superheroes from the Marvel Cinematic Universe were united on the battlefield. The 3 of them were no longer fighting alone. The most epic and emotional final battle of the Marvel Universe had begun. At Steve's command, the Avengers charged forward with a unified roar. In response, Thanos arrogantly gestured, and all the Chitauri soldiers surged forward like a swarm of locusts. With Cull Obsidian leading the charge, the unprecedented battle had officially begun. The enlarged Ant-Man single-handedly took down a flying whale with a single punch. Each hero fought with everything they had, slaughtering Thanos' army. Though Thanos' army appeared fierce, it was largely a disorganized mass. Thor, seeing Steve wielding his Stormbreaker so impressively, grew a little frustrated and decided to trade Mjolnir for it. However, Tony was ambushed from behind by Cull Obsidian. Just as Tony was on the brink of death, Peter appeared in time, using his webs to pull Cull Obsidian away, and Ant-Man seized the opportunity to stomp on Cull Obsidian. Thanos had lost another important soldier. Peter wanted to explain everything to Tony, but after 5 years apart, all Tony wanted to do was give him a hug. However, the reunion scene between Star-Lord and Gamora took a sudden shift in tone. The Gamora before him was from the past, and she didn't recognize him at all. Thanos' goal was still to get the Infinity Stones, and the only hope left for the Avengers was to send the stones back to the original timeline via the quantum tunnel in the van. However, it would take another 10 minutes to start it. At that moment, Hawkeye was doing everything he could to protect the Infinity Gauntlet. Though he was agile, he was still just a mortal. In the nick of time, Black Panther, clad in his vibranium armor, descended from the sky. He grabbed the gauntlet and began a high-speed relay race, with his armor shielding him. Thanos' monstrous creatures couldn't touch Black Panther. Just as Black Panther was nearing the finish line, Thanos attempted to stop him, but suddenly a woman in red appeared. Wanda, consumed by the desire for revenge against the one who killed Vision, wasted no time unleashing her full power. Her chaos magic shattered even Thanos' indestructible weapon. Then, Thanos was lifted into the air, and his armor was gradually torn away. He gritted his teeth in pain. Unable to endure further, Thanos ordered his forces to fire indiscriminately from his ship, even if it meant hitting him as well. To eliminate this red-clad woman, the bombs rained down like a storm, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The sorcerers quickly raised their magic shields to block most of the damage. However, Thanos' decision to launch the assault caused the dam to be breached by the bombs. If things continued this way, the entire Avengers army would be drowned in the flood. Doctor Strange immediately used magic to block the torrent. Black Panther dashed forward to recover the falling Infinity Gauntlet but was frozen by Ebony Maw's mind control. Fortunately, at that moment, Peter leaped over, took the Infinity Gauntlet, and immediately activated his one-hit kill mode. However, with so many of Thanos' creatures surrounding him, even Peter with his 8 arms couldn't fight them all off. To keep the relay going, Steve threw Mjolnir with all his might, and Peter, seizing the opportunity, shot out his web and narrowly escaped the encirclement. With Pepper's help, Peter safely mounted Valkyrie's flying horse. Even so, Thanos' ship kept bombarding the battlefield, and Peter was struck by a missile, crashing to the ground. His tentacles were completely destroyed in the explosion. As the relentless bombardment continued, the Avengers were on the brink of disaster, their lives hanging by a thread. But they looked up, noticing that Thanos' ship was inexplicably aiming at the clouds. Tony's AI analyzed that something was piercing through the atmosphere. Suddenly, a golden light pierced through the clouds, completely ignoring all damage and tearing through Thanos' ship. The arrival of Captain Marvel sent the Avengers' morale soaring. All the female heroes from the MCU gathered around Peter to protect him. At this moment, the Marvel Universe officially entered the Avengers era, but unfortunately, Natasha could never come back to life. Meanwhile, Ant-Man successfully activated the quantum tunnel. With the Infinity Gauntlet in hand, Captain Marvel charged toward the finish line like an unstoppable armor-piercing projectile. As Captain Marvel approached, Thanos, frantic with rage, used his broken battle blade to destroy the quantum tunnel. Their last hope was shattered. The only hope left was to prevent Thanos from obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet. Seeing the dire situation, Tony rushed forward to try and grab it. Steve and Thor stepped forward to help. But even with all three of them working together, they were no match for Thanos. Just as Thanos was about to put on the Infinity Gauntlet again, Captain Marvel took advantage of the moment, unleashing a series of powerful punches, but her blows had no effect, and Thanos easily tossed her aside. It seemed as though tragedy was about to repeat itself, but Captain Marvel got back up, rushing once more and gripping the gauntlet. In the face of such a formidable opponent, Thanos was filled with fear. Suddenly, Thanos activated the Power Stone, delivering a punch that sent Captain Marvel flying. At that moment, Doctor Strange realized this was the only chance they had. He extended a finger and signaled to Tony. Tony instantly understood. He was the 1 in 1,000 chance. In the instant Thanos snapped his fingers, the wounded Tony grabbed the gauntlet, but Thanos easily flung him away. Thanos thought he could finally snap his fingers, but after doing so, nothing happened. He turned around, only to realize that all 6 Infinity Stones had transferred to Tony's hand. Tony used his last bit of strength to snap his fingers. Thanos and his entire army turned to ash. Rhodey rushed to Tony's side, and as he looked at his old friend, now near death, everyone around them was overcome with grief. The once carefree playboy had ultimately given his life to protect the Earth. Later, they held a grand funeral for Tony. The man who saved the Earth countless times will forever remain in our hearts. And with that, the entire film series came to an end.